Hello. Norland is a colony sim meant to simulate life in a medieval world and create deep stories built on connections between multiple characters. But what if we throw all that out the window and create the loneliest, most inept king possible? This challenge series is the culmination of my experiences in my previous playthroughs, combined with some good old science tests to find the best way to torture myself while still giving a slight chance of success, and I think I've done it. We'll be starting with the Lonely King template for maximum loneliness. This poor sap will be called Sadibor, because he is a sad boy, and it is similar to a common name in the game. Now, Sadibor is going to be absolutely terrible at everything, but due to the character creation system, it's actually impossible to have 0 at every stat. To work around this, we'll give him a level 15 teaching skill. Since we will be playing a Lonely King for the entirety of this challenge, we won't be needing to teach children since he will never have them. We still have a few leftover points and we're going to put these into persuasion. This is a skill that's mostly used for hiring other lords or dark deeds, neither of which we'll be doing in this series. For traits, we'll make him resistant to addiction, since it's the least beneficial positive trait for our purposes, and just to kick him when he's down, we'll make him nervous as well, which will make it so he will have nervous breakdowns and lose his mind when too unhappy. We'll make his hair white like this because with the amount of stress he'll be going through, he'd get there soon enough on his own. And we'll give him this hairstyle so we can see his beautiful locks. Finally, we'll remove his talent. Now there's 2 locations that are difficult enough for this challenge, but we're going to go with the one in the north because it has a higher amount of lumber which is going to be needed to make this challenge even remotely feasible. We'll call it Zeroville, because everyone here would have to be a loser to consider living in this wasteland. Due to some extra rules I'll explain in a moment, we have to make strategic choices on our village resource production, as this is vital to having a workable economy later. I crunched the numbers, and wood is by far the most valuable at the start of the game with almost 120 gold from a 0 trait skill character every 4 days in tributes. We can't have both villages producing it though because the Holy Caravan that acts as a trader can only take so much of a single resource type before the price drops drastically. For this reason, we'll take herbs, which is the second most valuable resource as well, to maximize our gold gain. This will also be good for the mid-game, since we can turn them into valuable and useful medical salves later. This banner seems fitting since Sadibor and his people will be preferring to self-immolate before this challenge is done anyways. Now for scenarios. By far the most destructive one in my opinion is Juice of Life. This gives Sadibor hemophilia, the inability for most bleeding to be stopped. In a world with non-stop bloodshed, this almost seems like a death sentence. Perfect. While not strictly necessary, we'll also add the following modifiers. Lazy Workers, which stops all work if instructions from building managers expire. Old Grudges, which makes cultures that are xenophobic towards each other hate each other even more. Wave of Fanaticism makes all migrants fanatics. After War makes forest bandits have much better combat skills and equipment. Trade Decline makes the chance of the trader showing up each night with a 25% chance, with a guarantee to show up at least every 5 days. Now we'll set the difficulty to hardcore and start with 0 gold, and start the game. Now here we are in Zeroville, and one thing we need to do before we get started is deal with these decorations, since they can be clicked on and tend to get in the way. Next we need to fix the layout so we can keep everything compact so everyone can bicker endlessly with one another. I mean, make daily commutes more efficient. This will do nicely for the time being. We can use the row at the bottom of the screen for housing, and have our farms just a little bit below that, with the right-hand part of the screen being the area for the industrial aspect of the town, mostly booze. The top of the screen will be dedicated to things such as lord houses and a library to house all of our grand secret knowledge, such as fertilizing soil. More on that later. Taking our first look at our young king who's already been treated rather poorly by life, we can see he has high hopes for the future, is full of energy, has a lot of holy rings, and recently had a good meal. His only complaint is the lack of a home. This may be the happiest he will be in this series, honestly. As for his subjects, they seem optimistic too, with their only hang-up as a Zerovillian being the lack of a salary, which we'll alleviate shortly. In the market, we have a few options for goods we can sell to the peasantry. We don't want them to buy any of our flour or medical salves as we need this for gold, so we'll prevent it from being sold here. For Sadibor, we can't stop him from eating flour, but we can stop him from consuming any alcohol, which we'll have to do for now. We'll do the same with the peasants when we set up their place of drink. Now our hall is complete, and Sadibor is ready to give out his ingenious instructions for managing the many projects that are to come, as well as boss around the servants who will stock his table with flour. As for us, we need to remove these roads, since it will give us a bit of gold back to help with paying salaries and preventing mutiny. The glorious Mother Sophia has graced us with the caravan on this day, and will pick up a dagger in case Sadibor's spear breaks, which is a common occurrence. Knowledge is power, and we'll need plenty of it to succeed, so we'll get the Fertilize Correctly book, which has fields use up half the amount of wood when fertilizing. We'll also pick the temple and peasant's house for later, though these are mostly to keep the populace happy, to encourage more migration. To pay for this, we'll have to sell some of our lumber, flour, and beer. In order to ensure we get as much of the gold possible that the trader has brought with him, we'll want to sell just the right amount of each. Trade level up to 2 now with that amazing mercantile work from Sadibor, and he is now closer to his goals of not being completely terrible at everything. With the first day's actions leading to only the completion of the hall, we still have a long ways to go. We'll make a road in preparation of future needs, and Sadibor will play some music instead of drinking for his first night of rest before passing out on the floor. A truly marvelous day. With the second day upon us, Sadibor has received an inspiration. This will give him +5 to all of his skills until the end of the day, which we can hopefully make use of in time. Our most holy of buildings has been completed, the library, so we can finally have Sadibor learn to fertilize correctly. With his inspiration, he should be able to make decent progress on this today, despite being at 2 intelligence, which normally makes reading green and purple books incredibly slow. Something you might not know is that there is an action queue for lords. What you might also not know is that you can, in most cases, trigger your preferred action by simply clicking on it in the queue. We can make use of this feature to force Sadibor away from spending his time on measly wants and needs and instead bury his head in books to improve the lives of his people for the future. Unfortunately, he will still need to sleep. Our 10th peasant arrived last night, so our first dormitory is now at maximum capacity and we have too many unemployed. To fix this, we'll order the construction of a second dormitory, a tavern which employs 1, and some fields of rutabaga and a lumber mill, which employ 3 each. This is necessary both for the purposes of keeping the current occupants happy, as well as work to do for any prospective migrants in the future. Back to our main character, he has continued studying knowledge all on his own, due to a lack of other things for him to do, but soon enough he will yearn to stop to entertain himself with other ventures which we cannot allow. Darissa has arrived in town, but Sadibor's plans of going from 0 to hero involve only himself, so she will be ignored. The trader also visits us again, which we will take advantage of by selling more of our wares, being careful not to saturate the market and offload our spears. We'll pick up the rutabaga field efficiency and braised rutabaga books this time, although we won't be able to study them for some time as fertilizing is only a quarter of the way done, with our inspiration expiring in a few hours. There's nothing else we need, so we'll bid the trader adieu, having achieved level 3 in trade skill today, and we'll send Sadibor back to his lonely life in the library before bed. A single peasant stands in the doorway, hoping to check up on him, but he ignores them and they head off for the night. Just after midnight, Sadibor, exhausted and nearing depression, goes for a quick bite to eat before passing out on the floor once more. A productive day, if nothing else. While Zeroville sleeps, we'll lay the groundwork for our first industry with a brewery, which can create intoxicating moonshine, but the people will hate the taste. The population now sits at 13 as we enter our 3rd day, and Sadibor will spend the morning inspecting the new areas of the town, before returning to his studies before noon. We'll manually send him to inspect the lumber mill, since our lumber reserves are beginning to dwindle, but this is only a quick detour from the library before he returns to read more. In early preparation for further migrants, we'll place another dormitory and field now so we don't forget and fall behind. After doing that, the brewery is ready, so we'll queue and upgrade immediately, which will improve the production speed and total workers available to the building. This is absolutely critical with the small amount of space we have. Next, we'll start a production order on moonshine. Another day, another caravan arrival, but there's nothing of interest, so we'll just sell our goods and return to our usual routine. With his mood dropping, Sadibor goes to sleep a few minutes earlier tonight, having gone halfway through his textbook. Another unremarkable day, and a life that is beginning to blur together as it goes on. Now for another dormitory, Sadibor's home, and some roads. Next, some inspections, then further reading. Just in time as his mood is getting quite low, his home is finished, which will remove the homelessness negative thought from Sadibor. Next we'll queue another upgrade on our lumber mill and brewery to further enhance the production speed and total employment. A shorter day and a not as productive one as the last, but Sadibor is feeling good, so there's little to complain about when he heads to his new home for the first time. Waking up early, Sadibor starts to try and finish his current studies, which would allow us to move on to bigger pursuits. As for the peasants, there are now 20 of them, turning our small village into a growing town. We'll place 2 more fields to ensure steady work as more travelers choose Zeroville as their new home. The trader arrives once again and we present him some beer, flour, and moonshine, but we keep our lumber to ourselves as our stores have run low. There isn't anything piquing our interest in his supplies, so we thank him for the gold and move on, having earned enough experience for another level in trade skill. We'll make a path between the dormitories leading to the fields to make the morning commute times for farmers a bit shorter. We'll also make one from the side of the library to the lumber mill to help those workers as well. Finally, Sadibor has finished acquiring the fertilization knowledge. Although green books take a while, we have little need for the temple or other gray researches, since we are maintaining moods well already. So we'll study to improve our field efficiency next. Luckily, he is now at 5 intelligence, so this should go faster this time. Sadibor heads to sleep feeling accomplished today. The next day, Sadibor won't have as much time to study due to it being a day requiring a lot of inspections, but hopefully he will have some spare time once that's done. Achieving his 3rd level in management is a consolation prize at least. Luchavoy, a foreign ruler, arrives and tries to greet Sadibor, but we are too busy and choose to ignore him. As his mood has dropped below 50 again, we'll allow our king to drink alcohol for tonight, but we'll disable it again later to save resources wherever possible. Another level in intelligence brings us to level 6, once again increasing our learning potential. When the trader enters the hall, Sadibor goes to see what is stocked. A book for correct woodcutting is an agreeable purchase, as it will allow us to receive 50% more lumber from each tree we fell. Aside from this, there is nothing of interest, so we'll hand over our resources to help pay for our purchase. We'll receive an additional 40 gold for our efforts, and gain another trade skill level as well, bringing us up to 5. Next, Sadibor tends to his own wants, drinking and socializing with his subjects. Once he is satisfied, he returns to the library for a short time before sleeping. In the morning, Luchavoy's persistence in distracting us from our important work has gone too far, so we exile him from our lands. He'll be disappointed and have a hit to his opinion of us, but we cannot spend precious time appeasing him right now. Good riddance. Nothing of note happened today, but we placed another path to the fields to ensure the farmhands farther down the street have a shorter commute and sold some more goods. We also see an alliance has been formed between 2 towns south of us, Fosna and Kriege. Joining them would provide us needed security in case of future incursions, as well as improving our relations with the members, which could be useful for trades. Luchavoy is the head of the alliance, so this may have been a bit awkward for Sadibor, but he understood why we sent him home and accepts us with open arms. He wishes us luck and even sends us home with 300 gold, a hefty sum for a little effort that is much appreciated. Being in an alliance also creates a higher local demand on products, allowing us to sell more items at once without trade penalties. Well guys, we've managed to avoid disaster up to this point, but we will soon have to contend with many difficult situations. In the west, there is a kingdom that might try to overpower us, but as you can see, they have a couple of villages being burnt, so they might have other issues to deal with first. We have no bandits in our borders either, so we shouldn't have to deal with raids just yet. However, it is only a matter of time before Mother Sophia issues a prophecy which could range from a minor nuisance in food stores spoiling daily to a massive attack by wolves which would wreak havoc on our population. Of course, we are also running low on alcohol, so brewing more moonshine will be critical, especially as Sadibor's positive thoughts begin to wane. We're going to go ahead and we're going to move this out. We could move it down here just to clear out these trees, but as you can see, this is mostly a pretty clear area for what we're going to need. We don't need any of that space right now, so we're just going to move this over. We're going to kill one planted tree that's trying to grow, but that's just something we're going to have to deal with. Also, we're going to place another lumber mill. Should we place it above or next to? Probably above. I'm thinking above. So we'll place it right here. That gives us another one, and as far as the path, we're going to get rid of this one, because what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and extend it from this one, and in doing so, we can basically make it so we don't have to redo paths. We're just kind of working off of the old one. I like that idea, so we're going to go ahead and do that, and then this one can kind of wrap up here, something like that. Not too fancy. Alright. Now we may want to create another brewery as well at some point, but I think right now it's definitely handling the rutabaga pretty well, so I don't think it's something that we necessarily need to worry about too much. Now Sadibor is returned, so of course we need to have him go and study knowledge, but he's being a good boy. He's going and doing it all on his own, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. He is still intoxicated. Because we had him drink, and then we had him go and join the alliance, and he's just returned from doing that, and he is still drunk. It's kind of funny. He just went to an alliance meeting, and he was like, "Hey, everyone, I'm drunk, but please accept me. And then they gave him 300 gold, and they said, yeah, sure, all right, welcome. That's how much they like our boy Sadibor. Pretty nice to see. While everyone does their work for the day, I will just say one of our viewers actually left a comment, and they gave a pretty good idea that we can name our knights or just our warriors or even our peasants after commenters. So if you would like to be in this series, we'll keep an eye on you. Maybe if you wanted to be a builder, or if you would prefer to be a servant, or maybe a brewer, or even a trader, or I think the tavern is still just called a trader. But if you want to be anything like that, let me know, and I will definitely put you in. And at the same time, if you would prefer to be a warrior, let us know about that in the comments. And if you have a preferred name, go ahead and let me know about that. But otherwise, I'll just check your profile, and I'll put you in as whatever your YouTube profile name is. So, with that out of the way, we just pretty much gotta let the work go on. Now, I don't know why Sadibor decided to go and do an inspection right now. He can actually save those inspections for tomorrow, but he decided to do it right now. Bad Sadibor. You study. And he's very depressed at this point. That's not going to be good. We're going to actually want to deal with that tonight. I think we still have him drinking alcohol, so hopefully he will drink some moonshine tonight. And let's see, repulsive moonshine. He has a sexual desire as well. Mild hunger. Yeah, there's not a lot we can do about the sexual desire. We could have him proposition a peasant. We may do that. We might have to have him do that. But it's only a -8 right now, so I don't think it's too terrible. We'll probably have to let him pray tonight. Insufficient workers. What's that on? Okay, yes. Okay, that's not an issue. So we'll just wait for tonight, and then we'll probably let him do some other things besides just studying all the time. Okay, so he's currently eating. We're gonna let him finish up on that. He wants to go to sleep. Hopefully he doesn't try to do that right away, because I would like him to... No, go pray first. We'll let him pray. That'll get rid of the Mother Sophia penalty, I think. Goddess will punish me. I think it should get rid of that one, right? Yes, it's lowering it. It's not perfect. Let's hope it keeps going down. It only went down to -7, so that's not good. Well, 50. He's just below 50. I think we'll have to just take the win. And we do have 2 spare workers now, so all of our fields and everything should be managed. And in the morning, we'll have Sadibor, of course, go, and he's going to have to do several inspections. And we'll start building up this upgrade on the lumber mill. Just a little resource production update. So as you can see, moonshine, we've got up to 55 of them now. Hopefully we get the trader soon, because we also have these herbs that we're not going to be using for a little while longer. We also have the flour. Flour isn't, we don't have very much of that, but we do have a decent amount of wood now, and I don't know if we're really going to be using too much of it. I just wanted to create this other lumber mill for in case. We're down to like 10 or something like that. So we are going to need it for dormitories. I don't actually even know it's 30 cost for dormitories. 20 for another lord's house, which we'll need once we're finished studying the temple, because we will need to create a temple, and then we will get the priest. And I've mentioned a couple of times that I don't actually know when the priest shows up, and that's because when you create the temple, you usually already have the priest. And I found out it's just whenever you get done with the temple research, it gets queued to have you send a priest. Now, I did figure I would just talk for just a minute about what our overall kinds of plans kind of are. So we do want this rutabaga field efficiency, of course, because rutabaga is going to be basically the centerpiece of everything. We're going to want a lot of moonshine. We're going to want them to eat rutabaga for a short time. That's why we have braised rutabaga here, so that they don't die from typhus, which they will get after, I think it's I want to say it's almost 2 weeks. Well, 14 days. I think it's around there, or maybe around 10 days or something. If they're eating it and only eating rutabaga, then they will start to come down with the typhus. And the thing is even with braised rutabaga, they will actually still get the typhus, and they'll still get sick and everything, and then they'll like throw up everywhere, but they won't die from it. They will get like a low mood from it, I believe. But the other reason that we want so much rutabaga is because we're going to, as a Varn, as you can see, they actually have a bonus. Can't hover over it, but it's for pig farms. And pigs, they will produce meat. And that's actually kind of a difficult one in the mid-game, because if you lower the price of the meat too much, then you'll get speculators, so you basically just end up selling the meat. The peasants won't have enough for it because it's like 14 each. But it is a very good industry to be in, and the pigs, they eat rutabaga. So that is pretty much what our line of production is going to be in the series. Now Sadibor is awake, and he went straight to studying. He knows what's up at this point. And another thing to think about, we have 20 holy rings. I'm not sure if you need that many for, let's see, you get the many rings buff. If a character has less, so if they have 15 or even better, more than 25. So we could go ahead and get him 5 more rings, and then he'll get the best mood boost here. Or we could just drop him down to 15. And it sounds like he should still have this buff right here. I haven't actually min-maxed on the holy rings too much, but that's probably going to be something we're going to want to do. And he keeps going and trying to eat or drink beer. Okay, maybe we'll let you do that. Alright, now have you done your inspections? Let's go have you do that. He didn't even use the path. I don't like that. He tried to use the path like right here. That wasn't very good. It's not super efficient. Are they all doing that? Yes, they all kind of are doing that. But they like path over to it. That's not great. We'll have to fix that. I don't even know why he's not using it now. Where are you going? Are you going home? Going for another inspection. Don't do that. Okay, so now Ladivlad from Ugrad is becoming stronger, and this isn't even the people that I was talking about were going to be an issue. This is these guys. They're solo, and they have 13 men. I have no idea why they're trying to do this. They're going to definitely get into major issues if they actually decide to attack fast enough, I think. Because Kriege will definitely defend, and yeah, they've got 7 men going there already. That won't be very good for them. However, I was talking about warriors anyways, and we should probably try to defend this. The only issue is we can't really hire a warrior. This guy's too expensive. 27 gold tax. We can't afford that right now. So we're just gonna have to wait, and hopefully we can get a mercenary that only costs us about 3. I mean, we could take the macaw guy. I think ours is Caden. Yeah, Xenophobia is Caden. So we don't want Caden at all. We could probably deal with 1 macaw, but I don't know if we want to really start an army based off of a different culture. So we're gonna pass on that for now, but as soon as I'm able to, we will get a warrior, and we will, like I said, rename them based on commenters. Another day and another level in intelligence. So Sadibor, he's super depressed, so we're actually just going to let him manage his issues. We may even let him go and have some fun with one of his peasants. It's kind of a messed up power struggle there, but or power dynamic. Not a good idea, but he absolutely can't hire lords. We're not going to allow him to do that in this game. It's 0 to hero, so he needs to be the hero. So the best that we can really do, let him finish eating, and then we will have him drink. He can just day drink. Oh, he's going to do it all on its own. Alright. Go ahead and do that, and then you can go pray. Pray for good tides. Oh, he decided to ignore that. What's he doing? Oh. Ladivlad actually showed up over here. Well, that's interesting. We could capture him, that'd be funny. We're not gonna do that. Let him do a little socializing. His mood is a lot better now, so we can just let him go study again. I find that rather funny, though. that he decided to... What? Did he cancel? Yeah, he decided to, okay, go and walk in his company. I find that rather funny, though, that this guy's like, I'm going to attack your alliance leader. And now I'm going to butter you up at your home, and hopefully you will let me. We're not going to let you. We would absolutely defend our friend Lucha Boy, for sure. So we're going to do a little bit more studying here until the trader shows up. And look at that, another good day as far as the rutabaga farming goes. 107. And we're already up to 96 moonshine. We could sell some of this moonshine. We don't necessarily need that much since our industry is taking really good care of it. As you can see, we have extra peasants as well. We need to employ those so that we don't start losing migration. We'll sell, let's go 50. Let's go for 50. And we'll sell just enough for the market saturation here. We'll keep all of the flour. Wait, no. No, we'll sell the flour. We don't need the flour. And we'll get rid of just enough lumber. That's 425. That's pretty good. Do we want to give away some of these holy rings? We probably don't need to right now. That's the thing. Brewery upgrade, that would be good. Oh, never mind. Okay, we'll go with the pig farm. That's the most important, and cooking meat is also a pretty good one, but I don't know if... Let's see what these 5 rings will get us. Not really enough. I would rather have these spare gold right now. Yeah, so I think we're just going to take the spare gold. Yeah, let's see what this does for his... He's still got the many rings, it looks like. And we've got a 6 in trade skill now. So that's what? We have 7 intelligence, 4 management, and 6 in trade skill. That is a big, big gain. I actually can't believe it. We're what? 8 days in. And we have intelligence getting very, very close to that level 10. Of course, as the levels go up, so does the experience cost, but it's still going very, very good, I would say. Yeah, so this is one of those issues, and this is why I'm going to actually just exile Light of Lad here, because he insulted Sadibor, and now this is going to be a thing that's going to take almost 2 days to actually alleviate the issue of, and this is why I don't really like guests when you're doing a series like this, because every little impact to your mood is just, it's a gut punch. Why would you insult our poor Sadibor? Doesn't he have enough issues? I mean, come on. And Darissa, I think this is a different Darissa, but we had Darissa show up in the last episode. This appears to be a different one. She's very good, but we can't hire her, and she's Tanea anyway, so we don't really want to hire her. So while Zeroville is sleeping, we're going to go ahead. I should have done this earlier, I kind of forgot about it. We'll queue that upgrade. We may even want to start thinking about another brewery, just because if we keep getting amounts of rutabaga like that every day, it looks like it's about 21 each. So that's just over 100, 105 per day. I think that will be pretty difficult for them to actually deal with. Let's see, yeah, they're going to be gaining about... Oh, never mind, they are... Okay, because of the bonus, they are actually basically working through our entire daily. Okay, good to know. Is there anything else we can really do with these workers, then? I guess we could build a warehouse just to have one. Maybe right here? But, I mean, they can just walk right here and they just deposit it in the hall. That's why I don't really want to do a warehouse. So I'm not too sure. We'll probably just make more lumber, I guess, for the time being, and then delete it when we get the pig farm. Now, unfortunately, Sadibor has a poor mood right now, but there's really nothing we can do. He's just mad that he got insulted. Praying doesn't seem to really get rid of the goddess will punish me mood very strongly, so we're just gonna have to deal with that low relation. Hopefully he doesn't go insane. Okay, and here we are on the army screen, and as you can see, nothing going except for very expensive foreign troops. It's not very good. I'm almost thinking that we should maybe just pick him up pick this guy up just because we need somebody that we can send to Vasna, and it's gonna take him 32 hours to get here, so we kind of have to do it. Now there is a little bit of a bonus, I suppose, because now we can have our builders at least do something. So we're gonna go to our army and we're gonna start setting up our barracks. We want this to be aligned. Like I said, I do have a little bit of a layout for how I want to do all of this for later. So that's where we're going to place the barracks. It may look a little strange now, but it is going to give us the most space right here, which is what we're going to be using for production purposes. And we may also actually place the training ground somewhere down over here as well, although it's probably going to be on this row, I guess we can say. So that gives them something to do. Do we want to move a road up over there? Probably not yet. I don't think it's very important. We will go ahead though. Army. So night patrol will place, let's say right about dead center in the town. Try to encompass as much things. And day patrol will want over by the lumber mills. We'll just place right there. And we'll have 1 patrol radius of 2 is fine, and 1 on these, or on this. That should be good. And then Sadibor, poor guy's just doing terribly. And he is below 25, so he could start refusing orders, fall into depression, and have a nervous breakdown. And he is nervous himself, so I'm actually really worried that's going to happen. Now, we did finish our rutabaga field efficiency. That's going to make a huge, substantial difference to how much we produce. Now, do we want to do correct cutting or braised rutabaga? Well, like I said, we are getting close to where typhus may start being an issue, so I think we have to go with braised rutabaga first, and then we can probably move over to pig farm. In fact, well, the main thing with the pig farm is it's going to take some time. I think it's like 3 days almost before a pig can actually be slaughtered. So I don't think it's the best way to deal with our rutabaga issue. So we'll just go for the raised rutabaga, and let's see, let him do some, I don't know why he's not doing his inspections. He's ignoring us. That's why. Alright, well, we kind of just have to let him do his thing then. You know, we could almost do that, but we're not going to have him proposition the peasants. He's a good guy. He doesn't use his power like that. Now he's doing his inspections. Okay, that's good. Now, unfortunately, he didn't finish all of his inspections before the workday was over, so there's just some things that aren't even producing, because as you know, we have the lazy workers, and that means if they don't get instructions, they won't even work at all. Normally, they would just work at a reduced efficiency, but they refuse to work if there are not instructions. These workers are, you know, they need good management, which is, I'm sure, as you all know, that doesn't exist. There's no such thing as good management, so this is just where we're at the moment. So we're just about done for the day, but what we're going to do before we actually head this off is we're going to go ahead and move our lumber mills again, but I just need to figure out where the best place is for them at the moment. I think we do want a little bit more space here, but I really don't want to move both lumber mills, and I really don't want to separate them either. So I think what we'll do, we're going to move these 2 outwards. So we're going to move these 2 farther out. Get them as close to their work spot as possible. Oh, we can't move this one if it's being built. Is that really how that works? I didn't notice that. I don't want to cancel it because it's basically... Well, it's only I actually got the resources, okay. So we'll move that here. Okay, it didn't get rid of that felled tree, so that's good. And we'll start that upgrade again, and we'll move these roads, or expand these roads, I suppose. Kind of expensive, and they weren't actually using it, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand this over this way really quick. Won't make you guys watch that, though. Okay, I have a feeling that they're still going to kind of try to sidestep this a little bit, but hopefully they'll use it a little bit more than they were before, and we'll just do something like that for this one. Now what we're going to do over here is we're actually going to have our temporary lumber mill, the one that we're going to get rid of when we have enough workers doing other things. We're just going to place this here, and that'll hopefully give some people more things to do, because if we don't, as you can see, we have 0 expected migrants. And the main factor, actually, what I've noticed is mood is important, but as long as it's like above really bad levels, like above 30 or 40, the mood doesn't actually affect migrants as much. What actually affects it is having employment for them, and good employment. So just having them on, like, building, from what I've noticed anyways, having too many builders that just don't do anything is not actually a good way to get more migrants. And that's why a lot of towns tend to stall out. So you want to make sure that they have jobs that they can actually do. Yes, so that's going to be that. I don't even think we're going to worry about a path. It's just like a job, just something for them to go do. We're actually have to place another rutabaga field, and I think we're going to place it here. This will make it so once we have dormitories moving over, those workers should be just right next door, and they'll be able to make it to that rutabaga field pretty quickly. In the meantime, of course, they are going to take a little bit of time to get here, but I think what we're going to do, we're just going to make a dedicated road just simply to get here. Now, we'll probably do it something... Actually, hold on. No. What we'll probably do is make one of these diagonal rows. That looks terrible, but is just one of those things you have to do. I don't even know if we needed it like that, but this will also get them over to that lumber mill a little more quickly, so should work just fine. Now, as you can see here, we actually have now Siva has joined our little alliance here. And as for Vasna's defense, we still have 14 hours for our warrior to make it. I think that's enough time. So I think we should be okay. The problem, of course, is that they're not going to be able to lead an army, so we're going to have Sadibor go and lead. Now, the issue with that... Oh, there is no issue, because Ugrad has absolutely no army at this point. I don't even think that they're going to end up attacking Vasna, so... I don't think we have to worry about it. Wow. Okay, well, that is certainly an update. Now, the next day has started, and as you can see, Sadibor has a ton of inspections to do. Not too surprising there. Hopefully these upgrades and buildings don't take very long. We have plenty of wood to get it done, so that's fine. Now, one issue we are going to start to see, because we do not have any other lords, and hopefully we get a visitor at some point that hopefully just doesn't try to spend time with us 24/7, but as you can see right here... Oh, I can't click on him. He's behind this rock now. But you could probably see, and you can hear him actually. Oh, there he is. 7 combat wolf right here, exploring the forest. That's not good. Even once we have a warrior, I don't think he's going to be enough to actually take care of this, maybe. That's pretty strong wolf, actually. And I'm pretty sure we probably have others somewhere. Maybe not. Okay, maybe he's the only one. Right. Oh, there we go. There's a couple down here as well. So, yeah. That's one issue with not having lords, is that you can't go flesh wolf hunting as much, so, they just kind of pile up. And we have what seems to be 4 already. That could be a big problem, so they will start attacking our workers, and it has happened. We lost... Now, luckily, this was actually an unemployed person. I don't know what they were doing over here. They shouldn't have been building, so they just kind of came out here and got themselves attacked. Now, this guy is a brewer. Hopefully, he doesn't get attacked carrying this body. This guy had 3 gold on him, so I guess we'll get that 3 gold back. He's not getting attacked right now. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit worrisome. We need that warrior. Oh, this might be an option. Okay. Can we flesh wolf hunt with you? Hopefully they'll do all the work here. Oh, if we die because of this, that would be truly awful. That's the first thing we're gonna do, though, is just go flesh wolf hunt. Hopefully you'll take out this one that's over here. But we'll go ahead and set Sadibor to take care of that. And is this upgraded now? Yes, it is. Okay, perfect. Now we're not gonna upgrade this one. It just is. Oh yeah, that's right. A lumber mill at level 1 only takes care of one worker. But the rutabaga field will actually take care of 3. So it's probably fine. We can probably just cancel this. I don't really want to upgrade it if we don't have to. We just want to have the 1. There's not going to be a lot of wood here to cut anyways. And I don't really want to have to keep moving it around. So just 1 worker is probably actually for the better. Now, of course, they go way over here to fight a wolf. I don't even know where it is. Oh, it's right here. That's not great. I mean, I would have hoped they would have gone for the one that is closest to our village. This is why we need that warrior, so that he can, Oh, and he has arrived. Okay. He arrived with the trader, actually. It's kind of funny. Alright, so hopefully... I wonder if we should move this temporarily. The day patrol. Move it over here, because this is where that wolf is. Probably set it right about here. I don't even... Is he behind the rock again? Seems like it. Yes. Yeah, that is making me nervous. Alright, they haven't killed this wolf yet, but they aren't getting too injured. That's good. Oh, of course his spear broke. This is exactly why I got that dagger, though. Now that's actually kind of good news, because now we can go ahead and buy a mace, and you can use a mace instead, which doesn't break, or at least doesn't break as often. Alright, well, he's dead. Oh, good gracious, if that had happened to us, we would be dead right now. It's unfortunate that we could only attack that one. Hopefully this warrior will actually take out this wolf here. He's not working there because it's nighttime now. We'll go ahead and send Sadibor over to that. Now, here we are at the trader, and we could actually sell these medical cells for a higher price, but because of our trade penalties, we're not actually really making gold compared to what we would normally buy them for, so we're not going to actually deal with that right now. We don't really want to sell more wood. We're actually using what we have at this point. We'll just sell these herbs. Can't even sell moonshine. I'm surprised, did they not make moonshine today? What's going on there? I wasn't really paying attention to it. Buy this mace, and brewery upgrade. Might actually be good at some point. Let's see. I think the only thing we really would want here is potentially the Varn moonshine, but that's too expensive. So it's probably going to be the cooking meat, because as soon as we get done with the braised rutabaga, we are going to study the pig farm, and then we will want cooking meat, because anybody who eats meat in the province will get a double mood positive thought. So that'll be good to have. Otherwise, I think that's all we really want. Unfortunately, we lose money today. Can we... I think it was rutabaga field efficiency we already have done, and fertilize correctly. We should probably go ahead and check. I'm like 90% sure, but I am the most forgetful person in the world. So yes, okay, both of those. We'll go ahead and sell them then. We don't have to worry about losing knowledge, because once Sadibor's life is over, this game is pretty much done. So fertilize correctly. Get rid of those two. Do we even really want rye field and mill and hop field and beer? We're probably never going to use these, because our industries are just not going to be set up for this. We have no fertile land, and I think just rutabaga and pig farms are going to be way better. So I was hoping to wait for our trade penalties to get a little bit lower to sell these, because then we get more money back, but this seems like the best one that we're really going to get for now. Now, Sadibor, 62 moods, so he's actually... He was having a breakdown, but we seem to have mostly dealt with this. Yesterday he had a meaningful conversation that was probably with Parima. Because when you go and Flesh Wolf hunt, you have a chance to get a at least one mood difference, or positive or negative thought. So that's good that it was a positive one. Greetings also occurred. That's good. Many rings. Now hold on. Cannot perform this action. It was worth a try. Now Luchavoy is upset because we did not send him troops. I don't know why I thought that was a defense. I guess I didn't read it properly. I just saw the attack icons. That makes way more sense that we were attacking you, Grad. Alright, because I did ask the question, so I'm looking here now, and they only produced what appears to be 20? Or is it 27? Either way, that's not very much moonshine. I think we can make more than that in a single day. Let's look. So we produced 20. Looks like 20, yes. Yesterday we didn't produce any. 78 though, the day before. That seems a little bit strange. We have the rutabaga, so I don't understand what's going on there. We'll maybe set the amount even a little bit higher. No, wait. The issue with setting too many is that they then will have the rutabaga in the storage, and if they don't get it back at the end of the day, back to the hall, then people won't be able to buy it from the trader. We'll just have to keep an eye on it and see if that affects anything today. So as you can see here, Sadibor has gained the personality trait of sublimation. So if we go and look here, tiredness from work is 3 times weaker, 20% higher chance of a nervous breakdown. Oh no, that's not good considering he's already nervous. But he does not suffer from a lack of sex. Long period of time without sex. So he has no negative thought from that anymore. That's good. However, if we let him get below 25, he may actually just immediately have a mental breakdown. So hopefully that doesn't happen. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Now, Sadibor is for some reason sleeping really late today. We're going to wake him up. And he has a couple of inspections to do, so we'll go ahead and send him to do that. Now, as you can see, this wolf is still here. Is this guy even working? Where is he? He's not in bed. He doesn't seem to be... Oh, here he is. Patrolling. Not doing such a good job. No offense. Maybe if we... move it? Move it right here? Oh, it keeps on... Wait, so it's automatically moving outside of the range? Is that what's going on? And he's only got a dagger. It's not great either. Maybe we should have bought another mace so that he can actually attack it. Maybe that's why he's not attacking it. Maybe he just knows that he can't really beat it with a dagger because he's got 3 combat. Something to keep an eye on for sure. Now we are getting tribute. 19 herbs, 80 wood. That's pretty good. Today is a better day for moonshine production. They're already at 40. They should be able to get at least maybe 60 done before the day is over. We'll see. Now we do again have an unemployed person. I don't really want to upgrade this, so we're probably just going to end up disbanding it and creating another rutabaga field in its place. We are also almost up to 40 peasants. Now there's actually... Wait, why is there 40? Or 4. 4 now unemployed. What's going on there? Did we get more migrants just now? I don't think we did. It looks like we have the same. It's very, very odd. Not really sure what's going on with our unemployed numbers. Maybe something's going on. Is there a breakdown somewhere? Breakdown. No, these are all working properly. This is working properly. Okay, so okay, now maybe it just showed up, because now we have two extra peasants. So maybe that's what's going on. Okay, so what we're gonna do then, we'll just disband this now. We used it for like all of a day, and we'll place another rutabaga field. Should we actually do it like this? Let's see. Hold on. It will not give us another. We'll still just place them as close together so that they don't have to walk as far. Now, one nice part about this, and this is okay. I was gonna say the nice part is that Prima can actually hang out with Sadibor, but as you can see, she already laughed at him. Now, this is from Vasna, which is our. So this is actually Luchvoy's. It's not his wife. This is always the pain. I wish you could see dynasty trees of everybody and not just yourself. So let's say go to here. Prima. They are not actually related, apparently. Spouse of Gerald. Okay. Who's Gerald? Gerald. And you are also not related to Luchvoy, so you must be like a lord, one of his lords or something like that. So I don't think it will be too detrimental if we kick her out. Get out of here. You laughed at me. It had to have been you. I know it was you. It's not okay. So we'll exile her. And then we'll send him to study knowledge. His mood is getting extremely bad. But there's not really... The only thing we could really do is have him eat. That would get rid of his mild hunger. But he can just study. He is questioning everything at this point. Why am I just shoving my head in the books 24/7? Now he's forcibly eating, and that means he needs to sleep, but 8 on intelligence. He is still making progress towards being a civilized human being. I did not expect this, if I'm honest. I did not really expect that his main strength would be his intellect. I figured his management might go up a little bit faster. But no, he is a smart guy. He's sad. I guess that makes sense. The smarter you are, the sadder you get, right? I don't know how true that is. That's probably not very true. But it appears to be true here. Now, Sadibor is trying to do some inspections. We're gonna cancel that. Go and study knowledge. You're actually doing pretty okay, considering there's been a lot of other things you've had to do. But you are 50% done with this braising rutabaga, and nobody seems to be throwing up everywhere. And you will see it, even once we get the braised rutabaga. I've seen where people are just throwing up all over the field, and it's hilarious, but also, you know, it's a little gross. They don't die from it, and it just eventually kind of goes away, but then it comes back. So it's pretty hilarious. Let's go ahead and actually move this day patrol back, back over here. Protect these lumberers. It's probably going to be more important. Maybe even actually move it out here just in preparation. Something like this. That should be okay. Now, what do we have here? We have some extra wood that we could actually sell finally. Good to see that. Let's see. We could probably sell a little bit of our moonshine now. We are just constantly stocking up more of it, and we have plenty of rutabaga, so yeah, I think we can at least sell 35. Let's go with 35. That way we can start the daily consumption of the market saturation there. We also want another mace, so that we can give it to Noah for their patrols. I don't think we have anything else we really need as far as like books go. Might be nice to do something like brewery upgrade or lumber mill upgrade. That would be the only thing I can really think of. Maybe some drought protection, but that's going to be a little while before we would prioritize it. So I don't think we're going to worry about it right now. We'll just sell this. Now we could actually grab a couple of peasants and increase our population a little more quickly. Now, as you can see, they still have the hunger, and that's because we actually need to go to our production, and we need to lower this amount of moonshine. Because basically what's happening is they are taking all the rutabaga, putting it in the brewery, and then when the day's over, they usually bring the stock back to, well, the stocks. But it's taking them too long to do that, I'm thinking. So we're just we'll go for 150. And that should make it so that there is at least some leftover rutabaga that can just be at the market right away. As you can see, a lot of them are eating. Yeah, it actually looks like that has been resolved now. So I don't know why it was a problem sometimes, but not always. Now we could hire this knight. This is one of the special guests. However, we would have to withstand an attack of 3 to 5 marauders. Not worth it, unfortunately for us. And Sadibor went back to his studies all by himself. We're at 98% here, 99, and finished. Great to see that. Now we can start on the pig farm. That is the most important next thing. And then we will probably go with the temple. We actually have 2 books on the temple. We could sell those really quick. We'll sell one of them. And otherwise, that all looks good. Yeah, the mood's good enough, so we're not going to worry about the temple just yet. But we will be wanting to do that soon. Now, I'm not even going to worry about selling the temple book right now. We'll deal with that later. He's going to sleep, so we can't actually stop him from doing that. Now, one thing I have found that's a little bit annoying. So, as you can see, that mace is not being equipped by Noah over here. And from what I've noticed is that when they go to do their little patrol, that's when they will take out the mace. Or will take out weapons and equipment and stuff. But then they just put it back when their patrol is over. I have no idea if there's a way that you can actually force them to have it all the time. I guess one thing we could try. We would have to put them into an army with Sadibor, and I think then they would equip it. And then when you disband, I think they keep it. I'm not Not totally sure about that though. We may have to try it. Now just looking over here at the map, as you can see, we've actually got several kingdoms kind of going on across the world. So this one appears to be four cities or 4 towns, and it looks like the Sophia kingdom, I believe, yeah, this is a kingdom, actually seems to have added Turno. I don't believe that was there before. And then we've got, this is only 2, but this one appears to be another 4. So I don't know if this is something that they changed with the balancing of this new map or something, but it seems that one kingdom doesn't just get super powerful, at least so far, but that there's a little more of a tendency for these smaller kingdoms to actually get created. Could just be a coincidence, but it could also be from this newest update. So now it is morning time. We're going to try to wake up Sadibor a little bit early. It's 6:30 now. He does have a couple of inspections to do, but his mood's good, so we're just going to let him do this until it's time to actually go to work. Just a few more minutes, and then we'll send him on his way to do inspections. There we go. You can't actually force them to do inspections until it's the work hours. And I just realized this guy's name is Rona. We've got the Rona. Now, one last thing to clear the record on. I have mentioned that I thought that the priest just shows up once you get the temple. Appears it's just a set time, or maybe it's random or something. But as you can see, we have Vidadar, and we have no temple. We haven't researched it yet, so I was totally wrong about that like 3 different times now. I don't know what triggers it. Maybe it's just time. Maybe it's just at a certain time. Who really knows? But now, Sadibor is getting really, really close to depression. I think we have to send him on his way to head over to Vasna here. And if he spends some time with Luchavoy, we'll just have him hunt. And yeah, he kind of has to do that because now he's refusing to do his tasks. That's not good. Where is he? He's over here doing inspections. So he refuses to heed our instructions, so he just does inspections by himself. And he's actually just refusing to go and hunt with the friend that he has a desire to spend time with. That makes a lot of sense, dude. So now we've got a new prophecy, and it's Yellow Fanatics. This is one of the strange sects, believes consuming nectar brings them closer to Holy Sophia, and they will move to your city after being expelled from their previous location. For 3 days, an additional 3 to 7 nectar-dependent fanatics will arrive in your city daily. Whoa. Whoa. That's every single day? Oh, and all of them will be Caden. Oh, no. That's not good. That could be really bad. Now, I don't know why, but Sadibor just straight up will not go to Vasna. We'll just cancel that for now. Now, here we are back at the trader. As you can see, it does not look like we actually produced much more moonshine. We're not going to sell any because I think it would just be a bad idea. We are going to sell a little bit more herbs. We'll sell just a tad bit more of the wood. And otherwise, there's not much for us to buy again. That's what I'm thinking. Now, unfortunately, we can't even use the Chancellery kind of, not really exploit, but the massive bonus that you get from having the talent on management. We won't be able to use that in this playthrough, and that's easily one of my favorite features. It's basically the only talent that I really think is particularly useful, or at least I should say it's basically overpowered is what it is. So now looking at the brewery, I don't understand. They made 54, and we only have 43 in 43 in our stocks. Let's go to stats. It says we did produce 54. Ended up with 43 in our storage. How many got sold? 44, okay. So everybody was able to buy moonshine today. That seems to be what happened there. Now is it... It's not doing the speculator thing just yet. When you drop prices too low. Uh-oh. So now his mood is extremely low. Is there any way we can get him to head out? Nope. Does not seem he wants to do that. Doesn't seem like we can really get him to do anything. Is he able to spend time maybe with Vidadar? Maybe that'll help. Probably won't though. One of them is probably going to insult the other. Oh, insincerely admired. Oh no. Alright, well, it's increasing his mood a little bit. Maybe. Yes, he flattered Vidadar. Okay. They're friends now. Now he's actually leaving. Should we cancel that action now? I think we should. Well, no, because that desire will start eating at his mood more and more, so we're just gonna let him do it. Hopefully he's not too exhausted in the morning. Now, with Sadibor out of town currently, we don't have any instructions going to this rutabaga field, and it looks like maybe at the hall as well. I think everything else is at least operational. Oh, and no lumber mill. Okay. So hopefully he gets back soon so he can do those inspections. Alright, it says that he failed to complete the task, but he did actually complete the desire. So, there's that. We're gonna look and see, is there... Oh, there's somebody we can hire right here. Alright, that's perfect. Now we will have our second warrior. We do have one unemployed right now. I don't think that shouldn't be because of these non-instructed work zones, but it's just because we have one extra peasant right now. And unfortunately, we have 2 Caden as well. So what I'm thinking we might be able to do... Can we place... We would have to place one here, or maybe we can... Yeah, we could probably place another one that's down here. Or even something like this might be better. Technically a little bit closer. We could even make a path. Something like that. So we're going to place another one. Honestly, the more rutabaga fields we have, the better, and we can just make this temporary until we have the pig farm. Anyways, is what I'm thinking. So that should be good. Alright, he's finally back. Let's have him do his inspections. This day has been kind of a wash because he had to deal with that desire of his. So he hasn't really had much time to spend studying, but as you can see, 26% already on the pig farm. That's not bad. And he gained another level on management. It's good to see. Is he going to bed? Sorry, dude, you gotta wake up. You gotta go do these inspections. You can't sleep right now. Come on. I don't think he's not gonna be able to get another one done. And he stopped doing it anyways. That's great. Alright, so we'll have him take care of that when it's ready. Until then, I guess just send him to study. He'll get a whole 5 minutes of study before the trader gets here. Alright, that 5 minutes of study was another 5%. So can't complain about that, honestly. Sell some more lumber. We have a little bit more moonshine today. We'll sell just exactly 23, I suppose. And we'll sell all of the herbs that we have left. And there's probably nothing going here. We may want to start thinking about the scaffolding as well, because we do currently have 2 vagabonds. And those could turn into cutthroats before too long. Hopefully it doesn't, and we're just going to try not to worry about it right now. That seems to be all that we can get, and another trade skill. It's perfect. And he's going to sleep. We can't stop him. And unfortunately, he got laughed at again. Was that from Vidadar? Probably. I saw that he had one of those kind of devilish faces going on. They still like each other, but apparently he doesn't like us because we're a sinner. We're a sinner. Okay. I don't know why we're a sinner. Because we played a cruel joke. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Now, what we could do about that... We could... Wait, I guess we have to do it from his menu. Confess for 3 rings. And that will absolve that 1 sin. That's a -6 on mood, and... What is it on our opinion? -6 on opinion. Not a big deal at this point. Now, it says we have 7 unemployed now. I don't know why. Oh. That's unfortunate. Okay. We gotta set these to build first. It's because these rutabaga fields need to be repaired. Now, Sadibor is awake, and I guess he was hanging out with Vidadar, and now he's thinking about his loved ones. I would like for him to get those, as you can see, today is going to be a day of inspections. As soon as that starts, go for inspections. It looks like it's showing 4, but I think that some extra ones may, in the later part of the day, actually revert. And if you guys are a little confused, I haven't actually explained this yet. So as you can see, above this, where I'm hovering right now, if they're not inspected at all, then they will be gray. If they were inspected yesterday, then they are orange. And if they were inspected today, then they should actually be green. Now, because of that, as far as I've seen, as long as they've been inspected yesterday, you don't actually have to inspect them today. It just pushes back the time when things would start to run out of instructions. So as long as they're not gray, then... And he keeps on trying to... While I'm just trying to explain this, he really only wants to inspect one thing at a time, even though his mood's good. But yeah, so as long as things aren't gray, then I'm usually not too worried about him actually going to do those inspections. Just in case you're a little bit confused about why I was doing things that way. Okay, so now he finally finished his inspections, and now he's waiting for somebody. It looks like Vidadar? Must be. I don't know who else he could possibly be waiting for. We'll see. Yeah, it looks like that's what's going on. But honestly, no. Just go study. We need that pig farm. As you can see, we have 1,600 gold already. Once we get pig farm and start selling meat, we are going to be rich. We're going to be very rich, actually. And his trade skill may actually end up passing up his intelligence skill at that point. We'll have to see. And apparently we achieved our ambition. We got a few more migrants. We just got our warrior. And we now have a cutthroat, so that's not good. Hopefully if we just keep our patrols going, things will hopefully work out. And they can just catch one of those, catch a vagabond, or catch a cutthroat in the act of trying to steal something, and then they will just kill them. Now, another thing we need to do, and I should have done this sooner, but the reason that I haven't is his mood's good and everything, and I just don't want to, like, overdo it as far as building things go, because we do not have the iron in it right now, so we will start the construction of this Lord's house, and we'll pick up 3 iron when we get the next trader. But for the moment, it's not going to matter too much. Now we are sending Sadibor back to study. He really has a thing about not listening to what we tell him to do right now. It's a little bit annoying. Oh no. It appears Luchavoy has actually died. Now Perla is actually the new alliance head. That's not good. I wonder how he died. Is there a way to find out? He was on the oh, he must have died in battle. Wow, he went and burned their village. He died against some peasants. Alright, well, you know what, maybe we didn't need him as a friend. Wow, I can't believe he got himself killed to peasants. With an army of 7, at least? It had to have been an army of 7 when he was included. And they won the fight, too, and he just died. Why didn't you order yourself to stay in the back? So now Sadibor is upset about that. Minus 21. We're gonna have to be even more careful with this mood now. Alright, so we have woken Sadibor up just a tiny bit early, as always, to go and do his morning studying. And we'll have to see how many inspections he has to do. Oh, he has to do a lot. And he's gonna completely ignore me when I tell him to do this, I'm sure. Now, actually, we need another mace again. What I want to do is I want to see if... is that either of these... Is Noah... Do we get our other one in yet? Yes, where is he? Is he actually equipping it? No. Are either of them at the patrol? No. What time do they start? 10. 10 on this one. 10 to 21. Okay, so let's see if they... Okay, they're both there. One of them picked up the mace, it seems like. Where are they? Where are they at? And Sadibor already stopped. I knew he would. I don't know why he refuses to listen to us. It's getting worse, for sure. Alright, so do you have... You have the mace, okay. So they will go and collect the mace when they go to do the patrol, like I said. But I'm 90% sure that they actually go and store it back at the hall every single time, which is, to me, pretty annoying. So now, we basically have a situation where our new alliance leader is actually Perla, and we have a good relationship with her. She has a decent army, but not... I don't think it's as strong as it was when Luchavoy was around, but it should be serviceable. But this kingdom over here, as you can see, it's starting to get some people with some strong armies. This one right here, Sophia, the king leader, actually has 14 people, and they have an average of 9 combat. That's pretty strong for this early stage of the game. Now, as you can see, we are also starting to get a little bit of forest bandits around. They're not in our lands, but they are getting closer. So that could be a bit of an issue. Sadibor, of course, he's just... I don't know why I haven't actually already finished this off, but he needs to go and study. He was trying to go to the temple and pray, or I guess to the altar. But he just needs to keep burying his head in books. Surprisingly, he's not actually that depressed about Luchavoy dying. It is a -12 for him, but his mood seems around stable, basically at the same exact area, so I guess it maybe is because of the successful king mood boost. I'm not totally sure about that, though. And great news, because we finally have done it. We've learned pig farm, and we need to immediately go for temple next. That should not take very long, considering it's a gray book. And the next one after temple, I think, is going to be cooking meat. Just because I think this should apply to lords, so Sadibor, he can eat a little bit of meat, and that should maintain having a very strong mood boost for him. I'm not too concerned about it with the peasants, because they're probably not going to be able to eat meat, but that is something that we could let them eat at some point. So I'm thinking that the pig farm is probably best up here. Just one right there, and can we fit another one right next to it? Yes, we can. Okay, we'll place 2 right there then, and that's going to be the most important thing that we actually do. Now, once these get built, we're probably going to have to get rid of at least 1 rutabaga field, maybe 2, just to round out the jobs. I think it's 3 each to start, and then you could upgrade it, of course, so we'll just have to see once these get built. Now, apparently Sadibor is just sitting in his bed daydreaming for some reason. I don't know why he's not going to bed. He won't let me do anything either, so I guess that's just what he's doing. He's probably just depressed, I guess. He did lose his friend, so maybe he's just in one of those states. But while we let him do his thing there, looking at all of our resources, we've got a substantial amount of rutabaga now. That is going to be really great, because that is, of course, what the pigs eat, so the more that we have of that actually allows us to create even more moonshine. And we can also sell this at some point later as well. Potentially we might be able to start a trade route, maybe with Sophia. That'd be kind of good, just because then they wouldn't hate us so much. Of course, we would have to improve the relationship first, but that could be an option. But either way, having a good amount of moonshine will mean that everybody can drink with no issues whatsoever. And having that extra rutabaga stock is also going to be good until we get enough of that meat sold that we can buy other things. And as well as that, we have a pretty good amount of wood, so we can actually, hopefully, get the trader suit, so we can start to sell a little bit of that. But yes, we are definitely moving up. We're moving up pretty strongly, actually. I was not expecting to get such a good stockpile of resources so early in this series. It's time for the Lord to marry Sadibor. No, sorry, that's not going to happen. We have a very weak army. Yes, and actually, on that note, while we also have that Yellow Fanatics prophecy being fulfilled, We do not have any Varns that we can hire. We could... Actually, we do have the money. It may not be... That's just a little bit too much. 39 tax seems like it's a little bit too high. I wouldn't mind getting somebody like this, though. Didn't even notice him at first. Is there any others? So this guy would only be 27 tax. He's got 9 combat skill. He would actually be pretty good because this combined with the 2 that we already have, that might be enough when equipped. It might be enough to take out a bandit camp. A really, really small one. But we have the extra money for it, and we're going to be probably getting some more money soon. I think that can be okay. I think that'll work. Okay, so there he's over here praying. But he needs to actually go and do his inspections for the day. It won't let me hover over that right now. There we go. We have the hall storage, rutabaga field, and the lumber mill to actually inspect. Somebody's complaining about bleeding, apparently. Interesting. Now, where's, okay, so we have Killer Lion, and he's going over to patrol around these lumber mills, which we actually probably should move. Do we want to start moving them further out here, though? Or maybe just move them over here, so that they're still a little bit close to the actual city. I think that's what we're going to do. So we'll move this one. Hopefully we don't collapse a tree here. We did not. Alright, and same thing. I didn't give enough room. I eyeballed it. Okay. Well, we're going to have to waste 5 more wood. Because I don't really have anywhere else to put it. Okay, there we go. That's better. Now we can get rid of this road a little bit as well. Alright, there's that. Grab this patrol, put it about... right about here, probably. That looks good. Alright, and what we're going to do with this road now, actually... we're just going to go straight up like this. They might not use it perfectly, but that should be a little better. We can actually get rid of most of this road. And just like that. Like that. That should be more than enough road for that. Looks a lot better. Now, of course, we have another ambition to actually do, and this seems to happen now. I don't know if this is a bug. I swear you used to be able to pick fertile over and over again. To just increase the population of your province, and usually that would make your king a little bit happier. It seems like maybe what happened is they did kind of a silent update that I didn't even see, and maybe you're just not able to do it like consecutively. So maybe if we do the economic one this time, we'll be able to pick fertile again afterwards. That's my guess. It's either that or it's a bug. I'm not totally sure. Now, good news, because we got the pig farm, the first pig farm, ready. Now, I'm going to start the upgrade, but because we don't have the iron and I need to remember to pay for iron, it's even a possibility that we may want to buy iron, something from like Kriege maybe. They will sell it to us for, and I don't think we're going to be leveling up the trade skill. We might level it up one more time, but that shouldn't make too much of a difference to this trade route. That's the main reason I didn't start any trade routes though, is because I wanted to wait until we at least had a decent trade skill, because as you can see, the price has been adjusted by -6 due to the difference in trade skill. So we're slightly higher than Celica's trade skill, so that gives us a little bit of a bonus to the amounts that we can actually pay for. So as part of the trade agreement, they will sell us 7 iron for 27 on a daily basis, which is about 4 each. It's actually just under 4. That seems pretty good. I think normally iron is a little more expensive. Selling it for 8, yes. Buying it for 4, okay. This seems good. I actually think that this is the best use of our paper right now, because we're going to need this for upgrades. So, I don't really want to have to spend 8 gold apiece at the trader, so this just seems like a good business. Now Sadibor keeps on trying to go and socialize because we have another guest. This is Gerald. Or Gerald. He's from Vasna. It looks like he must be Perla's husband, yes. Alright, well. Welcome in, but we're gonna ignore you completely. Why are you all bloody? Sins? He's got a deep wound. He's bruised. He was just in a crazy battle. He's got a sword. Man, if we were doing like a Tanea playthrough, I'd like kill him and take his sword. That'd be pretty cool. Alright, so he's finally studying. We have this other pig field, or pig farm. We have this other pig farm ready. Sadibor can give instructions on that. And they are ready. No, please don't interrupt it. No! You absolute idiot. No! Ah, Sediamon, no. Get out of here. Where are you from? You're from Kriege? We're about to start a trade route with you. I hate that. Well, we almost got that one off. We'll just have to do it tomorrow. It's not like super pressing, but I do prefer to have it ready right when the workday gets started so that people aren't just standing around doing nothing. That's not a big deal, but it still just annoys me when these guys interrupt Sadibor so much. And now he's just leaving, of course. They socialized for like 5 minutes, and now he's gonna go do the trade route. So, okay, that's pretty much all taken care of. And now Geralt's leaving, or he's going to try to talk to Sadibor. I should have just kicked him out before we left. So now we're gonna go ahead and queue this other pig farm upgrade. And as you can see, it's actually just one worker at a time. So we will need to upgrade these one at a time. And as far as I know, might as well check this. It does say that the total production is still increased by 10. I thought this was just for like the actual resource production buildings, but I guess it applies to things like pig farms as well, so that's interesting. I don't know if that means, because the way pig farms work, so the pig population is slaughtered every 6 days. I don't know if that means that they will be slaughtered slightly more quickly, or if it means that the 3 workers will produce a little bit more meat every 6 days. I'm not totally sure. We'll just have to see how that actually lines up. But as well, this is just the base, and since we have a Varn king, he actually has a production boost to pig farm, so I don't know if that will apply to the meat amount or the amount of days between. We'll just have to see, but we do have that trade route going for us now. It's good to see. Okay, and another little forgetful moment for me, because we have 52 peasants, and that means we need another dormitory. And since we have a good amount of wood anyways, I'm not even going to worry. I'm just going to place the entire line down so I can't forget this time. Doesn't look like I can place another one here. It's a little unfortunate. But with the space we have, we can actually have a rotated dormitory go in this way, I think. And that should be totally fine. I may even end up moving the pig farms over to here. Because I'm only going to be using a few spots for the barracks. But we'll just have to see. For the moment, this is fine. It looks pretty decent, I think. We'll go ahead and get rid of these roads as well now. There's the first. This is from the rutabaga typhoid, or typhus, or whatever you call it. There does seem to be another one here. That seems to be all of it. Which means that there are people that actually have the typhus now. Let's see, is there... It doesn't actually say that it's one of their negative thoughts, so I'm not too sure, but somebody has it, and there are, of course, 4 homeless people, 6 unemployed. Huh. I wasn't actually expecting to have that employment issue just yet, and there isn't really much we can do about it except maybe make another lumber mill, I suppose, just to clear some of it up. Otherwise, we will start having migration limitations. So I'll place another lumber mill there, I suppose. Or, hold on, can we place one right here? That'll be better. That's better, for sure. Alright, we'll do that then. Sadibor's home. He's gonna go socialize. Okay, you know what? Sorry, it's way too annoying. Get out of here. I would much prefer him, like, automatically choose to go eat or something like that when I'm not paying attention to what he's doing. Now, it looks like Geralt is just reading poetry, so we'll give him a chance to stick around a little longer. We'll have him go ahead and go study knowledge. His mood is pretty good, so that's the best use of his time right now. having him take a little bit of a break because it is the workday, so he should probably get off these inspections while there's a chance. I actually don't know how the working works, so to speak, for the pig farms. If, like, do the pigs just stop growing if the workers are too lazy to do anything? Or do they just not eat? Or I'm not totally sure how that works, but somehow I'm sure that the production stops on that too. And of course, I have to keep clicking inspection every single time because I have no idea why. I don't know. It's not. I don't think it's Sadibor's mood. It's just he does one inspection and then tries to go do something else every single time. I don't recall this being how it works normally, so just a little bit of an annoyance that I have to deal with. Now we got a little bit unlucky today because we still haven't gotten the caravan, unfortunately. We're doing even worse now on our unemployment because we have too many migrants coming in, and that's kind of an issue, and some of them are Caden. This means that we have a chance of having kind of a revolt. The Caden peasants could actually revolt against us. That wouldn't be good, and we probably need the scaffolding to try to instill some fear against the Caden culture, but that'll have to happen in another episode because this episode is going on for a little bit too long at this point. So not an unproductive episode, actually. I mean, we haven't actually gotten the meat just yet, but we should start getting the meat in the next episode. Unfortunately, because the upgrade is in progress, I can't actually see when it's going to happen, but I think it should be in about 4 days, I guess. About 4 more days. And otherwise, we have a flesh wolf hunt attack somewhere that I have no idea where that is. Is it over here? And people are starting to get sick. What's that? Craving for excitement. Maybe it's Sadibor then? Is Sadibor sick? He's not, huh? Well, somebody was getting sick, but since there is the braised rutabaga, they won't actually die from it. They'll just get sick. Oh no. Did we lose? Are we losing somebody? That looks like a broken spear to me. Alright, fella is taking care of this. Oh, it was a cutthroat that got attacked. Well, you're jobless, so actually that kinda takes care of one of our little problems. Now Sharina is gonna go carry this body. That's kind of hilarious. What are we gonna get from this guy? He had nothing. The jobless person had 3 gold, so nothing too useful there either. But that's where we're gonna call it, and it looks like we also have a bandit. Isla, or Ela, who's a nectar. Oh yes, okay, so that's just from the that's from our prophecy, and that explains why we have. Yeah, we have 6 nectar addicts. Okay, that's right. I forgot that that's how the prophecy worked. I just didn't know they were gonna show up as bandits. So that's kind of interesting. That's the first time I've seen this prophecy, so I don't even know where they brought them. Must be right here. Okay, that's hilarious. Let's see. Can we find any of our customly named people? I have no idea where they are. Well, we'll have to find them before the next episode. This guy's blind, it looks like. Or he's got a blindfold. Oh, he's got the rutabaga fever. That's hilarious. Okay, so he's one of the people that's throwing up everywhere. We've got a guy with a blindfold on here. I didn't realize this is just because of the nectar addiction. They develop a high sensitivity to light. So I have looked over the nectar addiction to some extent. Well, not the nectar addiction, but the effects of nectar, rather. The psychoactive effect. But I had never really looked at the nectar addiction itself. So they can also have a nervous breakdown with a small chance the character will decide to overcome this harmful habit. Another way to deal with this addiction is to limit the character's consumption and hope that the addiction will pass in a few days. That only works for lords, though. So yeah, that's why they're wearing these, and also they're jobless and Caden, so these guys are a big problem. And I don't know exactly how long this is going to last. 3 days. Okay. So it could be as low as 9 of these nectar addicts, or it could be as high as 21. That would not be good. It looks like we're on the higher end right now. I think this is day 2, so hopefully another 1 day. And then, let's see, so actually we're on the lower end. There's only 6 of them. That's not bad. We'll just have to keep an eye on that. Now, I did look at the recording from the previous episode, and now I do have pictures of each of our commenters who became characters in our series. So we have Guxweed, and he is this him? That is him. So as you can see, it's a lot easier now for me to figure these guys out. This guy's kind of like, he has hair, but you can't really see it because of his hat, and he is a lumberjack. Next we have Killer Lion. He is the easiest of the bunch. Let's see, that's not him, but he kind of looks like him. I can tell that it's not him, though, because he is actually a warrior, so this is him. Killer Lion. He only has a dagger. We do need to get the trader as soon as possible so that we can actually pick up more maces and things like that. Does our other warrior have... One of them should have a weapon on them, but they don't, so that mace must have been destroyed or something. Next we have Walking Meatbag. He's another easy one to find. Is this him? That is him. He is still jobless. So we'll keep an eye on these guys. Now next up, we do have 9 unemployed, and 6 of those are the nectar addicts. But that means we have 3 standard people. This lumber mill will take care of some of that, but not enough, of course. We'll have to upgrade it to get to the 3 workers. So what I'm thinking is, it may be time to consider what we're going to do about the pig farms. I think we're going to leave these 2, and we're actually going to create 2 new ones over here. That's what I think is the best idea here. It will kind of split up our production sites, but I actually think that this is going to look quite nice. If we're going to add 2 pig farms anyways, this seems like the best possible place for them. Now I'm hoping that they will just walk right through here, but it's possible that the pathing here doesn't work very well, so they might end up going around. In my test, that's exactly what happened, and that's why I didn't really want to place them here, and I prefer over here, because they can just walk directly to the hall a little bit easier, but we will see how they handle it this time. Now another thing, we are still stacking up the gold. It's actually increasing rather than decreasing, despite the fact we haven't had the trader in a while. So I am thinking, we don't have anyone we can hire right now, except for this guy. Oh, he might be worth it, though, because he has the commander skill. So we would have a total of 90 in tax, and we would spend 324 right now. I don't even know how much tax we have due because of the caravan not being here, so we're gonna have to wait. What's that? Oh, a cutthroat died. It looks like maybe he attacked... Did he attack this guy? Huh. Bandit on bandit violence. Now, I just heard the growl. As you can see, this wolf is actually still here, despite the fact he's bleeding and everything. He got into those fights in the previous episode. Hasn't gone well for him, but he's staying in the area. It may actually be for our benefit if we move these lumber mills down soon. Just move them down here, and hopefully, with the patrol there, hopefully they will take care of that wolf. Now, because he is maxed out on the sleep, and I need to keep a better watch on this, once the need for sleep is over, I believe I can just wake him up and have him go study knowledge, so I need to try to do that every single day. It's not as pressing anymore to get these knowledges complete, but we would like to get temple completed, we would like to get correct cutting, and we would like cooking meat. We're actually probably going to do correct cutting. I previously said we would do cooking meat, but getting 50% more out of each tree will give us just that little bit more wealth accumulation. Cooking meat will be good just for Sadibor. It probably won't be that good for peasants because they won't really have enough money for it. What we could do once we sell a... Oh, and it looks like we finally have the speculation, so this doesn't actually matter for us, but I don't like those exclamations, so we're going to fix that. So, what we could do once we've sold a decent amount of the meat is we could give them maybe like 7 in wages or something like that, and then they would accrue money, and as you can see, warriors are actually accruing a nice amount of money so far, so they might actually be able to pay for meat. It looks like 9 is the amount. I think it goes up, though. I feel like it's like above 10 usually, so we're going to allow it to be sold. and hopefully they will be able to buy some of it occasionally. But yes, we may have to increase their wages for that to really be a possibility. Alright, and the workday has started. And as you can see, he has a lot of inspections to get done today. So we're going to send him away now. I'm probably going to have to click this every single time, so I'm not going to make you guys watch that. Now, while he is doing that, we're going to add some extra roads, because he actually used this path right here, but even though there was no actual road there. We probably don't need one right here, but we're just going to add it anyways. And this way they can just make it down to the fields a little bit faster. We'll wrap this one around like so. We may even want to create a path all the way down, like all the way across. But we're not going to worry about that. We're not going to wrap around right there either. And yes, just an update, Sadibor is trying to go and eat after every single inspection that he does. So that's pretty unfortunate. I don't know why, because he's not even that hungry. I mean, he is hungry, but he's more, he needs rest, he needs beer, but he doesn't seem to ever really want to drink. Do we still have him? I thought we checked him. Yeah, he's allowed to have alcohol, so I don't know why he's going all the way down to minimum fatigue before he drinks, but as you can see, action unavailable despite the fact that there is moonshine. It seems like maybe the servants aren't actually stocking the hall with moonshine. That's a little strange, right? Do they just not do it? I have no idea. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that. He absolutely should be able to drink. Now, of course, he does have this desire. I am aware of that. We're not going to have him do this one, I don't think. His mood's stable enough. He has the unfulfilled dream. I think this can go down to -14, which isn't great. And once again, the terrible pathing. He went from like here, goes all the way up here. I feel like he should just go across and do all these first and then take care of this, but whatever. Anyways, so yes, he may end up being pretty upset that he can't write this book, but at the moment he has to do the temple. That's more important. After that, I think both of these are going to be more important than fulfilling this one desire of his. So that's why we're not doing that yet. What are you doing? Vidadar, what are you doing? Oh no. We're gonna pretend we didn't see that. Okay, so despite the fact that he is losing his mind as far as all of his needs go, we're just gonna make him go and study. Hopefully we will get the caravan today. I'm really hoping we do. Now we do have the lumber mill and the pig farms ready, so we're gonna go ahead and add these. And as you can see, Sadibor is managing a lot of things now. The major issue here actually is the instructions, because if we don't instruct everything, then they will just go idle, and that's not going to be good for us. There isn't a lot we can actually do about it though at the moment. Hopefully this road's even going to get any use. I have a feeling they're just going to go around like I said they were going to, but we will just have to see. We do have plenty of money to just make roads to everything, so we're just going to go ahead and do that. Do we want this? Just have this road go up like that. And we'll go ahead and add this road over to here. That seems good. So yeah, there's not really a lot we can actually do about the instructions. I don't know if we're ever going to really be able to do anything about it, because I don't think they don't have a production boost to paper either, so we'll get the paper workshop at some point, but I'm not sure we will ever create enough paper to really be able to use the chancellery, which is super unfortunate. So Sadibor's just going to have to handle everything all by himself. And this is going to be... I'm going to guess that we're going to need him to be on like 25 different things at some point. Not good. Very much not good. And we didn't get the caravan either, so... Not a very, very lucky day for us, but at least we will have plenty of pigs when the time comes to slaughter them. That'll give us quite a bit of meat, I think. Okay, so now since everybody's just drinking and being merry. That's also kind of what I was letting Sadibor do. He ate, and okay, he actually drank this time. That's good. He just did that all on his own. But looking at Killer Lion, he's doing pretty well. He doesn't like the rutabaga, of course, and he thinks Holy Sophia has forsaken him. You can go pray at any time, dude. Unfortunately, you can't manage regular characters' actions. You can only do that with lords, so I can't make him do that. Now let's see, who else do we have? This person looks like they're pregnant. Oh, we have a pregnant peasant. That's great. Is that the only one? I do like that effect where their face turns a little bit green so you know that they're pregnant. This place is not looking good. They need a maid or something. Let's see. So I can't see anybody behind there, so I don't know if that's one of our characters or not. Let's see. I can't find the other ones at the moment. Probably just missing them. Of course, here's Killer Lion. He went to bed. Let's see, is this one of them? Well, we'll just have to. Oh, there's Guxweed. He looks like he's doing pretty well. He likes the peace-loving king, his alcohol, and he's going to bed now. Now, as for Sadibor, he's actually doing exactly what we want. He's studying all on his own. Wow, those pigs squeal pretty loud when they're sleeping. Alright, now we have something going on the map here. Threat of vassalage. He plans to... Wait, hold on. Oh, Sophia's trying to take Ugrad into their kingdom. So that would be, what, 2, 4, 6? They would have 6 towns. I'm wondering if we should try to defend that, but we would need... Yeah, wow, look at that. 19 soldiers. I don't think there's any way we can deal with that right now. And as you can see, the market is also covered in the rutabaga fever bile as well. Now we have currently 9 nectar addicts. Is that... Hopefully that's the last that we get. If so, we made out pretty well, actually. We'll just need to get the scaffolding so we can try to create some terror within the Caden, and hopefully we can get rid of them. Many unemployed, can't do anything about that right now. Not enough wood. I actually probably should have hovered that tooltip to see if there's any reason for that. I think we should have enough. Maybe, do we have rutabaga fields that need fertilizing or something? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, so now there is a lot of peasants that are... They were just having a panic attack, and I heard slashing sounds. I don't know if... Did Killer Lion maybe take out a bandit or something? I don't actually see anything, though. I don't see any blood. So somebody may have attacked and just... Oh, right here. Seems like it's right here. Or right here. I know we already had one bandit attack. Maybe they already took care of the body. It looks like maybe they just did. Yeah, this guy got a cut. Okay, well. That happened then. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and wake Sadibor up if he will. It looks like he can, so we'll send him to study knowledge. At the same time, we're gonna start an upgrade on this lumber mill. We're not gonna start any additional upgrades on the pig farms because we have currently 7 iron. We need 1 here, and we need 5 here. So that pretty much uses up what we have. I don't want them to accidentally, like, split the resources between them, so we're just gonna wait. And I think Sadibor has a decent amount. Yes, he's going to have to do some inspections today for sure. It's going to be a lot more difficult for him to study now because he has so many things to inspect. So, it's just something we have to kind of deal with. But he is 73% done on the temple. He might get that done today. Maybe. Okay, so actually, it looks like a lot of these still have instructions. It looks like those instructions are expiring, but maybe he won't have to do too many. We'll just have to see. Alright, and our disaster has ended. Lucky us. We got in total 8 nectar addicts right now, and 10 total cadence. It's not good. They are starting to have a strong population here. I don't like that. Oh, good for Sadibor. He just leveled up to 8 management. That's our first level in quite a while. Okay, so he's finished his inspections for the day. By my count, it was 6 he had to do, but I let him do these 2 rutabaga fields as well since they were just right there. Saves us maybe a tiny bit of commute time in the future. He won't have much time to study today, but I think he's going to get this temple done anyways. So we finally finished the temple knowledge. We're going to go ahead and immediately start the correct cutting. How far is that trader right now? He's just right over there, so we're not even going to have him start studying. Just let him eat rutabaga until the trader gets here. Okay, so we have our first trade in quite a while here. We're going to sell as much wood as we possibly can. We're going to sell a little bit of moonshine. We don't need to sell too much of it, maybe 60. It's actually maybe a little much, but we're going to do it. We're going to sell as much herbs as we can. That's good. Okay, we're going to actually... I want to buy iron, but we're just going to actually not do that right now. We'll take all of these maces. I don't think there's anything else that we're too needy on. Maybe it would be smart to get tools, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Okay, so we have the braised rutabaga. We have the pig farm done. We don't need those anymore. So this is getting us back 577 gold as of now. It's pretty good. Is there anything here that we really want? At the moment, it's just pretty much the scaffolding. We don't even necessarily need it now, but it's probably better to just go ahead and get it. So we're going to go ahead and sell all of that. I don't think we really need these daggers. Maybe we should just keep them, though, just in case. I don't know if daggers actually break. It says, can be used as a backup weapon in combat. In case their primary is broken. Doesn't... I don't think they break. I don't think they can, so maybe we should just get rid of them. Go ahead and do that. We also have the temple, so we're actually going to go ahead and place that now. As far as I know, you don't actually need the altar anymore once you have the temple, so we'll just get rid of it. As you can see, this is why we made this big open space, is because it's just enough room for that temple. So as always, we're going to try to get him to go and study. He will probably want to go to sleep soon, but that's alright. He does want to see a loved one. Sadibor. Who was that again? From Kriege. I suppose we could go do that. He'll be pretty tired. We'll send him to go do that. We've done so much studying recently, and he is at 9 intelligence. He's doing really well, so I don't think we're actually going to have to worry too much. As far as other researches go, we don't really need too much. The correct cutting will be good, but it will basically just get us more wood at this point. It's not going to vastly change our game or anything like that. Cooking meat will basically just make Sadibor's mood a little more manageable. Otherwise, again, it's not really too necessary. Now, one thing I didn't... one thing that I did mention to you guys was that I kind of planned most of the layout of this village beforehand. However, I didn't think everything through, and one thing I didn't think through is that we already have 57 peasants, as you can see here. Now, that means that this temple is not going to be enough for everybody to be able to pray at it. So I'm looking here, and as you can see, in order to place this here, or maybe right about here or something like that, we would have to move the library, and we would have to move this pig farm. What I'm thinking we would do, can we move it? We would have to move it over here, or we could maybe move one right here, and then move the other one up here. That seems like it would be okay. We're going to go ahead and do that now. Okay, we'll place that there. That will also allow us to get rid of these roads. And then we will have to figure out exactly what to do with the library. I'm thinking we can just move it right here. So let's figure out exactly how much space we're going to need. And if I move this over enough, is it possible? I'm trying to think how many spaces that's going to be. Okay. Can I just move it over? I think we can. That would be even better. Okay. And place the temple. Okay, perfect. That is great. Okay, that... Oh. Messed that up slightly. There. Wonderful. Now, we need to set this one to build first. And we actually need 2 iron. Now, we will get some more from our trade route, which is right here. 7. So we can just wait for us to finish that trade. Now, another thing is that we can probably go ahead and start moving these lumber mills again. We may split them up. I know, didn't we have a wolf that was down here? He doesn't seem to be here anymore. At least I don't see him. Is that one right there? No, that is a tree branch. Or a tree trunk. Yeah, I don't see another one. Oh, right here. That may be the same one. It's hard to tell. We could start naming them. We'll name him, Branch. We're gonna name you Branch. Hi, Branch. Okay, and we're gonna name you, Corn Husk. Let's name you Corn Husk. Okay, and you, we're gonna name you, Rock. Rock. Just Rock. His name's just Rock. Okay, and we're gonna name you, because you're over by a water lake. We're gonna name you Lake Water? Lake Water. Alright, there we go. So now we kind of know, I think that's all of them. So now we kind of know, you know, which wolf we're actually looking at. I have no idea why that is important to me right now, but it's a thing. Now, we can actually do that with the pigs as well. I'm not even sure where the pigs are now, but they're probably just inside. Yep. We could actually name the pigs as well, so if you have any recommendations for pig names, by all means, let me know. But we are going to go ahead and move these, and I think we will split them up. We'll place one here. We'll place one. Maybe over here. Kind of start clearing our way towards this mine, because we may actually want to start making use of that. We're gonna be needing some iron. Place that one there, and we will place this one probably down over here. Now, because we know that this is where there's two wolves, there isn't any over here. This one may start making his way over here. Good old lake water may make his way over there. But for right now, that's the more important one. So how's Sadibor doing? He is just making it to Krieg, it looks like. This will help too. He should get a little bit of a mood boost. I guess for some reason I can't hover over moods when they're on the map. I don't know if that's always been the case, but it's definitely the case right now. Okay, and being that we don't actually need this road anymore, there's no use having it. Yes, because we don't need it, so yes. That sentence made perfect sense. Alright, and we'll do that little road right there. I can't really see what's going on back here too well, so I'm just kind of assuming that this is... I think that a road right here is actually going to be useful as well. I could be totally wrong, but maybe. I don't know, I think that road altogether looks a little bit scuffed now, but that's okay. Alright, now let's see if we can't find any of our named people. Is this one of them? Yes, walking meat bag. Okay, you're a swineherd now. I hope you're okay with that. You're not exactly the lowest of the low, but I mean you're herding pigs. You know, it's maybe not the fanciest job, at least. Now, we do have somebody with rutabaga fever that is also a swineherd. It's kind of interesting. I thought they might be pregnant, but that does not appear to be the case. Here's one of our nectar addicts. They're actually working. They're actually working. It's good for them. Now we really need to start getting iron so that we can upgrade all of these. But for right now, it's not going to be in the cards. Alright, and we're going to go ahead and place this. And now we're just kind of waiting for Sadibor. So we'll see if we can't find... Where are our warriors? Are they all... They're all patrolling, okay. At least 2 of them are. We'll go ahead and upgrade that patrol. Killer Lion. He's got 7 scars. I don't think he had that many before. He definitely does now, though. And Hevet. Doing pretty good as well. 3 combat. Where's... We have 1 more somewhere. They don't seem to be attached to the day patrol yet. And here's Guxweed. Of course, he's... Oh, he's not working because there's no instructions. So Sadibor needs to get home. So we can actually do that. That makes a lot of sense. And this is another person that just has rutabaga fever. They are not pregnant either. They're the ones probably contributing to this disaster right here. Alright, so Sadibor's home, so he's gonna immediately go for inspections. He's quite a bit happier now. He still thinks that we need temples. That's going to be solved soon. It's actually... We haven't gotten our iron yet. Did our messenger already leave? Yes. Okay, they're coming back. It doesn't say that they have the iron on them. I don't know if he usually does or not. I hope this is them. Idna. I don't recognize you, but that's gotta be you. It's kind of funny that we're sending a nectar addict to do our trades. I find that hilarious. So with the workday over, Sadibor is actually trying to divine with the bones. But we're actually going to send him back to studying. He's doing really good on his, oh, he's not actually, he won't. Okay, he will. I thought he was needing to sleep, but it doesn't appear to be the case. Now we do have that iron finally, so we'll have 5 left over from the temple. That can go on to this other temple. So it'll just take us a couple of days here to get these temples up and running. And good news, on 2 fronts really, because we did get our additional warrior. Veligor is his name, so if you would like to be Veligor, feel free to let me know. But on the other hand, we did get, we could actually have 2 commanders here. 2 of them, yeah. We're going to pick up 1 for now. At 72, hold on, so 72 plus 45, so that'll be what, 117 taxes per day. It's getting pretty steep. I don't think we can hire another warrior for now. I think this has got to be our max. And we'll probably want to start, when we do have a little bit of extra money again, we'll want to get the weakest mercenaries that we can and just try to get a training ground to train them up with instead. Now, with Zeroville asleep, I will just say, we do still have this unemployment problem, and I am aware of it. It's just that I don't want to create, like, a rutabaga field or something like that, only to have to destroy it, because, as you know, I'm sure, rutabaga fields, those cost 40 wood. So having to dismantle it later will kind of... It won't hurt us too terribly, we could do it. But it's not something that I'm really thrilled about trying to do. So I think the best idea is to finish up these temples and then just try to upgrade our pig farms. Maybe even upgrade that other level 2 lumber mill, maybe upgrade this. But for the moment, I think we've just got to make do with what we have. Now, Sadibor is just doubting his existence. That's hilarious. He needs to be doing inspections, and hopefully this isn't one of those days where he only wants to do 1 inspection at a time. And it is. It is one of those days. Now, as you can see, his mood has dropped again already. Very unfortunate. So that seems to be kind of what's going on with him. He's got fatal fatigue, because he didn't have a chance to drink last night, I think. So I think tonight we can actually fix a lot of his, what he's upset about. Where's he? Oh, he's going to socialize now. You're a pain, Sadibor. You are being a pain for me. It's alright, though. Hopefully he can finish these last 2 inspections. Okay, they're both lumber mills, so he's gonna... Okay, he's only gonna be able to finish this one for the night. That's okay, though. Now he's gonna go drink, and we're gonna let him do that. And... they didn't finish the temple, unfortunately, because they don't have enough wood. Because what's going on is that all of our rutabaga fields are basically needing repairs, kind of all at the same time. So that's where kind of a lot of the wood probably went. I think these ones already had to be rebuilt. And it happened again. He got insulted. We're just gonna have to get rid of Kefra. You're from Ugrad, so it's not too terrible, honestly. Does not really hurt us at all. Wait. Okay, he's in the middle of exiling, okay. Oh geez, his mood dropped considerably, so... he's hungry, he's been insulted, of course. Hopefully, how long does that take to wear off? 1 day, 9... oh no. He's gonna definitely... I think he's definitely gonna have a nervous breakdown this time. Alright, let him go eat. We can't really... He does... there's no... okay, I didn't even think about this either. Because this temple is taking so long to build, they have nowhere to pray at. We need more temples, repulsive moonshine. Why is there 20 unemployed? Are they... I think they're just all refusing... oh, no, they're not refusing to work. It's just because of these rutabaga fields. That is going to be a problem. We need to probably... well, setting these to priority isn't going to make a difference, actually. He is still going crazy. He's depressed. He's trying to go to sleep. Is there anything else we can do for him? I don't think so. Yeah, that's very, very bad. Hopefully they will produce enough wood. 29. Instructions not received. This one didn't produce anything either. So that's not very good. We are having issues. I'm not gonna lie, we are having issues. We don't have this commander here. It would be good to at least go and take out some bandits, have some prisoners that we could sell when the trader gets here, but at the moment, it looks like we are just... we're gonna be having it rough for the day or next day or two. Okay, Sadibor is trying to spread rumors. We're gonna probably let him do this. I don't know if it's gonna help him at all. Now he's eating. I'm surprised he's not having a nervous breakdown, honestly. I figured that would be something that would happen. Now, I really want to send him to do his instructions, but his mood needed to rise just a little bit. Now we're going to go ahead and do that. Hopefully he'll make his way over to that lumber mill pretty quickly. What we need to do is watch for these two. This one has... how do we ship? Ship right there. That's the 10 wood that's needed for this temple. That will make everybody quite a bit happier. And we appear to have something going on here. What is this? It would be best for you to become their vassal. Oh no. Oh, it's Sophia. And they did take over Ugrad too. Do we want to become their vassal? If we did, the main issue with this is that we would have to pay them tribute. You have 2 days to consider. But they have 36 men. We have no way to defend. We basically can't say no. Otherwise, they'll just burn us. If the assault on your city is successful, you'll be recognized as Dreamius vassal by the entire world. Now, Sediaman and Perla will both help us. 11:22. Okay. Okay, but these guys will all probably join the attack. Yeah, I don't think we could survive this. What we could do is we could spend a little bit more gold towards our defense. We would need this guy certainly. But he's like the only Varn currently. We're gonna do it. We're gonna buy this guy, pay for this guy. Do we want to hire him? 42 more tax. You know, we may be at the point where we just have to accept that we can't really trade, and if we don't trade with the Holy Caravan, we don't actually have to pay this tax, because we only have to pay it when they show up. So maybe we just have to accept that's where we're at. But even with this army right here, and even with Vasta and Kriege, I don't think it's going to be enough. I just don't. But we may try it. I have to think about it. And we're being attacked by a flesh wolf, so yeah, things are going wrong. Things are going very, very wrong, and Velagor is dead. Ah, goodness. Velagor is very dead. That poor guy. So here we are back in Zeroville, and in the last episode, well, we had Sophia trying to force us to become their vassal. Now, I've thought about it. I've looked at what we're getting for reinforcements. We're getting 6 here from Vasna. We're getting 9 here from Kriege. It's not enough. Sophia on its own is way too powerful. Now, I did talk about potentially doing trade with the Holy Caravan, and that would protect us a little bit from taxation. However, as you can see, it's not going to make much of a difference. We don't have the mercenaries here, and we really don't have enough extra money either way, so the only thing we can really do, actually, and actually looking at it now, they're getting reinforcements as well, so yeah, not looking too good there. So what we're going to have to do, we're going to have to submit to them, and hopefully we can eventually kind of turn on them at some point. It looks like there's a kingdom this way that could actually start to give Sophia trouble if they're not having to, or if they're not focusing as much on us. So we'll have to see, but we're going to agree, and the amount of tribute is going to be terrible, 114. That's very unfortunate. So we're going to send Sadibor to do that. Let's see. His mood's terrible. That's unfortunate. We don't have much rutabaga either. That doesn't seem to be from storage, it's just because... Okay, so what we're gonna need to do, hold on. We're gonna need him to do his inspections, if he will do it. Do we have to go and cancel this action first? Maybe. I think he may just be too upset. Okay, so let him pray. Trying to get him to do these inspections at least. Doesn't seem like we're going to have enough rutabaga even still, and people are starting to starve, which is not good. But they do at least have moonshine, so maybe that'll keep them happy enough. We need to get these last inspections done, and then we'll send him off. Alright, we got one. Got one of them done, right? Yes, okay. And we do have the traders. We'll take care of that before we head out as well. Now, apparently we lost our warriors. I'm not sure if did they just all die? Oh, wow, look at that. Lion is dead. Oh, killer lion, I'm sorry. Oh, you died. Oh, no. Oh, that's horrible. And then Hevet died. Druzevald also died. Oh, man. This one wolf, it wiped out everybody. Killer lion didn't have a mace on him. Huh, did they... we had maces for them, didn't we? I know one of them was over here broken on the ground. It seems to just be gone now. So I guess that must have happened to all of them. They all lost their maces, and then they had to try to use a dagger. This one wolf, that is insane. Okay, well, there's not much we can actually do now. It's already done, so we'll try to sell, maybe not so much of the moonshine, but we'll sell some of it. Of course, we'll sell as many herbs as possible. Check and see if there are any fighting drought. No. That'd be about the only actual thing, though, that would be worth buying right now. I guess we'll buy a few more mesas for when we get some more mercenaries here. Otherwise, I would like to buy iron, but it is not a good price right now. So we're going to get 86 gold back. And that appears to be the only thing we can really do right now. At least we don't have to pay the tax for them anymore, I suppose. That is one slight bright side. What I'm thinking, maybe it would be good to buy a little bit of rutabaga. They have 24 of them. Or we could buy the wood so that they will actually be able to build, but that's also too high on price. So we'll just buy 20 rutabaga. Hopefully that'll be enough for them. And at the same time, we will bring down our moonshine amount to about 150. So that it doesn't all immediately get used up on creating moonshine. And now, so they did get those reinforcements. Appears to be the only reinforcements that they're getting. But they're already sending them back, so... Now we are going to have to pay the tributes. And that's going to be a little unfortunate, but we will just have to live with it. Oh, hold on. It popped up a message that we're no longer under threat. Okay, well, that appears to have worked out all on its own. I have no idea how, but Sophia decided not to force us into vassalization. Looks like maybe they're fighting with this kingdom? Maybe that's what's going on, so they... Yeah, see, you're no longer under threat. How interesting. Well, we'll take it. Especially because now we have forest bandits in our area, so... That's what we're going to need to use our warriors on. Hopefully this guy gets here 16 hours? Okay. So it appears what happened as far as the soldiers goes, they may have actually survived, but unfortunately we didn't have medical cells, and that was definitely an oversight on my part, but I think it looks like they died straight up against this wolf. That's what it looked like to me, and the wolf died. As you can see, looks like he actually died. So... possible that we would have survived if, or our warriors would have survived had we had, the medical cells for them, but we'll just have to make sure that we don't do that again. This guy's got rutabaga fever. Oh, it's walking meatbag. He's got rutabaga fever. Oh no. Oh, that's terrible. Okay, so everybody's going to work now, and there's not a lot of inspections today for Sadibor to do, but I'm going to try to have them do right about half of them. Oh, he at least goes up around this way, so what we're going to do then, go ahead and make this road just like that, so that he can actually, it does look like they're using this. Now, like I mentioned, in my testing, they didn't use this for some reason. They always wanted to go around, even when it made sense for them to just go right here, so... let's say, go ahead and have him do his inspections. He has a desire for victory. Win in a real battle, make them a leader of an army, and achieve victory. Ooh, that is tough. Okay, and, I don't know if this just happened. It looks like it just did, but as you can see, we finally got our first stockpile here of meat. And we also got our hired warriors here, and it looks like he did manage to just finish half of his inspections for the day. That's great as well. So this is a camp of 6 forest bandits. And I don't think this is going to be enough, but we do have another Varn right here that we can hire. And we may even hire this guy as well. Let's see, 168, that'll be 33 more tax. I think we could do that. But then we'll have to exclusively hire weaker mercenaries. We do need to replace the ones that we lost previously, though. So this seems like a good idea. Now here we are at the trader again, only having to pay 45 in taxes. We can handle that. We're going to get about five maces. And wow, we could actually sell some of this wood, but we really needed to restock our rutabaga fields. So we're just gonna hang on to it for the moment. We'll once again sell a little bit of these herbs. 4 of them apparently. We'll sell just a tiny amount of the moonshine, and otherwise there's not really much else we can do. Let's say Varn moonshine, that would actually be really nice to get at some point. Not gonna be possible right now though. Maybe the lumber mill upgrade. That may be a good. Wow, that is really hurting on the money now. That's why I'm glad that we started to stock it up. Now we are already down to 1,000. We really need to take out this bandit camp because that will make us 150 plus whatever we get in prisoners. And there's actually another bandit camp here, but that's 8. I don't think we can take that. Now I'm a little confused. So I was gonna sell that meat. Oh, they actually did manage to sell some of the meat, and it's speculating. Oh no. Alright, so we'll increase the price there. It must have been the warriors who managed to pay for it, it looks like. Build more temples. I would actually prefer to just not have it being sold right now. Hopefully it'll get placed back in the storage. Probably not going to be in time though. Alright, nope, it's not going to get returned to the stores in time, unfortunately. We'll sell it next time though. And what we will do is Sadibor happy enough. We're going to go to the dynasty and we're going to get rid of his alcohol consumption for the time being. Now we are still waiting on the wood for the second temple. Looks like we've got plenty of it in the stores, so hopefully they will actually... We're going to set this to build first. Hopefully that will get it to go a little bit faster. I'm okay with them spending it on the rutabaga fields as well, but I really want this temple to be completed so everybody can have a place to worship, and it's done, of course. That's great. Now let's, maybe we have to set these to build first, because I don't see the builders doing anything now. They have plenty of wood, so let's hope that they will do this. They are fixing them now. Okay, good. So we really need our rutabaga production back in order. Now, taking a little look at our statistics, we have 23% of our forest cut down, and 90% on the soil fertility. Now, that's actually doing pretty good. Once we have this correct cutting book done, we can actually probably go back down to only having 2 lumber mills, and with whatever unemployment we have, we can just use that on further pig farms and rutabaga fields. I think we need, let's say, we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. It feels like you need at least 2 rutabaga fields for each pig farm. Probably more because of the brewery, so probably 3, if we're being honest. We really need, we really should have, what would that be? 12, yeah, probably 12 rutabaga fields, and we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, so we probably need 3 more. Just being kind of conservative about it. Go ahead and move that as well. And so, I don't know exactly where I'd put them. Probably right here is fine. Can we see exactly how that's gonna go? Can we fit 2 of them here? I don't think we can. No, just 1. Okay, we'll have to figure it out in a minute. I think we can fit 1 right here too once we get rid of this lumber mill, which we can probably go ahead and move it now, honestly. Move it. Let's see, where's a good spot? Probably just... It's gonna knock down some of these newer trees, but it's okay. Move this one as well. And make a road, as we tend to do. And we'll move this patrol, move it probably about right here, and now we'll check the rutabaga field. Looks like we can fit 1 there. Maybe would 1 be better here? Let's go ahead and place this and figure it out. Doesn't look like... Oh, we actually can. Okay, so we can fit another one here. It's gonna look a little funky, but that's okay. Maybe the next one should go next to this other one then. Yeah, it's gonna look a little funky, but that's the 3 that we need. It's gonna take a little while for those to actually get built, but that's alright. Did Sadibor get... Oh, he has, unfortunately, a couple of inspections to get done, but he can do those tomorrow. Okay, look at that. Meat prices is increased by 50%, so that's 13 each that we can sell these for. And a pretty good amount of market demand for it. I didn't realize that it would be 50 in total, so look at that. 571 gold, just like that. Cannot complain. We'll get rid of this dagger. We'll actually buy just a couple more maces, why not? And we'll sell just a few more of these moonshine. And that's probably all that we need to do there. Do we maybe want to consider getting the brewery upgrade now? It is an option. We'll do it. And otherwise, I think that's all we really need. We could get the lumber mill upgrade, but 1 book at a time is probably okay. Now looking at the mercenaries, it looks like we can get 1 more. He's 18 tax, so that'll bring us to what, 165, I believe. We can do that. This is probably going to be the last one we can hire for the moment until we can stockpile at least around 2,000 gold. What we'll do, we want to start upgrading these pig farms, so we'll do that. Upgrade this one. Oh, this one actually requires tools. Okay. Oh, because it's at their level 2. That's right. That's this one as well. Okay. Let's check the price there really quick. 36, and we can only get 4 of them, so we're just going to hold off on it. Looks like correct cutting is about done, so let's go ahead and finish that up. Okay, so we finished that now, and we can start the brewery upgrade. We would do cooking meat, but we'll just do that later. It's more of a thing to do when Sadibor doesn't have more pressing things to do. It wouldn't be bad to have, but it'll mostly just be useful for him. And then, let's see. He's gone to 10 intelligence now, so he's finally got his first 2-digit skill, other than teaching, of course. So he's doing very good. Trade is level 8 as well. I think he must have leveled up in both these and I just didn't notice. It is nighttime currently. We actually have this person, Sadibor, has the rutabaga fever and is just over here sleeping on the ground. I don't know what that's about. There's plenty of beds. They're jobless, so maybe that has something to do with it. But there's definitely plenty of housing, so I don't understand why they're just sleeping in front of the market unless they... Maybe they have loss of mobility, so that's part of it. There was also a fight. I think it was a bandit, and I believe they got killed without issues. But in the last episode, we basically started to get prepared here for this bandit camp that we're going to try to attack soon. And we are still waiting on that final mercenary to get here. That will be 16 hours, and hopefully that will be enough to take care of it. Otherwise, we're just waiting for the night to end, and for Sadibor to be ready to be woken up so he can go and do his daily dues. So everybody's heading to the temple now. I may possibly make this one just purely for peasants and have everybody else try to make use of this one. In fact, let's maybe just do that now. Lords and prisoners, they don't need to go here. This can be purely for peasants, and then the last 5 peasants can go up there. This will just kind of save on commute times. It won't really make the biggest difference. But the warriors can go from here and kind of just shuffle on in over here. These lords can also make it over here pretty easily. And of course, we don't have prisoners, so that should be fine. And then all of the peasants can just commute straight over to here and then just go straight to work from there. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference, so it's not really the biggest deal, but it is something we're going to do. Now also, we did lose Lion in the last episode. I think they were the only ones we lost. So I did find walking meat back here. We did, of course, lose Lion, and Guxweed is one of our lumberjacks. I don't think he was one of the ones that died. So he should be over here somewhere. Yes, okay. So Gucksweet is still alive. So Lion, if you want to just become a warrior again, we will go ahead and do that. We'll just have to pick which one we're going to choose. And in fact, I will just go ahead and give you the strongest one for right now. So same thing as before, Killer Lion. Did I spell that correctly? Yes, I did. Okay, there we go. So we have, once again, a Killer Lion. This is Killer Lion 2. We're gonna... Killer Lion Jr. So there you go. You get a second character. If you would like to move over to something else, or if you would just like your character to remain dead, that is an option, so just let me know. But okay, we're gonna have Sadibor go ahead and get to his inspections. Now, one thing that's kind of funny is Turno is actually requesting help from us now. And I think I got another request from somebody just shortly before the last episode ended, and I just kind of ignored it. That's kind of funny. They were trying to conquer us, and now they are requesting our help with everything. Now, Perla really wants us to get rid of this bandit camp, so we need to get on that as soon as possible. So I've just been following Sadibor a little bit while he did his inspections, and somewhat predictably, he actually just tried to walk straight down here. And we don't really want that. What I think I'm going to do, we're just going to prep these barracks. Place one there, and one there just so I know about where I want to make these next paths. And we'll just disable the construction on them. And let's see, so he actually walked kind of like down through here. So we're going to go ahead and just make this path right here. I think I made that a little bit too long, maybe? Nope, okay, that was actually perfect. So that should help him. Now, this is where things get difficult, because as you can see, the time is getting close to the end of the shift and everything, and he is not even quite done with these inspections, because he's having to walk all over the place. So even though I've tried to make everything tightly compacted, this is getting problematic. And especially with how big the pig farms are, it just takes him forever to get over to these, because they just take up so much space. They get so far to the outskirts, and then we also have these lumber mills way out here, as well as this one right here as well. So it is something that we're having to contend with, but there isn't a lot we can actually do about it at the moment. Alright, so our warrior did arrive, and Sadibor is going to drink probably. But he's actually got good moods. We'll just send him to study. Now I just want to look here. It looks like they had the order on the moonshine. Did they actually put it? They put the rutabaga. At least some of it is still in the stores. So hopefully that'll get sold. Hopefully people will eat, because they are severely hungry. Yes, okay. Yeah, there's the rutabaga stocks are getting added to our stores, probably from the farms. That's good. Where are we at on moonshine? We're good there. Okay. And we've still got a fair bit of money. We just still have the unemployment issue, but I think that should finally get resolved tomorrow. Alright, so looking at this bandit camp now, let's go ahead and see what it gives us as far as chance. So we'll add all of these guys in, give them all maces, of course. 49%. Okay, I was expecting better. Now, what's going on here exactly? Because 7 to 15. Oh, yes, because that's because we have the scenario that makes all of these bandits a little bit stronger. I keep forgetting about that. So I don't think we can actually take care of this just yet, but we will take care of it soon. We're probably gonna need at least, I would say, not necessarily double their strength, but pretty close. We'll probably need at least 10 soldiers, is what I'm thinking. Oh, we actually get lucky today, though. We have 2 mercenaries here that are each 3 in combat skill that we can actually train later on, and they're only going to be 56 gold, adding 18 total taxes. And there's actually another one right here. Should we get him too? It's definitely pushing it with the amount of money that we have, but I think we can do it. Alright, so that gives us 3 more. We may actually be able to take this on once we get those soldiers in. For reals this time. Okay, back to Sadibor, and he is just in the hall enjoying the moment, apparently. Not too sure what that's about. What that actually... He's just sitting here. Just staring blankly. Alright, so we'll just send him... He was gonna go eat. Okay, yeah. Cancel that. Have him study. He's only 3% of the way on the brewery. It's actually taking... I know I sent him to do studying for a short amount of time, but... obviously not very long, because it's ticking up pretty quickly. Now that he's actually studying. He just does not seem to want to listen very much lately. I don't know what that's really about. I thought it was mood, but as you can see, his mood's fine. And he just keeps doing it, so I don't know. He just does not seem to want to listen at all. I think part of it is probably when he gets certain negative moods, like fatal fatigue, he'll just probably really try to fulfill that. Like he's really trying to eat right now, even though he's only mildly hungry. So there's probably also a little bit of a waiting to the amount of time that he'll actually like study a book at a time. Maybe it's an hour or 2 or something, and then if he has strong needs, then he'll go and try to take care of those. We're just gonna let him eat because he's gonna need to go to bed after anyways, so I'm not too concerned. Now, something kind of funny, in basically every single playthrough we've always had issues, and as you can see, the hovering thing glitch is happening again, but we're gonna ignore that. So basically in every single playthrough, the priest always seems to hate one of our characters, usually our king, but usually somebody. And in this playthrough, we haven't even been maintaining our relationship, and he just likes us. It's just working, and I'm okay with that. Now Sadibor is trying to go and pray. We're totally fine with that. His mood's so good that I don't think we need to worry about it much, but he only really needs to worry about inspections right now, so I'm not gonna complain too much about this. It does look like they are getting these repairs done. This one just needs its instructions. How are you doing there, Sadibor? Finish that up and go to the next one. Alright, it looks like the rest of them are doing pretty good. We need to set this one to build first, and hopefully that'll fix that. He's trying to go eat again, as you can see. He doesn't even have the hunger moodlet at all, so I have no idea why he's doing that. Okay, so now we have, instead of unemployed, we actually have 3 extra jobs. So that's good. We don't even need these at the moment, then. We'll just, we should actually probably prioritize this next barracks. That's what I'm thinking. Yes. Now we are getting our tributes as well. Have they already arrived? They've just gotten here. That's good. Okay. Some extra lumber for our stores and some extra herbs as well. We may want to start considering actually getting an alchemy lab and turning these into medical salves. Because if we don't have any, and they are way too expensive, if we don't have any, then our warriors are just going to end up dying once they get really any kind of a wound. That's pretty much what happened to Killer Lion the first time around. And there's also a lot of people, of course, with the rutabaga as well. Rutabaga fever, that is. Now, see, this is one of the risks that we took. As you can see, the amount of forest bandits is now 10 here. And it is not going to get any easier, and they want to attack one of our cities soon as well, so not going to be very good. I'm not too sure how we're going to deal with this at this point. We have 9 total, including our including Neva, our commander here. Let's see. Do they have a chance? No. 50% is just probably not good enough here. So, it's getting dicey for sure. We have another Varn that we can hire. We may have to consider hiring somebody strong. But this is really, really putting us at way too high on the taxes, so I think we're just gonna have to... we may need to try to add 1 or 2 bowmen to this squad. I think if we have 2 bowmen, that constant damage that we can put out while our warriors are running in will be enough. Because the maces, they pretty much just help knock your people unconscious. And the other thing we could do is we could get the mace stun book. And that'll make it much more likely for them to knock their opponents unconscious. So that's another option. But we aren't getting the traitor very often, so I'm not too sure how good of an idea that is. Now, on another note, we actually have the dog merchant, and for 10 rings, we can get a dog, a loyal dog. I actually like this idea because if Sadibor gets attacked at all, that dog will actually protect us. He's got a 7 combat skill, so I think this is pretty good. It of course lowers our rings mood, but it looks like it got rid of it entirely. But we get a plus 12 that's permanent, and we can actually play with our dog periodically, and we'll get a plus 7 to our positive thoughts. So this is quite nice as well. Sadibor has a friend, and this does not count as having a lord, so I think it's totally fine for the purposes of this challenge. Now he's having his fun, play with the dog, and then you can't, of course, do that. We're gonna send you to do studying for the time being. And they actually did add a barking kind of ambiance, which is pretty cool. They didn't have that at first when the dogs first came out. Definitely adds a little immersion to the whole thing. Oh. And another cutthroat is dead. We haven't even needed the scaffolding because our patrols are just taking care of it so well. Now just taking a look at our finances, we did have the speculation on our meat, but it appears that the meat keeps jumping around on prices because we can set it down to 9 now with no issues. So one thing that might be nice to be able to get even more gold may actually be to start this trade route for the moonshine. Once we get the trader again, we can buy a couple of pieces of paper, start this trade route. But of course we need to also try to stock up some moonshine in the meantime. We weren't able to do that for a few days because of the rutabaga shortage. We seem to be okay there now. We just need to make sure that we keep up on the inspections properly. It makes it impossible in a way because Sadibor essentially cannot leave the town for any length of time, so we can't even go and do this. Otherwise he will fall behind on the inspections, or which if he falls behind on any of these lumber mill inspections, then basically we get no lumber and then we can't keep these rutabaga fields going. So it's definitely a management for sure. Now they are finally building this barracks. We're gonna go ahead and just cross that path over, do the same thing here. There we go. We'll have enough now for 20 total warriors once we actually hire them. Now, as far as Sophia goes, we're probably going to have to submit to them. They have 29 people, a fair amount of bowmen even. Mostly, wow, they have 2 axemen, couple of swordsmen, and it appears that these guys are actually out on campaign right now. This is their most powerful people, so they have 2 people that are 16 combat but have daggers. So that's kind of interesting. They are returning home, it looks like. Yes. So that is something we're gonna have to contend with soon. Letos is being reinforced with, it appears to be 9 soldiers. Pretty decent ones. So that means that they are dealing with problems right now. So it is possible that this won't actually be necessary to deal with. I'm going to try, let's see, we have 2 days. I'm going to have to send Sadibor to actually deal with this relatively soon. 110 tribute. it'll take him 23 hours. So we pretty much have to send him right now. We don't have a choice because 2 days, if I think this popped up a little bit before that last episode ended, so I don't exactly know how much time we have. So we're just going to have to send Sadibor to do it now, which is unfortunate because things are going to break down in the time that he is gone. Let's actually make sure. Okay, let's have him do his inspections first. So let's cancel this just for the moment. Hopefully they do not try to attack us in that time. We've just got to try and do... Oh, he's trying to daydream now. Oh, that's not good. Go to inspections. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and do this, and I'll be right back with you guys. Now, unfortunately, and somewhat predictably, he did not get through nearly all of the inspections he needed to. Luckily, he is doing this pig farm in time, so what we're going to do, probably, he's going to end up being gone for... If it actually takes him 23 hours to get over to Sofia, that's going to actually be a total of 2 days. So we're going to let him finish this inspection, which he did. I'm just going to try. Maybe... Okay. I was hoping we could kind of glitch the system. Not going to work, so we can't actually do another inspection today. Which I do think is kind of annoying. I wish you could do inspections. Like, other people don't need to be able to work for your person to be able to do it. But now, as you can see, there are arrows, and that's because I had to actually reinstall the game after the last update. I think it is to do with keybinds, but basically what happened is every time I would launch the game, it would just immediately crash. I'm going to be sending the... I'm going to be trying to actually figure out how to reproduce that bug and try to send it to the developers, because it is, of course, quite annoying. But I think it's when you change the keybinds to something custom. Maybe it's a specific custom, but yes, so that's a thing. Now, this is way, way too much tax already. I would like to buy more maces, but I don't think it's going to be possible. I don't see how we can actually make this work. We just don't have anything to sell. So I think we may actually be done on the trader, at least until we start accumulating some serious money, because 510 tax is just... It's insurmountable, actually. There's no way we can actually do that. It would just be a waste of money. So our best goal may actually be to just hire these 2 guys here. Both of them. Okay, maybe just one of them. It's going to be very difficult to make money now. And that's actually going to be our biggest issue now is just paying everybody in our city. Now, we are only paying everybody 5. That's good. Okay. So now we're just going to have to send Sadibor to Sofia. It's kind of the only thing that we can do now. Demand vassalage, agree. Send him to do that. We are getting these reinforcements now. One thing I want to see. Can we... doesn't seem like we're going to be able to actually... We'll have to wait until they're actually reinforced here. It doesn't seem like we can actually have them do a dual attack here, because we do have these reinforcements, and we can't. And as you can see, yep, so these are going to... These little tooltips are just going to be popping up all the time. Kind of annoying, but it is what it is. Now, I have started to think about it, and it would probably have been better to actually, and it's saying 8 hours, that's not too bad. But it probably would have been better to prepare Sadibor a little bit more before sending him to do this, waiting until the day and just doing entirely inspections so that everything would be able to be fine, but it looks like he's going to make it a little bit faster, so doesn't seem to be too big of a deal. Now, look at that. They also have reinforcements, and those are pretty mildly decent troops as well, and Sofia's actually lost some ground, it looks like. Quite a bit of ground. Did they lose troops? No, not really. But they don't have nearly as much gold, so that is a thing. Even with them losing ground, though, they did move into the east here, so it's not too detrimental to them. And honestly, if Vasna loses us, it's not the biggest deal, but once they lose us, then it's like, you know, they don't have nearly as much to defend with, so taking a look at it, they can probably hold back Sofia, but I think I think it's highly possible that Vastnet will end up in Sophia at some point with us. So we are going to be serving Sophia now. And this actually, one thing that this does give us that I wasn't even really thinking about because it's not super important, but look at that. Look how much of the world is now available to us. This is actually pretty cool. Now we can see what everybody would be willing to trade for and trade to us. And Mastock, as you can see, they are actually buying meat. We're not going to do this yet, but this is super, super good because now we have a way to sell it without actually using the trader. The main issue is we have no paper. So hopefully, because of the new update, it is actually possible to get knowledge without using the caravan, and that's actually going to be super important to us. What we can do, so there's the workshop. Do they have paper workshop? It doesn't seem like they do. Paper workshop, looking for paper workshop. I don't see it. Okay. We just need to keep looking. I'm going to keep looking and see if I can't find somebody who has paper workshop, because we could actually learn it just by doing wise conversations with them. Okay, so I have been able to find it. As you can see, Esna here has the paper workshop in their knowledge. So what we could do... Now, I don't know exactly how this works. I haven't had much time to actually test it completely. But what we could do, and we just basically need to remember that it's Esna, because we're not going to do it right now, but we can go to the ruler. Hopefully, it says he has the scholar trait, so it should be him that actually has this, this knowledge. But I can't really confirm that. Maybe I can go to his, go to this. It doesn't seem to actually show. Wait, hold on. Here we go, knowledge. That's right, I forgot this is a thing. It doesn't seem like he's the one who knows it. No. Okay, so we need to figure out which lord it is here. Does she have him, maybe? Paper workshop. Okay, so it'd be Plamia. Okay, so you are the one that we need to actually do wise conversation with. And we're not going to do that now, but she has a low opinion of Sadibor. Current is 0, required is 25. So we need to actually, we'll need to flesh wolf hunt with her. So that's not going to be a thing we're going to do just yet, but that is something we need to remember, because if we can get the paper workshop and we can start producing some paper, we can create our own trade routes without even ever dealing with the caravan ever again. Which is probably going to be important, because we need an army in order to actually deal with bandits. Oh, and of course this happened. Okay, let's see if we can't somehow make our army get there in time. This is probably going to get burnt now, but that's just because I was worrying about other things. It does happen sometimes. Can I actually send this to deal with this defense? Let's hope I can. This is definitely going to get burnt before we can make it. It doesn't look like it's actually simming through yet. I don't know exactly how long it takes. I think it's like a couple of hours maybe. I definitely should have been paying better attention, of course, but I was worrying about the paper workshop and everything, so... That is just a thing that we have to deal with now, of course. So as you can see, we are making our way over here. This may actually still be possible if we can make it to the village in time. It's going to be a lot more difficult to take these guys out if we don't have that little bit of fodder from this village. It looks like they've actually lost all their defenders already. That's a little unfortunate. Let's see how this looks. Oh, okay, no, they're just a part of that map event. Okay, so how does this work now? Did we join? Yes, we did. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so we almost messed this up. But as you can see, this actually works. And all these arrows are super annoying, but what I want to do is I want to see, so they have one boatman, it looks like. Okay, so we're not going to worry about targeting boatmen then. We don't have any bowmen amongst us, it's just macemen. So we don't really even need to worry about staying in the back. Is Neva level 5 or level 6? 15 combat, wow. Okay, so don't stay in the back. Shoot without orders is fine. And we'll just run right on in. Go ahead and speed this part along. I think we should have this without too many losses. Hopefully. We're gonna lose somebody for sure. We might even lose Neva here, and that would definitely suck. Nope, okay. They are just melting. They are dying, dropping like flies. This was definitely the best idea. We just kind of outnumbered them tremendously. Why are they not attacking that guy? And there it is. Okay, so we almost messed that up, but we don't get our village burnt. We take out these bandits, and there's only 3 of them now. So 81%, we're going to go and take out this camp now. So of course, like I was saying before, we're going to try to deal with Esna pretty soon, but we need Sadibor to actually do his inspections and everything. As you can see, he has a lot of them to do. Is there any actual breakdowns? Instructions not received. Yep, so that's a thing. Look at all this. So no, that is a lot of things. So we need Sadibor to be ready to go when the workday starts. We can go ahead and check out the trader again just to see. So tribute to suzerain and tax on warrior. Look at that. That is a lot of moolah. Nothing we can do. We simply cannot give them money right now. Now we have made it to the bandit camp, and this is the sort of battle we could probably just auto-resolve, but simply due to the fact that we really do need every soldier, we're going to actually just do this manually. And we'll just do the exact same thing. It looks like somebody's going to that archer tower. That's kind of funny that they even have one still. I think that if they have less than 8 soldiers or 10 soldiers or something, they're not supposed to have one. Maybe that's just city defenses, though, and I'm misremembering. Either way, it doesn't seem like it's going to matter. Pretty easy fight there, of course. Did somebody get injured? Somebody died. Oh, that's terrible. Okay, so +5 with neighbors and +12 with the matriarchs. So actually, they're pretty happy with us for that. Now, we do have prisoners, and we actually cannot sell them to the trader. That's another thing that I didn't actually consider here. And they're going to be bandits, so we can't really recruit them into our army. So I guess we're just going to have to use them as workers. Even though we actually have 2 unemployed as it is. And just counting the amount of dormitories there, we still have 2 extras. So we don't need to worry about building one just yet. But we are going to need to worry about that soon. And I think this is just because there's no workers on these pig farms and everything. I think there should still be enough work for everybody. But if not, we're going to have to deal with that as well. Okay, so the workday is just about started here. We need to use our time as best as possible. Immediately send him for inspections. Sorry you didn't get to pray very much. I know you are depressed. Maybe we'll send you to see Perla. We'll probably do that. Maybe as well we'll have you play with the dog in a second. Where is the dog? I just saw him. Where'd he go? Where's the dog? Okay, well, send you to do your inspections. Alright, so he's trying to go read poetry, so this is another day where I'm going to need to absolutely micromanage him. But that's just a thing. I'm just having him play with the dog right now just simply because he's close. Now we're going to send him to... Now he's trying to contemplate, so I'm just going to have him do these inspections, but of course I'm going to have to micromanage it. Look at all those inspections he has to do. And on another note, we do have another prophecy, and this time it's going to be a difficult one. Our trees will be infested by wood beetles, which will rapidly consume the wood and render it unusable. So that's going to be for 5 days, and the wood that they harvest will be 5 times slower. Very unfortunate. Okay, so we got pretty unlucky. I don't know if he's working more slowly because of his mood or what's going on here, but as you can see, we did not get as many inspections done as I would have certainly liked. But now he's going to go and try to play music. We may send him to hang out with Perla. Perla was from where again? Vasna, of course. That makes a lot of sense. She is actually the ruler there. Sending him to Flesh Wolf Hunt would probably be the best idea here. That should actually help his mood in other ways as well. Hopefully. Now, this is pretty bad. As you can see, these guys actually have gangrene, and this was something I already talked about. But there's just nothing we can actually do because we can't trade. So the only thing that we could do is maybe try to find a trade route for it, but I highly doubt anybody is... I don't think I've ever seen anybody actually sell medical salves. They buy them, but they don't sell them. The best thing that we could try to do is try to get the alchemy lab in time, but we don't have a way to get the book unless the book trader shows up. There's now a new book trader. Well, the book trader that already exists can now actually sell culturally based books instead of just like skill books and dictionaries like they were previously able to. So Sadibor should be a little bit happier. It doesn't seem like his mood has rebounded yet. That could just be because he hasn't made it back to the city yet. But he just spent his whole night doing that, so he's actually going to probably be pretty tired as well. Let's take a look. Doesn't actually show right now. Okay, he actually... His sleep isn't too bad, it's just that he's hungry, actually. We're going to let him go eat. His mood's actually pretty good, so actually, I guess we don't really need him to go eat. We'll just have him do his inspections. We'll finish that up, and that's probably going to be it for this episode. And unsurprisingly, I have to do these individually, yet again, so it doesn't seem to be anything specifically about mood. I think it really is just when he has, like, anything to do, like if he needs to go eat, if he feels like he needs to pray, if he feels like he needs to do any of that. And sometimes if he just, yeah, and he's really trying to go eat. Sometimes if he just wants to, like, go and daydream or contemplate what's going on in his life, then he'll try to do that instead as well. Now, annoyingly, he actually decided to use, that he went around like this, instead of, I mean, maybe it wouldn't have been faster and that's why he did it, but either way, it's still kind of annoying. So we're going to actually have to build him a road just to get up to these, and hopefully he'll actually use it. What we're going to do tomorrow is he's going to need to do all of these, but we're probably going to try and just get through as much of this stuff as possible, because at this point, his main objective in life actually is just to get his inspections done. He has so many things to actually work on that he's gonna have very little time to study anymore, and instead is just gonna have to be making do on that. And this may actually be what we're gonna be doing for the next couple of episodes, is really just managing his workload, and otherwise there's not gonna be a lot that we can do. We're gonna need to try and get over to Esna eventually. I think what we're going to try to do as far as that goes is if we can get every single one of his inspections up to green and have it be green at the end of the day, then we can send him right away as soon as the day ends, go to Esna, try to do some wise conversations. Well, he'll have to do flesh wolf hunting first, but then do some wise conversations, try to pick up the paper workshop upgrade. Maybe we'll even... these guys are just gonna die, and that's super sucks, but that's just something we're gonna have to deal with. Who's this now? Trade. Please tell me you have books. You have books, but these are not books that we need. Tax on warriors would be 30% less. That would almost be worth trying to pick up if we had the money for it, but we do not. By the grace of the church, your king will be able to receive a holy blessing. That's not something we really can do either. We did finish correct cutting. Can we trade that in for another book? We really can't. It's unfortunate, so okay. That's useless to us at the moment. We're probably going to have to cut off this iron trade as well, so don't trade automatically anymore. Finances, how are we doing here? Everybody has a strong amount of gold. They must not be buying as much rutabaga. We have tons of meat, so it may be time... How much meat is it? Or how much paper is it to actually start a trade anymore? I think it got decreased, but I'm not totally sure. And one thing I was looking at, because we have, unfortunately, some warriors that are about to die, I was hoping we could somehow, I mean, it would be very close anyways, but I was very much hoping we could find a city that actually had the alchemy lab knowledge, so that we could try to get it, so that we could try to save our warriors in time. would have been very unlikely anyways, because they're going to start dying in just a day. They're going to get gangrene in 3.8 hours, and I think after gangrene it's about a day or maybe 2 days, and then they die. So it just appears that they're going to die, and that's super unfortunate. I didn't realize that so many of them got injured during the bandit raid, but that did happen. So I did look around, and none of them seemed to have it. Some of them did have alchemy labs, alchemy lab upgrade. So I don't know. I did look in the knowledge tree, and if you go down and hover over alchemy lab, it says the conditions for this book to appear in the Holy Caravan is herbalist is unlocked. So I don't know if that means that it also can't actually show up in their knowledge trees over here if you don't have the herbalist actually unlocked yet. It is possible, but if you scroll down and go over here, the conditions for this book to appear is building alchemy lab level 3 is constructed, and we don't have that, and there was like 2 different cities that had it. So I don't think that's the issue, but I don't know why there would be multiple cities that have alchemy lab unlocked but not, or alchemy lab upgrade unlocked, but not the actual lab itself. It's possible they just lost the knowledge, but I have no idea. So it doesn't seem we're going to be able to do anything with that. We're just going to have to say goodbye. Say goodbye to Killer Lion the Second. I'm sorry, man. We tried. Enjoy your last rutabagas, and we'll never forget you, okay? Is Neva actually dying too? She is not. And she's got menopause. She's 41. She's one of our strongest, so I'm okay with at least having her survive. Happy about the visit. This guy doesn't seem like he's gonna die. He's just got like a regular wound. This guy's also gonna get gangrene, so we're gonna lose what looks like 4 people. Is this guy alive? We're gonna have to find him. Is he in bed here? Looks like he can't move, so he should be around here somewhere. Well, either way, it looks like we're going to lose 4 or maybe 5 people. So that's a thing. Now, we're also going to need to figure out a better place for these lumber mills. I was thinking over here, just because we probably won't have to move them again. They can just kind of move their way out here, slowly. Maybe down over here would be better. It needs to be somewhere close to at least a couple dormitories, because hopefully they will be the ones that end up working it. And then Sadibor won't have to come all the way out here every time to inspect it. Maybe down over here. It's not too far away from the dormitories. But I think this is probably a little bit closer. Maybe. Yeah, if we went right here. Yeah, if we went right here, I think that's probably the best spot. Because then they can kind of move their way into all of this. Okay, so we're going to probably move these lumber mills down over here then. And we'll try not to knock anything down. In so doing. We didn't do that there. Okay, that's perfect. Let's do the same thing on this one. Move it to the side, just like that, and get our 3rd one as well. Which we should probably upgrade, actually. We're going to definitely be keeping this 3rd one around for a little while, just because of that prophecy that is coming up. Now what we can do is take out these roads. Don't need them anymore, and we need the money. Can actually take it out all the way to there. And this one, I actually just realized that this is misplaced. We're going to waste 5 wood just to move it down slightly. And we can actually move this one down too. I think. Okay, never mind. No, you can't. That's fine though. And we will just fix up this road because I am very OCD about it. That looks much better. Okay, now we need a road heading down this way. And just like this, I won't make you watch this. That should be good enough. It's not the most necessary road in the world anyways. I'm not too worried about the lumber mills actually, like, getting their workers there super fast. As long as they're cutting a little bit of wood every day, that should be fine. Now the next thing that we need to actually do is start these rutabagas. Start these fields. And we'll probably want another pig farm, but we're not going to want it just yet. But we are going to place it. Let's see if we can find a spot. And it looks like this is the only one. So we'll place that there, and we will just snooze it for the moment. Now, as you probably remember, we did get rid of Sadibor's ability to eat meat. We may turn that on just for a little while. He's got a good mood. But we don't really want him getting sick from the rutabaga. I don't think he won't die, of course, because of the knowledge that we have. But I think it does affect them in other ways. Let's see. Somebody here has rutabaga fever, obviously. Is it this person? Nope. Nope. I have no idea who has it. Okay, so this guy does have it. It's accompanied by sharp abdominal pain and can only be cured by prayer. Next stage is 5.5. And then it just goes away. So I guess the only thing is maybe it causes them to throw up at some point, and maybe that takes some time out of their day. I'm not sure if it does anything other than that. So maybe it doesn't matter if Sadibor actually gets rutabaga fever. I'm really not sure at this point, but we're just gonna let him at least consume meat because we have plenty, and at the same time, we're actually going to allow it to be sold here at the market. But what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to our finance, and we're gonna probably limit it to, let's say 10. So that way, if the peasants have enough money, and they probably don't, some of them do, the warriors definitely do, so they can at least eat some meat. Maybe we should, I don't really want to feed the warriors meat that are about to die anyways. That's the only thing. Maybe we should just wait for them to die, and then we'll do that. Okay, and the workday has started, so that means it is time for Sadibor to do his inspections. And this is probably gonna... Wow, look at all that. We can actually do every single inspection today. He's gonna, of course, be a absolute pain about it. So I don't know if it's fatal fatigue or what. I have no idea what it could possibly be at this point that's causing him to just really, really not want to do all of his inspections at once. It's super annoying. At this point, I'm wondering if it's just a bug, because he used to do every inspection on one click, but no longer. We are no longer getting lucky on that. Now that trade agreement from before is actually completed. Not too surprising there, and we were not actually buying any iron from them anymore. Now, one thing I did actually forget was moving this day patrol over, so they're actually just protecting nothing at the moment. We're going to move it. It looks like they're working more in this area, so we're going to move it to right about here. Once they start moving over here, it's going to be a little more difficult, because yeah, it looks like they're going to move back and forth to whichever tree is closest. So we should actually probably, I guess, just kind of split the difference here and just put it right about here, and maybe just increase the radius. Yes, it's probably the best idea, because there's a wolf here and there's a wolf here. So now, unfortunately, we're also going to be in a worse place because of these rutabaga fields and because of these pig farms. Sadibor is having an increasingly difficult time actually making it, and of course he went to read poetry. He's having an increasingly difficult time, though, because what's happening is he'll go and inspect here, inspect here, inspect here, and he's walking along no roads, and then he'll go like this, and he'll go to this field. So there's no road here, and the only thing we can do is create one, of course. Yes, that makes a lot of sense, right? So, as much as I don't really want to be wasting money on stuff like this, I think we just kind of have to, and we're just gonna kind of do a road like this, I suppose. We don't even have enough money to do the rest of it, and that's a problem. So actually we can't even do this. It just costs too much money. So is there any roads that we can get rid of? I think the best one that we can get rid of is probably this one. Just kind of get rid of that. It's not super necessary anyways. They can hopefully just go along in this one. Is there any others? This one probably isn't super necessary either. That seems to be all we can really get rid of. We can get rid of this too. We don't need that right now. And that seems to be really all we can actually do. So hopefully that will... But we have to actually keep this money around just because we need enough for wages. Hopefully somebody buys some meat when we decide to actually start selling it. Are these people dying off yet? They are. This guy's gonna die soon. So we can actually just go ahead. I don't mind if we lose a couple of pieces of meat, as long as we get money back. So now, as you can see, we finally have enough jobs for all of our people. However, there are these prisoners that do not have enough work. And they're also super depressed because they just aren't allowed to eat, apparently. Or, wait, hold on, is that what's going on? No, they're severely hungry and homeless because there's no prison ward. That's something we can't actually do much about. Sadibor, stop reading poetry. At least make some use of your time. You're extremely happy, so just make good use of your time when you're not doing inspections and read. So another thing we're going to do, we're going to increase the amount of night patrols that we have, and we're also going to increase the day patrol. We're going to do 5 on each. We'll probably end up needing to decrease this a little bit once our warriors die off, but actually, so this guy didn't, none of these people actually died. And I don't know exactly how that even happened. This guy does have gangrene. Okay, so maybe it just doesn't actually show. Does this? Yeah, okay, these guys have... Okay. I guess it doesn't actually show when they have gangrene. It doesn't show with an icon, but yeah, these guys are gonna die. Now, one thing we're gonna do is we're gonna start kind of min-maxing our situation here again. So I'm gonna be waking Sadibor up every morning approximately at 6, make him study until it is time to go to work, and then he will spend the entire day inspecting, and that's basically his life right now. So with the workday over, it looks like he's going to get done with just about 10. Yes, 10 exactly, and he has 21 total things that he has to manage. Now, today was probably the most inefficient day, because he basically went over here, down here, then here, then here. Wait, no, actually it was here, 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 here. And then he went up to the big farms. So it's definitely a super inefficient day. Tomorrow he should be able to, hopefully, does he need to do the brewery? Yes, he does. He'll need to do the brewery, the haul storage. So he'll probably go like this, and then up here, and yeah. So it won't be the most efficient day, but hopefully he can get through around 12 tomorrow. And then maybe we can actually get him to get some of this stuff done again. Because the most efficient route, it seems like, would actually be for him to kind of go through here, go up to here, here, and then deal with the pig farms. I don't know if we will ever actually get situated to be working like that, but that would be the most ideal, because then he can take care of all this as basically one day. Maybe what we need to do is consider moving all of the farms over here, but it's going to take an immense amount of wood, because you can't actually move them, you have to dismantle them first. So that's just kind of an update for you guys. It's starting to suck a little bit, but another thing we could do, I guess, is move one of the rutabaga fields right here. Maybe even move a couple of them. This spot right here is basically not going to be used, so having a couple of rutabaga fields here would absolutely not hurt at all. And we'll probably put one right here. And the next one right here. Can we fit another one? Yes. Okay. So this is actually looking like a pretty good option. We can put 3 fields right here. We're only going to build one of them right now. And if we built all 3, we could get rid of all 3 of these. And we can maybe place one more in this slot right here now. No, unfortunately, that spot is now taken up. But this makes these fields really, really close to the center of the town, and that is pretty good for us. Should increase the efficiency just a little bit. Now, the other issue is that Sadibor doesn't actually like to use this road, which actually makes it entirely useless. I don't really care if the workers make it to their work sites in a timely manner. But I do care if Sadibor does. Now, I don't know if these actually work when they're underneath a object, but we're going to try it. We're going to see if he will actually use roads like this, maybe. That would be super nice. Now, with the day over, Sadibor sleeping, his mood is substantial. I never thought we would have mood this high. He's happy because one of his enemies, I guess, fell and died, and he's fanatically religious himself now. He's the owner of Smoke, of course. He's eating delicious meat instead of disgusting rutabaga. He's also happy to have dealt with his desires. So he's doing amazing. He doesn't care that the world around him is just continuously burning and that he's not getting any of his work done, that there's bandits invading his home. He doesn't care about any of this. He's doing amazing. So another update as well, it does look like most of our people, maybe all of them, have actually finished dying off from gangrene. It looks like Lyudimir is one person left. So it looks like we can go ahead now and go with our third, Killer Lion 3.0. We can't even name you 3.0. Junior. We can't do that either. Okay, we'll just go back to Killer Lion. This is the 3rd edition. And we did finish this rutabaga field, so now Sadibor has even more work to do. Now, Sophia is requesting assistance from us. We do not have the authority to interact with this object, really. Therefore, Drimios requests all neighbors who are able to help him, but for some reason we actually can't. That's interesting. Okay, well, that seems like a bug. And here goes Sadibor. As you can see, he inspected these and he's going way over here now. I really hope that at some point the developers decide to do a rerouting of how they actually handle inspections, but I mean, it should just be whatever is the closest from the last thing that he actually inspected, so it does not currently seem to work this way. It's just in a set order. Now with the workday over, not a lot got done. Not nearly as much as I would have hoped. That only appears to be about 7. So tomorrow is going to be a heck of a day, because he is now backed up. He's backed up on his work, and there's not too much that we can do except go ahead and start creating these and just take the losses here. Oh, whoops, I shouldn't have deleted that yet, but well, we already created this one, so we'll delete these ones once these two get finished, and yeah, then is there anything more that we can really do? We may have to actually just take the inefficiency as far as lumbering goes and move them closer to the city square as well. So it would be kind of like maybe here. Is this a place that we could actually place? Doesn't look like we can place one there, but we can place one here. We can do the same thing here because Sadibor's time is actually precious at this point. More precious than I think our lumberer's time really is. So the closer that we can have these to the actual city, seems like it's going to be the better, especially because of the inefficiency of that road. It didn't seem like he's probably going to use that very much. We'll actually move this a little bit farther down, something like this. Actually, probably even a little farther down, like that. Okay, so that seems good, and then we can actually get rid of this road entirely. I don't even care if they have to walk to the fields. That's fine. Okay. Now, the trader is here and ready to trade, so we'll do that just to see. Look at that. 2,000 gold. We'll never be able to do that. So we're stuck with these daggers. We're stuck with bows. We can't... I mean, I guess we could look and see just how much money we would get back from this, but not even close to enough. Look at... Wow, look at that. That is terrible. So we're basically never using the trader again, I guess. And that's all we can really do. So we're going to send Sadibor right back to studying knowledge now. Now, he finished brewery upgrade. Now, we did lose those prisoners already, so there's no point in doing the keeping prisoners at the moment. The next best one would either be cooking meat or peasant's home. And I'm not really sure which one we prefer. Probably cooking meat. No, we're gonna go ahead and go with peasants' houses, because one thing that we could actually use this for, that would be actually super great, would be we can take out these dormitories and we can actually station peasants way out here. We could even have a little outside temple for them, and they could have just the lumberers all out here, without having any inefficiencies, because if you have too many if you have too many people out here because of the dormitory, then some of them will have to commute into the city, whereas with peasants' homes it only actually houses 2, which is we would need, this is 9. This is 9 workers, so we would basically need a full dormitory out here, actually. We could actually do that, then. I was thinking it would be 8, but it appears to be a total of 9, so 1 full dormitory, and then there would just be 1 extra person, and that 1 extra person would hopefully just go and work at one of these rutabaga fields. So that's something we could actually think about doing. Now, there was a bandit, and it looks like they probably got defeated. But I think that's where we're going to call it for today. So hopefully this improves our efficiency just a little bit. I'm going to have to keep trying to think if we can even improve things a little bit more every single day. Definitely, I think getting rid of this whole row of dormitories and trying to situate peasants' houses to be perfectly aligned with where they would work, while still being close enough to a temple, that's going to be the best. I don't mind if they have to commute into the tavern and everything, but the closer that we can make everything to the city square makes it so that Sadibor can actually go and do his inspections properly every day. But this is starting to get pretty difficult because we can't really do anything because we're just having to do inspections over and over and over again. Hopefully this will clear up in the next couple of episodes. Looks like this squad is actually attacking Sophia now, and we still can't send aid. They're probably going to be kind of upset with us for that. What I'm thinking now, and it's going to kind of hurt, but I think we are going to have to try and bring the caravan back into the fold for us, and the only way we're going to be able to do that is just by selling meat. And if we actually sell all 100 meat that we have, we could potentially make around 900 gold. So that might be an option. We do have a little bit of extra wood as well that we could sell. We could sell some rutabaga that isn't being converted into moonshine fast enough. So those are basically our options right now, that as far as I can see. Of course, we can upgrade this brewery now, so we're actually going to start doing that. The more that we can upgrade that, actually the better. I potentially should have thought about maybe turning this rutabaga field into another brewery instead, just because having even more moonshine production would probably be good with how much rutabaga we do have. But at the same time, I'm okay with keeping it around because we can make more pig farms and we can then use the rutabaga there. So that's kind of what we're looking at now. These are all level 2 pig farms already. So we're probably going to start building this. These are already in the process of being built. Once these are built, we can get rid of these 2 here. We actually need to fix these roads up as well, because they can run through the fields, but doesn't look particularly great. So we'll go ahead and go through here. And we could make one that goes around, but I don't think it's really necessary. The only reason that this road even exists is just for the barracks people to get to their patrols. We can actually bring these down to just 3 apiece now, since we only actually have 6 guards. Okay, and that basically covers that. Now, Sadibor is doing his morning service. We're going to have him study for like literally 2 minutes before he needs to go and start his inspections. Luckily, he only needs to do 5 today, but we're going to hopefully get through a lot more than that today. Now, we do have these buildings completed, the rutabaga field and the pig farm, so of course, Sadibor has even more issues to deal with now. We're going to go ahead. It says today they're going to harvest, so we'll let them finish the harvest and actually take care of that tonight. Conducting an inspection, and we do need another road now. Now, we could make one that goes down from here, but because they have to go from morning service, I actually think that it will probably be better to have one coming from here, most likely. So we're going to do that. We are also getting our tribute. So that's another 100 wood and 25 more herbs. Hopefully we can eventually do something with herbs. We do not have the book that we need in order to create the alchemy lab, so that's pretty unfortunate. So another somewhat inefficient day, as we only got about 8 inspections done, unfortunately. $5 is doing something over there. We're gonna at least have the trader. So hopefully we can do something with our money here. And it looks like we actually have a good price here on wood. That could be something that we could go ahead and sell a little bit of. 83, but of course, look at this. We need 1700. We are in the hole. 1700 gold right now. Yeah, look at that. We can't even make this trade. So at least so far, this whole idea is not looking like it's gonna work out. Yeah, we just can't do anything here. Even if we sell these books, yeah, we would have to essentially go completely bankrupt just to make this trade at all. And even then we can't do it. So the only hope we really have on this is if well, either we sell the meat at a loss, or we wait until that there is a price increase on it. If there's a price increase on it, it should go up to about 12 a piece, I think. And that would make us about 600 gold for 50 of them. That seems to be our best plan. Kind of looking at it, hold on. So we need, yeah, 900 of it is from our suzerain. I wonder if we could potentially defect. Is that an option? Now we could maybe potentially try an assassination at some point. But because we are their suzerain, that's like, or because we're their vassal, yeah, precludes such actions, which is pretty dumb. But, what else could we do? Is there some other option? Is there a way to... Is there really not a way to, oh, so we could withdraw. They actually have a really weak army now. What happened? These guys have an army. These guys also have an army. Should we defect? Okay, I'm gonna have to think about it slightly. We also have these bandits in our province now. I know we had one guy that was unable to move or something. He seems to be a little bit better now. For some reason, they're really not doing very well. They're sleepy and all sorts of other stuff. They should be able to eat meat. They should be able to... we're going to actually take the medical cells off of Do Not Sell, and we're going to put them to a maximum of 10 here. And set that price just like that. Okay, so I don't understand why they're doing so badly. Is this guy stuck here? No, okay. Well, then I'm not really sure. He's going to the market now, so let's go ahead and keep an eye on him really quick. He has a rutabaga. Let's, so most of the warriors have around 1600, or 16 gold. He has 22. I don't know why he didn't decide to buy a piece of meat. But there's not enough moonshine. That is definitely one of the big struggles right now. We'll upgrade this again. And we need to upgrade this one as well. Okay, so that is that aspect. We don't want you going to the temple. You just go study. Free lord can be hired. We're not going to do that, of course. Okay. So I'm going to consider, just for a moment here, if I actually want to defect from Sophia. That seems like it's going to be one of our best, because then that'll get rid of 900 of the gold that we actually have to pay the trader. At least I think it should totally get rid of it. Maybe it'll only get rid of any future amounts that we have to pay. Okay, so I was just looking at our warriors again. I was right. One of our warriors was unable to move. He's able to move now. I don't know if he just got himself too drunk or something, but he seems to have a good mood. I think most of these warriors seem to have a good mood now. Maybe it's just during the day. Yeah, maybe their mood just falls during the day for some reason. So that's one thing there. I am thinking about it still. And of course, they did just get attacked, so that's probably a big reason that they're not doing so well. Look at that. They have 500 gold in loot from these guys. This is probably prime time to get away from Sophia. Do we want to do it now? I think we're gonna do it. I think we're gonna do it. Now, we have to send Sadibor to actually do this. Hopefully he will get back in time. How tired is he? He's not too tired. I think this is probably the best idea. So we're gonna do that. Now, just look in here. I do want to see what it says our success rate is. It's probably gonna be like 40%. Probably not very good. 47%. Okay, it's a little bit better than I thought. I think we need one more warrior to actually be able to take that camp out, and hopefully they don't increase their numbers in the meantime. That does bring us down even a little bit more on the gold amounts. So we also are getting enough peasants that we will pretty soon need more dormitories, or hopefully we can finish the peasant houses in time for that. Because I don't really know where we would put another dormitory right now. We were going to go right here, but now that's being used up. So the best idea would be that exterior village that I was kind of talking about, trying to create. Oh, and look at this. Okay, we don't even have to worry about it. It looks like Vasna. Yeah, it looks like Vasna is actually taking care of this camp for us. That is super nice of them. And there is actually another thing. Sadibor, his current dream right now is to actually go hunting. We could totally go hunting with Vasna after we take care of Sophia. Are they attacking? Who are they attacking? Oh, wow, look at that. Look at that loot. Oh, it looks like all these kingdoms are kind of having issues. Kalin looks pretty good, though. I would actually really love to join them if we could find a way to get a border with them. That would be awesome. Maybe the best idea, though, would actually be to try to get Ugrad and Gorno away from Sophia and then try to start an alliance with them. I think it'd be pretty cool to actually have an alliance in this game. Definitely seems pretty heroic to be at the head of a strong alliance. That could be definitely a possibility in the future. So unfortunately, this has turned into maybe not the best idea because it is already 11 o'clock and Sadibor is still just making it over to Sophia. He is withdrawing, and Sediman issues an ultimatum. You must sever all political agreements. This actually would have been quite nice to have had just a little bit ago, because our suzerain wouldn't have hated us quite as much. But it's okay. We can just finish withdrawing, and that's going to be -20 and -10 with our neighbors. Pretty unfortunate. Hopefully they don't decide to attack us anytime soon. Oh, he's considering our decision to exit. Oh, maybe we shouldn't. I didn't realize that they had to do that. Okay, well, hopefully he doesn't decide to attack us. He has 13 soldiers now. He definitely could attack us. So it looks like this is going to take up an entire day for Sadibor. What's this? Child is born. Child of Vidadar. Okay, we actually have... This is essentially our heir, kind of. I don't actually know if that counts as an heir. But when he gets old enough, maybe it will be. Maybe he'll be our heir. Okay, wow, this changes things for sure. He's only useful at combat. But we're not going to use him in combat. We're not going to use him for anything unless Sadibor dies. Then we'll have Dawar. Dawar is what we're gonna call you. We also have Holbert. He's gonna go entertain some people. That's pretty nice. And of course, nobody's received instructions, so this is a whole day lost, essentially. Okay, and we do have a couple more mercenaries, and these are cheap ones, so we're probably gonna hire these. Okay, Sadibor's made it home. His mood is not too terrible. He surprisingly has not actually lost much sleep, so we can actually just probably send him to study and just have him do that until he actually decides to go pass out. And as you can see, we actually do have unemployment, which is kind of weird. I think it's just because of all this stuff. It says that the workers are there. Sometimes it seems like it counts to unemployed, other times I'm not totally sure, so we're just gonna have to see in the morning. If the unemployment issue fixes itself, then we will of course get rid of these, but otherwise we'll just keep them around for a while. Uh-oh. Sadibor is being attacked by robbers. Oh, it looks like he's being defended though. Hopefully he does not get cut here. He's got a minor bruise. And he survived, okay. That's good. Of course, because he's got hemophilia, in case anybody doesn't know. Moderate and severe bleeding cannot be stopped. Slight minor cuts seem to heal themselves, and occasionally, from my tests, moderate bleeding actually does sometimes heal itself as well. But severe bleeding, and they are 100% dead. They will die in just a few hours. So that is definitely one of the uses of having a dog as well, because the dog was actually helping out on that as well. Of course, our warriors probably did most of the work, but a 7 combat dog is nothing to sniff at, really. So, and now it is 6 o'clock in the morning, so it's time to forcibly wake Sadibor up to go study a little bit before it is time to get to work. As you can see, he's got probably all day just to get these inspections done that he absolutely needs to do due to instructions. Because we have lazy workers, they will not work if there are no instructions. Whereas in a normal game, they would work at like half speed. Now, it looks like Dwar is not learning. We can't actually educate him with Sadibor. We'll just do it with Vidadar. I mean, we could do it with Sadibor, but due to our challenge rules here, he has 15 teaching, and we don't want to... The whole reason we did that was so that he would have a skill that was essentially useless, and that was the only way we could create a 0 character, essentially. So we're not going to let him actually make use of his teaching skill. Now it is time for the workday, of course. Okay, so with the workday out of the way, he got, it looks like 9 after this one. He'll have gotten 9 things done. It's not as much as I would have liked, for sure. Now, one thing I'm actually thinking about here too, and I'll just go ahead and pause while we think about this. So I was just thinking, and roads actually are probably one of the best investments in the game, just because they cost 4, they increase all movement speed by 60%, and you can just remove them at any time, of course, to get that money back. Now, the only thing that we need to consider with this, of course, is we have 390 wages. I would prefer to have twice as many wages, but honestly, if we have about 1.5 times, so if we have about 600 in the bank, which means we can actually spend 80 gold on additional roads just to try to help Sadibor out here. I'm trying to think the best way to make use of them. I'm thinking something kind of like this. So that's 15 so far. That's 18. Now, if we just keep that up and go kind of around, this may actually help him a little bit. It's not going to be much, but if we can just make it to where he makes a little bit faster routes around these rutabaga fields, I think that could be pretty good. Now, we're going to do something like this. This is kind of seeming a little wasteful, but like I said, we can delete these at any time. And we're just gonna... I can't even really see what I'm doing, so those two are definitely a waste. Yeah, I can't see much what I'm doing here, but hopefully that kind of helps. There's not really any other roads I can think that would actually be super useful, except for just straight down ones here, but that's something at least. I'll wait for Sadibor to finish that inspection, and he's gonna go and eat. And we actually have 180 meat now. Now, I don't understand. Why are they not producing much moonshine? There should be plenty of workers here. It's level 5. There's 5 total workers. So I don't really understand what's going on there. Maybe it's just all... Oh, okay, so all of it is stocked in the tavern, that's why. 61 in total. So that's good. Everybody can actually drink moonshine. Maybe we should have a little bit lower in stock, but we need enough in stock for every single peasant, so we honestly can't do anything about that right now. Now, this is going to be the last thing we're going to do. As you can see, we already lost all of that vassal money that we had to send, and that is very good for us. That is very good for us. Now we only owe 1,500 only. Of course, that is still an absolutely tremendous amount, but it is much lower than what we had to pay before. Now, trying to look and see how much we can actually get here. And it looks like we're still going to be quite a bit short. We can sell that as well. What if we... How much will this go down by? Oh, geez. So that's not really looking too good right now. Of course, we can sell these books as well. That gets us down to 100. Okay, back. There was a very loud truck outside, doing some kind of work. So, okay, what we're going to do is, I think we're actually going to make this trade. Seems like a good idea. We may sell just a few extra meats here, and maybe down to 7. Okay. That gets us to down to now 17 gold that we're sending. We could actually buy a couple of maces here. I'm thinking we have 9 people, we have 3 extra maces, but some of them are probably being held by warriors that are on patrol, so 4? 4 seems good. Okay, that's 152. The only book here that I see that's actually useful right now could be the lumber mill upgrade, but actually probably flavorful ale. But it's not useful enough not to justify spending any kind of money. So there we are, 482 gold. We've paid down the trader. This may be a terrible idea for the future. I'm not totally sure right now. But we have so many resources that it seems like the best use of it, just so that we can bring the trader back into the fold, so that we can buy books again. Of course, now we're going to have to make up for this 186 all the time, but that seems doable. So as you can see, we have a market saturation, of course. We all know about this. However, we kind of went over already, and if you see, we actually have a daily consumption of 9 on this meat. Now we're actually, if we go to statistics, see we got 71 on this day, and we got 47 a couple of days ago, 64 increase, and finally 41. So this is the amount of resources we have produced of meat. And this is about 30 meat on average per day. So as you can see, that is way, way above the daily consumption. So actually, we are going to have problems being able to sell enough meat to actually make our money back, if that makes sense. So it seems that we have actually kind of bottlenecked ourselves just on the market saturation, and because of this, I am actually having to think now that we may be too big. That may actually just be the main issue right now, is that we are just too big and trying to expand our horizons too quickly. So at the end of this episode, probably, is when I'm going to have to make a decision if we're going to start getting rid of some things, basically. And if we do that, then we will probably just end up at maybe 70 peasants, or maybe even a little bit less than that. And then we will just lower the amount of wood that we're producing and the amount of actually fields that we're using, and we may even get rid of one of these pig farms that we just actually created. So that is something we're going to have to be thinking about in the back of our head. Now another thing is that it was suggested to me that we may actually want to create the chancellery, and that would be one way that we could actually continue to expand, and that will be the longer term goal here. But right now, actually our most pressing need for paper, and it's even more pressing given what I just mentioned about our bottleneck here on the market saturation. In order to actually increase our funds, the only real way that we can do this is getting paper so that we can create trade routes. And actually, I think we could just buy that from the trader in time if we continue to sell meat. However, either way, we're going to need paper, and that way we would be able to, if we started a alliance maybe with Ugrad or something like that and kind of expand it out this way so that we can get back over to, I forgot their names, but I think it was these people, or maybe it was these people, that were actually buying meat. Or we just wait until somebody else starts buying meat. Either way. And then we would be able to start a trade route with them and earn some money that way. And that way we aren't just stocking up meat with no way to actually make use of it. Of course, the other option, although not a very good one, is to oversaturate the market. And we'll be able to sell it a little bit faster that way, but of course, we will not be making nearly as much money as we could be. So those are kind of our options right now. We can also, of course, look at this Camp of Forest Bandits. We can actually definitely take this on right now. Neva, and the only problem here, of course, is we still don't have medical cells. I probably should have picked up a few, but I'm not really too concerned about it. Let's just look at what it says. 73%, of course that is terrific for us. I don't think we should get any major injuries this time. If we do, that will kind of suck, but we will also lose a little bit of our taxes, so at this point, it's not really that big of a deal. Now, taking a look, and we actually have a few more people with rutabaga fever that are unable to move. They don't have gangrene. These aren't the gangrene people. They're already died off. I don't know where the other two are. Maybe they're hidden underneath. They tend to get stuck underneath these beds. I hope one of them's being carried. Oh, exhaustion? Huh. Does that mean... Oh, just sleep deprivation, that's all it is. Interesting. Okay, well, that's a thing. We're gonna have Sadibor go study some knowledge, and then we'll get him to his daily inspections, of course. Now, pretty soon we are actually gonna have to send Sadibor away. He's got a desire to see his loved one, Sadimon. He's from Kriege. Yes, Kriege. So we're gonna have to send him away at some point to do that, potentially, if his mood drops too low. Because we haven't actually dealt with actual, you know, losing their minds and everything. I forgot what it's called exactly. Mental breaks. Yes, breakdowns. Since we haven't actually really dealt with that, I may not worry about it too much. The only thing I have seen is that the Lord refuses to carry out your orders, it falls into depression. Yes, and then that can lead to the nervous breakdown. We have not seen a nervous breakdown, but we have seen the refusing to carry out orders. So, we may be able to actually let his mood fall a little bit lower. I think the lowest I've let it go was about, like, 28 or something like that. So we may even let it drop just a little bit below that. And just try to kind of min-max his low mood here. So that we don't send him away, which causes breakdowns on all of these things that he has to manage. Okay, so not the worst day. Unfortunately, he didn't get through all the pig farms, but he did get through a total of 10 inspections today, and we are once again having that hover issue. That is just super, super annoying, but it is a thing. Oh, and on that note, the real reason that I ended up having that crash issue that I mentioned that caused me to have to reinstall the game was just a resolution issue. So I guess now on this new version of the game, you basically, if you change the resolution, because I have an ultra-wide monitor and I switch into standard resolution in order to record the series, and then I exit the game and I try to go back later in actual ultra-wide, and then I exit out and go back into regular, it actually causes the game to crash. And the only way to get rid of it is actually to delete something inside of the app data folder. I forgot what the name of the file is, but so that is a thing. But luckily I was able to actually copy the old files from before, and in so doing, I was able to stop all of those tutorial things from popping up, so that's why you don't see any arrows this time around. And as you can see, of course, we wiped up these bandits extremely easily. Hopefully nobody actually got injured. It didn't look like it, but we will have to wait until they actually get home to figure that out. Okay, now kind of unfortunately, we actually are having a warrior desert the city right now. Looks to be just one. Yes. I'm gonna actually take a look at him. His mood is terrible because he doesn't like the repulsive moonshine. He has fatigue, so he's both fatigued and also doesn't have enough, or doesn't have good enough beer. And he's also severely hungry. Wow, how did this guy get so bad off? He's the only one. Everybody else is mostly happy. I guess he just missed getting more moonshine and missed getting rutabaga on a few different days. Must have been out of stocks, or it was because he wasn't able to move, maybe. I'm not totally sure there. Okay, so I actually did find another one, and he is pretty upset too. He's mildly hungry, repulsive moonshine, all of that fun stuff. I don't really know what's going on there. He might have actually, what may have happened, I can't click on him now, but one of our other warriors, he's unable to move, of course, and it seems to be from the rutabaga fever. So maybe he just had rutabaga fever and nobody brought him food. Which is kind of... I don't really know what to do about that exactly, because people are just going to keep getting rutabaga fever unless we create a flower industry of some kind, which we're not going to be doing, so they just sort of have to deal with it, honestly. Okay, a little bit of actually good news today, because the disaster with wood beetles has finally ended, which means we will start getting a much higher amount of wood. Because of that, this may be the best time. We have one worker is needed for open jobs at the moment, so this may be the best time to go ahead and get rid of a lumber mill. Like I said, we are going to keep these as close to the city center, and that's just because I would rather these guys have to walk than for Sadibor, because it's just super inefficient for him right now. We'll probably wait just a minute to actually get rid of this and see if we get a few more migrants. That way everybody still has jobs. Now there is a flesh wolf attack somewhere. Just popped up on the screen. Oh, he's right here. Now this is on account of not having this patrol radius up. That's pretty much exactly why this just happened. And that was totally my fault. We'll put it there. And hopefully they will actually go and attack this. Now one of our people actually just died. Hopefully this guy will take care of it. No, he's just going to take care of the body. Alright, well that's great. Okay, so now we have the peasants' houses done. We're probably not going to actually use that yet. I know I was saying that we were probably going to be, but at least at the moment, I'm not thinking that it's going to be in our best interest to actually have peasants' houses out here, because they'll have to commute to temples. We don't really want to create another temple just yet, but we may actually end up doing that just so that we can move these outwards. But otherwise, none of this other stuff actually needs to move farther away from the city center. In fact, it probably should all move a little bit closer. Unfortunately, that pig farm can't move. But, yeah. We'll just have Sadibor focus on scaffolding, and after that, hopefully we can get a book before that, because scaffolding, we don't even really need it. Prisoners are taking care of themselves just by trying to steal from people at night, and the warriors take care of them, so we don't really need the scaffolding. But it might be good just to finally get rid of these cadens, potentially. That might make everybody a little bit happier. Not totally sure. Now, just an update here on Sadibor's mood. He's still 53 mood, so he's actually doing pretty good. And we can always have him play with his dog if he does start to get upset. Oh, now he's in the middle of a fight. Please don't start dying. He did not. That cutthroat is dead. There seems to be somebody else. Is that you? Yeah, you're a bandit. You're about to die. Oh, okay, I thought that was two bandits. They should have this wrapped up. Yep. Alright, well, that was pretty easy. We're up to 1,000 gold now, and we also have a prisoner that we can sell. Can I hover? Okay, macaw. Yeah, we could probably go ahead and sell them when the time comes. Uh-oh. Of course it's infected. Hopefully we get the trader tomorrow then, because it would be really great to actually be able to buy a medical salve for him. Alright, and Sadibor has gone to 11 intelligence here just before his workday starts. Hopefully we can get a lot done, because he has a lot of inspections he has to do today. Alright, so just looking at it, and we actually already have 2 unemployed, so if we got rid of one of these lumber mills now, then there would actually be too much unemployment. And that's partially because this prisoner actually is doing some work. I don't know. Since they work later, I wonder if they should actually be on the pig farm. I don't know if more work actually results in more meat from the pigs. I'm assuming it probably does. But I've never seen anything in the bonus slot that I remember on a pig farm before. So I really don't know. It may be better to have them work explicitly on a rutabaga field. But if I select this, I don't actually know if when the prisoner gets selected, if everyone else that gets added here will be done automatically, if that makes sense. So if we select prisoners, will it fill up the rest of the workers automatically? Let's find out. It seems to be working fine, so maybe we'll do that. Forcibly have the prisoner on the rutabaga field, which should hopefully result in more rutabaga. Okay, so we did get lucky. As you can see, we got the trader. Let Sadibor finish this up. Vitalub is probably going to try to stop him. Yes, he's trying to talk to us. Please let us finish this inspection. Oh no, he's not going to let us. Oh no, did we actually do it? Looks like we did, okay. We're going to kick you out. I don't care if you're from... Wait, actually, are you... No, you're not the person that he wants to speak to anyways. So get rid of you. Go and trade, of course, as soon as you're able. Looks like we are using a lot of gold on our wages, but hopefully they will actually send it back to us to get the moonshine. Ooh, look at that. An increase on price for the meat. So we can actually sell this all the way down until it gets to 7. That is totally fine. Maybe even... that's probably as low as we want it to go. Okay. Sell a little bit of wood, because we are starting to stock that up. We can sell... Actually, hold on. Do we want to sell rutabaga? Maybe not. We want to definitely sell some moonshine. We'll keep most of it around. And we'll sell some of our herbs. And, okay. That looks pretty good. We'll sell these daggers. We'll sell this prisoner. And we can get rid of the peasant's house. And we can finally actually buy a couple of pieces of paper. We're going to buy 3. Yes, we're going to buy 3 of them. Do we want to buy a couple more maces? Maybe 2? We'll see what's going on here first before we decide for certain. Chancellery is finally there. That is actually super good. Apology of divorce. We're not going to need that. Herbalist would be nice, but we're not capable of actually making use of that here. Flavorful ale, no. I really wish instead of the herbalist that we just got the alchemy lab here, but it doesn't look like we're going to get anything else good. That's unfortunate. This could have definitely been a much better trader for us. It's not terrible, but at least we got the medical salve. That's important. I actually hadn't even checked for it. Okay, so we're going to get 152 back. I think we can live with that. We need to check, though. He's probably going to die. That seems to just be something that's going to happen to him. So hopefully somebody will actually take that to him. Let's see. Prisoners. Okay, hopefully somebody will take that to him. Okay, so apparently the speculation is just from when there's actually a price increase on the meat. That does make sense. We'll just leave it at 9. And hopefully they will actually give that to our warrior. So it's going to be 5 paper still for a trade route. Maybe it was because I was doing a test in peaceful mode, and maybe it's less in peaceful mode. But it does look like all of these are probably going to be 5 paper. So we actually need to pick up 2 more. Alright, so we're going to pick up 2 more. And we're doing pretty good on money, so that's okay. I'm going to take another look. Could it be possible that we could make use of the lumber mill upgrade? Maybe we could even end up having only 1 lumber mill. We're not going to worry about it right now, though. Okay, so he's almost done with the scaffolding, and then we could go to the chancellery. Now, for some reason I don't understand, nobody seems to be buying this medical salve yet. I don't really understand. Let's see. Requires treatment with medical salve. He obviously can't move, so he needs somebody else to do it for him. Is it a thing? I believe it'll happen with prisoners. I don't know if it happens with... Will a peasant, for instance, will they actually take care of this guy? Because this is Killer Lion. We don't want him to die a 3rd time. That's a lot. It's kind of depressing. Okay, so look at that. 96% in 1 single day, pretty much. He did that entire scaffolding book. So he's pretty smart now. He's got that 11 intelligence, he's got 13 in management, and another bandit or something is dead. Yes. And yeah, so he's studying these books a lot faster now, which is amazing to see. He has the peasant's house, of course. We may start creating some of those just because we could get the main reason would be to get loyalists, and loyalists have 30% higher productivity, so, and they also can never become vagabonds, so that's another thing. And serving in the army would also be good, although we probably wouldn't make them do that. Maybe at some point, though. Something to think about for sure. Maybe we could actually, hold on. Maybe we actually start and just do a little tiny bit at a time. But it looks like if we wanted to do it there, we wouldn't really have much room left over. Let's see. Let's see how many we could maybe put in this area here. It looks like just 2. Unless I am doing something wrong, let's say. Yeah, it does look like it's probably just going to be the 2 no matter how I align them. We could actually fit another one right here. Okay, yeah, of course we could fit some stuff right here. Okay, that actually seems like a pretty good idea to me. It won't look the best. But at this point... Oh, that actually may mess up their pathing, though. Okay. Maybe what we should do then... Actually, maybe they'll just go around. Okay, we'll test that one. And we'll just say... Yeah, this is not going to look very good. I'm aware of that. And this one will rotate. Okay. Like I said, that looks terrible, but I mean... What are you going to do? So 2, 4, 6, it looks like. So that should be another 12 peasants. And they can potentially become loyalists, which would make everything a lot more productive. And we will go ahead and start the chancellery. For some reason, Sadibor just does not want to listen. He'll go and try to read poetry, and I'll click the inspection queue like 30 times, and he just will not. He just won't do it. So I don't know what's going on there. Somebody maybe bought the medical salve? Did somebody buy it? I'm a little confused. He's just praying. I don't think he's gonna survive. I don't think it's even possible to use the medical salve after they actually get gangrene. So he's just praying and hoping for a good afterlife at this point, I suppose. Sorry about that, Killer Lion. We will we'll pick another person for you to become. And I haven't checked for a while on the other 2. I don't even know exactly what they look like at this point. I know one of them was like kind of bald, or not bald, but couldn't really see their hair behind their hat. Yeah, so now he's contemplating destiny, and that took a couple of clicks again to get him to actually do what he needs to do. Yeah, I don't actually see these guys. I know one of them was a lumberjack, but they might have died too, honestly. It's possible. I'll look around a little longer. So I was unable to find any of our other named people from our commenters, but they may be around still. It's possible they just died, or it's possible even maybe they deserted the city. I'm not totally sure about that. But we did get the trader once again today, and we have Phytolub is here, and he actually has a medical salve on him. That's hilarious. They're just kind of throwing it in our face here at this point. Killer Lion, yeah. Yeah, he obviously didn't get the medical salve, so he is going to die. Alright, and here we are back at the trader, and there isn't a lot we can actually sell at the moment. And this is kind of the problem, like I was saying, is that we're actually creating meat, or producing it, too fast to actually sell. But at least we should be able to make some money back from our moonshine. That's definitely going to help. And we'll sell a couple of these herbs, and we can still sell a little bit of wood as well. That will help. We do have enough paper for one trade route. Hopefully somebody will start buying meat. It's basically our only hope right now. And we may not even make this trade because it's just not going to really help us. I guess it will keep our taxes down, however. So maybe we will. Hammer of Bandits. Is this the exact same? Okay, I guess the book setup is a little bit different. I guess we'll do it just to pay down the taxes right now. Now, nobody is still buying any meat, unfortunately. That's quite sad. It's quite sad, actually. These guys are actually buying steel. That's very strange. Seems like a very early time to actually be buying steel. These guys are buying armor. That actually does make sense. Especially since they're like, oh wow, that whole kingdom collapsed. Oh, that is exactly what we wanted. Okay, there's 14 there, 8 for us. If we get a few more soldiers, we could actually start our little alliance. I do not think they would accept it right now. Yeah, army strength is less than that. So, we would need more people, and we can't actually do that right now. Hold on. Oh, okay. I was like, is he somehow healed? But no, he is not. So we will have to think about trying to hire even more warriors just so we can try to create an alliance here with Ugrad and maybe expand out this way. That would probably be the plan. Now, as you can see here, we've got a somewhat interestingly shaped assortment of peasant houses. Well, unfortunately shaped. But now we actually have 3 unemployed, and I don't really know what our best use on that would actually be right now. We may be best off... Well, I guess the scaffolding would actually make a headsman. That would be something. Is this actually the only place we can place it? Seems like it. I guess we can place it right here. We'll just place it here. That's okay. Let the farmers see us chopping heads. Keep them in line. Oh, Ugrad is actually going to try to attack our village. Are you kidding me? Huh. I mean, they don't have the strongest warriors. This may not even be that difficult of a defense. Unfortunately, Killer Lion is almost certainly not going to survive long enough for it. We could add these loyalists into our army, but they do just cost. That's their main issue. They cost and they don't really have a strong combat skill. Now, even though Sadibor really didn't spend much time studying, 31% already on the Chancellery. Now, we are going to up our night patrol once again, up to 5, and we'll go to the day patrol and do 4. So they can also kind of do one patrol per person. Oh, and Sadibor is actually inspired right now. That's +5 to everything. Look at that. Look at his skills right now. It's incredible. Hopefully this means he will actually manage a little bit faster. Do his inspections a little bit faster, rather. It does not seem like inspections go any faster with the higher management skill. I'm not sure if that's supposed to happen. I don't know. It seems like his inspections take forever. Okay, now as you can see here, a Tenkor actually wants us to become his vassal. He is sending his little army here. 8 people, 8 combat in total. I don't actually think we would win this. Let's actually see what our army would look like if we sent them. Killer Lion is still alive. Oops, we do not want to send Sadibor to do this, even though he has a decent combat right now. Neva, you, as usual. Saying 42%. Oh no. This is very, very dangerous, actually. Even if we sent them to defend the village, that would only be 4 defenders to help us. Wow, they're sending a little bit more than I was hoping they would. I was hoping they would only send about 7 or something like that. Like half their army. These guys are decently well equipped too. Yeah, wow, that's tough. Do we just let it get burnt? That'll be 100 wood that we lose. We could just become their vassal, but I think they would still attack Silverkeep. I'm not totally sure. And could we even make it in time? Amount of tribute, 168, and this will screw us again with the trader. Bride price of... No, okay, that won't help us. Alright, I'm gonna have to think about it for just a second here. Okay, so looking at everything that we have, I think I have come to a decision on how we can actually make this work. So Sadibor has this inspiration, right? That means he's actually a decent commander at the moment. He's also good at combat. Now we can kind of sort of leverage this by allowing Riva or Neva or whatever their name is to actually be more of a participant in the battle, and Sadibor can kind of hang back for a minute, and then we can probably rush him in after everybody else has made contact, and so he can actually get some damage in. He has heavy armor, so hopefully he will not get cut. If he gets cut, then he will probably die. Now, that's not enough, however. We also are going to need these loyalists. We just have to have them. And unfortunately, that seems to be all that we can get. So we're going to disband this part of the army. And because we have just lost a number of peasants, and we will probably get more, but I think now is the best time to at least snooze this. We may end up completely deleting this lumber mill, because we don't really even need that much lumber at this point, but at least for the moment, that's going to have to do. Now we're going to go ahead and recreate this army. Now, as you can see, Neva is a plus 15 on their combat. We'll just go ahead and kind of recreate this and put all the best guys at the front. I have no idea if that makes any difference. I'm just being OCD. But as you can see, all the loyalists, hopefully they can just be meat shields. We have just enough maces for this. We're actually going to get rid of that spear. I don't even know how we got that. Now, I hope this will be enough, but there's no way to know for sure until we send it. This could be the end. Now, while we're actually walking, I just want to say, if this is the end, it has been a great run. However, if it is not the end, and if we actually beat them, we're probably still going to lose most of our warriors. But whatever stays alive should be enough to actually overpower Ugrad. We may decide to actually, instead of becoming their vassal, instead of joining with them to create an alliance, we may instead demand their vassalage. But I'm thinking we won't, and we will just become their allies. And the reason is, like I said, we want to be the hero. That's why we're defending Silverkeep instead of attacking their army directly. That's why we've been playing defense most of this game. That's why we've been trying to play nice with everybody. And that's what I think we should probably continue to do. So we would probably try to create an alliance with Ugrad, turn our enemies into our greatest friends. But we will just have to see. Now we're 8 minutes behind, but as far as I remember, we should still be able to join this defense with no problems. Alright, and we have made it. So let's jump into this battle now. And look at this, it's actually saying the balance of power is quite strongly in our favor. That should be good. Now we're just gonna shoot without orders, take that off, stay in the back. Oh, they're like running back and forth. Okay, take this off for a second. Maybe we'll just put it back on once they get closer. Like that. Okay, stay in the back. Sadibor just for a second until everybody's made contact. Kefra already died. That was the army leader, right? Okay, get in there, Sadibor. And please don't die. Please don't die, Sadibor. Oh, we melted them. Oh, we completely destroyed them. Oh, they're all dead. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. There's 6 left. Oh, now is the best time. Can we invite to your alliance? They don't regard us highly enough. If we create a peace treaty, does that stop us from... I know it stops us from forcing them into vassalage, but it'll cost too much anyways. Demand tribute, no, we don't want to do any of that. Restore relations, we can't do that either. Oh, I'm trying to think. We need to capitalize on this as soon as possible. We can't really do anything. We pretty much have to do the peace treaty, but it costs 400 gold. That's a lot. Okay, we'll wait for Sadibor to get home and we'll go do that. Of course, this is really gonna hurt us as far as inspections go. Okay, so Sadibor's made it home, and I actually decided we're going to have him go study, and hopefully we can get this chancellery done in time, and then tomorrow we can have him spend most of his day at the chancellery, and then in so doing, hopefully he can actually get all of the inspections done using clerks, and then we'll go send him to Ugrad and have him deal with that with them. Now, they don't have a lot of money, so hopefully they don't rebuild their army too quickly. We'll have to see, though. This could be a bad idea. We should maybe take care of them first, but I don't want everything to collapse in the city by going and, you know, being too aggressive. So we're going to actually play it a little bit safe and just try to deal with everything that's in our city, and then we'll go and try to make this alliance. I do have to say, though, if Sadibor didn't have actually that that inspiration, I genuinely don't know if we would have actually been able to win that battle. Maybe with the loyalists involved, maybe it would be possible, but yeah. So now I'm thinking, okay, so these guys are probably all going to die unless we get the traitor tomorrow. But it may be worth it to actually send these guys back to being peasants. We'll have to see. Looking at it, at least right now, we do still have 4 unemployed, so maybe not necessary to actually turn those loyalists back into peasants. The only reason that I'm thinking about doing it is mainly because loyalists work so much faster. But I don't know if that's really totally necessary at the moment. So, well, we'll just have to see. Okay, so we are waking Sadibor up a little bit early, just to hopefully get this chancellery finished. I think he'll get it done in time before it's time to go do some inspections. Oh, yes. Yes, he's good. He's got this. Okay. Alright, so chancellery done. There's nothing else really too important, so at this point, we do actually need a little bit more iron. I don't actually know what happened to all of our iron, did we? Oh, we used it on peasant houses, yes. Yes, that tracks, okay. So maybe we do want the mine, so we don't have to buy iron this time. We can definitely afford to use this mine up. I think we have another one. Yeah, it's down here. We don't really need to use that one, though. We can just use this one. We may even go ahead and finally create a warehouse. The only reason we haven't is because everything's pretty close to the hall, and they can just bring it all to the hall. But this pig farm would probably do well to just carry everything to a warehouse that's right here and then head home for the night. And the mine is absolutely going to need it, because we don't really want them to traverse all the way here and then go to the market. I mean, it's not even really that inefficient. Maybe we won't make another warehouse. I don't know. We'll have to just figure it out. Play it by ear. But, okay, we are going to finally create it. And we need to find a good place for it. Now, I'm not totally sure where the best place is for it. Maybe right here. But we would have to move the temple up to here or something. Or maybe even down to here, but... let's see. We could move one of these pig farms. Not sure how I feel about that either. There's not really a lot of good options. The best option may actually be to get rid of one of these rutabaga fields that we actually just created not that long ago. And placing it around here. I did not plan for this at all, so I'm going to have to think about it for a minute. Okay, so I think what I've decided, actually, if we can, I would like to place it in place of one of these dormitories. Is that possible? It looks like it is. We do need 5 tools, which we can buy from the trader at any point. Is this the best one? And if we delete this, so as you can see, we have 70 dormitory spaces. And then 72, 74, 76, 78, 80, 82. So we still have enough housing for everybody. So this is okay. It's okay to do this. It's not the best idea, but it could definitely be worse. We can't rotate this. Oh, that actually kind of annoys me. Alright, well, it's not going to look great, but we will place it right there. We're going to build first. And we will have to wait until tonight to actually, hopefully get the tools to build it. Now, since there are so many unemployed, which I wasn't really thinking was going to continue to be a problem for us, but it seems like it will, we're actually going to reintegrate this lumber mill. And that'll give people work to do. And just an update on Ugrad, they have already rebuilt their army. Oh no, that is so not good because we have not. Our only option may actually be to surrender to Ugrad for the time being. Yeah, because we're going to probably lose all these people. Oh, it's so awful. They actually don't hate us as much now, though. But yeah, we only have 12. And not nearly as strong. We could actually, we actually could. We could hire these mercenaries, these two. And that would put us, let's see, 27. So about 75 more in tax. And we would drop a little bit of tax from these guys dying. And that would put us at 14 total. It would match them, and it should match them in combat. So maybe they wouldn't actually decide to attack us, and even if they did, they would probably die. I think it's a good idea. I actually genuinely think it is, because we can actually still sell a whole bunch of stuff when the trader gets here. Yes, I think we're doing this. These are super strong units. They're super expensive too, but I think we have to do it. How is Killer Lion still alive? He is still alive. He's had gangrene for a while. He's gonna die in 5 minutes. Okay. He's literally dying. Is this him? Yeah. Happy about the visit. Yeah, he knows he's done for. Poor guy. Yeah. He fell over and he's dead. Rest in peace, buddy. Rest in peace. Alright, so do we wait to rename another person? That new guy here, we could actually rename them. Oops. We could rename them to Killer Lion once they show up. Now, Sadibor is totally refusing to actually do inspections. I'll spam click this, and he will just keep trying to go and eat. Now, he's not even starving, so I don't know why he keeps doing that, but it is a thing. Okay, so we did get lucky, and we got the trader today. That's gonna help us tremendously if we can get these tools. And let Sadibor finish that up, and we'll probably, I guess, send him to go study potentially for like 5 minutes before the trader gets here. Oh, the trader's like... Are they right there? Yep, okay. We actually have the Holy Pilgrims as well. We need to donate rutabaga to them, and we're going to do that to get the free matriarch relation. I would give you flour, but we do not even possess flour, so this is the best that you guys can hope for from us. And that actually gave up a whole bunch of our rutabaga, of course, but we have to do it, so don't even think about it. Now, let's see. We're going to actually sell enough wood to get this price down to 2. We aren't really using a whole lot of wood lately, so I don't see any real issue with doing that. We're going to do this down to 7 like we've been doing. Okay, and we don't have enough moonshine to sell right now. Okay, this is a little bit painful. It's just a little bit painful. I don't think we need scaffolding anymore. We need keeping prisoners in mind and cooking meat. Okay. Now watch. Alchemy lab is going to be here this time, isn't it? When we really can't afford it. Okay, it's not here yet. Alright, so this is about all we can do. I would like to get more weapons as well. Probably just 3 maces. And let's buy as many medical cells as we can. Alright, this is definitely definitely getting dicey. Maybe we should sell a few extra herbs, because we have been stocking them up like crazy. Alright, we'll bring it down. Okay, that's not helping us all that much, but we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. Okay. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Now, this will be built as soon as the day begins tomorrow. We have Ugrad here, and I don't think that we have any way to actually defend against them now. I probably should have dealt with them when I possibly had a chance, but they've built back this army, and it's looking relatively strong, and the only thing I thought maybe could be possible to deal with this would be to join back into this alliance with Vasna, and hopefully they would defend us, but I actually think that because this action has already started, that they might not be willing to do it, or they just wouldn't get there in time. And based on the time frame and everything, we have probably 11 hours. Based on looking at the previous footage of when this popped up, we probably have 11 hours before this actually gets triggered. So I think we have to submit to them. Now, as we know, we can actually do this and then later leave the vassalage agreement without ever paying any tribute. It just means that we won't be able to go to the trader. So we are going to agree to this, and as you can see, it's 160. We're going to send a messenger, I think. That's going to cost us paper. Now, we were going to use paper for the Chancellery, but we're actually going to stop the construction here. Now, that's another tangent in itself that we'll go over in just a minute. However, I was also talking about medical salves in the last episode, and there is kind of an issue there. So I tested around, and basically they just go and grab the medical salves from the hall, which is kind of funny. I did kind of notice that in the Canute series a little bit, but I didn't really consider it. I thought that they had to buy it from the market, but as it turns out, what's basically been going on is because the medical salves are stocked in the market, the warriors can't go and get them. So what we need to do is prevent the medical salves from being sold in the local market. And then the warriors can actually go and get them for free from here. And that's how we can actually save their lives, of course. So that's what we're going to do there, and hopefully it won't take them very long to do that. Now, as for the Chancellery, if you go here, each instruction issued by a clerk costs 1 paper. This is pretty awful, and this is, I have talked about this a little bit in the past, but I thought it got changed, or that it wasn't actually 1 paper for every single instruction. I thought it was like a chain of instructions, but I have talked about how the talent for management is one of the strongest in the game, but considering it's actually 1 paper for every single instruction, and you think about it, and 1 single instruction, is that ever worth the price of 1 paper? If you had to just buy the paper straight up, 31 gold just for 1 instruction. And depending on what it is, you're very rarely going to be making 31 gold from 1 single day on almost any production when you really get down and think about it. So that makes I don't know, for me, and maybe this is just me, but I think the developers should really consider rebalancing that. It feels like it's way too much. What I would do is 1 paper should probably get 1 single clerk through an entire day of work. But that's just me. So we're going to have to dismiss this, and we may have to start downsizing our industries. We definitely don't really have a way to actually manage what we have. So that's going to have to be a thing, and then we'll just have to let the peasants migrate away. We could, of course, hire them into the army, but they're kind of expensive for the combat skill that they have. I would rather just buy mercenaries, I think. So we'll probably just let them migrate away. But that basically covers what we have to go for right now. Like I said, we will join Ugrad, and then we will try to abandon them at some point without paying any of the tribute. we'll just have to go without the trader for a short amount of time. Now Sadibor just spent the morning, of course, studying books, which is pretty typical for him, and the workday is about to begin. So we're going to see how many inspections he can get through today. As you can see, everything is either inspected yesterday or hasn't been inspected at all. Now, if we can only get through 10, and I'm going to be really min-maxing it today, if we can only get through 10 inspections today, though, then we are absolutely going to have to downsize, because we have in total 24 things that have to be managed, and we basically have to do that every 3 days at worst. So we could, if we're getting 8 inspections every single day, then we could potentially keep everything running, but for the most part, we probably want to be a little bit above, kind of working above that. So basically we can keep a large amount of our inspections green, because otherwise Sadibor wouldn't be able to do anything else. So I actually think 10 is kind of like a minimum, but with how many that we have, we probably want to be able to get 12 things done every day, so that we can do the entirety of his inspections in 2 days. Hopefully that makes sense. It's just kind of a thought process that I'm going through. It's not like a complete concrete, but I really don't think that Sadibor can afford any less than that, but we will see. Now just an update here, and we will have 156 tribute to Ugrad here, which is of course super unfortunate, but we won't be actually paying for it, and we can hopefully withdraw at some time soon. We'll just have to keep an eye on Ugrad's army, and if they lose soldiers, then we will be able to get out of this kind of tyrannical vassalage agreement that we have right now. One other thing, we actually are allowing Sadibor to consume meat right now. That's just because we want his mood to improve, but as you can see, his mood is quite good, so we're going to actually uncheck that for now. So as you can see, he got through 10 total inspections today, and then this is going to be the 11th right here. So this is just not enough. What I'm thinking, because of the amount of rutabaga that we are producing, I think we could actually just snooze these 2 rutabaga fields. This will be 2 less things that he has to actually deal with. Okay, and then, so we can theoretically get 11 things done per day, so that's 2 days max, well, two days minimum, I suppose I should say, to inspect every single thing in the city, which does mean that he could potentially have a free day, potentially. So, that's at least something, and if it does take him a total of 3 days to inspect everything, then that is fine, occasionally. But it does mean we won't have to necessarily min-max everything quite as often. Now he is trying to go to the temple. We're not going to let him do that. He's doing fine. You don't need to pray. So just get back to your studies. Now I actually do see a camp of forest bandits here, and I think we want to attack this. We want the money. We actually really need the money as well. And we'll probably send a total of 10. We need to send our best though. We'll send these guys. Oops. Send that guy. And we'll send you two. And I guess we will still send one of them. Okay. We have enough weapons. And that's 70%. Good enough for me. Of course, Sadibor's trying to go eat now. Not gonna let him do that either. We do get a letter from the matriarch, and our relationship increased. And that is because of the those pilgrims that showed up, and we gave them rutabaga. Alright, now that we've gotten all these houses built, I'm actually going to readjust these roads just a little bit here. We'll probably do, let's see. So this one doesn't need to be anything super fancy, but we will give them all roads to their houses. And this is probably, hopefully, the best place to get this road back over that pig farm, and then this one can just go like that. And that looks pretty good. Okay, so here we are at the bandit camp battle now. Let's go ahead and just jump right on in, and these should not be any kind of an issue. We are going to have Neva try to stay in the back once he gets over there. I have noticed, and I don't think this used to happen, but if you press stay in the back, they actually all stay behind, and they, like, won't run in. I feel like, if I remember right, it used to be just that the squad commander would actually try to stay in the back. But whatever the case, did unfortunately, did these both die? That one's in pain and shock, also in pain and shock. They're still alive, though. It does look like we lost 2 men. It's not good. Let's see what the rest will look like once they get home. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, and because how I believe it's gonna work, so as you can see, with all this unemployment that we have, I'm expecting that we're obviously not gonna get more migrants, and we will probably soon have peasants abandoning the city, but hopefully those will be peasants that are not loyalists. I'm sure that's how it'll probably work, that the non-loyalists will probably leave first because they'll be more upset or whatever. But either way, we're going to take these away from the army and put them back in peasantry, because loyalists, of course, they do have the production boost, so we would be much better off having them there. Now, of course, we are just dealing with Sadibor's inspections and everything. Hopefully he can get a good amount of that done today. Now, as you can see, Dewar is actually getting a strong amount of skills as well. I think what we'll probably do is, if he ever becomes of age during the series while it's still going, we may use him on things that he is not better than Sadibor in. So we wouldn't use him for combat or command, most likely. But we could probably use him as a manager, and maybe as a second trader when Sadibor's not around, and otherwise maybe just as a studier. So if he becomes of age, that could actually be pretty good for us, and that may be something that we just have to kind of wait for. As you can see, he's currently 9 years old. So that is something that could very, very potentially, he would become 18 by the time Sadibor is about 51. So that's something we could look forward to. Okay, so our warriors did make it back, and as you can see, 2 of them appear to be unable to move, and probably are at risk of gangrene, I would imagine. This one just can't move. Yeah, gangrene. Okay, so hopefully they will use up the last 2 medical salves. As far as the rest, they all seem okay. This guy can't move, but he doesn't seem to be dying. The rest of them seem okay. Unfortunately, I think we lost one of our stronger units. I think we had a guy that had 11 combat, so he may be one of the ones that actually died, which is super unfortunate. Well, it's still okay, though. We still have a pretty good army, honestly. We just are probably going to need to keep hiring more of them, of course. We'll hire this guy. He's kind of expensive, but that's okay. We're not going to hire this one, I don't think, at the moment. And we did finally learn the mine, so what else do we have left? Just keeping prisoners or cooking meat. I don't think we really care too much about having the prison ward. We do have 3 prisoners right now, but we don't really need them. We could allow Sadibor to do cooking meat, just because if he does finish this, then he will only pretty much have to eat meat like 1 time every, like, maybe 5 days or so, or probably even less, and it'll increase his mood so much that we won't really have to have him consume a large amount of meat, which will actually be pretty good. Now, one kind of windfall, I suppose, with being a part of Ugrad temporarily is that we can actually see a little bit more of the map, but it's not very much. We do have Gorno, but unfortunately there's just no more bandit camps that we can go and attack right now. But it is hopefully something that will allow us to see a little bit more bandit camps in the future. Now, as you can see, we actually have 16 unemployed now because, well, I'm not totally sure, actually, why we have 16 unemployed. That is a lot of unemployment. I don't think that it's because of missing instructions either, so I'm not totally sure what's going on there. We didn't get any more migrants that I can see, so hopefully that'll fix itself tomorrow. But it could partially be because of prisoners, but it shouldn't really be causing that much. We'll have to see. Now, because we did get the mine, what we're probably going to have to do, we're doing pretty good on Rutabaga, but I think we will actually snooze one of these lumber mills instead. And we will go ahead and place the mine now. And that will be our new production. And if we can stock up a good amount of iron, of course, we can actually start creating tools, and then we can create paper and something like this. Just keep going. I doubt they're even gonna use it anyways. Something like that. That is a very terrible road. I will fix that eventually. Now, one thing I am thinking about doing is that because of all the employment we have, or unemployment that we have, but we do still have so many peasants that none of them seem to be leaving for some reason. I'm thinking that it may just be because they still have homes and they're overall pretty happy. So I'm wondering if we got rid of, say, one of these dormitories, then maybe some of them will start leaving, and we can actually replace that spot with more peasant houses. And hopefully eventually, I do want to eventually take care of the really terrible organization on these peasant houses right now, but we do have a total of 82 houses, and we only really need probably 72. So we can actually just get rid of this, and they'll scatter. And hopefully that'll piss some of them off, and they will actually decide to leave. I'm just going to go ahead and set up a couple more peasant houses, probably just the one, actually. I don't know if there's enough room for a second one. Place one there, and there is not. And we're probably just going to go ahead and get rid of these rutabaga fields right now, and we're going to get rid of this lumber mill right now. Now, as you can see, we have 11 homeless, and that's about how many peasants we would like to just migrate away from the city, because that will be less jobs for Sadibor to have to deal with. And that might mean that we actually need to get rid of a couple of rutabaga fields here as well, and potentially even one of these pig farms. That's not something that's going to be on our plate today, probably. It'll be in a future episode. So another thing we have to deal with is Ugrad here, and of course we are their vassal right now. However, Vasna is trying to force us into neutrality. Now, Ugrad sent us a whole 8 soldiers, and if you look, they have 18, Kriege has 19, and Siva has 15. This is a way stronger, I guess you could say, kingdom, although it's not really a kingdom, it is just an alliance of cities. However, it essentially works out the exact same as a kingdom anyways, and they would be able to defend us a lot better from aggressive cities like Ugrad. Not only that, but this gives us a better excuse to leave than just going here, and I don't even think we can we? Okay, we can withdraw. It'd be -20 and a -10 relation with all of our neighbors. Whereas I believe if we just accept this, it's just the -10 with our suzerain. So that's a lot better. I think we're just going to accept it. Because if Ugrad decides to actually attack us, which they might, we'll be able to get some decent defenses from it. And honestly, we only need maybe like 5 soldiers or so to take care of Ugrad on their own. They're not that strong. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. And we have paper. We could just actually send a messenger so that Sadibor doesn't have to deal with it. We do have this paper from, we were going to use it for the Chancellery, but we're not going to use the Chancellery right now, so we'll just do that. Now, another thing we're going to do, we're actually going to go to our production here, and we're going to set this amount of moonshine just a little bit lower, mainly because we are actually not producing nearly enough of an excess of moonshine anyway, so I think 150 should be fine. And the issue that we're kind of running into is that they stock all of the resources that are needed in the brewery in order to create all that moonshine. And so then they have to bring that back actually to the hall in order for it to be sold at the trader. And I don't want anybody to even risk being unable to buy food because it took too long to bring it back from the brewery. So we're just going to do it like that for now until we stock up more rutabaga or until we need more moonshine, which seems perfectly fine by me. Now, of course, Sadibor, he already went to pray, which is good, and he is now trying to go eat. We're going to let him do that, and then we'll send him to study. He's only studying cooking meat, and at this point, it's really just not even that important. So being that we're at the trader now, as you can see, of course, we do have this tribute to the suzerain, so we're actually just going to ignore this for now. That'll save us 500 gold, and we should probably be able to pay our taxes with little issues once we get out of this this vassalage agreement, and it looks like our messenger actually just left, so that's kind of unfortunate. Hopefully it doesn't take him too long to do that. We're going to let Sadibor finish eating, but I do want him to get a little bit of studying time done today. As you can see, he got his 15 management. If he had the talent, oh, we could actually make use of the Chancellery. Super unfortunate. This is why being a 0 is unfortunate. And using the talent actually wouldn't have really done anything in the early game, so we, you know, if you're playing along on the series, or if you're going to play along on the series at some point, maybe just give yourself the talent on management, because it's kind of crucial at these later stages, and it's not something that really, like, changes the entire challenge too much, except at this point right now that we're at. You know, maybe you see it as being too easy mode, and that's kind of why I did it as well, so I'm happy with it. But if you would prefer to actually make things a little bit more doable, then you could totally give yourself that talent. Now, as you can see, Ugrad hates us because, as you can see, we have accepted that neutrality agreement from Vasna, and now we are back to being independent. Now, it's kind of funny because Ugrad is actually still reinforcing us right now, which I find hilarious. They haven't left yet, so I don't know. Are they actually leaving? Let's go check things out. Where are they at? Is this them? That does appear to be them, yeah. They're just sleeping, so they'll probably leave in the morning. Now what we're probably going to do is actually join the Vasna Alliance. Are we going to use another paper on this? I suppose we will. And hopefully that does not take too long. Okay, now it's another new day, and Sadibor is doing a little bit of studying here before he goes to work for the day. He's doing pretty good. He's almost done with cooking meat knowledge here, which is very good. And we joined the Vasna Alliance, and we also received 300 gold from them. How nice. Now hopefully we get the trader again soon, because that 300 gold is definitely going to help us for sure. And hopefully Ugrad does not try to attack us soon. And it would actually also suck if Gorno and Ugrad joined their forces, because then they could definitely mount kind of an offensive against us. As you can see, we're backed into a corner here. That is kind of the one struggle here. But otherwise, I think this alliance will serve us pretty good for the foreseeable future. Okay, as you can see, Sadibor is finishing up one last inspection while the workday has actually already ended. And he has a total of 9 things done today, when you include this one, so that's actually pretty good. And we'll just let him kind of do his own thing tonight. We have now forest bandits in our area. As you can see, there are actually 7 of them. They look kind of menacing. We do have, of course, 9 total people. I don't think this is actually going to be enough to take care of them right now. Let's take a look, though. It's possible. Neva. We do have enough weapons and everything for it. 60%. I'm not loving those odds right now. Mainly because we have obviously no medical salves whatsoever. That's not good. So basically, if anybody gets hurt in that battle, then they are definitely going to die. And I would prefer not to lose anybody, you know, unless they're like one of our lower leveled people. But I would prefer not to lose anybody good right now. It would actually be nice to hire somebody like this right now, but I don't think we can really do that at the moment. We don't have enough money, really, so we're just going to have to wait on hiring more people. Now, on another note, I just keep looking around, and it's super unfortunate. We are getting very unlucky with trade routes as well, because actually, if somebody was buying meat, we would be doing a whole lot better, but that just does not seem to be in the cards for us right now. However, as you can see, there is a camp of forest bandits right here that is only 3 strong. I think that we could take this out for sure. Let's take a look at what it's saying our odds are. It should be pretty good odds, I would think. 77. That's not as good as I was hoping. Hopefully they don't get any more powerful. I need to keep an eye on it, because if it gets all of a sudden an influx of bandits, then that could get us killed for sure. Now, as you can see, Sadibor is just lovely playing some music, and he's doing that with Dewar as well, who was he was going through rutabaga fever, and he seems to have recovered from it just fine. Of course, because we do have the rutabaga braising knowledge, wherever that is, right here. which of course saves us from the actual death from it, but everybody still gets sick at some point, so that is kind of a thing that we are still having to deal with. Now, I changed my mind because we did get some gold back from just people paying for their, daily wares and everything like that, so we may go ahead and pay for this one mercenary, just one. I would like to buy more, but that seems to be the best that we can do. And at some point, we're going to want to get the training ground just so that we can actually train them and get stronger warriors that way. And Sadibor finished his knowledge. We'll just put him on keeping prisoners, even though it's really not very important. Surprisingly, none of these prisoners have actually tried to escape yet, which is kind of funny to me. They have basically the worst possible mood, so it's kind of funny that they've managed to not try to escape so far. Now, Neva is over to this bandit camp now. There is still only 3 of them, so we should be just fine. We're going to go ahead and start inspecting for Sadibor. As you can see, wow, Neva has a whole lot of face scars going on. Alright, it looks like this commander actually has a pretty decent combat skill himself. But there's only 3, so this should be no issue whatsoever. We are probably going to stay in the back once they get over here. Hopefully they won't try to run away. They kind of do, but it looks like it's okay. There we go. Just let them get started. And this should be no problem whatsoever. It was not. I don't think anybody got injured. I hope nobody got injured. Can we even check on Neva while they're out? Doesn't seem like they're injured. Hopefully nobody else got injured then. That's a free 75 gold and a couple of prisoners. How many prisoners? 2 prisoners. Okay, that works. Just as I was talking about it earlier, there is a prisoner trying to escape, and it looks like they are going to get away. Wow, they're severely hungry. Former gangster. They're scarred, homeless. Yeah. They were doing wonderfully here. I don't know why they would want to escape. I would definitely love to stay around and just starve slowly here, personally. Okay, so for the first time, Sadibor seems to be doing his instructions here on the mine. It's already level 2, so there will be a total of 200 iron that we can mine from here. If we upgrade this again, and we have plenty of wood, so there's really no sense not to. We're just going to upgrade it again, and that'll be a total of 300 that we could actually mine from there eventually, which will be quite nice. What we're probably going to do, though, is just, like I said before, we're going to let them mine about 50, and then we'll probably close it down for the time being. Just because there's really no need for us to have more than that until we actually have the workshops so that we can make tools and everything. Now, on another note, it looks like we gained another loyalist, so that's actually quite nice. As I'm pretty sure I've mentioned, if you have these peasant houses, then there is actually a pretty good chance that you will start to gain loyalists over time, which is quite a nice mechanic if you ask me. Now, as I mentioned, it would be kind of bad if Ugrad and Gorno actually formed their own kingdom. And what do you know, that is exactly what happened, but Gorno seems to have lost some troops, so maybe not that bad. And of course they have the burned village as well, so that's probably hurting them. And this one also has a burned village. They also have a camp of forest bandits right here. We could actually attack that just so that they don't hate us as strongly, and that may prevent them from trying to attack us in the short future. But this camp of forest bandits is getting stronger. They have eight people now. So we may want to save our forces to be able to deal with that. Since we once again are at about 750 gold here, we may hire one more mercenary for the time being. I wish we could hire just a couple of more just so that we could really guarantee that we can attack this bandit camp soon. But I don't think that it's going to be a very good idea at the moment. And of course, we do have enough tools right now to build the Chancellery, but I think I may just end up selling these back to the caravan for the time being once we get it, because, like I said, we don't really have the paper to actually deal with the Chancellery right now. Maybe we will later in the series, but I'm actually not even sure if we ever will be able to. We'll just have to see. Okay, today is a nice little interim day because he's only got, it looks like, what, 6? Yeah, about 6 things that he has to actually inspect today. So he should be able to get this done with some time to spare, hopefully, to just stop him from getting backed up for tomorrow. Of course, he still wants to go and do other things every single time I try to do an inspection. He wants to, like, eat. Actually, I need to see. We still haven't banned from drinking alcohol. We can probably disable that It'll take some time, I think, for the servants to actually stock the hall with moonshine anyways. But tomorrow he can actually manage his mood that way probably and actually start drinking alcohol and just kind of dealing with his rest and things like that. Now if you look, actually, wow, look at this. Dwar actually has 8 in combat. Oh, how I wish we could actually make use of that. But because of the way that I want to do this challenge, I don't actually want to use Dwar for anything where he is better than Sadibor, because it just feels kind of like cheating. The whole point of this was to have Sadibor go from being a complete 0 to actually being a hero, so we're probably not going to make use of that, but I wish we could. Okay, this may actually be the single worst prophecy that we could get. The numerous sins of your subjects upset Mother Sophia, and soon she will pour her sorrow upon your heads. For 5 days, every resident of your city may contract a deadly disease with a 10% chance per day. Smallpox can be treated with medical salve, which we're not going to be able to use, but it may lead to blindness and terrible scars. This is going to absolutely probably decimate us. Hopefully we can survive it. Now, due to how much they are producing on moonshine, they've actually finished this order entirely. So we're going to upgrade this to 300 in total, so that they still continue to brew at least some. Of course, we have a good amount of rutabaga as well, when you account for how much is being harvested right now. Okay, so today was a pretty efficient day, as you can see. We had about 10 different inspections done today, and that's probably one of our most efficient days in quite a while. Now, we do have things like rutabaga fields, and I don't think it's these 3, because I think we did these 3 today, or we did 2 of them today. So it's probably going to be the ones down here, which is a little unfortunate, because after that he has to go to the pig farms, and then he has to go to the brewery, so he's going to be like doing kind of a line like this, and then over to here, and then he's going to go over here, so I would be surprised if we actually get more than 7 done tomorrow, but we'll have to see. At least we did get the trader, though. Okay, and so here we are at the trader, and we're gonna, of course, as we have been doing, we're gonna sell some excess meat. We're actually probably gonna sell as much as maybe 30 over the normal market value. We're gonna try to get it to be above 5 gold a piece. So it looks like just under that 30, probably about 20 extra. That gets us to where we're only having to give away 600 gold for taxes. Now that is pretty awful, but we're gonna have to see if we can't manage this somehow. We need those tools, so we can't get rid of that, but we can get rid of excess wood, of course. Now we're gonna probably bring this down to 2. Let's see how many that's gonna take us, and okay. Wow, look at that. Okay, this mostly pays for everything, so that's pretty good. Now we can get rid of the cooking meat and the mine. Now look, oh my goodness, and we are still sending money. In fact, wow, this guy has a 15 combat skill. This guy has a 12 combat skill. Man, if he wasn't... Oh, but this is Caden, and these are... Okay, we can't actually do that then. So we'll get a whole 150, a whopping 152 gold. Oh my, wow, we are making bank now, guys. Now the paper actually has a pretty good price increase right now. I'm not sure if we want to sell it. I think we're gonna have to. I think we're just gonna have to get rid of it. Alright, so we'll do that. The tools, I think we want to keep. Well, no, because as I said, we don't actually want to build the Chancellery right now, so I did say that I probably would end up selling these. So for another 148, I think we kind of have to do that. Now one thing that I think is going to make a huge difference for us here. Let's see, first I want to make sure there's nothing else that might be useful, and I don't think there really is. I mean, bow proficiency could be good to just kind of have something for defense, but this is what I think it's going to be for us. Mace stun. If we get mace stun... Actually, let me make sure that I haven't already done that, because it is my favorite book, and I feel like I probably would have. No, okay. So we are going to grab that. Mace stun. And that is 300 gold, so we will be back down to about 400. We may even want to sell just a few more extra pieces of meat here, just to make a little bit of extra money back. This is going to really, really hurt us for the future, probably. Let's see. How many should we get rid of? I don't even think we should, honestly. Yeah, we're already kind of hurting on the market saturation here. We'll just have to deal with it. I may even grab a few of these maces. Okay, that's probably the best we can do for now. And this gives Sadibor something else to actually read as well. Now, he is seriously ill, but that's just the rutabaga fever, so he should be absolutely fine. Now, as you can see, we also have burned some of our peasants. Some of them are disappearing, but we still have the 5 unemployed and 5 homeless, so hopefully those 5 will actually leave, and then we'll have a pretty much perfectly balanced populace. Everybody will have things to do, places to live, and Sadibor should be able to handle most of the stuff. I just think it's going to be difficult because he won't really be able to go anywhere. So hopefully we won't have to send him to do anything. The only thing I can think of that we might need to do is start a trade route if we actually end up finding one, but that seems out of the cards for now since we don't have paper anyways. Okay, now he did finish the keeping prisoners, so it all comes down to this mace done book. Oh wow, look at that. It would take 9 paper to actually write a book on this. Is it 6 for these then? Yes, and it's 3 for these. So that's not even really worth it anymore. I mean, 3 paper, that's going to cost us, what, if we were to buy it straight up, it would be 93 gold for that. And these books barely sell for more than that, so, wow, it's kind of crazy, actually. Oops, I did forget to start the learning. There we go. We'll just let him pray. His mood is terrible, so we'll just kind of let him do his own thing for the next day or so. Other than inspections, of course. Nope, there is a fight. It's a bandit, and he's got a knife. Oh, luckily... Oh, nice. This guy has a spear. That is perfect. Usually I try to go with maces just because they're less likely to break. But spears, of course, are great against anybody who's unarmored, so... Against somebody like this, absolutely amazing. He is bleeding a little bit, and... Oh, it's a she going through menopause. Is going through menopause, that's funny. But, yes. So that went pretty good. Neva, of course. That's actually our commander. Did very, very well. Good job, Neva. Oh, now as you can see, there is a cutthroat, and he's just strolling right into Sadibor's home, and nobody's doing anything about it. They all seem to just be sleeping. Some of them are actually eating. That guy's eating meat. Now, I know I'm allowing them to be sold, but it's kind of surprising because I don't think most of them stock up enough gold usually for that. But apparently he did. Good on him. He should actually be super happy about this, too. Mild hunger. Just says peace, loving king. Okay, well, he hasn't gotten any kind of a... Oh, this guy has meat, too. Huh. That's quite good. Now, I'm actually going to see. He's finishing up morning service. I'm going to see if he will actually go and do inspections on his own, or if he's going to try to do something else. Kind of interested to see. And it looks like he only has 5 things that he actually has to do today, so... He's going for an inspection. Okay, that's a good start. If he will just do this on his own from now on, that would be absolutely terrific. It will mean that the series will, for you guys, it will look like everything's going much faster, like days are just passing. I think I usually get about 3.5 days done per episode. That will start to increase if he will actually just take care of inspections by himself, and it seems like he's going to do that. That would be great. Ruler of Gorno actually just died. Oh, and we have a good relationship with them. I wonder if that means... Oh, it looks like Basna and Gorno actually don't like each other. In case you don't know this, you can actually just click on a city and you can actually see. So, like, for some reason, they don't like each other at all, even though they're suzerain and vassal. Basna doesn't like Gorno very much either. Siva and Kriege are enemies. And Gorno actually likes us, as you can see. So you can see the thumbs up. So that's like, when you click on them, it shows what other people think of that city that you're clicking on. Now, another issue here is Ugrad is actually going to attack Wormwood. If they were going to attack one, I actually think Wormwood is the best for us. We basically just sell the herbs, and otherwise we've been stocking them up, because we don't have the alchemy lab, right? We have not gone it yet. Yeah, I don't think I've seen the book for it at all. We do have the training ground that I should probably place, but we don't yet have enough iron, but we will pretty soon. So actually, I'm glad I just looked at that, because this would be great too. be able to start training our warriors. We can actually just get rid of this barracks for now. We can always move the training ground later. So we will probably go ahead and place this here if it'll let us, and it will. Okay. And this looks like we're wasting one little slot there, but that's okay. So we won't disable that, but we will set it to build first. And we can actually put Sadibor on the scaffolding now as well. That uses up 3 workers. I think we will probably just put it down to 1 worker. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Now I'm going to be hyper paying attention to Wormwood for when they go to attack it. But as you can see, they have 24 soldiers, and it looks like 9 of them are going to defend Gorna right now. Reinforcements for Gorna. So, not too sure. They may end up canceling this attack. I hope they do. Because if they attack that, I don't see any way that we can actually defend it right now. Now, once this training ground gets done, I actually think we're going to have to disable the scaffolding. It just seems like there's way too much going on. We may even get rid of another rutabaga field just to give Sadibor, because this one is really far away. I mean, these are all pretty far away, but at least these ones are a little closer to his house. But overall, it's just like going from the mine over to here is absolutely insane on the walking time. But we may end up doing getting rid of the scaffolding or just disabling it so that Sadibor can actually handle the training ground, which is going to be an issue for him right now. Now, he did stop inspections and go to eat. We'll have him cancel that. His mood's good enough. But another thing we're going to want to do once we stock up a little bit more iron, we need 7 more here for the training ground. There's actually 15 that they've already mined. But we're going to want to create even more peasant houses, because the more chances for loyalists that we have, the better right now. Because at least, even if Sadibor is taking a long time to do his inspections, if at least we have that 30% production boost for all of the loyalists that we have, that would be absolutely terrific for us. So as you can see, they actually sent a couple of those swordsmen and a whole bunch of their mace users. So I don't know if this is still accurate. But, I mean, they have a ton of swordsmen, which is actually kind of ridiculous. It looks like they've still got 6 of them in the garrison. That is rough. If this is the squad that they send to attack us, I don't know if we can do that. I really don't. I think one of our warriors actually just abandoned the city too. It might have been a good one. I don't think so. That guy can't move. I think that's from his rutabaga sickness. Okay, and some of you might be thinking about yelling at me in the comments. I did totally forget to sell my moonshine. We do have an overabundance of it right now. And that actually would have been great to be able to sell. Just to get a little bit more money. But honestly, it's not even that big of a deal, because the thing with moonshine is that we have a lot of it, and then if we sell a bunch of it, we could end up having everybody drink what we have left, and then we would actually be having everybody be upset about not having anything to drink. So it's not the worst thing that we didn't sell it, and we can sell this over time. It's only a daily consumption of 24, so that's one of those things where we will definitely be outproducing the amount that we could sell anyways. Okay, well, as of now, Ugrad still is not attacking our village here. This camp of forest bandits is now up to 6. I don't think we could actually take this out without losing a bunch of people. This one is still 8. They're probably going to attack us soon. This one down here is also at 6, and this one is at 2. We could actually attack this one just to make Gorno like us even more. And more than that, get the 50 gold and get a couple of, hopefully, prisoners. That may actually be a good idea to do. Otherwise, our warriors are just kind of sitting around not doing a lot. These ones are actually all unable to move because of the rutabaga fever, so we may end up doing that. Sadibor can't move right now. As you can see, his mood is terrible. He has rutabaga fever. He's unable to move because of it. That will not clear up for as much as 24 hours, so this next day is going to be a little bit difficult. His mood, like I said, is absolutely terrible. He's fatigued, he's severely hungry, nobody appears to even be attempting to feed him, which is super unfortunate. And his dog is just kind of strolling around, good old Smoke. He's 31 years old. That's a very old dog, I feel like, but now we have Svetolad, who actually is requesting asylum, I believe. Is that him? Maybe he's just somebody we... Oh, yeah, we could invite him to the family, but he's Caden, and we're not doing that anyways. We can't even expel him because Sadibor is just kind of stuck here. Oh, and now Smoke has come up, and he's like, "Are you okay, Sadibor?" And he just walked away. Alright, well, I'm glad everybody's so concerned about Sadibor. They're all drinking it up, having a blast. Oh, that guy looked like he was going to carry Sadibor to bed, but now he's just standing here, having thoughts of death. Oh no. So things are going pretty well. Now, this episode is probably going to be a lot like the last one, and it seems like this is becoming a recurring theme. And I don't know if I want to make you guys just necessarily keep watching this over and over again of me just dealing with things, so I probably will let you guys know when Sadibor is able to move, and I'll let you know about some littler things. But one thing we are going to go ahead and do, I think, we're going to go ahead and attack this camp. Hopefully we get back before Wormwood gets attacked, just because if it's a small army, I would actually like to try to defend that. But we will send Neva right now. And unfortunately, we don't have our best warriors right now because they are unable to move as well. I believe it's all from rutabaga fever. But 82% chance, hopefully nobody dies from this. I probably should have picked up some medical salves when we were at the trader last, but we really didn't have the money for it. So that appears to be the best that we can do for the moment. Oh, and just as I was getting ready to send, one of our loyalist warriors actually just got better, it seems like, so we'll go ahead and start this back over. We're gonna actually, I don't know if this makes any difference having the best people at the front of the army. I think the way that weapons get sent between the warriors is pretty much always to the best ones, so I don't think it matters, but I am OCD, so I'm gonna do that anyways. And there they go. Now Sadibor really is just being left to sleep outside on the ground in a pile of his own vomit, that is. This is how far he has fallen. I did tell you guys at the start of the series that we were probably at the happiest he would ever be. He had some moments where he was happy. He is absolutely regretting ever being born at this point. Poor Sadibor. Poor guy. Now the workday is about to begin and Sadibor is still stuck on the ground. I don't think he's going to be able to get anything done today. So we're definitely going to have some breakdowns. Hopefully it's not too many. We're just gonna have to see. And now he's just doing nothing. Look at that. Doing nothing at all. It's not even attempting to daydream or anything. So, it looks to me like we've got 6 things, and one of them is the scaffolding, so I don't even care if that's not working. But 3 things are the pig farm. I don't know what the pigs actually do, if they just refuse to grow because there's been no instructions. I'm not really sure. Maybe they just get stuck in the barn? Is that where they are? I feel like maybe they were already... Oh no, because there's no instructions and the pigs are just like gone, I guess. I'm not really sure. We'll have to see. Now, as you can see, Dwar actually is now a teenager. Well, it says he's a teenager, but he's actually showing he's still being 12. That's actually pretty good. We could theoretically use him for reading books then. He only has 2 intelligence, so that's totally fine. We can definitely add him as another reader. I don't think there's really anything else we could use him for. I guess if Sadibor's gone, we could use him to trade, but that would be leaving money on the table, so it's not my favorite idea. The only other thing we could probably use him for would be as another manager, actually. We could totally do that. He'll need a few more years, I believe. I believe once they hit like 16 or 17, I think they actually can manage things. I'm not totally sure. That would definitely free up a lot of Sadibor's time. Would that be cheating? I don't think it would be, because he would be a terrible manager anyways, right? I think it seems pretty fair. Now, somewhat bad news, because Ugrad has actually sent their army. It's only 5 people. Oh, they look strong. Let's see. Can I click them? Attack. 56%. Okay. Should we try to defend Wormwood? Oh, this guy's actually healed. Okay, we're gonna have to cancel this attack. and they will get back in 8 hours. I don't know if we should actually let them go back into the city, because then it'll take too long to gather, and just for this one extra soldier. So I think we're actually going to send them straight over to Wormwood, and hopefully they can actually defend here. If we take out this little army from Ugrad, that will definitely weaken them. Not enough, but it will help. Now, otherwise, there's a lot of things going on, so actually, oh, look at this. Oh, that is awesome. Okay, Marauders are attacking Ugrad. That's gonna, like, decimate them. If we take out this army, we can actually probably try to force Ugrad to join us as a brand new alliance. We would have to leave Vasna, and then we would immediately try to force Ugrad into our alliance. And since they're Varn, that would actually be a pretty good start. If we do that, then we might actually be able to bring Gorno as well in, and then maybe Vasna, and that would be a pretty solid alliance right there for us to be the head of. We'll have to see if that's going to be possible, though. Otherwise, there's a lot of other things going on. So we've got these air rebellions that are going on in Kriege, so they want us to help. And we've also got these forest bandits that are planning to attack us. It says rate of settlement, so that actually won't be too bad. This is not good, though. As you can see, this is taking us too long. Although, actually, come to think of it, they don't attack the village right away, so we should still be able to get into the village before the attack actually begins. Now, just looking at this, it's not letting us watch the attack. It looks like they actually won. Ugrad actually beat those Marauders pretty easily, I think. Yeah, the army just disappeared, so I think they actually won that. They might have lost a couple of soldiers, but nothing amazing, so I was hoping they would do a little more damage, but I always forget because of the mode that we're playing. These guys are actually really, really strong. Just some update on Sadibor. He is finally able to move again. The workday's over, so he's just going to have to use the rest of his time to study knowledge. And he's still got that unfulfilled ambition, of course. Unfulfilled dream. We could actually let him go and pray, just to improve his mood a little bit. And we made it. And look at this. This is not looking good for us. Oh no. I don't know if we have any shot at all. But if we retreat, we are definitely screwed. Oh wait, actually, I don't think it's counting the army we just got here. Okay, yeah, they're not there yet. I'm blind. Okay, I thought they made it. Okay, now let's look. Okay, there's the balance of power in our favor. But this is absolutely going to kill a bunch of our warriors either way because we don't have the medical salves. And we didn't get the trader today. So unless we get the trader tomorrow, we're almost certainly going to lose probably close to half of our army here. Let's just go ahead and run in and see. So now we're going to wait until this gets a little closer, and we'll stay in the back just so Neva doesn't pull this initial fight. Let her go a little bit back. Alright, there we go. Can't really tell how they're doing. I mean, these guys have swords. Hopefully we can knock some of these guys out and take them prisoner. Alright, one or two. I think two have gone down. Yeah, Inca already surrendered. Alright, come on. Come on, yes, surround them. Ah, surround them, yes. Oh, wait, hold on. I clicked the wrong guy. Pull him there, okay. And he surrendered. And now Ladisvet, come on. He's got all sorts of bruises. He's not actually injured particularly yet. Come on, guys. You can do it, I believe in you. And there it is, okay. He died, unfortunately. We repelled the attack, so actually we don't take any prisoners there, huh? I kind of hoped that we would, but at least we managed to beat them back. Now, they still have 21 people, so that's probably going to be a continued issue for us. And Sadibor, he was just studying, but now he's actually going to go drink some beer. He's doing all of this on his own, which is quite nice. I'm not going to keep updating you, but just letting you guys know that he is actually kind of handling things all by himself now. Now, just an update here on all of our warriors and everything. We have Luchabor has an infected wound. I don't think these are infected wound, that's just rutabaga fever. This guy does, though, Miramil. And we've got Var also has an infected wound. That's 3. So if we get the trader tonight, then we absolutely have to buy 3 medical salves to save them. And Sadibor is going to do his inspections on his own. He's got a ton of them to do. He's definitely not getting them all done today. And the training ground is done, so we actually are going to go ahead and throw Sadibor on that. Now, we'll go ahead and get all of our sub 10 combat skill warriors up to level 10 first, and then we'll upgrade this to 15. We're just going to leave it for now, though. Now that prophecy is coming true, we're also getting a request for assistance. Ooh, look at this. We got actually... Gorno joined a very big alliance here. But none of them are buying meat. That is absolutely amazing. Okay, well, that sucks. So now they want our assistance. We can't do that. We're also getting the smallpox epidemic, and these forest bandits are planning to attack us. Wait, is that really as strong as they are? 3 to 5 levels? They've got 7 to 15 level people. That's gotta be wrong, right? Okay, well, hopefully Ugrad will decide to help us. I doubt they're going to. Oh, they are. They actually are gonna help us. Okay. I guess that these bandits won't be a problem, so we're gonna take them out. And then we can actually go and probably attack the camp itself and deal with that camp. Okay, well, good to know that, I guess. Now, like I was saying before, because we have the training ground now, we're gonna go ahead and snooze the scaffolding here because we only have 2 vagabonds anyways. It's not really the biggest issue. They go and attack somebody, like trying to steal something in the middle of the night, and then they just get killed by the guards, so it's not really... crime hasn't been a big issue. It actually just gives us free daggers, too, so that's fine. Okay, and another good day, because as you can see, we get the trader. And Sadibor, it looks like he's gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and he's doing his 9th inspection. That's pretty good. He mostly went through the entire day doing inspections, but right there at the end, he decided to try to go eat. So I did have to actually force him a little bit, but not too terribly. Now our reinforcements from Vasna are here, and let's see where those other ones are at. Ugrads are just making it as well. In total, let's say, we've got... I guess we have to actually look here, so that's 6, 7, 9, it's a total of 12. 12 people. Plus ours, so we should have no problem with that, that camp of forest bandits when they attack us. Now here we are back at the caravan, and first thing, we are going to sell some wood. We're actually going to sell probably down to 2 gold apiece. Looks like that's going to take quite a bit of it. Perfect. Sell these daggers. We'll sell these down until it's at about 4 gold apiece, I would say. Okay, perfect. And this time we will be selling moonshine. Now, I don't know why they don't have more of it. I know some of it will be in the tavern, but I think only about 100. We'll sell, let's say 60, and that'll get us to the point where we're only sending away 70 gold. So we'll get rid of some of these herbs at the same time. We're just going to sell some extra. We'll sell it down to 2. Oops. Messed that up. There we go. Okay, now we're actually getting 31 gold back. That's pretty good. And then there probably isn't going to be anything here that we need in the immediate. The only thing would be the alchemy lab. So we're just going to go ahead, and they only have 1 medical salve for us. Oh, I really hope that they use that on our strongest warrior. We're going to sell even some more of this meat because... well, maybe not. We'll sell a couple more, I guess. It's just becoming wasteful because the price drops so quickly. I really wish we could get a trade deal going for it. There's nothing else we can do. This is the best that we can really do. We can just kind of keep up with our taxes. It may even be a waste to do that when we maybe should just be stocking the gold up, as I've mentioned before, but I mean, what are we going to use the gold on? Otherwise, I guess we could start trade routes, but we would have to get paper for that, so It's unfortunate, we are kind of just throwing our money away. The only other use that we could use it on, of course, if we stopped doing the trader, is just to stock up a crud ton of warriors, and that may actually be the better solution, I suppose. But this appears to be what we have to do right now. Okay, it looks like our alliance is actually crumbling now, so Vasna is considering kicking us out of the alliance if we don't improve our relations with the monarch. Which is funny, because he's not a monarch, but that's a thing. Now, he already kicked out Kriege, it looks like, and Siva, which is kind of funny. Yeah, we can't even see Siva now, but he kicked both of them out, it seems, or they just left on their own, and now Vasna wants to kick us out, which is kind of funny. And then, yeah, so I think we're just going to have to let them kick us out, and then we will maybe try to form our own alliance, either with Ugrad or try to force Vasna into our own alliance. I'm not too sure. Okay, so now what I'm thinking about is if we get rid of these rutabaga fields, we can probably make at least a couple of peasant house rows. We could make 2 rows going all the way down to here. That should be probably about 10 of them in total that we could fit just in this little section right here. But we would have to get rid of these rutabaga fields because otherwise there's not enough room for them. Of course, we could just get rid of the rutabaga fields down here and move them down. We could actually start doing that one at a time. We just need to move them, I believe, 2 spaces. Let's take a look really quick. And yes, it looks like we just need to move these rutabaga fields down 2 spaces each, but I don't know, can this one even move down that far? It can, okay. Yeah, it can actually move down quite far. So that might be something worth thinking about, because then we could build a whole lot more peasant houses and get rid of this ugly little thing. So I'm going to go ahead and start doing that now. Okay, so it looks a little bit better now. I've moved all these over. We can actually take back some of these roads now as well. There was actually roads underneath right here. Let's make sure I got them all. Give us a little bit of gold back, and then we will do the same thing over here. We probably only really... We'll just rebuild this road entirely, actually. I don't even care if that has a road leading to it anymore. So we'll get rid of all that. All of this as well. Something like that. Okay. Now, was it Bright Road that we're using? No, that's... No. It was Darkwood? Yes, Darkwood. Okay. And we'll just send this up just like that. Okay. And we probably don't need any other road except maybe leading from here. Just like that. Just so that Sadibor can make it up over here a little bit faster. Otherwise, that all looks pretty good. So now we can actually start making rows going all the way over until we hit the Chancellery. And then we will have to kind of figure out what to do with these rutabaga fields later. So that's a little bit better, I think. And we will have another peasant house soon once this one gets completed. And I think the next thing that we will probably end up doing is moving this pig farm and just move it in just a little bit so that we don't have to have all this weird road thing going on. And we may even put this last peasant house right here. That might be what we do. Now, as well, as you can see here, our reinforcements are actually leaving. Now, I don't understand this whole mechanic. It seems every single time that bandits try to attack your city, it says that they're going to attack your city, and then they go and attack a village instead. I'm not really sure why that is. I'm also thinking that because we already kind of have bad relations with everybody, well, mostly Vasta right now, Ugrad, ironically, is the one that actually likes us now. It may not be a bad idea to eventually hire bandits, but the thing is then they get the cowardice and everything. But having the numbers may actually be a good thing, but we'll have to pay taxes on them as well, so that'll affect us with the trader, so I'm really not sure at the moment. Now we do have this rutabaga field that we need to put a manager on as well. And yeah, that seems to be it for the moment. As you can see, I sometimes have to double click for inspections now as well, which makes it even that bit more tedious. Now, one thing I'm thinking that may actually be good here, we could make a peace treaty, but it will cost us 400 gold. This may actually work just because Vasna and Kriege are actually enemies right now, but I can't actually see for some reason what Ugrad's opinion of Vasna is. I don't really know why that is. Maybe they just don't have any relation at the moment. Maybe that just means completely neutral. But I think that there was a face or something when it's neutral, so I'm not really sure what's going on there. See, we can see our relation to them. Sadibor's opinion of Perla is plus 18, but Perla actually hates us, which is kind of funny. Ugrad actually likes us, of course. Yeah, so I don't understand what's going on there. But a peace treaty may be good just so that we can stop them from trying to attack us, and also it'll recreate good relations with them, or at least partially, so that we can go and flesh wolf hunt with them or whatever, which of course we can't do right now. But as you can see, Sadibor does want to go and see Perla, which is the ruler here of Vasna, so I don't know. That may be something we have to think about doing. It will be a big investment, but I don't know if I see anything really to get around that at the moment. Yeah, so that may be a thing. Okay, and as you can see, we got the trader. Now this is huge for us, because if you remember, we have 3 people who actually are going to be getting the gangrene, and they have 5 hours for that, so we actually need to go ahead and send Sadibor to do this right away, and hopefully it will be in time for them to actually go and get the medical salve. I don't actually know if it will be. It'll definitely be cutting it close if they do end up getting it. We need 3 of them. I may just go ahead and double up and get like 6. Okay, here we are. Tax on warrior is only actually 230 today, but we are already market saturated here on the meat, so this is going to be pretty difficult. All we can really do is sell we can sell 1. Wow, we can sell a whole 1. Oh, good. That's awesome. Okay, well, that is something we're just going to have to deal with. We're going to sell as much moonshine then as we can. It looks like that's actually that's gonna help us. Okay, that's gonna get us 16 gold back. Alright, that's our savior right now. We'll sell... Can we sell any wood? No, not really. Did we finish keeping prisoners? I don't remember. I think we did, right? I don't really care. We don't really need it. Yeah, we basically just sell prisoners as soon as we're able to anyways. There's probably not going to be anything here that we need either. The only thing would be Alchemy Lab at this point, and I don't see that anywhere. I believe that's a green book, so we don't need that. Okay, this is good. Do they have medical salves? They have 1. This is terrible. This just keeps on being a thing. This is why we need the Alchemy Lab, but we just keep getting super unlucky with it. And there's nothing else more we can really do here. Wow. That is terrible. I don't even have words for how terrible it is. So, okay, well, maybe we'll save 1 person. Will they actually go and get... Yeah, he's going for the medicine. Will he make it first? I hope he does, because he's our... Yes, he got it. Okay. Take the medicine, and he's alive. Okay, whew. That's one of our best warriors is now going to survive. Unfortunately, this guy's going to die. He's dead. 100%. So... And it's just because we don't seem to have a trader that has any medical salve. That's the only issue. It's really the only issue. So I guess if we want to search for a bright side here, that bright side would be that these guys dying will lower the amount of tax that we end up having to pay. And what we can do now, the reason that we were hiring strong people to begin with was because that was the only way in which we were going to be able to fight bandits. Because we needed strong amounts of people, right? But now that we actually have an army of 10 people, we can trade some of these guys in for slightly weaker ones, train them in the training ground that we now have, and that should actually be okay, because if you don't know this, the training ground, if you train somebody in the training ground, their taxes never go up. So we can actually hire people who are 3 combat skill. They will cost us 9 in tax. And we can just train them up to level 10, and they will always be 9 in tax. So that is something that we can start doing. That's what makes the training ground probably one of the most useful buildings in the game if you are going to be combat focused whatsoever. But yes, so that's going to be probably our plan now, is to try to lower our amount of taxes. If we can only be paying about 100 in taxes in the end, maybe like 200, and still have an army of 10 to 20, that would be superb. Now, just to go on another little tangent here, we are at almost 40% here on mace stun, and this is another thing that is going to massively improve our army capability. If you don't know, mace stun basically makes it so you have a 3 times greater or something, 3 times the chance to daze with maces, regardless of skill. So this basically makes it so you will take prisoners like essentially 3 times more often, and this means that you can sell those prisoners for more money, first of all, but I believe it actually makes it so that a person will be taken out in combat more quickly with mace users. Now, because of this, maces become one of the best weapons in the game, maybe only really surpassed by maces, and of course by swords if you are only fighting bandits, but if you want like a jack-of-all-trades kind of a weapon, then I would say this makes maces essentially the best. I think they'll still be slightly edged out by axes, but to actually use axes takes you until the end game to even be able to consider that, and maces you can just use at any time. But yes, so that makes maces much better, and it should make our army much stronger. Now, because we have managed to actually sell off some of our moonshine finally, I think I'm going to take this back down probably just to 250. I just want to make it so so all of our rutabaga doesn't end up getting thrown into the brewery. As I've mentioned before, what they'll do is they basically take every single raw resource, I guess you would say, and they put it in the building for the production that is actually set. So for instance, as you can see, we need 90 rutabaga for the amount of moonshine we now need, because we have 160 total and we want 250, right? So it puts all of that into the production building at the beginning of the day, right? So that means 90 of our rutabaga are going to be taken and they're going to be put into the brewery. This means that if that rutabaga doesn't get taken back to the storage at the end of the day in time, then these guys won't be able to take it over to the trader, and that means that people won't be able to buy rutabaga. So if you understand what I just said, basically that means people will start to starve. That is kind of the end result there. That is not something we want to have happen, and that's why I keep managing the production. So micromanaging. Doesn't usually matter in a normal playthrough, but in this one, every little tiny issue becomes a major issue. Now, I think what we're going to do, taking a look, I actually want to see, so lumber mills are currently essentially being inspected around the same time as rutabaga fields. This means I don't want to move them over to where the pig farms are, because this will actually make a major inefficiency as far as inspections go. So I do want to move them, but I think we'll just move them over to where the temple is, because that's not too far of a walk from here. And it will allow our workers to just get over to where they need to cut down wood just that little bit faster, and will allow these trees to actually regrow. So we're going to go ahead and do that. I would place this one over here next to this rock, but honestly, them being both closer together is probably better for Sadibor as well. And we'll just go ahead and create a little path, maybe from right here. Doesn't need to be much, just something like this. Maybe just have a line through. I don't know if he'll actually walk right through like that, but we'll go ahead and see how that works. Now we're also going to move this day patrol, of course. And I think what we will probably do, let's see, how's that? Okay, we'll move it just a little bit further. Okay, so like that. And we currently have 4 guards. What I'm thinking though, because most of them are just going to be training in the training ground, I probably want most of them to actually do that. So we'll just probably put this down to 2 is probably fine. because then it'll just be these two strongest guys who can't train in the training ground anyways. It seems like that's what they were doing, because there was 2 out of 4, so it seems like they were just doing that automatically. But of course, as I've said, every little thing turns into a big thing, so I just like to micromanage everything. It's not like there's a whole lot else for us to do anyways, so it's probably okay to do like this. Now, as you can see, the attack icon has actually disappeared from Silverkeep, so it seems now they are going to attack our town, and all of our reinforcements actually decided to leave. Ugrad, it says, might help us, but it doesn't look like they actually are, and it looks like they're having problems with this bandit camp actually going to attack Dawnfield. So I think we're going to be alone here. I don't think these levels are right either. They do have 3 to 5 bowmen, but the rest of these are 7 to 15. So I don't think 3 to 5 is correct at all, but if that is actually what it is, we should be fine. But I don't think that's how it's going to actually be. Now, these guys are actually attacking this camp of forest bandits, so maybe Ugrad will decide to actually send us some help, but it doesn't seem like it. They took our reinforcements back. And I just think that this whole system seems to be buggy, because it was previously allowing them to come and defend us, and then it seemed the forest bandits were going to attack Silverkeep, and so they all left, and now we're just left alone. I don't know why that is. Seems like a bug to me, though. Now, it does say our moonshine order was complete once again. We have 250, so we're just going to pop this back up to 300, I guess. I guess I never had to take that down, but just for sake of micromanaging, for micromanaging's sake, that's what we did. Sadibor is being very cooperative. He has actually been doing a lot of his inspections today all by himself. Now he's trying to go eat. Spoke too soon. Okay, this is pretty funny. I'm Hotapa. That's gotta be it. That has gotta be some kind of essentially Easter egg by the developer. I'm Hotapa. There's no way that is meant to just be a normal name in the world. I don't believe it. But nice try. Now, with this inspection that Sadibor is doing, that will actually be 9 on the day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Yes, he did pretty good. And look at that. It looks like the order has actually fixed itself. So he will do all of the rutabaga fields tomorrow, and then he will go to the brewery, and then over to the lumber mills, and then over to the hall stores. So it's not perfect, but that is much, much better. Absolutely amazing. Now we do have the trader once again. We'll just go ahead and sell our lumber down to 2 gold. Not getting much there, but it is something. We can sell a little bit of this meat as well. Not very much though. And we'll sell moonshine down to 2, I suppose. And we will sell... Oh, we can't barely sell any of that either. Now, I wish we would get done with mace stun, because that would save us a little bit of gold, but we are actually going to have to sell, I think, a little bit of this iron, because it has an increased price right now. And that is something I would actually like to take advantage of. What do we normally sell it for? Buys it for 4 normally, so we'll sell down to 3. Okay, that's perfect. So this is kind of a waste of iron in a way, but we kind of have to do it so we aren't sending a lot of gold away. Now, they do have medical salves today. We're going to buy all of them just preemptively. It's not going to matter, though. I already checked, and everybody has gangrene, so that's kind of unfortunate. They are going to die. But that is not something we can really worry about at the moment. So, Sadibor, he did pretty well today. We're just going to send him. He's got good moods. We're going to send him, actually. Oh, he's trying to eat anyways. Go to study knowledge, please. And this would be good. As you can see, this is actually the book trader. We're going to go ahead and just go look just to see what they have. Fighting drought. Caden training. Oh, that would be super, super good. The effectiveness of warrior training at training field is increased by 50%. Oh, that would be amazing. And the tax on war. This is probably the best book in the game right now. As far as just simple things that don't add mechanics. Tax on warriors decreased by 30%. That would be amazing as well, but both of these books are pretty good, but we actually can't do either of them. First of all, because they're too expensive. But the other thing is that This book is written in Caden, and this one's in Tanea, so we can't actually do either of these. Super unfortunate because they are both extremely good. Okay, as what's become tradition at this point in this playthrough, we are sending Sadibor to study knowledge a little bit early. We also have 6 vagabonds and 2 cutthroats. We're probably going to go ahead. We have 2 unemployed, so we'll go ahead and put these onto scaffolding. We'll give Sadibor something else he has to do today, but that should be okay. We're actually managing this inspection queue really, really well. It's just super micromanaging. As well, it's almost the work day. Go ahead and start his inspections right away. Now, I think these bandits should be coming any second at this point. We'll have to see though. Now see, this right here is exactly what I was talking about. 61 in the storage, and there's no rutabaga here in the actual hall storage. So hopefully this doesn't cause anybody to starve tonight, but it may end up happening. Okay, so now Perla's upset because we didn't attack the bandits in our lands here, and now these bandits are coming to attack us. So it is kind of annoying. Like I said, Ugrad, they're not coming to help us. They had come to help us, but then for some reason there was this little attack over the Silver Keep, and then they decided to leave. So yeah, assuming we had Ugrad, we would probably be fine, but because we don't, I think these guys have a very good shot at wiping us out. As you can see, this is also bugged. 3 to 5 mace level 3 to 5 mace users without armor, and 3 of them. That is totally incorrect. They're 10 to 14. Yeah, so this is bugged. A whole lot of this stuff with forest bandits attacking seems bugged. That might partially be because of the hardcore mode and the modifiers that we have that makes them stronger, but either way, that should not be a thing. So yeah, there's 7 of them, and 2 pretty strong bowmen as well. That's pretty scary. And the spearmen as well, because we don't have armor for our people. That's also scary. So we're probably screwed here. I don't know how we can possibly win this, especially with our people already dealing with things like smallpox. As you can see, we do have the smallpox epidemic, and yeah, it's not looking very good for us. The only hope we may have, let's see. Oh, okay, we have 4 people here that we can actually add to warriors right now. We probably should have done this before so that they would have spent some time on the training ground. We're going to hire this guy as well, because he may be able to help us rebuild our army when they all pretty much inevitably die. And now Sadibor's trying to go study. That was actually my fault. I misclicked. We're going to wait until they're about an hour away, and then we're going to actually start building the army just so that they assemble. That's what we're going to do now. Neva, go ahead and bring everybody in. And that is just enough weapons. Thank goodness for that, at least. And this will allow them to get all of their weapons together. And the hostile squad is now nearby. Where's ours? Over here. Okay, we're going to put them right here, because they are definitely coming in over in this direction. As you can see, let's look at these bowmen. If it'll let us. 11. Is this the other one? Also 11. Yes. Okay, that's pretty worrisome. Those are strong bowmen. But at least these spearmen don't seem to be the strongest. Oh, this one's level 15. Okay, that's pretty bad too. Alright, well, all we have to really do is just hope. We do outnumber them, but our numbers don't really matter that much when you have level 1 to 4 people. These guys may actually just surrender immediately as well. We'll just have to see how this actually goes. We're going to try to keep all of our guys bunched together. We don't want any of them getting caught alone. Go ahead and run in. Neva, stay in the back, because if you surrender, then we're actually completely screwed. Alright. 5. Oh, okay, come on. Nobody surrender. 4, 3, 2. Okay, we might have this. I think we have this. We got it. Oh, okay. Wow. That is amazing. If Neva had surrendered there at the beginning, I think we absolutely would have lost. But we pull it off. We do. Okay. And they're down to 4. Okay, I did just dismantle that army. Let's take a look at people. Is there anybody he's got an infected wound now. 47 hours. Okay, we need to send him to attack, because they're going to die. Some of them are going to die, and this is the best that we can actually hope for, is to make best use of what we have left of this army. So we're going to do that now. Okay, and we did once again get the trader. Now this is just incredible that we keep getting this. We actually have bows. I'm kind of thinking we'll just keep all of these weapons now. Well, okay, maybe we'll keep the spears but not the bows, because we are obviously fighting a lot of bandits, and I do like to take prisoners, but right now, even after we get mace done, I think that we need the spears for deadly ability. So we're gonna go ahead and get rid of the bows, which are actually pretty good as well, especially against unarmored. But we need the money, and I don't think we're gonna get enough from the rest of our sources here. So we are gonna sell a little bit of the wood. Probably not gonna be able to sell very much. We may even just take 2 gold apiece for it, because we have so much. And we're probably not going to use it. We'll bring the meat price down substantially, of course, as we tend to be doing. And we'll sell a little bit of the moonshine, not very much. Actually, we probably shouldn't even sell much of it, maybe just the one. We'll sell a little bit of the herbs here as well. As you can see, we're getting 8 back, so not very good there. Now, this guy actually has an 8 combat skill. He's yearning for freedom, and he's a former bandit, so he will actually have a debuff if we did try to turn him into a warrior. So we're not going to. And that appears to be all. We still are not getting the alchemy lab, which is super unfortunate, but there is 2 medical salves here. We'll buy them. And what we're going to do, we're going to go to the market, and we're just going to forbid selling medical salves. Already we have it set in the finance to not allow any of them, and none of them going to prisoners, but they seem to just be disappearing at random times, so I don't know what's up with that really. It's possible that when they get rutabaga fever, I think that can actually be saved by, or healed rather, by medical cells. I may be wrong about this. Let's actually see if we can find somebody with it. I think it says on the tooltip. This is smallpox. Is the smallpox? That's the other annoying thing, is that smallpox and rutabaga fever looks the same. Okay, it doesn't mention it, so maybe I'm wrong there. I thought that you could heal it with medical salves, but let's see if somebody decides to go and buy one. Okay, I didn't see anybody trying to take one, but it is possible that I'm just missing the time that they decide to do it. So hopefully that nobody steals those medical salves, because we really need them for when our warriors make it back, assuming they do make it back alive. Where'd they go? Hold on, wait. Where'd they go? Hold on, are they in? Hold on, wait. They're not in the city. Did I not send them? Oh, they're over here. They're just standing there. Okay, well that's a great waste of time, guys. I don't. Now they've got another warrior over there. This may be a little bit more difficult now. Should we cancel and maybe send this guy along as well now? That is super annoying. I don't know what happened there. Okay, Neva, and send you. And should we maybe just go ahead and send a spear user? Probably. And attack. Hopefully they will actually wait for this 10th guy. Where'd he go? Oh, he's unable to... Oh, he died. Oh, that guy died. Alright. And what about this guy? Is he collapsed? Or is he dead? Nope, he's just unable to move, probably because of smallpox. Well, that's great as well. At least this guy with the spear is coming. What a day. And there is also a bug here. I don't even know what to call this. It appears that the font is just way too big. What are they doing now? Okay, they're... attack. Alright, they're on their way now. So here we are to attack these bandits. And we're going to, of course, as usual, get close. And then we'll set Neva to stay in the back. So hopefully she doesn't die. Right about here. It looks like we already lost one. That's rather unfortunate. Alright, let everybody get in there and then rush on in as well. Oh, we lost, what, one? Did we even lose? You're in pain and shock. Wait, why isn't it? Why are we stuck? What's going on here? Okay, so I actually set up a save point and I went back in and the exact same thing happened. So basically you kill all the troops and then your guys just stand there indefinitely. It never seems to fix itself. So I don't know, this camp is bugged or something. And I feel like everything to do with forest camp bandits has actually been broken. Since there was an update, I forget exactly what the update was now, but ever since that update, they did a lot of things with bandits, and everything to do with them seems to be broken now. And this is why I wish the developer, they do have a branch just for beta testing, but they don't seem to use it. They just don't seem to use it anymore, and so they keep pushing pretty broken updates to us. And I do love that they update very quickly and everything, but I don't like that. I don't really like that they make us test for them on the main branch. So I guess we just have to auto battle here. It seems to be the only option. And 3 of them escaped, 2 captured, but we lost nobody. So I guess that's kind of a bright side. Let's take a look. Can we actually look at Neva from here? I don't think we can. I've tried this many times. So we'll just have to wait until they get back. And then we will check what our damages are. Unfortunately, all the medical cells are gone now because when I reloaded and went through, apparently both of them got taken this time, so not sure if that was from another person with smallpox or what. Now taking a look at Dewar, look at him. Wow, he is just like kind of a powerhouse for a 15-year-old. Look at him. He's good at everything. He's basically good at everything. He's just not very smart. He's kind of dumb. Is Vidadar dumb? Yeah, Vidadar's kind of dumb. So that kind of explains that, like father, like son, right? Could be interesting though, just to see if he continues to be like this. Is he gonna be better than Sadibor at basically everything? That's kind of the question here. It seems like he might. He might be. Except for management. And intelligence. Now we're being demanded for tribute by Vasna, which is super, super, super annoying. There's no way we're going to do this. We're not going to pay them 100 tribute. Not when they're not even going to be our suzerain. So, I'm not really sure what to do about this. They are pretty strong. Oh, and they're actually in an alliance with Ugrad. Should we maybe just join this? Doesn't seem that we can request to join. Because Inca doesn't like us. Okay. Inca's not in the city either. So we'll have to wait until they get back. Returning to their hometown. Be there in 2 hours. Okay. Okay, and our army has returned. As you can see, we have 3 people. I think 2 of these already had these injuries. 32 hours. And this guy is also at 32 hours. We have to find this other guy who can't move at the moment. Is this them? No. Is this them? Wait, hold on. That might be them. 45. So this guy's the only one with a fresh, deadly injury. So he should be okay if we get another trader in the next couple of days. But the other 2 are looking pretty grim unless we manage to get the trader today. It's looking pretty bad. Oh no, Neva. Oh, okay, it's smallpox. Ooh. But Neva is 53 years old, so this is going to be a problem eventually anyways. So I have talked a little bit about how we are not going to hire other lords or anything, but what I am thinking is there are occasionally asylum-seeking lords, and we can basically give them asylum, they'll come into our family, and we can turn those into knights. That seems like our best bet for actually replacing Neva. She's 53 now. I don't think there's anything else we can do. Like, I don't think we can take her back from being a knight. No. So she'll have to continue being a knight. However, she can at least mostly be used as a warrior instead of actually having to lead the armies, if we can find an asylum seeker. Hopefully that will happen. But things aren't looking too good for us. We may actually get forced into this vassalage, or, well, this tribute agreement. The only other option is maybe to find a way to join with Kriege. We would have to demand vassalage. So that's not looking too good either. I don't know how we would be able to actually join with Ugrad here. Oh, okay. Inca's actually back. So let's say, as soon as the workday is over, I think we'll go ahead and head over there then. Okay, now I did talk about sending these loyalists back to peasantry, but I actually tried, and luckily I had a save point, because I actually tried, and they would not become peasants again. They just decided to leave the town, which is super unfortunate, because they are loyalists. We don't want to lose them that way. Normally I wouldn't save scrub for anything like that, but for something like that, I absolutely do not want to lose loyalists just because of bad mechanics, and they are supposed to become, because these guys were not from bandits or anything like that, so they should go back to peasantry. There's no reason that they shouldn't. The only one I was able to send was this guy, but all the rest of them just decided to leave. So that was something I went ahead and just reloaded the save on. Normally I wouldn't do that, but that just is super frustrating, so I guess we have to keep these guys as warriors now. Yet another thing that I'm pretty sure didn't used to work that way, but now appears to actually indeed work that way. So super unfortunate there, but nothing we can really do about it, so there's no sense dwelling on it. Now unfortunately we don't get the trader today, so the best that we can really do is just send Sadibor off to Fleshwolf Hunt. Hopefully he doesn't somehow die during that. That would be very, very unfortunate way to end the series, but we pretty much have to do it, because if we can't get into the alliance with Ugrad, we're going to be forced into this tribute agreement. I mean, we can just not do it, but then they'll probably attack us, so not something we really want to risk at the moment. Now, one other reason that we really want to get into this is because if you're in a state, the bigger that state, the more market cap there is, so we will actually be able to sell more of our items as well. This is the main reason that I'm not really trying to fast track creating our own alliance. It would be cool, but I would rather be in a state like that. Look at these guys. If we were in their state, we would be doing so well. We would be doing so well. So we kind of have to hope that at some point we can get into one of these bigger alliances here. But right now it's not going so well, and we'll just have to hope that that changes in time. But now Sadibor finished this hunt, and we still are not able to actually join with them, because we need +5, and there's nothing else we can do at the moment. Let's see. Can we could start a peace treaty that would cost 200 gold. I really want to get this done as soon as possible. I'd rather pay the flat sum now than actually having to pay the 100 later. Now, of course, if we don't pay them, they will try to attack us. However, the reason that I'm trying to get into this alliance is because being in an alliance precludes any of those kinds of attacks. So this should just go away, unless that's also bugged. Trying not to be frustrated about the bugs, but it is definitely, they're definitely starting to pile up and causing a lot of issues for us right now. Now, we did have to pay 200 for that, but we did get the peace treaty. Now, that should give us a good enough relation to join the alliance. Oh, I hope this works. Okay, so now we got 300 gold back from them, so that actually works out pretty good. For some reason, though, it's still trying to say that we have to pay this tribute. Hopefully, once that goes away, it'll just deteriorate the relationship, and they won't actually try to attack us for it. We'll have to see, though. Now, funny enough, that does seem to have only increased our market cap by about 5, and our total daily consumption only by about 1, at least as far as meat goes. I didn't check the rest, but it's probably not too much different. And I've also looked around, and nobody here is buying meat, unfortunately. So that's rather unfortunate. It does not really help us too much. Now, we do also, of course, have all these breakdowns, and luckily, Sadibor is making it back kind of just in time to still get a good start on the workday, I would think. So hopefully he can get a lot done today. Now, this is pretty hilarious. Kriege is already trying to force us into neutrality, and they are also considering our army to be pathetic, and they want us to give them 500 gold. Now, they have 24 people. Our alliance should be strong enough to hold against this, I would think. So we're definitely not going to be doing that. Now, I did just notice, but Dwar actually has smallpox right now. It says that it's going to clear in about 18 hours. Hopefully he doesn't, like, become blind or end up dying from the disease. That'd be pretty terrible, because he is actually going to make a big difference in Sadibor's life here. Okay, so apparently a farmer got given the Mask of Shame, which means that anybody will just fight them at any time, and Sadibor decided to take up that offer, apparently. So he just knocked this guy out. He just punched him clean in the face, and now he's unconscious. He's a farmer too, so that's kind of funny. I think he's forcibly eating, so there's nothing I can do about that. Okay, so we did get reinforcements here from Vasna. It doesn't look like it's that many. 9 it looks like. Hopefully they don't end up immediately leaving as soon as we actually end up needing them, but that is definitely welcome to have some reinforcements to force Kriege to hopefully back off of us. And now the workday is over. Unfortunately, he only got 4 things done. That was mainly because it took him forever to walk all the way over, and I think the first thing he inspected, what was it? It was one of these rutabaga fields, I think. So unfortunately, he just didn't get very much done today. And then he did that. He was starving to death, so he had to go eat. At least on the plus side, he is going to study now. His mood's all improved again. Ugrad's reinforcements are here. Let's actually see what their numbers are. Ugrad sent us 9. Okay. I don't even trust the 3 to 5 at this point. I imagine that's not how many they actually sent. Oh no, they are wow, okay. Well, and they're spearmen, so if Kriege has any armored people, yeah. Okay, I don't think these are armored. Wait, actually these guys are, I think. Okay, well that's not good. Actually maybe they aren't. Maybe it's just the helmet, okay. So they might not actually be armored, so the spear guys will actually probably be fine. Now we have completed, as you can see, every single possible thing that we can study. We could, of course, have Dewar just learn some things, just for the sake of it. Of course, if Sadibor dies, then I think that will probably be the end of this playthrough, so I don't think there's really much point to doing that. I guess the only reason is just so that he is smart enough when we have other books to read. Having him study at the same time as Sadibor would actually probably be fine. We'll just go ahead and do that. And apparently our cutthroats were also bribed. That's not good. There's 6 of them. Is there something... Maybe we should just increase the amount of people working there. Now, being that we're all done with knowledge, Sadibor can actually just kind of deal with his own thing until it's the workday, and then, you know, he can just keep his mood up. This may actually be a good time for him to just really boost his mood and be super happy about everything, which isn't going to have much of an effect. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but he can basically just go forever without eating as long as his mood doesn't get poor. They will not starve to death. One lord hates another, it may end in murder. Dewar hates Lorena. I don't think Lorena is a lord. Oh, they are a lord. Okay, they're one of the people from Ugrad. Oh, that's not good. If Dewar ends up murdering somebody, that could be pretty bad. I am just looking again, and nothing is updated. There is nobody trying to buy meat yet. It would just be the biggest possible thing that could happen to us if just any town would actually decide to buy. Oh, wait, right here. Right here, I am absolutely blind. Oh, we may actually have to send them this gold then. How did I not realize that? If that was already there, guys, feel free to yell at me. I didn't realize it. We're gonna send them the gold. Relation will improve by +7. Because the thing is, if we don't do it, then they will hate us by -17. And that's already pretty bad because they're already our enemy. So we're going to send Sadibor to do that right... Oh, he's being attacked by robbers, of course. Well, that's not going to matter. So, good job. Good job, everybody. Okay. So, fall of a noble house. Whoa, that was unexpected. I don't even know who that is, but they just burnt Gorno. Oh, it looks like Vidodar and Lorena are actually in a fight right now. Trampled in the mud. Oh, goodness. They both have their shields out. Pretty funny. Oh, and she surrendered, like, immediately. Alright, well. Good job. Good job, Vidodar. Apparently you can beat up some woman who's here to actually help defend us. Good job. What an awesome priest we have. Alright, so before we did the trader, I decided I wanted to take a look again at our mercenaries. We're not going to probably hire this guy. He's too expensive, but this guy right here is only 70 gold, and he will only increase our taxes by, what is it, 12? So that is definitely worth it. And then we will head over to the trader. And we are going to, of course, we're going to sell a little bit of this wood. Now we're not going to oversaturate the market, I don't think. We don't really need to do that anymore. So we'll just do the same thing on meat. We may let it drop down from 9, but that's probably about all we're going to do for now. Apparently we are totally out of moonshine. I was not expecting that, but that is a thing, and hopefully that will not last. Now we're just going to go ahead and sell this mace stun book as well. That will stop Dewar from actually learning it, but that is totally fine. And in total, we will only be sending 170 gold, which probably will stop us from being able to buy anything right now. But I am glad that we're doing this, because otherwise our taxes would have just kept stacking up and we would basically never be able to pay them. Whereas right now, we actually, once we get this trade route going, we'll probably be okay. And what we're going to try to do, can we buy enough paper? We can't. Okay, we have to sell some more stuff. Okay, we're going to try to sell these down to 5, down to 4. Let's go down to 4. Alright, there we go. And we'll sell a little bit more wood as well. Let's see, down to 2. That's totally fine. And maybe even, let's see, he has just a normal amount of rings. What if we sell 3 more of them? The only issue with this is that once Dewar actually comes of age, I think he will occasionally get the, wants more rings, desire or whatever. But we will just have to deal with that in time. We may even be better off just selling a little bit of this iron, but we're going to try to keep it for now. And otherwise, I think this is okay. We'll get a little bit of money back when people go to the markets and everything, which they should be doing right about now. So 160 gold. This is hurting us, but we need that paper. Okay, so something a little hilarious that I just found out, and I don't know what the implications of this are, but as you can see, we now have 6 paper. Why is that? Well, so I did something kind of funny. I was going to try to send a messenger to actually do this trade route for us. Now, we only had 5 paper. 100% we only had 5 paper. I sent them, I clicked this off, and as you can see, now we have 6 paper. So we kind of just, we just duped a paper somehow. And I'm going to actually just test this. So if we go over here, let's say, what is something that we can send a messenger to do? Can we send a messenger to do this? Because that's 5, right? Now we're going to do it again. Trade. Do it. Oh my goodness, yep. Okay, so oh no. Oh, we have just duped 2 papers. Oh, we're absolute cheaters now, guys. We're just going to go ahead and send this messenger to do this. We have a free extra paper now. Well, that is the thing. Just so you guys know, there is definitely a way to dupe paper in this current version of the game. So, of course, the benefit with that now is that we don't have to send Sadibor to do this. And we're just going to take it. We're going to take the win there. And maybe we just won't dupe more paper in the future. But honestly, I'm okay with it. I just attempted it because it allowed me to actually click the option. Whereas normally, if we had 5 paper, it actually should have just been grayed out. So, yeah. That is definitely a thing, and it is totally something that I'm okay with doing one time. Look at that. Oh my god, these poor cutthroats. I almost feel bad for them at this point. They do anything and they just immediately have like 10 people right on them. Based on our current amount of warriors and everything, I think what we're going to do, we're going to up these day patrols to 4. And we're going to upgrade the night patrols maybe to 6. So that's 10 in total. There'll still always pretty much be 3 warriors that are doing nothing. That seems good to me. And we finally, look at this, we finally have this trade route. So they, as part of the trade agreement, they will offer to buy 9 for 14 each. Okay. I didn't even think about it, but we may have been better off sending, let's actually look. Trade, oh, it's not going to let us now. I actually totally didn't look if it would have been better if we had sent Sadibor to do it. It may have been. But you know what? We're just going to take the win. We're going to absolutely take the win. And we'll trade automatically, so that's 9 per day for 129 gold. This should absolutely make a huge difference, and I believe the trade routes are always for 15 days, yes. Okay, so that's potentially what? 1,290, so it should be about 1,800 gold that we should be able to make off this, assuming that we actually send all the meat. And of course, these are now, have no instructions, so they are broken down at the moment. but hopefully we can fix that today. He's actually forcibly doing the morning service. He will not actually stop doing it for some reason. It's a little strange. Goes for an inspection, okay. Now we did lose another 4 peasants today, but that's okay because we actually, those 4 peasants were actually just unemployed. So everything appears to have finally hit the point that we really want it to be at, where we have just enough peasants, just enough workers and everything. We have nobody homeless either. I don't know if we have, do we have extra? Looks like we have a couple of extra slots in our dormitories. Hopefully they are prioritizing going into peasant houses. It does look like they are. That's good. So we can probably get rid of this. We can probably get rid of this and turn those into dormitories soon. We're not going to do it just yet, but we do have other issues. Kriege is sending an army to sack us. Hopefully these are the only ones that are... So it's all Kriege, yes. Kriege is going to attack us. They're sacking us. All of that, and they're only sending an army of 14. These guys aren't going to leave, right? If they leave, then that's going to be kind of problematic. But if they stay here, then we will absolutely wipe them. And I don't even know if we'll lose anybody. So, okay, it looks like we're going to be doing pretty good. Difficult situation with his neighbors from Kriege. He is planning to start a war soon. Oh, okay, so... Hold on, let's look at this army really quick. I don't imagine that they're sending their king. Or I think it's a queen right now. Swordsman, who's that? No, okay, that's not there. They have a queen right now. Okay, so if we had managed to kill them in that battle, I think we would actually get that 900 gold. But that's not going to matter, so... Still something that was interesting to look at. Now, Gorno is actually resettled, as you can see here. And we have a decent relationship with them, and the other nice thing here is that they have no good army. So actually, if we could get out of this alliance soon, we could start an alliance with Gorno, potentially. We would have to first start one with potentially Ugrad, I guess. We would have to leave Ugrad, and then force them into neutralization, and then force them into our alliance, and then we could get Gorno as well pretty easily. Oh, but they're actually, never mind. They're a vassal of Siva. Okay, well, that means Siva's the one, yep, the one who settled that. That makes sense. Well, never mind to that for now, then. Okay, so that army is about 3 hours away. Currently, Sadibor is just eating. He should hopefully improve his mood and everything. He's waiting for somebody as well. He's probably going to go, yep, hang out with Prima. That's totally fine. And we're going to go ahead. We're just going to do this now. We're going to get rid of this dormitory. We're going to let everybody move because I have had people get trapped under buildings before. And we'll just go ahead and set up a couple more peasant houses. And hopefully there's enough room, yep, for another one right there. Perfect. There is not enough room for one right there, though. Maybe we'll just get rid of this as well. Okay, we'll do it. Might as well just do it all at once. Rip the band-aid off. Of course, now we may as well get rid of the chancellery as well. We'll eventually bring it back, I'm sure, but for right now, it is taking up room that we don't want it to be. Oh, and even the scaffolding is in the way. Oh, well, I probably should have checked some of this a little bit better. We'll go ahead and just move this. Can I move here? No. Can't move there either. Can't move there. Let's see, where's the best place for it then? I guess just right here. Not a big deal. And we'll go back to housing, and a couple more peasant houses. It looks like 2 more. Yes, perfect. Okay. So what is that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Looks like we got 20. Okay, so that's perfect. So that actually perfectly replaces those 2 dormitories we just got. And that will give us, of course, the chance for even more loyalists. Okay, now with this army about an hour away, I'm actually thinking it may be good to take all of our actual loyalists and bring them into our army just to have, because as you can see, these guys can't move, so they're not going to be able to be a part of this fight, and this only gives us, what, about 13 people, even with all these loyalists included, so I'm actually not really loving these chances. We need everybody that we can get and have them all with weapons, so this is perfect. This army should be nearby. Here they are. Okay, and we've got a total of, what is this, 1830. 30 total people. What we can actually do as well, and I think what we will do, we're going to send these guys in and we're going to put them real close here. And we're just going to let some of them get killed. I think that's what we're going to do. We're just going to let as many of them get killed as possible. Now, if we let one of their lords die, they will get mad at us. However, if we only let their warriors die, then they will just be weakened, and we will be strengthened. This seems very good if we want to. I mean, it's not very heroic, but it's not Sadibor's fault. This is us. This is us we're being bad, evil people. And Sadibor can actually come in and he can be like, okay, I'll lead the alliance, and you guys fall in line under me, and I can be the hero of my own story. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move them over there, and we will move Sadibor close just in case he ends up being needed, or not Sadibor, but you know, Neva, Sadibor's army. We're just gonna let them get picked off a little bit, not too much. But we will let some of them get killed off. Oh, they're starting to move in. And let's see, are they going to get pulled? Okay, these guys are going to go over here then. I don't think that Sadibor's army is going to be needed at all here. Maybe a little bit to clean up. Oh, she's unconscious. She did survive though. Okay, that's good. We don't really want them to hate us. Okay, we're going to need to go in on this. Seems to have worked, though. Not many of them actually died. They mostly just surrendered. Oh, what are you doing? Go after these guys. Don't go after the people who are already fleeing. Alright. This should be fine. Yep, this worked out pretty good. I don't think we're gonna lose anybody. Oh no. Lariah actually died. That's actually not too great. I think they're gonna be pretty pissed off at us for that. Alright, so let's actually take a look. Today, the funeral is taking place. We may have lost one. Oh, look at that. Lariah was actually the one that needed to die. And now we got 900 gold. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, that worked out about as well as it could have. And these guys don't hate us. Maybe once their armies return, maybe they'll actually hate us. I don't know how that works exactly. I've never actually had it happen. I just know that if you let one of your reinforcement commanders die, that they tend to get a little angry about it. But either way, look at that, 900 gold. I don't think we lost a single warrior. And none of them even got wounded. This is perfect. And let's see what they're looking like. So they still have 14. These guys have 16. That's pretty good for us. We should be now the strongest in the alliance. Okay, so now to Shashada. They've actually had a change of heart and decided not to assault us, fearing the strength of our army. But they say that Mother Sophia appeared to them in a dream and forbade them from actually attacking us. Well, they're going to be known as a coward regardless. So one thing I think we are going to do while we are low on workers here, we're going to go ahead and get rid of the scaffolding for now. We aren't doing too bad on the crime right now. And this will actually, it looks like it frees up just the right amount of jobs. And it looks like Sadibor got done with, what is that, about 4? He was in the middle of an inspection. I don't know why those 2 at the bottom are grayed. Well, scaffolding is grayed because, yeah, okay, these are just grayed because they're not actually working right now. But I thought he actually got done, oh, with 1 lumber mill. Okay, so that's probably what it is. But on the other hand, we do have the trader, which is definitely going to be a nice little benefit for us. How's his mood doing? He's actually okay. He does want to go see Inca. We're not going to be able to allow that. One thing that I did forget to mention, Dwar actually turned 17 about 2 days ago. So any minute here he should be turning 18, and then we can actually have him help on inspections. But we're not going to worry about that too much at the moment. We're just going to go ahead and sell off some extra lumber. We'll sell it down to 2 like we've been doing. We might as well do that. We're going to go ahead and get rid of these daggers. We don't need those. We'll get rid of... Maybe we'll keep the bows around now, just because, I mean, why not at this point? I would like to buy paper, but it looks like that's not on the cards right now. I don't want to pay 50 each. It's not a great use of our money. We will sell some of this meat, just down to 8 now because we do have the trade route. I think we're selling it for about 8 or something like that. We should probably check that out before we actually sell any of it, come to think of it. We'll sell some of these herbs as well. We'll sell down to 5, or down to 4, I guess. And we will just go ahead and get rid of these prisoners as well. Okay, so just looking at this price, that is actually about 14 gold a piece. So we're not going to sell any more of it. Maybe just... Yeah, okay, we already have it past the market saturation points. There's no point in selling any more of it right now. As you can see, we have a nice bit of light armor. We don't have enough relation, but it may be good to take a look here. Bishop's opinion is 0 right now. So if we improve our relation here with Vidadar, we may actually be able to get this up to the plus 25, I believe we would need for this. Let's say, yep, up to 25. We would need 50 for the heavy armor. And we need 50 for crossbows as well. And same with swords, axes. Okay, so those are all pretty much plus 50. We only need plus 15 for shields, though. That could also be pretty useful. But for the moment, that's out of the cards. We'll probably start trying to improve our relation with Vidadar as Dwar ages. As soon as he turns 18, we can have him do inspections, and then we should be able to do that. Now, as you can see here, we have a terrific book, Recruits. Now this gives us plus 30% experience while we are training in the training ground. That is absolutely superb. We are going to do that. We may even get this mine upgrade, just because. And we may go ahead and get the lumber mill upgrade as well. Let's see. Anything else here? I don't think so. So, okay. Man, we still are not getting lucky on the alchemy lab. That would be very nice. So we'll just go ahead and grab these. So that's 700 gold. We don't have anything else we can really sell at the moment. Okay, well, 700 gold, that is actually fine. We may want to sell these bows, actually. I'm gonna change my mind on that just because it would probably be good to grab just a couple of extra spears in case we're fighting bandits. It'll probably be good to throw some of these in there, just in case they are more powerful than our army. We do want to have prisoners, that's why we have the mace stun and the maces. But the thing is we do have to balance that with the fact that if we don't have enough medical salves, then our people will die if they are caught in a battle where they're like evenly matched. So we do want to have spears just in case. It will be good to have, so we'll have a few extra of them. Now it does look like our cutthroats have actually been bribed. This isn't too good for us, and we do also have forest bandits in our lands again. There's only 6 of them. This may actually be the best time to just go ahead and take care of them. I don't want to do with the prisoners. Let's go ahead and create our squad right now. And we'll just throw in everybody. I'm going to be OCD, as I usually am. And we'll just... Okay. And let's see. There's only 8 of them. Or 8 of us. So we'll probably throw in mostly spears here. And that's 62% it says. I think we should be okay here, though. Especially we do have the medical salves, so our people should be fine. Okay, and as you can see, Sadibor is officially 50 years old. I don't know if that was... Looks like that was just now. And that means he is elderly now. So, he is getting that point. We're going to have to figure out in the next few episodes, are we going to be able to turn him into a hero in time for the end of the series, or are we going to have to pass things over to Dwar? And he's actually immune from, I'm assuming this is smallpox? Oh, and rutabaga fever for the rest of their lives. That's interesting. We may have to, in the next 5 years or so, we may actually have to start passing down information to Dwar as well, so he doesn't lose knowledge if we end up deciding to continue with him. So now we're going to go ahead and start immediately learning the recruits. And as for Dwar, we can have him learn the mine upgrade. I think the mine upgrade is probably a little more important for us right now than the lumber mill upgrade, since we do have plenty of wood anyways. But either one is going to be good for us to have. Okay, as you can see here, we actually have some cutthroats. They're trying to rob the library right now. And they just beat up one of our peasants. I think they killed him. Yep, they killed him. And I think this is because they got bribed. So now they're going to try to attack us. Let's see, we're actually going to send these guys back. And hopefully we can get them to show back up to defend in time. Do they... Oh, they should act... Okay, we should have put that armor on them, and they would also have had better odds against the bandit camp as well. We're going to go ahead and send them, hopefully, to defend this library. Vidadar and Svedimir are in a fight now. Where's Vidadar at? It's right here, okay. One of these guys is named Svedimir. Perfect. Hopefully Vidadar doesn't die before our army gets here, because that will very, very badly affect our relationship with the matriarch. And he's dead. Oh no, he's unconscious. He's still alive, though. Okay, I thought he was dead. They're stopping the bleeding. He's still alive. Oh, and he's getting back into the fight. What are you doing? Vidadar, just... Oh, why didn't you just stay down? Oh, no. What are these guys doing? No, 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 no. Wait. What are you guys doing? Going to get equipment? He's still alive. That's interesting. And they're going back to the squad. Why are these guys walking so slowly? And how is Vidadar still alive? Concussion. He has a concussion. Oh no. Come on, guys. Alright, maybe we have to disband? Yeah, kill him. There we go. Perfect, okay. So they did manage to steal our book, so I'm glad that we did this. Alright, there we go. Now, they are going to... Let's see, did we get both of them? Yep, okay, perfect. So we're gonna go ahead, and 2 of them can't move. Well, that's not good. Alright, I guess we'll have to wait until the morning. So that was an ordeal. Holy crap. At least Vidadar seems to be alive. I don't know why he is not getting a medical salve. He should be doing that. I guess he was just too tired. And Sadibor is doing okay. He didn't get involved in any of the fighting, so that's good. And these guys can move now, but they're kind of upset, so we're going to try to let them actually get some food and things like that. Okay, most of our warriors are doing okay now, so we're going to go ahead and create this army again. And they do need all those armors, and we'll give them mostly spears. We'll give them the 2 maces, and this should make it a whole lot easier on them now. Still saying 61%, but with the armor, I think most of them should be doing pretty good. Okay, it looks like these bandits are 11 strong now. So that's actually going to probably be impossible for us. It's saying 53%, and they were actually bribed by Greece. So now they're going to attack our town. So yeah, this is not going to be very good. We'll have to defend here directly. Hopefully we'll get reinforcements. We are. Okay. We should be fine then. We are getting reinforcements from both Ugrad and from Vasna, it looks like. That should definitely help. Alright, we should be okay then. This is actually kind of perfect, because they'll attack us, and that should dwindle their forces down, and then we can attack it. Alright, now there's a flesh wolf attack somewhere. I don't know where, though. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but our dog did die at some point. I don't know when that happened. I assume he's dead. Either that or he's stuck somewhere, because I haven't seen him in a while. I assume that he's dead, though, which is kind of unfortunate. But he was like 30 or something, which is incredibly old. I don't see this flesh wolf anywhere. It said there was an attack, but I don't see. It's not over here. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. Now we have gone all the way through our iron stores, so we're going to go ahead and up the workers back on the mine, but we don't have enough workers. I don't know why we're all of a sudden dropping on peasants so hard. I did expect a good amount to go, but I don't know why there's so many that have left. Hopefully we'll get some of them back soon, though. Now we do actually have a couple of mercenaries here that we can hire. We'll just hire these 2. Now, of course, Hyric, the guy that's here to actually help reinforce us, is trying to distract Sadibor during the workday, which is unappreciated. We appreciate the help on the reinforcing, but would be nice if you would let him do his inspections, at least. Now, with the workday over and Sadibor basically just praying and stuff like that, I am going to set up the recruits and the mine upgrade here. I think that I had already set them, but because the books got stolen, I have to reset them. And we'll go ahead and have him go study. Now, one thing I'm hoping doesn't happen again is that these bandits decide to actually attack one of our villages, and then we'll have to go defend it by ourselves. Most likely that is what's going to happen, but hopefully eventually that does get fixed, because it is a rather annoying issue to have, that they... you know what it probably is, it's probably not even actually a bug, but they know, because this is reinforced, that it's a bad thing to try to attack it, but they've already initiated the plunder, that they just decide to go and plunder a village instead. But I think that this little descriptive icon here should probably move as well, but that is just a thing that you have to pretty much deal with. Now it seems Dewar is actually planning to murder Celica. And Celica is our reinforcements from Ugrad. That's not very good. Let's see, is there... I mean, I guess we could have them duel. But I'm actually kind of worried. He's got 10 combat. He could easily win this. Celica has 10 combat as well, though. So he could either easily win this or easily get killed. That may be something we have to do, though, because otherwise he's going to try to kill her by himself, and the dueling, at least, will prevent that. However, he has turned 18, so let's actually see. Are we able to... We're not able to place him just yet. He's become 18, but he hasn't actually had the come-of-age event happen just yet. Okay, so some good news. We do have the bandits, and they are attacking our town directly, which is actually going to be good for us. Now, Gorno actually wants us to defend them. What the heck? That is a huge army. That's from Kenna? They have 64 people. Wow, they have a massive army. Alright, and they are returning home. And it looks like, yeah, wow. Kenna is actually going to apparently try to... oh, okay, they're actually trying to break away from Kenna. Okay, well, we're definitely not helping you with that, sorry. Conflict between neighbors. Okay, well, we should probably support Vasna here. Let's see, do we want to... We don't want to send Sadibor. We could use that free paper that we got to go ahead and support. That'd be fine by me. Would actually be good to have not terrible relations with them, but that is something we're just gonna have to deal with. Oh wow, Kenna actually wants us to give them 100 gold. That's unfortunate. If we weren't allied with Ugrad, this wouldn't even be happening. Reinforcements are coming home early. What? No, hopefully... No, wait. Are they really ditching us? It looks like one of them is ditching us. Oh wait, Herrick is. Celica is maybe staying around? Okay, that may be pretty bad. Let's see, do we have enough to actually deal with this? I think we should be okay. We might want to bring these loyalists back into our army, though. Assuming we have enough, weapons, we should be totally fine. Okay, we're gonna do that then. Now, as you can see, Dewar has become a man, but we have to actually promote him. We have to either turn him into a knight, make him a priest, which we're not gonna do, or grant him a title, which is what we're actually going to do. Have Sadibor do that now. Alright, so now we should be able to... We're probably gonna place him on this stuff in kind of the northeast part of the village, and have Sadibor down over here. That way he is kind of always close to the library as well. So we'll go ahead and place Dewar on this stuff here. And hopefully his mood is absolutely terrible right now. So hopefully he even does any inspections today. He probably won't, but... Also, because his combat skill is high, we'll probably have him taking care of the training ground as well, which should actually improve the efficiency there, come to think of it. I think their combat skill matters here. I'm not totally sure, does it? Yes, combat and command skill matters. So that should actually help. Oh, wait, actually, Okay, we can't have him do this because he is better at combat. So this would be kind of cheating to actually have him managing the training ground. So actually, Sadibor has to manage that. That's okay. It's not too terrible. We're still getting a huge efficiency benefit out of doing it this way. And that should be all good. Is there anything else that I am missing? No, I think this is fine. Okay. We may even want to take 3 of these, or maybe... Yeah, we'll take all 3 of these and give them over to Dewar, but we will take back the brewery and put that back to Sadibor. Okay, this should be a lot better. Smooth's a little bit better, but not too great. Let's actually check out the dynasty. Make sure he is allowed to eat meat. Yes, that's fine. Is Sadibor? Should we let Sadibor? Yeah, we'll go ahead and let him eat meat as well. And now our new heir is Dwar. Our hostile army is here. Reinforcements are now under our command. That is Celica. And we will create our army. We can't use Dwar for it. We probably could put him in as a warrior, but we're not going to do that. So we will just go ahead and create our army. Alright, so just like we did last time, we are going to try to throw Celica in mainly so that they lose forces and we try to keep all of ours. This will make it easier to break away from this alliance if we feel like it in the future, which we're probably going to do soon. Especially because we keep getting tribute demands and we don't really want to have that at the moment. So let's just go ahead and let them lose a little bit of their people, and then we'll run in and help. They may even actually be able to handle this mostly by themselves. We'll go ahead and get a little closer. Alright. And they're getting swarmed. We're going to go ahead and rush on in now. And we'll surround them pretty easily. Celica should hopefully survive this. Yep, perfect. And we can just disband. These guys will go ahead and head on. Oh, wait. Oh, 2 of them survived. Whoops. Well, I screwed that up, didn't I? They might be able to handle that by themselves, but I don't really want to chance it. I did not realize. Alright. They did manage to do it. Alright. There we go. Now take care of all those people. And let's go ahead and check out. There's 3 left in the camp. Well, let's go ahead and go take this out right away. And we'll go ahead and send everybody but these guys, I guess. That's a total of 8. Looks good to me. And I just went ahead and sent those loyalists back to peasantry. And we'll send Sadibor to do another... Oh, he's not actually wanting to do any inspections right now. And apparently neither is Dwar. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe they will at least go study. Yeah, he won't actually do an inspection for some reason. Okay, apparently Dwar just got a gift for a Pataban or something. Something or other. We may have to go ahead and give him some rings. Yeah, reward you. And that should get his loyalty boosted back up. Okay, that worked. And now we have the trader. And we'll sell a little bit of wood. And we'll sell these bows. We'll sell the daggers. We might as well... Okay, never mind. Since we are selling for 14 to our trade route, we'll just go ahead and keep all of the meat for those purposes. And that seems to be all. We could actually sell iron because it's apparently boosted right now due to an attack on Kriege. But we're not going to worry about it right now. We do have 1 prisoner. And otherwise, we'll buy up these medical cells. We'll buy the paper. We will buy... Do we want a couple of more spears, perhaps? I think we'll go ahead and skip it for now. And we still are not getting Alchemy Lab. I swear we're just... I don't know, maybe because they updated and certain things now you have to get it from the Scriptonic or whatever you call it. I thought you could still get Alchemy Lab from here, but maybe because it's like a Varn specialty, maybe you have to get it from there. Maybe that's why we're getting so unlucky. Maybe it's not luck. Okay, otherwise, this all seems good. And now we're going to go ahead and take out this bandit camp finally. and we're just going to pretty much rush right on in. Now, somebody did mention in the comments that you actually have to take out this tower now, even if they don't have anybody to put on the tower, because I think at about 10 bandits they will start occupying the tower, but you actually do have to take care of this. So just something to actually think about. It's not something that I actually knew at the time. The last episode, I think, was when I tried to actually do that, but as you can see, they'll just kind of stand around. You do have to go and burn this tower down. And there we go. Battle finished. Now that is something new for sure. That was not always in the game, but that is a problem now. Now, I was just waiting for one of our warriors who needed to actually use a medical salve due to an inflamed wound there. And we're going to go ahead and create another army. And look at that, we actually have a spare heavy armor. We are going to fully equip just with spears and the like. We're going to go ahead and use this bow that we got. And the reason that I'm doing this is we're going to start attacking these bandit camps that are in our neighbor's territory. Now it looks like, I don't know which one of these is going to be the fastest to get to. This one's probably the slowest, honestly. But honestly, this will help us a little bit here with Kriege. Maybe they won't try to attack us so much, hopefully. That's kind of sort of the goal. But as you can see, Ugrad is currently quite weak. Let's see. If Senricor disappeared, they would be happy. I think that's the husband? Yes. Okay, that might... I don't know if that's going to make any real difference for us. But basically, if we can get out of this alliance, then we could potentially actually try to bring them into our alliance. And Vasna might be a little bit of an issue to this. But I do think that assuming Gorno doesn't actually join Kenna, and speaking of that, we should probably go ahead and send them their 100 gold. And we'll just do that with a messenger. So if we can get Gorno and we can get Ugrad and even potentially Kriege at some point down the line, that'll be a pretty good starter alliance for us to be at the head of. Now, one thing that is quite nice is both Sadibor and Dor seem to actually be doing their inspections all on their own. Hopefully that continues. Let's actually take a look. Looks like most things are running quite smoothly. Sadibor's actually got all the stuff that is broken down at the moment, but that is okay. Now it looks like Ugrad is actually going to have marauders attacking them. We could send them units, but actually, oh, they're actually buying medical salves. If only we had the alchemy lab right now, that would be quite useful. For right now, I think we're just going to ignore this. They won't like us, but that's okay. If they get completely wiped out, or mostly wiped out, then we will have absolutely no trouble taking or getting out of this alliance and hopefully creating our own. Now, on another note, we have finished building every single one of our peasant houses. I am thinking about getting rid of the rest of these dormitories and just replacing them with peasant houses now, because we do have, currently we only have enough for another 4, but we have plenty of iron here. As you can see, we've got another 170 about that we can actually mine. So we're just going to go ahead and get rid of that. And we will start making more peasant houses. We may go ahead and get rid... Oh, yeah, that's the one problem, is that we do need to move these rutabaga fields down as well. I don't know. Let's take a look really quick. Can we move this down? We can only move it down 1 slot. I don't think that's enough, is it? No, it needs to move down 2, so this one would have to disappear entirely. Or we might be able to just move them down a little bit like that. Okay, so we're gonna have to figure that out. For now, I guess we get rid of it, and we'll just go ahead and place them here. This one does need to move down 2 slots. We're just gonna probably, actually, while we're doing all of this, we might as well... We have plenty of wood. This is probably actually the best time to be doing this. So we'll go ahead. Do that, and then go to these rutabaga fields, and we want to make sure that they are placed down enough. And we'll just place all the way across, just like this. And it looks like we did get the right amount still, so that is actually just fine. Now, we're going to go ahead and just go with this. This is a lot of stuff that already has to be built, so I don't want to overwhelm our builders too much. Now, one little oversight here as well is that Dwar actually is homeless right now. That explains his poor mood. I guess we could move the scaffolding. Will we be able to move it right here? No, not enough space. Not too sure where the best place will be for the scaffolding at this point. I guess just really anywhere, maybe over here. Just over there, and then that should give us enough room for another house. And we'll actually, what we'll do is this is the one with Vidadar in it. We'll just probably take him out of it and put Dwar in there. Vidadar will be a little pissy for now. Actually, hold on. Dwar there. And Sadibor can go right here. Just to be a little bit closer to the library, I suppose. It's not really a big deal, but... And then we'll place that there. Okay. Because his house, it doesn't even really matter where the priest actually is. And we'll just... Right there. Looks good enough. Actually, why am I even placing a road there? He doesn't need to get anywhere quickly, so we don't even need that. Alright, there we go. Okay, as you can see, it looks like Ugrad actually got destroyed here. Well, not totally destroyed, but they have about 5 soldiers left. So this is actually probably the perfect time to get out of the Ugrad alliance. And we're going to go ahead and send a messenger for this. Did our messenger already make it here? They did not. Okay, so if we cancel this, we'll get our money back and we'll get that paper back. We'll just go ahead and do that because this is going to cut off most of the map from us. And that means we don't really need to send that money at this point. Now we're just going to go ahead and auto-resolve this bandit camp because there's not really a whole lot of point. Now we did unfortunately lose 2. That is not great. Maybe I shouldn't have auto-resolved that. I wanted to actually attack this one. I don't know if it's the best idea now. Now, for some reason, I have had an issue. I keep on trying to force Sadibor to go and do inspections, but he doesn't seem to want to inspect the training ground or the scaffolding. I actually put workers on this just to see if he would go and instruct there, but for some reason he won't. So I don't actually know what's going on there. I'll test again in the morning, and if that doesn't work, I may have to actually have Dwar instruct the training ground the one time and see if that fixes it. Maybe it's just because we don't have warriors in the city at the moment. Maybe that's why. I'm not too sure. Now we did dissolve this alliance. We could probably, as soon as our peace treaty expires with them, which is 3 days from now, we could probably go ahead and start our own alliance with Ugrad. And hopefully we can also include Kriege in that as well before too long. Alright, here we are, and this time we are going to go into this manually. I'm not making that mistake twice. Doesn't look like our strongest people is probably just a couple of weaklings, hopefully, but it looks like we lost our bowman. I know we had a bowman in here, so that does kind of suck. Alright, let's go over there, guys. And stay in the back. And somebody leveled up. Another level up. Another level up. Okay. There we go. Good job, guys. And we did lose another one, unfortunately. But we do get 300 gold and 5 prisoners out of it. So I'm going to have to say that it is still worth it, probably. We have 2,000 gold now. That is pretty great. So as you can see, yeah, he just does not want to inspect the training ground. I'm clicking. It's not doing anything. So let's put this over to Dwar, and maybe he'll do it. Goes for an inspection. Let's see. Will he go do it? He's not going that way. Okay, I guess it must be because we don't have warriors here then. It's the only real explanation I can think of. So Sadibor's trade skill has actually degraded due to aging now. Which means he is probably going to start losing levels rapidly pretty soon. We may end up having to play as Dwar before this series is actually over. Hopefully he doesn't die anytime soon, but it's looking like he's not going to last forever. That's what it seems like to me. Now, are there a lot of wolves around? Not too much. I don't see. There seems to be one right there, one right here. It may be good to go on a hunt just to get rid of some of them. Doesn't look like it's too bad though. We're not going to worry about it then. Okay, and our rutabaga fields are getting completed now, it looks like. That's good to see. We'll actually have Sadibor go over and inspect these right away. Now, with still having a solid amount of iron over there, we are going to go ahead and get rid of this dormitory now as well, and make a few more peasant houses. Go ahead and get rid of this one as well. Now, I think the lack of housing is probably a little bit of what is going on and why people are abandoning the city, possibly. Or why we're not staying around the same amount. Usually, I feel like at this point, usually the migration just kind of stays at the same level, so nobody migrates away, but nobody sticks around either. Or nobody comes into the city, nobody leaves, but for some reason, that's not exactly happening right now. I don't know why. I'm not really sure, but something's going on there anyways. Okay, so our warriors did make it back, and I do want to check, is he going to go over to the training ground on this? I'm hoping, nope, he's just doing the rutabaga field. We'll have to see if he will do that tomorrow then, I suppose. Now, as you can see, we actually have 11 loyalists. I'm wondering if we shouldn't, just due to what's going on with the rutabaga and the moonshine, maybe we should actually put all of our loyalists onto rutabaga fields. I don't know how this actually affects things, though. I don't know if it causes the crops to actually grow faster, or if it probably just makes it so that you harvest more at a time, I would think. I would think it would be something like that. So we have 11, and these fit 12, so that should be what we have all of our loyalists on for the moment. Now, just because their moods are so good right now, we're going to go ahead and go to the dynasty, and we're going to ban them from eating meat or drinking alcohol right now. And now here we are at the trader. As you can see, we actually have a bonus, although it's not actually a gold bonus for wood, but it says that the price is increased. It doesn't appear to actually be the case though. Maybe we can sell a little bit more of it, but that's about all that really does for us. We'll sell these daggers. We'll sell the bows. Whoa, look at that. 14 on the meat price right now. We'll just sell those then, since we know that is exactly how much we are selling them for in our trade route anyways. We're getting 415 back, and we're also going to sell all of these. This person has a 9 combat skill, but they are a former bandit, so no good for us. We'll sell these guys as well, and we'll go ahead and buy all of these medical salves, every single one, and we'll buy all the paper, and I think that's all we really need right here. We could actually start buying light armor up, but we're going to go ahead and wait on that for now. Otherwise, there is nothing here that is useful for us. Maybe we will buy a couple. We'll buy all of those, and we'll just buy all these weapons as well. That's another 1,000. But that is okay, we have enough for it. Alright. And we have the relation. It would be nice if we could get it up to 50 with the matriarch, because then we could start to buy things like heavy armor, and even potentially crossbows. But for right now, that seems okay. Now, I did get a comment, and they explained to me that actually you do need the herbalist fully unlocked before you are able to go and get the alchemy lab. I totally forgot that this is a thing. If you basically don't have certain things unlocked, or certain conditions met, then the books will not even appear in the Holy Caravan. I totally forgot about this because I just simply have not had to deal with this in the past, really. Basically, I always unlock things in a certain order. The only reason it comes out this time is because we are getting herbs from our village that gives us tributes, and that is why we are getting herbs, but not actually using the herbalist, because this town does not actually have any herbs in it. So anyways, basically you end up with a situation like we have here, where we need the alchemy lab, and we'll need the herbalist for that, but we actually never were going to use it. So we are going to go back to the trader and hopefully pick that back up now. And they do have it, so we're just going to go ahead and buy that. And that is all we're going to do for the moment. They don't have... Oh, I do actually also want to buy shields. That is right, I did mention this before. I may also pick up tools. I don't know if we're actually going to use these for anything, but it may be good to just have a few. It's always kind of good for potential upgrades. We'll go ahead and buy all of them, and that uses up another 1,000 of our gold. That is probably all we're going to spend for a while now. So there we go. Now we need to have... We'll probably go ahead and have Dwar cancel this mine upgrade for the time being. Recruits is too important, I don't want to give that up. But we do want to get this herbalist as fast as possible so we can work on the alchemy lab. Now, this doesn't hurt us too terribly badly because we weren't going to be able to expand our production for a while anyways until Dwar came of age, because Sadibor had way too much stuff on his hands. But this is the perfect time to learn the herbalist so that we can get the alchemy lab so we can actually start that production now that we do have Dwar capable of inspecting things for us. Now, on the other hand, we do have Kriege over here. They are trying to potentially attack one of our villages. They have a level 13 to 17 Axeman on their side, but we will have people that all have shields, so we should actually be fine here. They also only have 9 men. We have 8, so I'm not too worried about this. But because we don't have our alliance anymore, this may start to be a little bit of an issue. One thing we could do is maybe take out these forest bandits, but it's going to take, I think it takes them about 12 hours to get all the way over there because they go all the way around these mountains. So we're probably not going to worry about that right now. But we will hopefully try to force Ugrad into neutrality pretty soon so that we can actually create our own alliance. And that would be pretty good for us. For the moment, though, this is pretty much where we are, and we just want to wait for all of these peasant houses to get finished building, and then we will see about how many peasants that's going to be. I will go ahead and count this and figure out exactly how many peasants this is going to hold in total. Apparently Vidadar just died. It doesn't look like that's hurting our opinion with the matriarch. I'm not sure how he died. Did he die in a fight? It looks like he just died. Okay, he was 61. I didn't realize he was so old. So it looks like maybe he just died purely from that. Purely from age. Yeah. I don't know. Usually it would give you the, it would give you a state that says that they are ill and they're dying or whatever, but that's the thing. We're going to have a new priest, apparently. So Dwar is solely our son now. I mean, it still says son of Idadar, but he is essentially ours now. And apparently he is now devout as well. Okay, so I did get done counting all these peasant houses, and in total it should be about 64 peasants. I did end up having to move this down slightly. Actually, I'm kind of wondering, hold on, did I mess this up as well? Let's see. No, okay, that can't go any further because of the rocks. But I basically had to move them down a little bit, these two right here, just because apparently I didn't place anything in this slot right there, so I went ahead and moved them down just so that it all looks a little bit nicer. Although now there is a little bit of an empty path right here. Maybe we could actually move the scaffolding there. It doesn't look like it. Well, that is just fine. So what we're probably going to do, we may want to start thinking about moving these lumber mills again. And it may be time to drop down to 1. The only reason we are even using wood, really, aside from these slight constructions, is just purely to sell the wood. But I don't know if we really need 2 of them. What we could do is just upgrade this one to level 4. Which we may go ahead and start that now. Well, hold on. We'll move them first and then do that. And it may be best to move them... Should we move them over towards the mine and have Dwar take over on this? That's what I'm thinking, because there really isn't much... we would have to move these pretty far out. And I don't really want to do that. The best option may actually be to just move this near the mine, just like so. And we can probably just get rid of this one. And we will go ahead and upgrade this lumber mill. And then we will also, of course, move the day patrol over here. A little bit further. There we go. And they can just work on getting all of these trees out of our way. Okay, just an update. Looks like Sadibor, I don't know if you remember, but I was having issues getting him to actually instruct on the training ground. He appears to be doing that now. I don't know what that bug was. It was a little strange, but it appears to have been fixed now. Okay, I did just get a notification that our village was getting attacked, but it looks like they called it off. That's what it looks like to me. So that's not going to go through. Now, hilariously, it appears that Ugrad once again wants to give us an alliance. Now, we could go ahead and do this, and they would just give us 300 gold. But we need to actually wait because Sadibor's mood is absolutely terrible right now. And we did prevent him from drinking alcohol and eating meat, so we're probably going to go ahead and disable that. Looks like he is eating meat. That's good. And then we'll see. So he's at 44 on the mood. What else is ailing him right now? Unfulfilled dream and ambitions. We could probably go ahead and let him go hunt. I'm just worried that he will get himself killed by doing it. Now, on the other hand, it may actually be worth it to just go ahead and send a messenger to take care of this, so that we don't have to have Sadibor deal with it, because he is a little bit busy. Not too busy, but a little bit. And we could go ahead and also have Dwar start handling this, and we could probably, let's say, maybe just have Sadibor back on these. Maybe just one of them for now. Definitely survived, but now apparently he's just going to go to sleep. His mood's pretty good, so I'm just going to have him finish his inspections, at least one. But yes, on another note, we may actually go ahead and create some more peasant houses. I just need to figure out where good places for them are. There may be room for a couple right here. Looks like there is. Just one can go there. I don't know, then I may want to look for some other real estate for it. What we may do, I have to think about the commute time. Basically, if I put more peasant houses over here, I would also have to move this over here possibly. And then they'll have to commute all the way over there every morning and then go to their work. These guys are already having to deal with that, so that's not great. And we are going to need to recreate roads. So it may actually be best to... Maybe we need to center our temple. Is that even possible? I don't think it is. The most central that we could do the temple would be like here. That's also not great. So we may just have to deal with this and maybe even just put some peasant houses here instead then. Okay, that actually doesn't seem like a terrible idea. I think we're going to want... We have 64 houses worth of peasant houses so far, so maybe we just want... how many unemployed do we have? 4. So 63 jobs normally. We probably are going to want, in total, let's say, 65 plus 5 for the alchemy lab. So probably about 70. So we'll only really want 3 more houses. Okay. That's pretty good math, right? I think so. I think it was splendid. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and place 3 houses there. And that should be okay. We may, in time, want to make another pig farm. And if we do that, we will probably want at least 1 more rutabaga field as well. I think we can just place that right here, basically. Yeah, just like that. We're not going to do that now, though, but that is probably something we are going... Actually, we could maybe just place it here. May even look a little better. And as far as the pig farm, it would have to basically go over here somewhere. Okay. Just kind of thinking about the plans for the future. We did also get our new bishop, and we are probably going to have Sadibor go and spend some time with him right away. He is unable to move right now. I don't really know why that is. I think he's just inebriated, maybe? No, he's not drunk, I don't think. Severe sleep. Okay, it's just the sleep deprivation. Alright, somebody will carry him to bed then. Now, on the other hand, Dwar needs to go and study some knowledge. Okay, maybe we don't even have to worry about our opinion with the bishop too much, because, as you can see, that is plus 46 to the matriarch relation right now. But if we could get that above 50, that would be absolutely amazing. So we're gonna keep that spending time thing going on, and they are now doing the funeral for Grimmelis's predecessor, Sadibor, and of course Dwar's father. Alright, so we did get our 300 gold from Ugrad. Now we could actually just immediately abandon this, and we could even use the paper on it if we wanted to, and just send another messenger to do it. They will of course be pissed at us for it, but it's only minus 30, so it's not too terrible, and we're gonna have to do it if we want to force them into neutrality anyways, which we are probably gonna want to do. But we'll just go ahead and wait for the moment, just because I want, we're not connected to this big alliance or kingdom anymore, and we do still have Gorno connected. I would like to see if they end up switching over, because they've been on flour for a while. If they switch over to meat, then that could actually be pretty good, because I don't think we have 8 more days left on our contract, and we may be able to make it through. We're probably going to run out of meat, but it's possible that we will want to have another trade route soon. Now we do have, looks like, 1 more mercenary that's actually worth hiring. I don't really want to increase our taxes too much, but maybe this guy as well. Yes, we'll do that. And of course we can always take those loyalists into our army as well whenever we feel like it. We have 12 of them. Now we are going to wake both Dwar and Sadibor up early and make them go study. They're only going to study for about an hour. But they have good mood. They don't need to worry about their temple service at the moment. I actually need to look. So there's 27 at this congregation and 48 at this one. So that should be fine. We still have plenty of temple space. And we'll just let them... No, he needs to go inspect. And he needs to go inspect as well. We are at 60% on the recruits already, and 11% on herbalists, so we should be able to get both of these unlocked before the end of this episode. Hopefully. Okay, unfortunately we do have a new matriarch, so our matriarch relation gets completely wiped out, which I do not love. But we also have a threat of plunder, demand of vassalage, and forcing neutrality, all coming from Kriege here. Now we're gonna refuse all of this. I don't think any of these actually require us to do anything, though. No, of course not. Just don't agree. Lord is ready to leave. Nope, we don't want Shashada, really. Wait, hold on. Oh, Senricor, okay. Different person. And then, apparently Gorno joined our alliance. That's going to make it a little more difficult to maneuver against Ugrad. Now, Kriege does have 21 people, but they're all pretty weak. I don't think, I mean, it's just these axemen. Those are like the only decent units they have. And otherwise, they're going to attack us with basically these guys. And look at that, they're basically all bowmen. So if we get through those 3 axemen, then they're pretty screwed at that point. And we have good armor, we have good weaponry and everything, so I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, they are going to probably try to attack us. So maybe we will stay in this alliance just long enough to take care of Kriege, and we're going to need to really start pumping up the amount of recruits that we get. And honestly, we're going to have to try to ignore the amount of taxes that we pay and just basically get every single mercenary that we possibly can. Now, just an update for you, but both Sadibor and Dwar are actually being annoying at this point, so I actually have to micromanage both of them at the same time, which is rather annoying, but that is what we're having to do now, just to keep up with these inspections. So it does look like Vasna has actually sent us a good 9 soldiers that are all pretty well trained and everything, so that is actually good to see. It doesn't look like Ugrad is actually coming with a whole 5 soldiers. Gorno is not. Doesn't look like Gorno is going to help us. That's okay. I think with this amount of troops, they'll pretty much have to attack one of our villages, or they're going to have to call off the attack altogether. They are going to hate us, but it's not like they don't already hate us, so I'm not really too worried about it. Now, being that we have brand new matriarch relations, it's probably going to be super important for Sadibor to ingratiate himself with Grimmelis here. Both of them are praying at the moment, but hopefully they will spend some time together, hang out, and hopefully get to know each other a little bit better. Now, I have gotten a little bit of these roads started. However, I did just kind of notice, I don't know if you see, but the door on this one leads this way. The door on this one leads this way. I'm pretty sure I didn't actually rotate these. So feel free to let me know if it seems to me... Maybe I did, actually. Maybe I did rotate. Okay, I guess I did. Okay, can I just rotate this back? Yes, but it won't actually let me because there is something in the way because it's in its own way. Okay, that's interesting. I guess I must have rotated, but not rotated enough. So these ones are actually faced this way. Not too big of a deal, but I didn't realize that I did that. Okay. That is a thing, though. Now, it seems because of our bishop's opinion that we actually have the plus 15 now, so that is actually pretty good. Sadibor keeps on eating and basically doing a bunch of stuff that he doesn't really need to do. I would prefer for him to go and study. Same with Dewar, he's trying to gamble, apparently. I thought I had them... Okay, yeah. Ban them from that. We don't want them gambling their rings. Now, Shashada is a little upset. We didn't decide to pay them. They have also called us dishonorable. They decided not to assault our settlement, though, so our reinforcements are actually going home. Yeah, they're not going to attack our town, and they are now known as a coward. I think this is the second time they've done this, too, where they pretend like they're going to attack us and then they don't. And they seem to actually be attacking Vasna, which is kind of funny. Otherwise, let's see. Kenna. Where's Kenna at? That's these guys. These are the, wow, look at that. 83 soldiers now from them. And they have a lot of money as well. Looks like they have a decent little family going on as well. Now, another issue we are faced with right now is that there is actually a lot of crime. There's 6 vagabonds, 1 cutthroat. There was more than this. I think one of them actually attacked Sadibor in his home when I was doing all the studying and everything off screen. But he managed to fend that off. I think he had like a warrior come in and help him or something. But yeah, that's becoming a little bit of an issue. So I'm going to keep the scaffolding working at pretty much all times. There is 1 unemployed right now. Once these get finished, these are 9 each, or 9 total. So there will actually be 2 mini jobs. And so we'll probably want to drop the scaffolding and maybe even drop the mine. We do have a fair amount of iron that we need, but I think, let's see, we need 10. Looks like we need 13 total. So that should be okay. We basically only really need 1 worker on this right now at this point. And we are working on the mine upgrade. We probably won't be needing it anytime soon, but it is a thing that won't be too terrible to have. Now this is potentially going to hurt us, but I don't think it should hurt us too terribly. The next prophecy is rat invasion, which will have our rutabaga and our meat actually spoiling by 10 to 15% per day. But these will increase the prices at the Holy Caravan by 2 times, so we should actually be just fine because we can just sell all of our excess meat straight to the Holy Caravan, and that should actually work out fine. That we don't need to use paper on a trade route for a little while. We are now able to sell 27 per day, apparently. Now, on another note, I did buy these tools, and it's looking like our best use of those. I think it may actually be to use it on the alchemy lab once we get it. But I wouldn't mind upgrading one of these because it will give an additional job slot and 10% bonus production, which we're already probably going to need another rutabaga field, at least 1 more, after these get finished, to actually keep up with all of these pig farms, because that's 5 of them, and we have, what, I think it's 11? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, and we'll probably need somewhere between 12 and 14 in total to be able to keep up with the brewery and these pig farms. But I do think upgrading one of these could be quite nice, just so that while they are producing, it should produce meat a little bit faster. So we'll go ahead and start that now, and hopefully that won't actually hurt our rutabaga yields too terribly. Now here we are at the trader, and we're going to go ahead and sell these daggers. We will sell, apparently we have 71.5 meat. That is quite funny. We may actually buy a little bit of rutabaga just to kind of help us right now, because we do still need more moonshine. I think we actually have 120, but most of it's in the tavern currently. We're gonna sell, actually, we're probably gonna stop selling the herbs because 200 of them, that will turn into medical salves pretty quickly. 200 medical salves is obviously a ton, but we can sell a little bit of those. We'll buy the paper, we'll buy, are we gonna buy more medical salves? We may want to have 10 just to be absolutely completely safe. But this is kind of a problem because we don't really have a lot that we can sell at the moment. But we will sell the recruit book, we'll sell... I think we finished... We don't need the temple anymore, even though Dwar is studying it. We don't need herbalist. I think the mine upgrade is the only thing that we're actually doing right now. Okay, so we'll sell all these. Now that's still 370 that we have to send. So we may not be able to pick up these medical cells right now because we're probably going to, hopefully, Alchemy Lab. First thing that we get. So that's pretty good. And let's see. I would like to get the paper still. And otherwise we can't really buy anything else. Okay, that is fine. And yeah, that appears to be all we can really do for the moment. And we're going to immediately start studying that, so we'll just go ahead and cancel what Sadibor's doing on the mine upgrade. Don't really need him to be doing that, we just want to get this alchemy lab started. So once we have that, we actually have Ugrad right here that are actually purchasing medical cells. I don't know exactly how much they're purchasing for, but hopefully a good amount. Now I'm probably going to go ahead and give the Holy Pilgrims here, I'm going to give them the Rutabaga. It's only 50, and that will improve our relationship quite nicely with the Matriarch. And since we have a new Matriarch, that will be pretty good to actually have. Now, I did actually have the meat consumption here turned off. I think I will go ahead and re-enable it, and same with alcohol consumption. Now, Dwar apparently got bribed or something because, let's say, yeah, received a bribe, minus 20 to his loyalty. It's not great. Now, of course, he is Tanea, so that is kind of another issue. He isn't actually a Varn, but that's not too big of a problem. Okay, Dwar's mood has fallen quite quickly. He apparently really hates Tanalea because they're macaw. I wonder if we should just kick him out. Oh, we can't because they're a free lord. Okay, he needs something. Donate the Rutabaga. Okay, let's see if we can get him to do that really quick before they head out. And then all I can really do is sleep. There's no moonshine right now at the hall, so can't help him out there. I guess he'll just have to, he needs excitement, shame for sins. Oh no. Bishop, beg for forgiveness, needs 15, confesses 15 as well, jeez. Alright, so he's doing pretty poorly, just for all of that. He's been insulted and fatally fatigued. Not great. For some reason he is just eating rutabaga instead of meat right now. I don't really know why nobody's stocking the meat right now, but that is kind of an issue. He's still got the fatal fatigue, tasteless rutabaga. So yeah, he's just having a terrible time. Poor guy. And Sadibor wants to see Inca, which is from Ugrad. I don't know if today's the best day for it. Okay, yeah, he doesn't need to do too much, so we'll have him do his little inspections, and then he can go and hang out with Inca. Okay, now either some good or perhaps bad news, at least for Ugrad. They are going to be attacked by marauders, and I don't think this army is strong enough to actually really deal with them. We're not going to be helping them. Like I said, we do want to get out of this alliance. We're probably going to do so as soon as this trade route expires, and then we will try to force them into our own alliance. So we do have this bandit camp that we are probably going to take care of. It's got 9 people, which kind of worries me, but we do have the medical cells to deal with it, so I think it should be okay. We'll go ahead and give them armor, and give them all the shields, of course, and we'll just mainly give them spears. And it's saying 60%, so hopefully we don't end up failing here. Now, at the same time, we are going to go ahead and send Sadibor. Is he not able to? Oh, Inca's not in the city. Where are they at? Is this them? Yep. Okay, they're over at Gore now. For some reason. I don't know what's going on over there, but I guess that's not going to be possible at the moment then. Okay, apparently Sadibor's mood is quite terrible now. I guess he got insulted. Maybe he's getting insulted right now by Dwar. I'm not too sure about that. Seems to be maybe what's going on. It's very unfortunate. Now both of them are actually in a terrible mood. I'm not going to have him go and do things with the peasants. That's not going to help. That is really not going to help matters, Sadibor, okay? Don't do that. And we do have these other rutabaga fields done now, so we'll go ahead and put Dwar on them, and we're probably going to put Sadibor on this one right here, just to kind of even things out. Now, on the other hand, we do have this bandit camp, and we're just going to go on in, and we're going to try to be a little bit careful in the sense that we do want to keep Neva from dying. Pretty a typical thing that we've been doing in this series. They do have some bowmen. It's a little worrisome. Luckily, we do have armor. Alright, let them get close, stay in the back, and run on in. So we are dropping a little bit of people here, but I think we're doing okay. Yep, okay. Perfect. Alright, 11. Those people surrendered. Nobody died. And we captured 6. Okay, that's pretty good. Pretty good considering all the spears we were using. We'll take it. Now, do we want to send them to actually take care of another bandit camp as soon as they get home? Probably. Let's see how Ugrad does. They survived. They actually did pretty well. They only lost, it looks like, 3 soldiers. That should be enough, though, for us to actually get out of this alliance without any issues. Okay, and we are back at the trader. We're just going to sell the daggers and the bows. And that is probably all we can really do for the moment. Besides, of course, our prisoners. And that'll get us 250 gold back. There's probably not going to be anything here that we really need. No. We may go ahead and buy another tool, just to have 10 in total. We could possibly upgrade one of our pig farms, or maybe we'll just save it for... I think we'll need them on the alchemy lab. And otherwise, that's probably it. Now, there is meat in stock at the hall. I don't know why I don't have the icon for them to go and eat. Maybe they have already eaten recently. It would be nice if they would, yes, go eat. Okay, that. If you get to eat a little bit of meat, that may actually help your mood. Let's see. Will it help? I hope so. Doesn't seem to be helping. Oh, maybe it did. Yeah, okay. Delicious meat. Plus 19. That's good. Now do the same thing, Dwar. You don't I mean, I would prefer if you would study, but right now you need to have a good mood. And he's just gonna go to sleep. Okay. Okay, so now we just have the 6 homeless people. 4 of those, it looks like, will actually get home shortly. But we do need to find a placement for more houses. We'll probably just keep building out this little area that we have made over here. We'll build 3 more, I suppose, because we will need a little bit more people when we get the alchemy lab. And that should be good. We'll also go ahead and start building another rutabaga field, and we're going to build that just right here. Looks good. And we got a letter from the matriarch, and they were delighted for our rutabaga that we sent them. That's a plus 10 to the matriarch relation, which is very good for us right now. And like I said, we did want to get everybody home and everything. We've apparently dropped some crime, which is actually really good. We're going to go ahead and go take out this bandit camp now, though. I just want to make sure... Okay, nobody's got inflamed wounds. That's always good. And we'll probably just start leaving behind our weaker soldiers just so that they can actually train and get beyond that level 5 skill. I guess we have to set mostly maces this time because our spears are starting to get broken. Now we do have 17 loyalists as well. That's actually really great to see. Look at all these loyalists. Apparently some of them... Oops, I did not mean to actually do that. This guy may have rutabaga fever, or he may have smallpox potentially. He looks okay. I don't think that's him. No. I have no idea where this guy is. Is this him? Rutabaga fever, okay. Now, of course, I'm not allowing them to take take the medical salves, so he is just going to have to suffer through it until it passes. Now, apparently Gorno abandoned our alliance. That's not too terrible. Actually, Lacrea's probably the closest right now that is buying meat. I think there was one city over this way, maybe? Can't remember. It was somewhere up in this area, I believe. But if Lacrea is also buying it, then even if Vasna stops buying it, we have another trade partner potentially. Now, it looks like Dwar is finally going to eat, which is good. Maybe he can get his mood up just a little bit here. And Sadibor is just studying. I actually don't really want him to be, if he's going to be upset about it. We'll just go ahead and send him to... oh, he's not going to listen. Okay, he won't even go inspect because he's so depressed right now. Okay. Is Inca back home? Oh, it's not even Inca. Wait, hold on. What happened to Inca? In a squad. Okay. Where at? Just says on the map. Doesn't seem like she's here. Or here. Huh. How interesting. Okay, well she is somewhere. So I guess we just have to wait. Now, because we don't currently have enough workers, we're going to go ahead and take down all but one on the scaffolding, and we may even take one off of the hall, because that's not... I'm just going to take this off of priority too, so we don't necessarily need the builders too badly right now, and that levels everything out. Now it's probably time to go ahead and once we have a little bit of wood, again, we're going to move this out, potentially just right over here, or maybe even down over here to just clear out a little bit of this section instead. Or even right here. Probably right here. Yeah, this is probably the closest area at this point to trees. So we'll go ahead and do that as soon as there's a little bit of extra wood in our storage. Okay, so apparently Dwar has had a child. Or wait, hold on. No, Grimmelus. Once again, our priest has a child. I thought it was Dwar because it was Tanea, but of course the priest is Tanea as well. So we once again have a child from our priest rather than from ourselves. I actually thought it might be Dwar because of all those sins. He did have forbidden sex, so I thought that might be it. But that is actually... This is just hilarious. Who should we have train? I guess just Dwar, because he's the worst at it. We always want the worst person at everything. That's kind of the goal. So we're going to go ahead and attack this bandicam, and that will probably be it for the episode. I'm not even going to worry about Neva here, because she should have no problems with this. Look at this army. It's pretty nice and powerful at this point. Everyone's pretty much got armor, everyone's got shields. These bowmen basically don't do much of anything to them anymore. No problem there. Wonderful. I doubt anybody even got injured. Alright, another free 125 loot, but no prisoners, unfortunately. So, just like usual, and I probably could just auto-resolve these at this point, but the last time I did that, we had 2 losses that probably weren't necessary, so we may as well just run right on in at max speed. And we'll just protect... We don't even really need to protect Neva, but we're probably going to in these fights. Oh, and I was a little too late after all there. That was okay, though. Just take care of that, and nobody even got knocked out, it doesn't look like. And we captured 5. That is good. 5 prisoners, 175 in gold. And let's see, everyone still seems mostly fresh, so I'm thinking we'll go for the trifecta here and go and attack this one as well. 80%, we'll do it. No problem at all. Well, this is quite unfortunate. So Sadibor is in a fight currently. And it looks like these guys have managed to already kill 2 of our warriors. And this guy only has a dagger. I don't know why. He's not even using it. And Sadibor's bleeding. This might be bad. This might be... Oh, now now he's got 2. These guys stole books from us too, it looks like. They're not... Okay, he killed 1. He's only got a minor bleed. I can't believe that. They killed 3 warriors. I absolutely cannot believe that. Come on, Sadibor, you can do this. Come on. Oh yeah, he's dead. Alright, please tell me that's one that you can heal. Yes, okay. Ooh. So, they tried to steal our books. And because of that, it looks like Sadibor is going to have to completely start over on the alchemy lab now. I don't know. I think it actually retains the progress for some time. Let's hope. Yes, okay, it does. Okay, cool. So we don't have to completely start over. That was very scary, though. And we did lose basically all those loyalists that we just added into the army. So we're going to go ahead and add 2 more. Just the 2. I don't want to do any of the level 1s. Now, I've been talking about it for a couple of episodes now. I think now at 9 warriors, 17 over here, I think this is probably a good time to get out of this alliance. The only issue, of course, is if we can't connect back over to Lakria, we won't be able to sell them meat, but hopefully Vasno will just keep buying it. They'll be a little upset with us, but they love us. Vasno loves us due to this trade route. Of course, Ugrad will probably not like us very much, but I keep talking about it. I think it's just, I think it's time. And we're quite a bit stronger, so they shouldn't be able to force us back into an alliance. The question is, do I send Sadibor to do it? Do I send Dwar? Probably just a messenger, honestly, because I don't want to stop Sadibor from reading. He needs to finish the alchemy lab ASAP. And Dwar, he needs to be used on inspections, so I'm just going to do it this way for the moment. Okay, as much as I was preaching for much of the series that we were spending too much on taxes for our mercenaries, we're now at the point where we have so much gold that it's honestly not even important. So we're just going to hire basically everybody at this point. And this is kind of how it goes. You talk about being thrifty and being careful about how much you spend, and then by the time that you really are able to start doing that and start training instead of spending all of it on mercenaries, this happens. Now, of course, you could just bring in peasants every time, but I don't really like to do that because they're kind of costly and you have to train them from scratch by yourself. But it is an option as well. But we're just going to go ahead and hire these 2 and then also bring another loyalist with 2 combat skill. And that gives us a pretty sizable army now. We have almost 20. So it's a good thing that I actually started the construction of this other barracks. We will be needing it soon. Alright, I got a little scared here because we had a ruler die, and I thought that was Sadibor. And then I saw this, and I thought it was Sadibor getting like an illness, but he is just graying. It says prematurely, but he is 55, and he's always been gray-haired, so I don't really know where it gets that idea. Okay, this is hilarious. So, Kriege has been messing with us basically the entire game, and now they actually want assistance from us. And they are getting attacked by Siva. That must be these guys over here. We haven't even really seen them at all this game. Kriege, you can get vassalized for all I care. I am not worried about it. Now, unfortunately, Dwar has a loyalty decrease right now because of bad relations, and he's also desiring a reward. I don't really want to do this because it is 5 rings that I would prefer Sadibor to actually hold on to, but we can always buy them from the trader. And apparently Dwar actually received a pig farm enlightenment, which is actually good in case Sadibor does end up dying. Oh, and there is more fighting going on, and it's just another bandit, but Sadibor is actually experiencing a panic attack because of it. He should be okay, though. And he died. Okay. From what I saw as well, it doesn't show it now, but on the crime screen it was showing that their main issue that's creating crime is because of the homelessness, which actually does make sense. If you are homeless, you'll become a vagabond, and vagabonds are more likely to become cutthroats, so that actually makes a lot of sense. We're just going to place these on build first, and we're going to... There's enough open jobs, we can probably throw one more builder, and hopefully they will actually spend some time building today. Now, with all of our warriors back, it looks like we have a total of 19, and they're all pretty strong. Now, what we could do, max combat level, no. I wish there was like a minimum where only the ones that were 10 or above would actually patrol, but we'll just go ahead and set this to 20, and we'll go ahead and do that over here on this other one. Because I would actually prefer, we're going to set this to 5 or no, 6. And we'll set this one to 8. And hopefully we can actually have it to where mostly our stronger warriors will do the patrols, and our less strong ones will go and train at the training ground. That's what I'm hoping is going to happen. We'll just kind of have to see if that's how it plays out, though. Now that prophecy with the rat invasion has come true, so hopefully we can get the trader tonight so we can sell off some of this meat manually. But otherwise, some of it may end up spoiling, unfortunately. Now, it does look like, for the most part, it's the lower level guys. There are a couple of the level 12 and higher people that are here training, and it looks like this guy's level 10. But for the most part, it is kind of lower level guys. I'm assuming the rest are patrolling. No, wait, where are the warriors at all? I don't see any of them. None of them are patrolling, I guess. Interesting. I guess because they decide to train instead. Or maybe they're just on their way? I'm not too sure about that. Anyways, we do have prisoners, and they will work later, but I actually don't want them taking jobs from our actual citizens. I don't know if there's a way you can disable prisoners in general from working. I'm not too sure if you can do that. I don't think you can. So we'll just have to hope we can sell them as soon as possible. Now it looks like Kriege is getting attacked. This is a pretty strong looking army as well, so they're probably going to get vassalized, which is kind of unfortunate. I would have actually liked to vassalize them myself, but I don't think that, or well, force them into an alliance, but that doesn't appear like it's going to be able to happen. Now there is one homeless and one unemployed, so I guess we'll go ahead and put the scaffolding back up to 3 workers. Hopefully that'll deal with the crime as well. Now we do have a couple more loyalists that have 2 combat skill. We'll go ahead and put these into our army. We're just trying to bolster our army forces as much as possible. It would be amazing to actually put these guys in. But of course, since they are a former bandit, not going to be a good idea, unfortunately. Although maybe these guys would still be worth it, but of course it's just the tax. They might be worth it though, even with the bandit debuff, but unfortunately they're just too expensive. Now once again, we did get a bunch of migrants, so now it is time to probably up the amount of workers at the mine. And most likely we are going to have some people migrating away. But what I'm going to try to do is just take anybody who's unemployed, well, take the amount of unemployed people and put that many into our army. So it looks like there's still 5 that are unemployed, so we can just take 5 of these loyalists. Of course, these won't be the actual people that are unemployed. However, there we go. Now there should be no unemployment. And we'll just keep doing that. Of course, I would prefer to keep loyalists as our actual workers because of the productivity bonus. But loyalists are also happy to serve in the army, so that is also good for us. Now we finally have done it. We've finished the alchemy lab. Now there isn't anything else for Sadibor to really learn right now. So he is actually free. He is free to do other things now. And we'll just let him take care of his own stuff. And apparently, Dwar actually earned a pretty cool nickname, Master. That is pretty cool. Alright, and finally, we can find a place to place this. I think what we're going to do, like I talked about before, we're actually going to move this one up to here. As close to the city is fine by me. And we will move, we'll place this here. Although, actually, maybe I should actually place this up here. Okay, that was kind of a waste of wood now, but just because I don't want to waste too much space, really. And it looks like this will actually, it'll probably look okay over there. It may even be better to place it over here or something. I wonder if the scaffolding would, I think I've already checked that. Okay, well, this is probably the best place for it then. And we'll set this to build first. And now it looks like we are no longer trading with Vasta, unfortunately. I wonder if they would allow us to... I think it just expired from time. I don't think they actually canceled it. So we just need 3 paper, and hopefully we can start that trade again. But we don't really have the meat for it at the moment anyways, so we'll probably just wait and try to stock that back up. Which we won't be able to do until the rat invasion is actually done. So basically, we'll just be selling it to the trader for the moment. Okay, we do have the trader back. Now, that is a lot of tax. Now, this is exactly what I was talking about hiring too strong a people. But on the plus side, look at the price here on meat. It is plus 19 each. It is incredible. We'll just sell it down to 14. And we're gonna keep everything else around pretty much. Let's see. Wood, maybe sell a little bit of it? No, we need that right now, actually. Sell the alchemy lab textbook, and we will sell all these prisoners. That gives us 200 back. Not as much as I would like. Wow, look at that. The paper price is insane right now. I'm not paying for that. It may be good to buy a few more armors. Maybe 500 gold's worth. Which is all of them. Okay. And maybe another 250, 300 more worth of shields as well. And let's see. Is there anything good here? Hammer bandits. Maybe just... I would like to get military logistics, but I don't think it's gonna be something that we can do yet. Just because I do want to keep as much of our money around as possible. And I would really love to buy a little bit of paper. So that we could start a trade route. But that's just really expensive. Even 3 of them. Okay, I guess we'll do it, just because I really want to look at what the price is right now. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but I think there is actually a bug. I'm not totally completely sure, but it seems that the messenger always applies the trade skill based on Sadibor. Now, I think messenger, at least it used to be, that it would not give you the trade boost of your lord. I may be wrong about this, but it seems to now anyways, so that appears to be 15 per item. So we probably don't want to sell any more to the trader, and we probably will just have the messenger do this. And yep, that bug is still there. Okay, well, now we got another free paper. Honestly, with the price that we just paid, probably a good idea to take the free paper, honestly. So we are about to end off for the day, but I did just want to talk a little bit about our plans. So I think this is going to be the last time we're going to make use of the trader, because I don't want to keep paying all those taxes now that we don't really need to. They don't really have good books for us at this point, and we could use the scriptonic if they ever actually show up. That might be an option to get further knowledge for the rest of the gameplay, but I think what we're going to do, I don't really want to, but I almost think that we should just buy this paper in case we need it for another trade route. It's an extreme price, but if we're not going to actually come back to the trader, then this may be the only way we can get more paper in the future, and we may need it for another trade route. Otherwise, our economy will collapse in time. So this may be a necessity at this point. Otherwise, I think everything else we'll just want to keep where it is. Now, like I said, this is a risk, but I think we kind of have to put the trader out of our mind, because these 500 gold taxes are just insane. Even if we start to get rid of some of these stronger warriors, then we'll of course lose out on some of our strength, but as well, we just basically will have issues anyways. Like, even if we got rid of this guy, we would still be paying a whole lot of taxes altogether. So this way we can just hire mercenaries, keep hiring them, and keep bolstering our army, and we don't have to worry about the taxes too much anymore. Now, the other issue is weapons and armor. The only way we're going to be able to get them now is by defeating bandit camps or in other combat situations. We won't be able to buy them anymore, so and we have no production of weapons in our actual city either. So the only other way that we could get weapons would be if we decided to make a trade for them. So those are little considerations that we have to think about. But otherwise, we do have the alchemy lab. It's almost finished, so we can start turning our herbs into medical cells. And once we have that, we are basically unstoppable, because we'll be able to do endless fights, and our warriors will just be able to heal themselves afterwards. And so that should stop us from losing many soldiers at this point. Otherwise, I think we may actually want to wait on the trade route, just because I want to force neutralization here, and then Vasna may actually get rid of the trade route. I don't know exactly how that works. I don't want to risk wasting the paper. What we're going to do, let's take a look. Sadibor has quite a bit of stuff to do tomorrow, but not too much. So I think we'll just send him so we can save the paper. We'll need to start saving paper as much as possible. I did mention that we would potentially be not using the trader anymore due to our taxes. However, I have thought on the matter a little bit more, and I have decided to change my mind, because here's the thing. If we stop using the trader, then we are going to lose out on the possibility to buy more weapons, and I'm not sure if we can survive just off of bandit camps to supply us with weapons. Additionally, it would be nice to be able to get more paper in case we need to make more trade routes. We may even be running out of iron at some point, although we do have a second mine for it. Additionally, it may be kind of nice to actually start to build our own tool production so that we can actually make our own weapons as well. All of this to be said is it would be nice to actually continue to make use of the trader. So because of this, we have to basically start thinking about our warriors, and I think the best solution is going to be to basically build up our warriors from the ground up. And this means that we are going to be getting rid of a lot of these warriors, and this should take down the amount of tax that we are having to pay. Now, right now is actually the best time for this because we are not surrounded by bandits. We have really no enemies to worry about at the moment. We do just have Ugrad, but we are potentially going to force them into vassalization, although I think we may end up holding off on that temporarily. But basically, we are going to get rid of these top warriors, and this is kind of unfortunate. Now, we're going to keep this guy because I already tested, and this guy actually has a pretty good tax amount. I think he's done quite a bit of training. We're going to get rid of a few other of these guys as well. Let's say keep these two, and we're going to keep this guy because he is a loyalist, and we are basically going to get rid of everybody else except for our loyalists. Now, this gets rid of a strong amount of our army, but it keeps us with a total of 17, which is actually pretty good. We should be able to make do with that. Let's see here. Yes, I think that is everybody that we wanted to get rid of. Yes, okay. So we have 17 people, 201 now in taxes instead of almost 500. That is a lot better. And these two guys are, I think they were like 6, or about 18 in taxes each. So they're pretty decent for the skill that they have. And as far as the rest, we're keeping them because they are loyalists with a pretty decent tax margin on them as well. Now, this does take us down to only a 3 in average combat skill, whereas previously we had an average of 6 combat skill and a total of 28 people. Now, another thing we are going to be doing is we're going to need to take down the amount of guards that we're making use of. We're going to do 4 on the day patrol just so that we have some people over here to defend our lumberers, because we do need more wood. But we are going to take the night patrols down to 3, I think. Just enough that they can handle any amount of vagabonds or cutthroats that try to attack somebody in their sleep, but not much more than that, so that everybody gets the right amount of sleep, and hopefully that increases the amount of people that go to the training ground every day. Now, other than that, I think we had Sadibor going to force neutrality, and yes, he is, on Ugrad. We're actually going to cancel this just for the time being. Now, I did want to start another trade route with Vasna, but I think we can go ahead and stock up on meat a little bit first. So for right now, we're just going to ignore this. And instead, we're actually going to support Vasna here against Kriege. They're having a conflict between their neighbors, so Sadibor will be heading out to do that. So basically, what's going to be happening in this episode, and potentially the next 2 episodes maybe, I'm hoping it'll only take 1 episode, but we'll basically just be trying to train as many of these warriors as possible. And we're actually going to be taking every single person from the peasantry that we possibly can and put them into the army as well. This means that our taxes will increase by 9 for each one of these people, and if we can get them up to around 10 combat skill each, or even a little bit higher. That will make us a lot stronger in total, while also having a much cheaper army. So that is the goal right now, and hopefully this helps us with the taxes so that we can dominate economically even more than we already have been. However, this does mean that potentially I will be skipping through a lot. Of course, this is Norland, so random things can happen that you weren't expecting, and that could mean that I need to discuss with you guys a little bit more. But otherwise, I may just have to skip through a lot of what I am doing, because the main goal right now is just to train our warriors. So that is pretty much it for the moment, but I will let you guys know if I need to discuss anything else with you guys. Oh yes, and so just another thing, so we do have meat, and currently the price is very low. We're actually going to keep it at about 8. That's usually the price that it is, that we can sell it for to the trader. Right now that is just not the case because of that that prophecy is going on, so the price is increased. But what we're going to do, we don't want them to be sold to peasants. This could introduce the speculators, I think. I don't know if you're only selling meat or selling a certain item only to warriors, for instance, right? I don't know if this actually allows speculators, because speculators come from vagabonds, as far as I understand. And vagabonds should probably count as peasants. Unemployed peasants, yeah, so I think these would count more as peasants. So what I think we're going to try to do, and this is going to be kind of a test, I don't actually know if this is going to work, but we're going to build a second market, and we're going to set this one for warriors only, and allow them to purchase meat there. And this one will just disallow meat selling, and yeah, we're going to see if we can allow peasants, or allow warriors to buy meat from here, and this should help them with their mood, because their mood is pretty bad. And I'm hoping that this will actually improve things, but we will have to see. Okay, so we did go ahead and support Vasna in that little conflict they had with Kriege. Now we are also starting a trade agreement here with Vasna for the meat. I just decided to have Sadibor do that while he is over here, so we're going to be selling it to them for about a little over 15, it looks like, per piece, which is pretty good for us. It's actually a very good price, and that will help us substantially as we try to expand. Now, due to all these open jobs we currently have and the fact that we only even have one criminal right now, we're going to go ahead and bring the scaffolding down to just the one worker. There's nothing else we can really drop, I don't think. Maybe the mine, but I do actually need iron still. Looks like we need 5. We only need 5, so we actually have enough iron. Okay, we could probably go ahead and bring this down to just one worker as well then. And that should just about cover all of the jobs that we have. And we'll just bring the builders down to 2. Okay, our alchemy lab is finished, and we're going to go ahead and we'll have Dewar take care of it. And that means we're going to need to move something else over to Sadibor, probably all of these. Yeah. So Sadibor will basically almost exclusively be taking care of rutabaga fields now. And we will have Dewar take care of the brewery. And is there anything else over here? I think he's already taken care of everything. Yes. Okay. As you can see, we do need tools even to upgrade to the 2nd level of Alchemy Lab. So we're going to go ahead and start that now. I'm going to make sure I didn't start another one of these upgrades. I don't think we did. I know we were thinking about it, but I don't think I actually queued it. Alright, I just want to make sure. I did not, okay. So we are going to use the tools on this. We'll set it to build first. And we're going to go over to our production, and we are going to set this up to 200. It's probably fine. And are we okay on moonshine amount? We're probably going to drop this down, because it is kind of extreme. I don't want them to take all of the rutabaga out of storage. So that looks good. And then we do have another alliance proposal here from Ugrad, and we're probably just going to take it once Sadibor is done with his inspections on the day, which he is not doing, of course. Yes, there we go. And once he's done with that, I mean, it's free 300 gold, so I don't see any reason not to, and we can always just leave it eventually if we need to. Now here we are back at the trader, and unfortunately the paper price is still increased, so we're just going to not buy it this time. We will probably buy a little bit more spears. We're probably gonna just leave the maces, but we will also take some shields. And we have enough armor, but we may go ahead and buy 5 of those. That's another 865 gold that we are spending. Now look at this, the beet price is still up to 17 right now, so we will go ahead and sell a few of these. This is despite the fact that the market is already saturated. So we'll do that, and we do still have the mine upgrade. We're going to go ahead and buy, I'll say, 4 rings. This is going through a lot of our money now, but I think that this is probably a good idea. Let's go ahead and look at books first, though. There's not really anything here. The only thing would be if we decide to go for the workshop or military logistics. Now the price on this book is 304. I forgot what the exact paper price. Let's take a look really quick. If we go and write, you need 9 paper, and usually paper sells for 31. So that's, let's say, about what, 270 to 280 or something gold to buy the paper, and then you would sell the book for about 301. Okay, well that is absolutely not worth it. I was just thinking, because Sadibor does have some extra time on his hands, potentially it would be a good idea to write books, but that takes multiple days, and to make only 30 gold seems pretty terrible. We're going to go ahead now and send Sadibor to take care of this alliance, though. And apparently Dwar was bribed again. So that's minus 26 to his loyalty, unfortunately, but not too important at the moment. We'll have Sadibor give him a reward when he makes it home. Okay, we accepted that alliance proposal and got another 300 gold, which Sadibor is now on his way home with. Do we want to just immediately break free, though? I feel like, because this will actually deteriorate our relation by 30, which will make them actually finally dislike us, and they have liked us for a good long time, so I'm not going to do it now, because I don't want to lose the ability to actually start a trade route with them. However, maybe I should just have him Flesh Wolf hunt. I'm just a little worried that that'll get him killed, but he's already over here, so we might as well do it. Okay, so we did finish the hunt, and now we have a plus 39 relationship with them, but I think because we'll get the minus 30 for leaving the alliance, and we'll also lose the plus 15 for being in the same alliance, so that should be minus 45 in total, potentially. So what we're going to do, we're going to actually just start this trade now, even though we don't actually have the items. We can just not send them right away, of course. They'll do that automatically. So we'll start this first, and then we'll leave the alliance. And that should reactivate the... because there seems to be like kind of a cooldown where they'll invite us to an alliance again if we just aren't in one. So honestly, it doesn't seem to be that big of a deal to just leave immediately, because we can actually kind of just siphon gold off of them by doing this. Seems a little bit broken to me, but we will take the advantage. So we are no longer mutually bound, and they are still plus 4 to us due to this trade route, mainly. As long as they don't cancel it, and it doesn't look like they're going to. So that's good. Now we do have a couple more loyalists, and we're going to go ahead and just bring them immediately into our army. Now, we do have 3 unemployed as well. Hopefully we start getting a little bit more migration, but if we have unemployment, then that's not going to be as likely to happen. So we'll go ahead, and I would rather have open jobs rather than unemployment. And we do have forest bandits in the area. I'm a little worried about actually trying to take care of this when we don't have enough medical salves, but we have 17 that are actually in the alchemy lab right now, so it should be okay. We actually should be able to manage the trade route, assuming, let's see, yes, that upgrade already went through, so it is level 2 now, and we have a total of 200 that are going to be cooked. Well, actually, more like 215 or so, and we only have, what is that? About 240 that will be sent through this trade route over the entire lifetime of it. So we should get tribute again in how long? 4 days. Okay, so we should definitely be able to have like an extra 40 or so left over aside from what we are trading. So this should be okay. We'll go ahead and take care of this bandit camp then. And we will send Neva, of course, who I think is probably getting pretty old at this point, by the way. Something that we're going to have to be considering. We're just going to send just about everybody. We'll keep the absolute weakest people behind so that they can still train. This gives us 15, which still doubles their numbers. Pretty good. And everybody will have armor. And everybody just about has shields as well. And we'll send as many spears as possible and maces. Now, it says 64%, but we are doubling their numbers. So as long as they don't recruit even more people, this should be perfectly fine for us. Now, we did get a guest, and unfortunately it is not the Scriptonic, but it is the Nectar Merchant. And I'm thinking we may actually go ahead and purchase these. They are only going to be 71 for all of that. So I don't see any reason not to do that. Normally, I think these would be a lot, these would be a lot more expensive at the actual trader. So that actually seems worth it. And then what we can do, we can just put the, drug den, we can just put it anywhere out here, really. Maybe over here, because that is a little closer to their houses. Because with this, they'll move 30% faster while they're on Nectar, and they will also have a positive thought, need for rest is rapidly refilled, and of course the productivity and movement speed, while skills are also temporarily improved. So all of that seems pretty good. It would actually be nice to for loyalists to actually make use of that, because then they will have a stronger combat skill when we actually move them into the army. But for the most part, it is for the productivity, and hopefully we can actually manage this without them all being super addicted and being unable to actually buy the nectar from the trader and such. So this is a little bit of a risk, but I think it's a good idea. It could get us a lot more rutabaga, which could refill our moonshine stocks, which would be very good. Now here we are at the bandit camp. This may be a little bit more of a difficult one, just because everybody is a little bit lower level here. We have a bunch of lower level people. However, hopefully they can still manage okay. They all have armor, so these arrows shouldn't do too much damage. And we do want to keep Neva alive, so go ahead and have everybody else get into the fight first. Looks like somebody went down. Okay, just the one though. And they survived, it looks like. Yep, they did survive. Okay, we did get 175 gold and another prisoner. Now, currently Sadibor has another desire. This one is actually an obsession. He wants to go see Perla, so we'll probably have to do that soon. But not right now, because he's already been gone for a while, so he has a lot of backed up inspections at the moment, unfortunately. Okay, so our market and our drug den are actually complete. So we're going to go ahead and set this market to warriors only. We'll allow them to eat rutabaga, meat, and everything else we can go ahead and take off. And make sure that this one is set up only for peasants. Perfect. So now we do have to have 2 traders, which is kind of the trade-off here. But we can allow maybe, let's just allow just enough meat for every single warrior to actually get some, and we will see how this goes. Now, the typical price is actually 9, so we're going to increase it. We're going to try to delay any spectating too much. We'll set it to 10 each. Now, we do once again have the trader and a pretty good price on meat once again, which we'll go ahead and make ample use of. And that is about all that we're probably going to sell. We do have this prisoner, of course. And we still have to give 113. This is why it's probably a good idea for us to keep trying to lower our tax as much as possible. Fortunately, the paper price is still increased. We may go ahead and push this down the line a little bit. See, as you can see, nectar is 17 from these guys. It's not great. probably not going to, yeah. Okay, so we may just kick this can down the line and, well, I don't want to keep the prisoner either because he takes a job from one of our peasants. We will go ahead and just make this trade, even though it is sending gold away. Should be okay. Now, as far as the drug den goes, we are going to prevent warriors for now, just because I don't want them to all end up addicted. And we will allow selling of nectar. And we do still have 6 open jobs as well, so hopefully we start to get a little bit more migrants. It would be nice, now that we have Dewar and Sadibor managing inspections, if we could get maybe up to around 100 peasants and jobs for all of them. That would require us probably to have another rutabaga field or 2. But either way, this is looking pretty good for us right now. We're going to start the upgrade on this and maybe even go back to the trader to buy some tools. Yes, he does have tools. Okay, we'll buy 5 of these just so we can upgrade that alchemist lab, because we can always snooze this at any point that we need to, but it would be nice to get through some of these herbs as fast as possible. But we do have a Varn right here that we will go ahead and hire, and that is 23 total warriors, about to be 24. It still says an average of 3 combat skills, so I guess we haven't actually increased that much. But I have seen a lot of warriors over here training during the day. So now, one kind of issue that we are going to have potentially soon, and let's see if we can find her easily. I think she's right here. Yep, Neva. And she is 63 years old, which makes her like 5 years older than Sadibor, which means we are going to be needing a new commander soon. And at the moment we don't have a Varn that is capable of doing that, but I'm going to be on the lookout for that. As soon as possible, I'm going to be hiring the new one, and that way we can replace Neva before she inevitably probably dies before Sadibor does. So most likely we are not going to be doing too much commentating in this episode. I will just pretty much update you guys if anything pressing comes up, but otherwise going to keep doing mostly just what we did last episode. Now, Tyramina is causing some issues because she denied a date to poor Grimless over here, and also apparently Dewar hates her, so I'm just going to go ahead and exile her. We'll have Sadibor go ahead and take care of that, and hopefully that prevents everybody from having extremely low moods here. We're also probably going to reward Dewar, because right now he's got a little bit low loyalty. I don't know. Okay, she is leaving the settlements. We'll go ahead and reward now. And that way, hopefully his mood will improve a little bit as well. Okay, not a lot of note today, but we do have the trader, and meat is still at a good price, so we are actually going to sell this down to about 15 per piece. And otherwise, I don't think there's really anything else to get rid of. So we are just going to take a look, and we will probably grab just this military logistics book. I would love to increase our army movement speed before we start to do the rest of this map takeover. So we're going to go ahead and set Sadibor to actually learn that. And just taking a look, there are no bandit camps really, except down here there is one for 2. That's very, very far away to go and attack for just 50 gold and maybe a prisoner. So we're just going to ignore it for the moment. Unfortunately, Dewar is having a nervous breakdown, and now he is in a fight with a peasant. A farmer, no less. I have a feeling this isn't going to work out too great for Dewar, but maybe it will. He does, after all, have a shield. Seems okay so far. He has 1 bruise. This guy's got 12. Yeah, never mind. He is definitely winning this. That's hilarious. And now he's oh, he's gonna kill him. I think he's gonna kill him. Wait, no, maybe not. Oh, now he's fighting somebody else. Alright, well, he'll just keep doing this until he gets knocked out then, I suppose. Now, currently we have too many jobs for the amount of workers we have, and I don't want to result in anything being left unattended, except for the mines. We're just gonna go ahead and take this down. And we're just going to snooze it entirely because we do have the 50 iron, and we aren't building any peasant houses at the moment. We probably will want to. Oh, now it's saying there's 1 unemployed. Okay, we'll just put 1 then. That's probably alright. And then we are probably going to want to build some more peasant houses, but we'll just wait and see when it becomes required. Now, unfortunately, because of Dwar's really bad mood right now, and I could have him do this intimacy, but then it will count, I believe, as a sin, and he's already got some major sin negative bonuses, so I really don't want to keep increasing that. This ends in 3 days. It's a very long time. And I don't even know what the sins exactly are. Let's see. Fight, insulted, and cruel joke. Yeah, so because he went insane and fought a bunch of people, that's part of it. He did an insult and a cruel joke, so I don't really want to keep stacking those. So I don't know. It's getting a little tough with him. I don't know why he is just doing so poorly. He's, of course, obsession with that desire is definitely not helping, but I don't know. Maybe we should just try it. Let's see. We'll let him go be intimate with a peasant. We'll see if it helps. Alright, so at least so far it seems to be bringing his mood up. Yeah, it actually only gave him like a -9 extra to his sin negative mood, so we shall see. That seems to be helping so far. We'll probably have Sadibor go and take care of his desire. He just wants to go see Perla, and I think Perla was from Vasna here. Yes. So, oh, and she's 70, so we might want to take care of that soon. She might die, and then he'll be upset that she died. Okay, so I am sending Sadibor over to Perla just to hang out. Alright, and today we do just have the one Varn that we can hire at 3 combat skill, and there is a peasant, but he seems to be a fanatic. Not really going to be a very good idea, and they're unhappy as well. Alright, now we do have some homeless now, so we are probably going to want to start building some extra peasant houses, and we're going to build them right about here. And we're just going to fill up this area entirely. We'll just put as many as we can kind of in this general area. Let's see if we can fit one here as well. Alright. And we'll just build them all over, like I said. Alright, that is probably good for the moment. That is quite a few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 it looks like. So 22 more peasants we can handle. And we will just go ahead and we'll put this one on build first, this one on build first, and this one on build first, and we'll just snooze these ones for the time being. And just try to do them as needed. Now as well, since we don't actually have enough medical cells right now, I am going to go to trade, and I'm going to take off this trade automatically, and we'll just trade the meat on our own, and whenever we have a bunch extra, we will sell the medical cells as well. Now unfortunately, Dwar was bribed yet again, it seems like, and his mood is at least good, so that should help his loyalty, hopefully. But now unfortunately, Sadibor's mood is abysmal. And I think part of this is actually that he's hungry, so we'll let him go eat. Otherwise, he actually has a hatred for Dwar now, which is definitely not good. But the severe hunger should improve his mood quite good. And we also ended the rat invasion, which is good. Okay, I haven't actually seen this unique guest. It is a witch, and they're Caden, so you don't have any action on them. I'm not quite sure what they do. The witch asked for shelter and protection from Bishop in exchange for gratitude. You can bribe the Bishop so he doesn't notice. In return, you will receive a gift. You can report to the Bishop about your desire to execute. Relations with the matriarch improves, but the witch may have enough time to curse your king. Huh. Well, I think I would prefer to actually side with the matriarch, honestly. But will they curse me? Seems like a pretty big risk. I wonder if we should just do nothing? I think it's too big of a risk for us right now. We're gonna do nothing. Alright, so I did mention that Neva was dying. It appears that she did die. I didn't see her die. I don't know where she died at or anything like that. But it appears that that has happened, so we are now searching for a new commander, and so far I haven't found one, but hopefully it will not take too long, because we are going to need one in order to do any campaigns, since we can't use Dwar, because he's too good, It seems a little unfair, and Sadibor would probably die as soon as he gets into combat, so we're definitely not using him. Now, additionally, we are probably going to switch Vitamore over to being educated by Grimless, but it won't let... Oh, because he's poor relation with the king. Okay, so that's going to be something we're going to need to fix. Let's take a look. So it's only -5. We should be able to do that once the day breaks. Additionally, we have 5 unemployed now, so we're going to go ahead and bring up the people on the mine. Did we have the max on scaffolding? We don't. And Hall already has the max, so everything is also probably maxed as well. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to place another rutabaga field, and we might place it over here this time. That way Sadibor can maintain it a little more easily. He's already having to go all the way across pretty much the entire city at this point, but this kind of splits up hopefully he can do this side one day and this side the other day, as long as it lines up that way, which it probably won't. Now, because we are probably going to have more unemployment soon, we are probably going to also go with another pig farm. Now, this is actually getting rough because we don't really have the amount of rutabaga, and I've tried to put, of course, loyalists onto the rutabaga fields, but of course, since we are hiring them into the army now, this is a little more difficult. We could just try to make sure that Varns are doing it because they get 20% more efficiency. We could at least do this, but we have 46 Varns. Okay, that actually may perfectly align to the amount that we need for these. So let's go ahead and switch all these over. And for the last, there's 12 more Varns, so we'll go ahead and put these onto a couple of these pig farms. And there's one left over, but we're just going to set this one over here to automatic, just because we don't want to pull any from the rutabaga fields. And now we will try to make sure that macaws are actually working on the brewery. And otherwise, everything else could probably just be automatic. That should help a little bit, though. Now, as you can see, this bandit camp has 9 soldiers, but we don't currently have a commander. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and hire this Tanea one. And that is going to be kind of a waste of money for the longer term. However, it will allow us to, in one day, well, however long it takes, 41 hours for them to get here, and then we will at least have a commander that we can use temporarily until we find a Varn one, which may take some time. I probably should have been planning for that a little sooner, but I didn't realize Nevo was getting so old so fast. Kind of time is getting away from us a little bit, but we should be okay. Now, it does seem that we are also going to need another temple soon. We currently have basically 3 free slots. So the best way is probably going to be to move one of these pig farms, and we'll just go ahead and do that now. Oh, then there is exactly one slot too little here. So we may have to move this alchemy lab first. So I think that's probably the best slot for it. And it looks like the alchemy lab will have to go over here. That's okay. And we will just move this one. Try to keep it as close over here as possible, and as close to those rocks. Okay, that seems good. And then we will place another temple. And hopefully mostly warriors will frequent this, but some peasants are naturally going to end up over here as well. And that's okay. So Dewar's loyalty seems to be dropping. That's just because of bad relationships with Sadibor here. And he is apparently going to rise soon. I was hoping that wouldn't happen yet, but it appears that it may. Tonight I will try to have them spend time together, and hopefully he won't actually end up rising up. Or if he does, hopefully nobody actually follows him, but that could be pretty bad. We'll just have to see if we can't fix his relationship a little bit with Sadibor. Now, I hadn't been paying attention, but I totally forgot to actually set the nectar in the finance screen over here. Because apparently that isn't set by default, so we'll go ahead and set that up to max now, and people will actually make use of it. Luckily, nectar just kind of sits there if you don't use it, so it's not like it's too big of a deal. And we'll just go ahead and now try to have Dewar and Sadibor spend time together. Now, he also hates Dewar. Dewar doesn't actually hate Sadibor that badly, though, so hopefully we can fix these relationships. So that did improve the situation. However, he still doesn't quite like Sadibor. I don't really want to have him flesh wolf hunt because they might die. Although their mood is okay. Their mood's okay, so maybe we should just try it. So as you can see, we did finish these other peasant houses, and we're just going to go ahead and start the rest of them up. And the builders can go ahead and take care of that at any point. However, we don't have very much wood right now, so what we're going to do, we're going to move the lumber mill, and probably nothing fancy, we'll just kind of keep moving it between these two areas now. Unfortunately, they don't want to do the flesh wolf hunting because they needed to go to sleep. So we'll actually just go ahead and cancel this for the time being. It's very unfortunate that his loyalty is getting so low. I could buy more holy rings at the trader next time they show up. We have a whole lot of gold, but we're probably going to have a lot of taxes to pay as well. Now, unfortunately, we do have a, well, previously a lumberjack. Now he is dead because this guy over here, this wolf, unfortunately killed our lumberjack, which is super unfortunate. I don't actually know what our warriors are doing. Maybe I should actually increase the amount. We'll do that, and hopefully more will actually go over there. Now, on the other hand, we do have this alliance invitation. Unfortunately, though, we do have Sadibor with a bunch of uninspected things that he needs to deal with today. I think what we might do, because we have crime low, did we already... Okay, we currently have this at 3 workers. We only really need 1 over there, and that'll help with the open jobs a little bit as well. And then what we're going to do, we're going to let Sadibor finish this inspection, and then we're going to go ahead and let him go deal with that alliance invitation, which he'll immediately leave, as we've been doing. And what we'll do is we're going to move all this stuff over to Dwar, because currently he's all caught up on his inspections, so he can just inspect these while Sadibor is gone. So we'll go ahead and send Sadibor to deal with this, and I'm going to go ahead and switch these instructions over. Now, this is an interesting desire that I haven't seen before. He has a desire for terror. He wants to be hostile towards the culture of macaw. And this is Dwar, because we moved him over to scaffolding, because it needed to be inspected as well. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that desire before, and we do have 21 macaw, and we only really need 5 of them, just because it helps with the brewery and making sure that there's more people who can get that done faster. But we aren't even really making good use of it right now because of the lack of rutabaga. So I'm thinking maybe we do want to terrorize them. If we do, though, maybe we should terrorize first on the Caden. I don't know. It says, the Lord believes that the residents of the hostile culture macaw have crossed all boundaries and need to be stopped. To fulfill, start terrorizing the macaw. So it does seem like the macaw is actually a requirement here. So maybe we should just go ahead and terrorize some macaw and just see what happens there. As you can see, it looks like we may have yet another priest child soon, because he is actually going to sleep with another peasant. These priests, man, they are not exactly the most wholesome. Okay, so as you can see, we do finally have our commander finally in town. It doesn't look like we have a Varn one capable of being hired yet. And this camp of forest bandits is at 14, which is kind of insane. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do this. We'll just check what the percent would be if we send everybody. Philid is apparently his name. And we will send them, of course, with all the armor and a good amount of spears. And let's see what that percentage is. 60% not as good as I would hope. So we have to wait either for it to be decreased slightly, or potentially just until we can improve our soldiers' strength a little bit more first. Now, as you can see, we received our 300 gold for joining this alliance that we're immediately going to leave, which is still quite hilarious that this is even a thing that you can do. Now, on the other hand, we do have the trader here, and since Sadibor is going to be gone for the rest of the night, we are going to have to send Dwar to take a look at this. He has a 9 trade skill because he's currently enlightened, which isn't too much lower than Sadibor's, so this is okay. And we're going to go ahead and sell these daggers that we keep accruing. We don't have really anything else worth selling, so that would be 1,000 gold. We can just pay this now. We have 5,000 gold, so I don't see a good reason not to do that. Unfortunately, we are not really producing our medical cells as quickly as I would like. We did also finish the mine upgrades. We're going to go ahead and sell that. We could buy this alchemy lab upgrade as well, just because upgrading that to max level could be nice, although I think we have to use tools for that, so not necessarily going to be something that we can do in the short term. However, in the longer term it is possible. So okay, we still have 4,000 gold, and Dewar gets another level in trade skill there, it's not too terrible. And as well, we are currently up to 82 peasants, which is quite nice. We did seem to have succeeded on the terror here, because Dewar finished his desire. It looks like we lost a couple of macaw, but not very many. I don't know if we want to keep doing this. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to get seen as like a terroring king or whatever. I know we had that issue in our Tanea playthrough, I believe it was. But we will just have to see. Okay, and as Sadibor has returned home finally, we are going to switch all these rutabaga fields back over to him. Alright, so now I got all that done, so what I'm thinking now is, instead of continuing to build these rutabaga fields kind of like stretching out more, I'm thinking we could build a couple right here and maybe even a couple up here above the pig farms and everything. And then we can still have this space in between the rock and the pig farm for more houses if we so choose. I think we currently have basically enough houses to get us through the rest of the game. Maybe not. Maybe we will want a few more, but I doubt we're going to need very many. So we're just going to place all of the rutabaga fields that we're going to want now. We'll probably go ahead and place another level of the housing just so we make sure that nothing is getting cut off here. And that should do that. Just keep moving it over. Seems good to me, and now we can go ahead and place the last of these rutabaga fields. Place another one there, so that'll probably be good for now, and we'll just snooze all of this stuff, because it's not actually necessary to build right now. This is just kind of for planning purposes, so we know. We will go ahead and let one rutabaga field be built now, which will probably just keep jobless for the time being, but this should be the last actual change we need to make to the setup of the town, I would think. We just basically want to have enough work for everybody to do and be able to get more rutabaga. Now, on the other hand, you can see that our matriarch relation is really bad right now, and that is because Grimless and Sadibor actually hate each other. I think one way that you can actually fix this is by challenging to a duel. Recognized as an honorable way to resolve disputes, so it shouldn't affect our relationship with the matriarchy even if he did die. And I actually think Sadibor would probably lose that fight because Grimless has 9 combat, and Sadibor only has 1. So that's one way we could fix that. We also ran out of nectar, so there's really no reason to be working on the drug den anymore. And otherwise, that is probably it for the moment. But we will basically just let Sadibor finish up his instructions for the day, and then we'll have him probably go and duel with Grimless. Now, I did get this terror is getting out of control message, and I think this is just because they've already terrorized any criminals and things like that, and there's one unemployed person. So we'll go ahead and bring the scaffolding amount back up. However, once this rutabaga field gets finished, I think that will pretty much cover that. Nobody is homeless, which is good. So I don't know if it will actually start terrorizing. This guy's jobless, which is probably, yeah, and he just got given Mask of Shame simply for being jobless, I think. Which is honestly, I don't know if it's a bad thing because of the macaw. Would it be bad to get rid of more macaw? Maybe. Because this will lower our total migration. I think we'll just leave it for the moment. I wouldn't mind losing a little bit of macaw, but I'm going to keep an eye on the total migration and see if that changes. Now, additionally, I am going to go ahead and put Dewar onto the alchemy lab now. I didn't do it before because I wanted to make sure he has time to do educating and all of those things, but we're going to go ahead and do that now. We also have bandit camp in our lands now, and we're going to go attack this one immediately. We'll probably just send about half, a little over half our forces, I guess. Probably that many. We don't want these guys to die in the battle. We'll take the level 6s back, actually. And The level 5s can stay. Yes, okay, that looks good. And we'll just bring all of our armors, bring all of our maces. That's 71%, that seems pretty good to me. So we did end up getting 3 migrants today, and that's probably going to give us some unemployment. I did put the scaffolding back up to 3. We still do have the max on the mine. So we're probably just gonna put all these rutabaga fields to building, because if we keep getting more peasants, then we are going to end up actually needing them. There's no homelessness currently, so I'm not going to move these to building yet. But they, for some reason, didn't build this one, even though we have the wood for it. But we're also going to start this duel between Grimulus and Sadibor, and hopefully Sadibor doesn't get himself killed. That would actually be terrible. Now, he's actually going to try to go eat right now. I'm going to try to stop that. I want him to actually check out the Scriptonic. We did get that today, which is super nice. And secret deals could actually be nice to buy holy rings for cheap. Buying prisoners also would just be free money printing. Eternal Loyalist, though, is pretty much the one that we want. Is there a Caden? Nope, wait, hold on, that is the wrong thing. Oh, this is permanent warrior training, though. At increased XP by 50%. I wonder if that stacks with that other book that we got. Okay. But there, oh, okay, there it is. Caden Dictionary. So, I would like the secret deals, but this is already taking a lot of our money, so I think we'll just do this. That is pretty good, and what we might do, we might even just go ahead and take Dwar off of the alchemy lab for now. We don't need to upgrade that right away. However, I would like him to learn Caden language. Oh, he already knows the Caden language? No, okay, he does not. Okay, I thought because the learn icon was there, or it wasn't grayed out. Alright, so we'll have him learn Caden language. And hopefully, nope, he's gonna go eat still. Let's just see if we can't force him to attempt to do that duel right now either. Now everybody's beating the crap out of the poor macabre people who are currently on Mask of Shame. This guy's actually got an infected wound who is going to die. That's rather unfortunate for them. But it doesn't seem like our migration is actually being impacted, and overall it looks like maybe it's just becoming more macaws, or less macaws and more Varns, hopefully. But we will just have to see. Now he's beating up the Mask of Shame people instead of actually going and fighting Grimulus. And now he's just going to go to bed. So we'll see if he will actually take care of this in the morning. But we'll just have to see. Now on the other hand, we do have this battle. I was thinking about auto-resolving it, but we'll just go ahead and jump on in. Yeah, we have 18 people, and against their 7. Now Philid, I don't actually mind that much if he ends up getting killed, because we'll just end up getting rid of him anyways, once we find a Varn commander, so we'll just let him run in. Not even a big deal to me if he dies really quickly, but I don't think he actually will. Alright, that's easy money there. Now, hilariously, Sadibor is plotting an assassination. It won't let me actually... Oh, he's breaking into Grimulus's house right now. Is he actually trying to murder him right now? Is that what's going on? Attempt to kill? No. Wait, hold on. No. Oh, I did kill, not challenge to duel. That's my fault. There we go. Let's see if they'll do it now. They're going to duel. Alright. Okay, here they are. He wants meat, and he wants to pray. That's kind of a funny start to this duel. I have a feeling that Sadibor is not going to do very well here, even with all of his equipment and everything. Grimulus also has a spear, which isn't very good against armor, whereas Sadibor does have a sword, so he has a little bit of an edge in a way, because his sword is not going to likely break during this fight. The spear will probably break soon. Okay, he's already bleeding. Oh no. Can he just surrender? Please surrender. Oh, he's down. Wait, his sword actually did break. Oh, what a horrible use for a sword. He's got 2 bleeds now. Why is he not surrendering? I don't understand. He's depressed too, so I would think that he would actually surrender a little more quickly. Now his mood's really bad. Or, rising, rather. Yeah, I think he might actually get himself killed doing this. Wow. Just give up, Sadibor. Okay, he's unable to move. Is somebody going to heal his wounds now? Yes! Okay, whew. That was scary. So that actually fixes our opinion with Grimulus now. But he did lose, he lost his sword, he lost, was that it? He lost his dagger too, apparently. So now he just has a spear. Well, we'll have to try to buy a sword then from the trader when we're able to. But we'll just see if we can get him to spend some time now with Grimless. It is morning time now anyways. Wow, that was actually super scary. Their relation is actually more powerful than it has ever been before. So it did work out for us. Now, on the other hand, Dwar and Sadibor are having some issues now. They're enemies. And Dwar also has very low loyalty, so that is going to potentially become an issue. As well, Vitamir is now a teenager. So he is actually able to study for us now. We'll go ahead and have him do the alchemy lab upgrade. Now, I don't want to risk Dwar actually rising in revolt, which is a thing that can happen. So we are going to have to fix this. The best way I can think of is to actually, we can try to have them spend time together and everything. But we're not going to do that right now because it is the workday. But most likely they'll just insult each other, and that will just create bigger problems. So they're probably going to end up having to duel. And I don't know if Sadibor can actually survive that. I hope he can, but I'm not too sure about it. Now, on the other hand, the mine is completely depleted, so we're going to go ahead and snooze that. And we will probably start the building of the other one over here. But we're going to actually not do it just yet, because we have some other things over here we need to take care of. As well, we do have, it looks like we have 5 extra iron right now, so we're going to go ahead and start the construction of this peasant house. And people are a little bit unemployed right now just because of the prisoners we have, I think, is mainly what's going on there. And then also snoozing the mine is not helping things either. What we're going to do, we're going to make sure everything, all these rutabaga fields are over on Varn, as well as the pig farms. Okay, so there was just one pig farm and the one rutabaga field that needed to be moved over. And now we're going to check, and hopefully, unfortunately, we still do not have a commander that we can hire, which is super unfortunate. Or rather, a Varn commander that we can hire. As well, it seems that Dwar is a little bit trying to do other things than doing his inspections, which is mostly fine since his inspections are dealt with for the moment, but I would still prefer him to keep up on everything. Sadibor is very, very tired right now. He's also got, we're gonna have to hopefully get the trader today, and we'll buy a flavorful ale for him, hopefully, and that should help him a little bit. Once he's done here, we will probably, he's a little bit hungry, so we'll just have him go eat. Okay, so since we do have some things that Sadibor is going to be moved over to as far as management, we're going to actually move this stuff over to Dwar. And as well, we're going to do this because Sadibor needs to take some personal time and just deal with his own things. Now, hopefully this doesn't hurt Dwar's loyalty even more, but we want him to prevent any instructions from going out of date, and that should allow Sadibor a little bit more downtime. And it's a good thing I did that because Sadibor actually just lost mobility. I think it's from exhaustion. Yeah, severe sleep deprivation, so he's going to be put to bed, and hopefully that helps him. Okay, and we were lucky enough to get the trader. We're going to go ahead and sell this boat. We have 500 in taxes that we need to pay. Luckily, we do have prisoners that will help us a little bit here. Not amazing, the amount of things that we're able to sell right now. However, we do have some paper we might actually go ahead and buy a little bit. Just 3, probably. And we'll buy probably, I can't remember exactly how many we need still. I think 5 would be good for now. We can always check and come back if we need to. I know we needed a few, though. Otherwise, I don't think we need anything that's here. Nope. And we're going to buy all of these rings so that we can hopefully reward Dwar. And we're going to buy 5 flavorful ales just to make sure that Sadibor gets one of them in the end. Actually, we probably only need 2 because Dwar should only end up taking 1 and Sadibor can only take 1. And then we'll just make sure that peasants aren't able to actually buy it. And that should help. And then, let's see, was there anything else? I don't think so. This is spending a lot of gold, but we do kind of need to work on Sadibor's mood. His mood is very terrible. I don't want him to have like a nervous breakdown or anything, so... Okay, they're not selling the flavorful ale here. We're still going to check. Okay, it can't be sold there either. So hopefully somebody will stock the hall with it, and then Sadibor can actually drink that, and that will help his desire at least. Now just looking in, we actually need quite a bit more shields. Looks like 9 more we could actually manage. I wouldn't mind actually taking care of that. However, Sadibor is currently drinking. It seems like he's drinking moonshine though, because they haven't stocked flavorful ale in the hall yet. Make sure that he's not restricted at all, so I don't know what's going on there exactly. Let him finish drinking, and then we will go back to the trader and buy a little bit more shields if there are any. Yeah, we'll buy all those. And I should have probably checked the armor amount as well, but I think we're actually good pretty much on armor. Buy the 5, or bring the 5. Yeah, we're already good on armor. For some reason, it's still showing us as not enough shields. I don't know if we're just not able to place them in stock. Maybe I have to wait a second for them to actually get placed in the storage. Okay, for whatever reason, the shield amount doesn't seem to be changing. I'm not really sure what's up with that. So we need 5 more, but either way, most of our army is stocked with armor and with shields now, so that is looking pretty good. I should have probably checked. I think it's 50 that you need for the heavy armor, and that was the next thing I would want to start buying. But either way, this is looking pretty good for us for the moment. Now, since they are awake and everything, we are going to have Sadibor go and reward Dwar, and hopefully this brings his loyalty back up, at least to a good enough level to where he's not going to start a rebellion. He's at 36 now. It's not the best. He also has rutabaga fever, so he is going to use a medical salve for that. Hopefully he doesn't use all of them though. Now, I don't know why the hall isn't being stocked with flavorful ale at the moment. We do still have the 2, so I don't know what's going on there. Hopefully they will do that soon. Now, apparently Grimless is actually ill with the rutabaga fever as well, and that's apparently another thing that's kind of hurting Sadibor right now. I'm not really too sure what we can do about this in the short term. We just gotta kind of ride it out and hope that Sadibor doesn't actually go insane. Now, he is going to drink. There is the flavorful ale. Hopefully that is what he will actually decide to drink. Now, unfortunately, he decided to drink moonshine. I do not understand this. There was flavorful ale here. It seems that, let's say, effective alcohol. It doesn't actually seem to show, but Dwar and Grimless must have actually drank it. So that is pretty sad. Now, here we are at the trader again, and we're going to buy all of these rings again. And we will buy, I think it was 5 shields we needed. So we'll buy 5 of those. Can't really do much else. So we are just going to, I think, pay for this and let everything else go. We are down to 2,000 gold now as well, which is not too great. We're going to have to definitely lower the amount of money that we are sending out for sure. And we will go and reward him one more time. And hopefully this improves things. Now, Sadibor did finally reward Dwar, and he is up to 54 loyalty, so this is going to have to do for now. Luckily, Sadibor's mood is also rebounding a little bit. It's not perfect, but it is certainly a lot better. He does have a lot of inspections to get done today, though. So does Dwar. Hopefully they will actually do them. Now, it appears that Grimless actually has rutabaga fever, and that seems to be part of why Sadibor is so upset right now, because he sees that Grimless has a serious illness, and that's minus 35 for him, which is not good at all. Now, he is going to study, even though there is flavorful ale in the hall right now. Hopefully he will go and actually drink that. Okay, Grimless is going to drink. I don't want to risk him actually using this if I can help it. We're going to have him spend time with Grimless, or with Dwar. Hopefully that prevents them from drinking it. They may end up... Okay, they're playing music. I don't know why Sadibor is studying knowledge right now instead of going to take care of his terrible mood. Okay, I couldn't stop them. Grimless and Dwar just drank the flavorful ale between them, which is rather irritating, actually. All we can really do, I guess, we can't really buy anything except for we're gonna go ahead and buy the rings. And yeah, we don't have the relation anymore with the matriarch, so we can't even buy more flavorful ale. That's super annoying. This is one of those things where you can't really micromanage what you do want to micromanage, and it is just kind of unfortunate. So it looks like Sadibor's relation or mood is still going to be terrible, and all because our priest stole his flavorful ale. What a nice friend you have been. Now, on the other hand, we will go ahead and reward Dewar, even though he also stole some of our ale. Hopefully he will do that soon, but it looks like he's doing something else. He's going for medicine. Oh, because he has rutabaga fever. Okay, well. Okay, now we do have to start thinking about the pig farms as well. If I go to statistics, and if we go all the way back, as you can see, we actually haven't produced any meat at all for 5 days. And this is kind of inefficient, so I think what we're going to do, we're actually going to dismantle this, and hopefully we get that 64 rutabaga back. We do. Okay, that is good. And we'll move this one and we'll place it. Actually, we may... Hold on. Maybe we just move it over. Yes, that looks like it'll look good. And then we'll just move this alchemy lab down. Kind of onto the path. That looks decent enough. And hopefully this causes the rest of them to be able to be charged properly. This one needs about 80. And this one needs about 90 more. And we'll also go ahead and bring down the moonshine amount to 100 as well, and hopefully this will stabilize things a little bit. Now, of course, that is going to lower the amount of jobs, so we are probably going to place a few more rutabaga fields as well, just to allow us to keep moving up as far as the amount of people that we have in the town. It doesn't look like there's another rutabaga field spot there, so we'll place it over here instead. Doesn't need to actually be on a path, so we'll place it there, and we'll just remove this path. And actually, we're going to remove this path as well, because I don't think we're going to be cutting trees down over here for a while. Okay, and Dewar is finally getting rewarded, it looks like, by Sadibor, so hopefully this will fix their loyalty. He goes up to 53 now, so I'll take that. Now, unfortunately, Sadibor's mood is getting terrible once again. Hopefully he does not go insane. Now, of course, I do realize that his main mood debuff right now is the shame for sins, but I don't have the rings right now to actually be able to go and confess my sins. So, unfortunately, the best I can do is try to wait this out for another 3 days. Seems like the main reason is because he's initiating terror, so I am going to go ahead and take this off now. Hopefully we've done what we could there. And hopefully this will stop him from losing mood so fast. Now, just an update, it does seem like everything pretty much got charged. However, we finally got a massive increase in the amount of meat that we have, so we're going to immediately go and trade some of that. And Dwar was bribed yet again. I don't know who keeps doing this. I don't think it would be you, Grad. They actually do like us still, and so does Vasta, so it's got to be like Kriege. Kriege makes the most sense, because they are our mortal enemies. But they don't have really the money, unless they wasted every last cent just to bribe Dwar, which could make sense, but either way, we do have a little bit of rutabaga left over still, but not necessarily enough, but that is a nice amount of meat, which hopefully Sadibor will actually eat some of, which would definitely help his relationship, or his mood, rather. Now, at the same time, we're probably going to go ahead and have Dwar and Sadibor spend some time together. Hopefully this can mend their relationship a little bit, but they are. Sadibor considers Dwar a mortal enemy, but Dwar actually... Oh, now he does actually hate him quite strongly. What is... okay, so Dwar and Sadibor just plain hate each other, which is not exactly where you want the relation between monarch and heir to actually be, but that is a thing. We now have an 8 average combat skill. We still can't hire a new commander, but we do actually have... We'll hire these couple of loyalists, and that gives us 25 now. And just a quick little note, we are going to turn on the trade automatically again. I had been doing this manually, but we are good on meat and medical salves for the moment. Warriors have a good enough mood. I'm actually content to go ahead and remove the meat consumption just for the time being. And let's see. That's probably it for the moment. I don't even necessarily need this trader active, but there's so many unemployed, and I'm going to be fixing that shortly. Now this is cool. So we achieved our ambition, which it's been a while now, so I actually don't even remember. I believe it was the economic one, which means we've got like 2,000 in economic production per day, which is actually pretty incredible. Now we also apparently have a drought going on. That's not great. That's a lot of crops to lose from drought, and that's going to give us a lot of problems with the lack of rutabaga and such like that. Sadibor also desires to go see Perla. I'm not sure we can actually afford to let him do that right now. He wants to go eat. I guess we'll let him do that. So I think it is getting to be kind of time to move the lumber mill, so as soon as we get the wood for that, I'm going to probably go ahead and do that. The next place is probably over here. Sadibor can start taking care of it. Dwar has these new rutabaga fields to take care of and everything, and we do have the alliance invitation once again, so that's another 300 gold that we will get for free. Now just an update as far as the training ground goes. It seems that it's just caused less people to actually go and fight here. We're going to see what upping it to 10 will do, but if this doesn't cause more people to actually use the training ground at the same time, then we will probably just go ahead and bring it back up to 15. Maybe even pushing it to 20, just so that everybody possible can actually go and train there. Okay, and we are going to go ahead and move this lumber mill now. We'll move it pretty much as close as possible to the town, so we'll move it right there. And we're going to go ahead and move, of course, our day patrol. I can go about right there, it looks like. Maybe a little bit farther up so it's not covering the lake so much. Something like that. And then we'll move it over to Sadibor, who's not really managing much things right now because I do have Dwar on a whole lot of this other stuff. And I may even move these over to Sadibor, but I think what I'm going to do, this hasn't gotten any production yet, that's fine. We're actually going to do an extra rutabaga field right here instead. And if possible, I'll try to build another one. That looks good. Okay, and Sadibor, he's currently eating, but as soon as he's done eating, I'm going to go ahead and send him to hang out with Perla. He is not doing too well right now. He is a little, just sad. He's Sadibor, so he is sad. Okay, so we are going to send him to take care of this alliance proposal now, and then we will send him straight over to Vasna as soon as he cancels the alliance, and he can hang out with Perla, take care of getting this free gold for us, which we are up to 4,000 again, which is quite good. We are losing peasants again, though, so we do have open jobs once again. It seems like it's getting pretty difficult, even if the mood is good, to actually have more than 70 peasants consistently. I'm not sure exactly what that's about. It says severe hunger, which yes, they are severely hungry because of no rutabaga. So that's definitely a part of it. But I mean, their mood is still good overall. It's not like they're starving and actually dying. I don't even know if starvation deaths are possible, but maybe. Alright, and the trader is here. We're gonna have to allow Dwar to take care of this. I don't really want to because he is much lower on trade skill than Sadibor is, but if Sadibor dies, then at some point we're gonna have Dwar improving his trade skill all the same, so it's not really a big deal. We're going to go ahead and buy rings. Definitely need to have some rings to improve Dwar's loyalty when necessary. We don't really need more paper at the moment. We don't really need any of this stuff, except I think we are going to start buying more maces. We want to have enough maces at all times. So this is 1,000 gold now. Now this could actually be really good to finally just go ahead and get the Varn Moonshine. This will lower the amount of negative mood from drinking it, which definitely would create more loyalists, I think. And we aren't really spending the gold on anything else at the moment. Does that seem... is that a good idea? I think it is. Do we need tools? The only thing we need to upgrade is the alchemy lab, so let's actually just take a look here. We do need tools for it, but we don't have it unlocked yet. We do have the book, and it's almost done. Okay. Maybe we should go ahead then, but we're already making it through the herbs pretty well. So I think we're going to hold off. If we get to a point where we are stocking up like 200 herbs or something, then maybe it'll be worth it, but I think it would just be a waste of money at this point. Okay, and now we're going to send him over to Perla to hang out, and hopefully that will improve his mood. His mood's actually pretty good right now. And now, much like we did with Sadibor in his earlier life, we are going to be waking Dwar up early to go and study knowledge. The quicker that he gets done with some of these things, especially the Caden-based stuff, is going to actually be quite good for him. And we're going to need to start passing down some knowledge from Sadibor to Dwar as well. Okay, sad day. So it looks like Perla actually died. So Sadibor wasn't able to complete this, but it did complete his desire all the same. However, it did cancel our contract for meat, which that's a rather big disappointment right now. So all we're selling now is the medical salves, and there is nobody in the area that's actually buying meat. I do believe there is one over here, and there was one over here somewhere, so we would need to actually connect to them, and that's going to be kind of a hard sell right now. So this guy is actually the new ruler, and he wants axes. We can't really do anything with that, unfortunately. So that is something we're going to have to deal with for the moment, and maybe we just go back to selling meat to the workers, or the warriors, rather. Okay, so Vitamir has finished the Alchemy Lab upgrade book, which I don't think we're actually even going to be making use of right now anyways, but Vitamir can now learn Varn Moonshine, which will definitely be helpful for us. Now Sadibor is home, so we're going to actually go and reward Dwar, because Dwar's loyalty is getting quite low. That's mostly, I think, mainly because of mood. I don't think he got bribed again. Okay, and once again we did get another loyalist, so we are going to add them into our army. Unfortunately, we have still not gotten a Varn commander. At this point, I'm expecting that we are just not going to get one, and we have to keep Philid, which isn't too bad. Okay, so for the first time we did get this. I've never seen this, actually. It's exhaustion. Hunger will soon kill me. So apparently you can actually starve from not eating, which I always kind of wondered. Need for food, yes. I always knew that it gave a negative thought. I don't think lords can actually get this, but maybe. But it does seem that this is what's actually now causing us to lose more and more peasants. So what we're going to do, we're just going to allow everybody to actually purchase meat. It looks like inhabitants have an average of 35 gold, so they will absolutely be able to pay for this as well, and that'll be a good way to create hopefully even more loyalists, but we'll just have to see. Now we do have another King's Ambition, and we're probably going to make it maybe just Conqueror, even though I don't know if adding people into your alliance counts, but hopefully it does. But the other one, getting 123 people, that's going to be pretty difficult. Economic production, I don't know if we're going to really be expanding this too much, so we're just going to do the Conqueror one. Army of Deserters, a particularly large camp of bandits, will have 25 to 35 experienced fighters appear. Whoa. That's not good. That is going to be absolutely terrible for us, but hopefully we can actually manage that. Now, Hyrek actually wants a peace treaty with us. I think we're going to skip this because it's only 200 versus the Alliance is normally 300, and it's not something that you can get rid of for 15 days. We're going to ignore that peace treaty. Now, as you can see, we got a massive influx of meat today, and that gives us 410 total. It's unfortunate that we don't have a trade route for it right now. We would be making tons of money, but we are getting very, very close to being at the point of 5,000 gold. We're collecting a bunch of it back that our inhabitants have actually accrued, but they're still at 33 average. So that's pretty insane. We'll go ahead and keep allowing them to eat meat for as long as necessary. We did just lose another 11 peasants, which absolutely sucks. Hopefully this causes a lot of new migrants, though. Okay, another day and another couple of loyalists that we can add to the army. I think we may have lost a warrior or two, but we have also lost an average combat skill, which is super unfortunate. We didn't lose anybody too powerful, so I think it's just because we're adding these lower levels in. Now, unfortunately, our agreement with Ugrad for selling medical salves did expire. However, it's not too big of a deal this time because Gorno is actually buying medical salves. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. I'm not going to... I mean, there is the possibility of duping the paper here like we have been doing, but we're just going to send a messenger to take care of this. And that will get us more medical salves, as well as you can see they are selling herbs. So is Vasta. We may actually go ahead and buy these once we have more paper, because that will allow us to create even more medical salves. Currently we're out of herbs, so that would definitely be pretty good to do. Now as well, our meat price is currently a little too high. We can bring this down to 9 without speculators, and we can bring the amount up as well, so that there is no limit on the amount that people can buy in a single day. And that should stop us. I think most people are actually dying from their hunger. That could be what's going on. I mean, we did get the starvation thing. It seems that once that happens, there is not much time until they actually die, so that is something we don't want to keep happening. So we've got a small camp of forest bandits here. It's only got 3, and we probably won't even be able to get many prisoners from this, but we are going to go ahead and take care of it. We're just going to send some of our absolute strongest people. We'll send just the 11 plus maybe. No, we'll send some of the 10 plus just to kind of double their numbers at least. So 9, that's definitely quite strong enough. And we'll get rid of these spears, and we will send enough armor for everybody, and we will send all maces. Hopefully this gives us the best chance of prisoners. Send, and we can use those to fill jobs at least until we get more peasants back. And we did start this trade route for 22 for each of these medical salves, which is great. We'll send it right away. And now we do have the trader. We don't really have anything to actually sell here, so at the moment, actually we did finish the alchemy lab upgrade, I believe it was. Yes, okay. And otherwise, we need all of these books still. Yes. Okay. So we would be giving 800 gold, and we do need the paper, so we will buy this. And otherwise, we just need more maces. And otherwise, we will take the shields as well. And that's giving up quite a bit of money, but of course we don't really have any use for money except for to send it to the trader at this point. So we're going to do that. And at the same time, there is a holy pilgrim, and I would like to actually do that if possible, but we don't have the rutabaga, unfortunately. Yeah, even if we buy it, we're not going to have enough, so that's kind of unfortunate. And there is another camp of forest bandits over here. It's quite strong. Maybe... is our army still in the city? Okay, we may actually go ahead and disband this and make a stronger army and go attack that first. So we'll take care of that before we end the episode. And we'll send basically everybody except just enough to keep training, and as well be able to defend, because there are a little bit of criminals. And we just need that many. We will send the spears just in case on this one. And go over here, and 14 of them. That is quite strong, but I think we should be okay. Right now, we are basically just kind of expanding our army still. Right now, we are out on campaign, and we are going over down here near to Siva to take out this bandit camp, and then we will probably take out either this one, or was there another one? No, okay, there was not. So we'll do that, and then otherwise, we are just pretty much continuing to grow, and we are probably going to demand Ugrad to become neutral during this episode. Or maybe at the end of this episode, or maybe it will have to wait until the next to actually complete that. Okay, and we do have a couple of peasants here, loyalists, to hire into the army, which we will go ahead and do right now. Additionally, it appears that Vasna is going to have some marauders trying to attack them. That is actually good for us, because if we go ahead and try to force Ugrad into neutrality, they will actually have a harder time defending. So I don't see them on the map yet. I'm not sure if we should wait. I think we will until Sadibor gets his inspections done, and then I'll send him off to force neutrality. Now, Sadibor is done with his work for the day. However, Dewar's loyalty is a little low, so we are going to go ahead and reward him before we head out to make sure his loyalty doesn't get too low while we're away. And with that out of the way, you can see the Marauders are actually on their way right now to Vasna. There are 15 of them. They're okay. They're not that strong, though. I think Vasna should repel this. Not easily, but I don't think they're going to lose much more than like half, maybe a little more than half of their army. So we're going to go ahead and ultimatum on neutrality, and we could actually send messengers on this, but the reason I'm not doing that is because I actually want to buy herbs from either Vasna or Gorno. We could use those. We very much could. And additionally, I will possibly also want to sell more medical salves to somebody if they decide to start buying them. So I would like to keep the paper around for the moment until I decide what to do with it. Now, apparently, Dewar was already bribed again, so it's a good thing I went ahead and gave him a little bit of rings. Now, Sadibor is basically already gone, so we're going to have Dewar do the trader for today. And all we really want at this point, maybe I would like to sell some meat, but I don't think we're going to actually do that. So all we really want, we want more rings. We need to have enough rings. We're going to buy more maces. We may buy a little bit more spears and some shields. And that is probably mostly it. We're going to buy enough paper for another trade route in case we decide we want to do that. And otherwise, as you can see, this is spending a lot of our money. And I think what we're going to do, we're going to try to get as many weapons and stuff like that accrued as possible for this this push that we're going to probably have to do. We're probably going to have to do a lot of fighting to create our alliance. So we're going to try to get as many weapons as we can, and then we're going to discontinue the trader, and we're going to basically just use all of our money only on hiring strong warriors. And I know that we switched off of that, but the reason we're switching back to it now, there is a logic to the reason. We needed the trader for an amount of time longer so that we could get the weapons that we needed, get the paper we needed for trade routes, all of that. Otherwise, our economy probably would have collapsed and our army would have collapsed soon after. So we had to temporarily backtrack a little bit of what we were doing, and now we are making our way back to doing that again. Now, our army has made it over to this bandit camp, and we are just going to run right on in. It looks like there may be a few people going to this tower. We'll just see. We may go ahead and go for these guys first. Maybe these guys won't be able to attack us very well from there. It looks like they will, though. Okay, well, go ahead and hit stay in the back for a moment, let them engage a little bit, and run on in. And now we're unfortunately surrounded for the moment here. Hopefully that isn't too terrible. Okay, they just pretty much collapsed that other squad anyways. I was hoping to collapse this other one first, but okay. As long as we're not losing people, I guess it doesn't matter too much. Get over there. Why aren't they? Hold on. They're not listening. There we go. Okay, just take this tower out now. Unfortunately, it looks like we did lose a couple. They are insta-dead. That's not good. So yeah, we did straight up lose two. That may have been a mistake on my part. Maybe I should have just gone for the middle on that. But, well, that does happen sometimes. So there's another option here, which is we could either go for this one, which is barely going to give us anything, or we could just let everybody go home and then hit this one instead. Of course, we do get Matriarch Opinion boost for attacking bandit camps, so that's why I'm going to go ahead and attack this one as well, and hopefully we can get up to 50 so that we can buy a little bit of heavy armors from the trader before we actually stop trading with him. Now, on another note, we're probably going to go ahead and allow some medical salves to be purchased, only about 5. because as you can see, the inhabitants and our warriors actually have a pretty good amount of wealth on them, and they're not really spending it as much as I would like on meat, so we'll just throw the medical salves in. If they get rutabaga fever, sometimes they just decide to go for a medical salve, even though they don't really need it. They're not going to die from it, but they just decide to do that anyways, so that should help us accrue some of our wealth back from them. Now, as well, the matriarch is happy that we funded their pilgrims, which we were happy to do it. And Vasna had a consequence of war. Looks like they did get messed up a little bit, but only about 5 losses in total. But it looks like a lot of their strongest ones are pretty much gone. Now all their strongest people have crossbows, so that's definitely big. Oh, okay. Never mind. Hold on. Maybe they lost nobody, because they're reinforcing now on Ugrad, so that might be what's going on there. Okay, well, either way, yeah, I'm not really sure how that came to be. Okay, this army of deserters is getting closer to happening. It looks like that will be happening. Okay, so it looks like Ugrad is going to force us to attack them, which is not my favorite thing. However, it looks like Marauders are now going to attack Ugrad. Doesn't seem to be this squad, though, so that's not... I was wondering if maybe they decided to not attack because they're attacking Ugrad, but that doesn't appear to be why. Very, very strange how this is happening. However, what we're going to do, we're basically going to let our army make it back home, and we'll just go ahead and cancel this attack. It's not as important as taking out Ugrad. So we're going to let our army get home, let them rest a little bit, and then we will go ahead and attack Ugrad. So here we are back at the trader, and we are just basically going to buy weapons. We'll buy the maces, we'll buy the armors, we'll buy the shields. Can't buy paper right now because it's too expensive. And otherwise, do we want to buy maybe some of these spears as well? It'll be eating a little bit too much into our funds right now, so we're going to say nope. And that gets us a little bit closer to having... Basically, I want to have at least like 50 extra weapons, just because some of them break and all that stuff. This looks pretty good for the moment, though. Okay, now Vitamir did actually finish the Varn Moonshine, and I think what we're going to do, we're actually going to... Even though Dwar has managed to get 36% here done on the Caden language, he's not spending a lot of time doing it because he's just doing other things. So we're going to set Vitamir on this, and we will just, for the moment, I guess, have Dwar, whenever he feels like it, he can go ahead and learn Varn Moonshine if he wants to, but we're not going to force it. And Dwar, since he basically spends most of his day actually just studying and eating, then he should be able to get through this a lot faster. He's also smarter than Dwar, I believe. Yeah, 9 versus 8 intelligence. And it appears the prophecy has come true, and it did replace this bandit camp. That is a lot of bandits. That is a lot of bandits. But it looks like 32 of them have daggers. Now, we need to attack Ugrad, but I am very worried about these forest bandits. I'm not actually sure what the best course is here. I think we're going to wait until tonight, try to sell off these prisoners. I don't really want to leave them here, just to basically try to escape or anything like that. And then we'll go and try to attack Ugrad, most likely. And then we will go and attack the camp once we're able to rest and heal. Now, another thing I think we're going to do, because it seems like Dwar doesn't spend a whole lot of time educating Vitamir anymore, and I do believe, now I don't know if this is actually a thing that we can... Yes, okay, wise conversation. And I believe this is continuous now. I think they updated it, whereas it used to be just like a single spend time action. I think it now just continues over time. So we can go ahead and cancel it for the moment, and he can go do this later on and try to transfer some of his knowledge over to Vitamir in case Sadibor dies. Now, I completely missed this before, but the Vasna reinforcements here at Ugrad have actually gone away, and that means that Ugrad is super weak now. So we're actually just going to attack them right now, and we will just send Philid, and we'll just send pretty much all of our weapons, armor, and shields, and we'll send mostly maces to actually attack them. And Our odds here are 76%, which is pretty good by me. And now here we are at Ugrad. It is the middle of the night, a good old night attack, and this will be fun. And this is, I think this is our first actual attack against any other kingdom. So this is going to be interesting. Why is there only 8? Why is there only 8 of them? Okay, so all the other ones are bowmen. I didn't even realize that. 10, 18, that's sure enough. All of the people that it said, I just didn't realize so many of them are archers. That is really interesting. Alright, let's go ahead and get close. Oh, I meant to do the stay in the back. Hopefully our commander doesn't die, because if he does, that is going to destroy the morale of the rest of our men. Seems okay right now. Seems okay. Alright. These guys are taking a while to fall because of that heavy armor. Alright, most of them are down now. Chine Bill is dead. Alright, and the rest of them have died now. Why are you guys celebrating? I wish the AI would go for the towers themselves. Even if they don't go for the squads, I wish they would go for the towers. Like, why are they sitting there cheering? Come on, take this guy out. They're like cheering about their victory, but there's people literally shooting arrows at their face. Like, what are you doing, people? Alright, get over here. Quite a few losses here, actually. Mostly because of all these archers in the towers. They're a lot more powerful when they're up in the tower. But either way, we did manage to win, and we lost 6. 1 escaped. And we get the consequences of war, so we'll get an increased immigration, and we will get higher prices if we sell wood to the caravan. So that is good. They are finally neutral, and that allows us to invite them to our alliance, which is what we're going to do immediately. Sadibor is asleep right now, but he's had a decent amount of sleep. Hopefully this will be fine. Maybe we will just send messengers. We have plenty of paper right now. We do have to, of course, give them 300 gold as well. That's fine by me, though. Now, we could also force Vasna. They will be a little upset about this, though. And they are, yeah, they don't actually respect us right now because they have too many soldiers. Okay. So we will have to increase our numbers again, and then we will go ahead and try to vassalize Vasna later. Now, of course, one might say that what we have just done is maybe not too heroic, but one thing that I've had to consider here, and I should have mentioned this before, maybe I did, I don't think I did. I think I kind of briefly mentioned that Siva and Krish here are, they're pretty powerful now. Between them, they've got over 60 soldiers. Yeah, so they've got 70 soldiers, really. And so, to be able to handle them, we need Ugrad and Vasna on our side. But we don't want to subjugate ourselves to little Ugrad or Vasna, who kept vassalizing us like the entire game, and we're never able to keep a good alliance together. No, we need to be in charge of that alliance, and that will allow us to defend ourselves against this growing kingdom to the south. And so I consider it heroic in that sense. We're being heroes to our people as well as the people around us. That's the idea here. We did invite Ugrad, and they apparently already joined us, so that is quite nice of them. We appreciate that. And now we just need to see if we can't get... It looks like they don't respect us yet. 24. We have 25. I don't really understand why they don't respect us. We'll hire these loyalists. We don't really want to hire that guy yet. And that gives us 27, but they are a little bit on the lower level, so that's probably part of it. So we are basically just fast-tracking our way to ending using the trader at this point. And otherwise, yeah, we just need to prepare to hire even stronger mercenaries. That's kind of the plan right now. Okay, so one of our warriors is having some issues. He's a little messed up. He's in pain and shock. He has an infected wound. He got burned. So apparently, when your warriors set fire onto these towers, they are actually capable of burning themselves, or either they burn themselves or they get burned by their own teammates. This guy's burned as well. This is a moderate burn. Does it? I wonder if it causes an extra scar. I imagine it would. He doesn't look burned to me. Where's the other guy? Did he get up and walk away? I guess he must have. Let's find him. He's right here. Yeah, he is walking now. Okay, so he should go and get medicine. Good for him. And so he will survive. That's good to know. Now, as you can see here, under the hints, it's saying check in the finance menu that you are selling enough units of alcohol. But what I think is happening, because we are selling alcohol, just not a lot per day. But I think what's happening is that, in general, the taverns aren't capable of servicing enough people. So what we're going to do at some point, we're going to get rid of this extra market that we have, and we will probably move it. I think we can move it right up here. Yes, okay. So we would move that one there and have warriors and peasants buy from the same one again, and we'll place another tavern here. And I think that should help. We'll have to see, though. We don't yet even have enough, really, alcohol to actually make it worth it, but it is something that we could do. Now, we do have the trader once again, so we are... Actually, I think we're going to sell a little bit of wood today. We don't normally do that, and it may be a bad idea, but we also don't need... We don't really need... Maybe we keep the crossbows. We'll keep the crossbows, but we don't need the regular bows. And we are making it through the amount of meat, so for right now, we're going to hang on to that as well. And otherwise, we still have Varn Moonshine. We can go ahead and sell this now. And we will just buy maces and shields, and we can't buy light armor, unfortunately. Otherwise, we will just sell all of these prisoners. We'll keep 4, just so we have a little bit of extra prison labor. Now, as you probably saw in the last episode, we tried to have Sadibor go and do a flesh wolf hunt with Dwar, and it just didn't work because Dwar walks way, way, way too fast compared to Sadibor, who is an old man. He's getting close to 70. And it's pretty old in Norland. So what we're probably going to have to do, we're going to have to send them both. We'll have to alternate, probably. Or maybe we could have one go to Gorno, but that's pretty far is the issue. So I was thinking about having one go to Ugrad and one go to Vasna. I think that'll work. And we need the mood, or rather the opinion boost with Vasna more. So we will probably Flesh Wolf hunt and have Sadibor do that. And we will have Dwar go spend time. No, we have to go actually to spend time, and we'll have him do Flesh Wolf hunt. Probably works. Because Dwar wants to go on a journey, so they both need it anyways. His mood's actually pretty good, so it's not really necessary, and same with Sadibor, but I would prefer not to end up having the obsession penalties. Actually, this one is just a dream. This one is also a dream, so we'll just do it. Now, we do have another loyalist, so we'll go ahead and hire him. Nobody else that looks interesting at the moment. So as you can see, Vidamir is actually acquiring knowledge, and this thing is continuing, so I think it is continuous now. We'll see in a second, I guess. Okay, so they walked away, and the icon's still there, so yeah, it is continuous now. Now, I did just want to take a look at how strong our army is, and as you can see, it's 60%, which I normally would think is plenty, but I don't know. This is a lot. This is a big army, and if we end up getting surrounded, then it will not work very well in our favor. So we're just going to disband, and we will hopefully be able to take care of it soon, but we need better numbers. So I want to try to wait for at least one more caravan, and if we can get just a little bit more maces, I think I'll be content to go ahead and just basically do things on our own without the caravan, and we can just accrue our weapons through battle. Okay, and we do have the trader again, and we will get the maces, we'll get the shields. We can't get more armors, which is unfortunate. I would like to stock up just a little more armor before we actually cut off trading with the trader. We'll buy one more paper just to have enough just for 2 more trade routes, and we won't send messengers on anything else. And otherwise, I don't think we really need to get rid of anything else. We'll send a little bit of wood just to help pay for this, and we'll sell some meat here because that's pretty much trade route price anyways. And otherwise, we can keep pretty much everything. We'll sell these prisoners now. And now, actually, we are barely sending anything away, which is great for us. Now, let's see. What else do we have here? We have a good amount of meat. We could sell a little bit of the herbs, but obviously better to just keep the medical salves. Okay, I think this is about all we can really do. I would like to buy more rings. Should we just do it? Yeah, because I think this is where we're going to stop buying from the trader at all. So I think we'll just go ahead and buy these. Maybe buy the bows back as a... I would like to buy them as a backup, but I don't think we really need to. So we're just going to go ahead and buy just the rings. And that should be good. We don't really need the trader anymore. So we're going to hire these loyalists still. We are going to look for all the Varns. We're going to hire this guy. We're going to hire this one. And that gives us 32 in total. And we're just going to keep doing this. We're just going to keep hiring as many soldiers as possible. We even could probably hire the ones that, as long as they're not Caden, because we have the xenophobia to them. But I don't really want to end up with too many Tanea either, because then Varns will feel like they're being pushed out. So I guess we could do a few Taneas, and then just not any more Macaws. So that puts this guy as being an option. Should we hire him? He's pretty strong. And so is this guy. And we can hire maybe one more, but we're not going to at the moment. This seems good. Okay, so that'll give us 34 in total troops. Now, I think what we're also going to try to do is we're going to actually try to trade here with Vasna. It looks like Sadibor will be pretty good on inspections for tomorrow. Same with Dewar, so this is probably the best time to do this. Now, he also wants to see Tiramina. Was that Vasna, or was it... I think this is Ugrad, okay. So we could have him go and do this first, and he can also do this conflict between neighbors, and this should solidify our relationship pretty well here with Vasna, and then we can invite them to our alliance, and I think they should be willing to join. So we're going to support Hyric, of course, and then we will take care of that trade, and then we will take care of going to Ugrad. Okay, so now we are buying herbs from Vasna, and that is going to help us as well. Now, let's see how well they like us now. 35. That is pretty good. So we're going to invite them to our alliance. And hopefully they will accept. We are also, of course, going to have to pay them 300 gold for them to join us. And they were willing to join us. That is perfect. Okay. Now we're going to go over and we will flesh wolf hunt with Tiramina. No, we'll just spend time with her. Spend time. Okay, and it looks like these forest bandits are about to attack our town. 32 of them are the outcasts, and I think those are probably the ones with the daggers. I don't think it actually says on there, but I'm assuming so, because the numbers match up perfectly. And then 3 maces, 2 spears, 2 archers. This will actually probably be a little bit easier to just defend, because they won't have the archer towers. So I'm okay with this. Are they sending... Hold on. 42, 45, 47, 49, it looks like, is what they have actually in the camp. Why does it say... It says 39 as the number of bandits. I guess it doesn't count these ones? Huh. Either way, we won't have to deal with those. So that'll be, what, 39 instead of 49. So that is pretty good for us. And as well, Vidomir actually became a lesser lord now. Now, we can actually take a couple of different routes here. We can either have him remain and be one of our managers. He's a pretty low management skill. We could also keep him for intelligence. Or we could potentially make him a knight. We can't do it right now, but once Sadibor is home, we could do that. And his combat skill and command skill are pretty low as well. But that is maybe an option. I don't think it's one that I particularly like here. So we will probably grant him an actual title, and then he can go ahead and be one of our managers, and that will free Sadibor up even more. Now, as well, we do have another loyalist to hire, and look at this. We finally have a commander. That won't be... I think this... Is this guy Tanea? I don't actually remember at the moment. Is there an easy way to... I think we have to create the army, and then we can go over to him. I don't remember if he's Tanea. Yes, he's Tanea. Okay, and in total we have 2 Taneas. So I don't even think that it matters. I think Tanea commander is honestly fine. So we'll just go ahead and hire... I mean, he does have the 15 combat skill as well. He's just expensive is the main issue. We would have to pay normally like 230 or something for a 15 combat skill character, or mercenary, but now we would have to pay 324, which is pretty expensive. We'll just hold our gold instead, and we'll hire one more Tanea, one more Varn, well, as many Varns as possible is fine, and we'll hire this Varn as well. And that still leaves us with a good 1300 gold, so I'm fine with this. And this should give us plenty to defend against those bandits. Okay, and it looks like we are getting reinforcements from Vasna for this defense as well, which is pretty good for us. It doesn't look like Ugrad is sending any. Maybe it's already here? No, it's not. So they're not going to, and I don't really blame them. They're still recovering from when we kind of murdered them a little bit, and that is rather unfortunate. I actually find it funny that, I mean, now our relation is better with Vasna than Ugrad, but for a while Ugrad's was way, way higher, even though we completely just destroyed their city. Those poor guys. But that is kind of a thing. I am going to go and look at the trader, just because I'm kind of interested. I'll send Dwar to do it. Sadibor is home, luckily. 300 is actually all the tax that we actually have right now. So maybe we can make one more use of the trader. We'll sell a little bit of wood. We'll sell... There's like nothing else to sell. That's it. Okay, we'll buy a little more maces. Okay, we actually can't really buy more maces. I don't really want to go too much lower on the money here. And we are actually just a second away from the language dictionary, and I'll have Sadibor do the actual trading. Why is he not... Yeah, this happens sometimes where they will stop studying at 99%. I think it's a bug, but I'm not totally sure. Alright, so we finished it now. We can put him now on probably Caden training. Yeah, I think Caden training will be... Oh, he doesn't... Wait, hold on. Dwar? Oh, it's probably because he aged up, so we actually have to, we have to grant him a title first, probably. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, so Vidomir is now one of our lords. Look at this. They actually look very similar, even though none of them are related whatsoever. That's pretty funny to me. Okay, so Caden training is what we will do here. Vidomir can take care of that. And we'll just be lightly having him manage, because his management skill is pretty terrible. He can gain it in time, but by that time the series will be over, so there's really no point. We just want to make it so that Sadibor and Dwar aren't having to do too much things. So right now I think we'll probably have him take care of these and maybe these, so he'll kind of stay in this little area. Okay, so of course this does have Vidomir now on 8 different things. Sadibor's on basically nothing, but that is about to be rectified. I think Dwar, yeah, I had Dwar on one of these while Sadibor was away. So we'll put Sadibor back on that. Sadibor back on this. And Sadibor back on this. And then that's still 14 things that Dwar is doing, so we'll have Sadibor take care of the brewery, and we'll just leave it like this. Sadibor is pretty old, and so he's pretty slow, so actually, we'll leave this on Dwar, because Dwar is younger and more vigorous. Sadibor walks really, really slowly, so that's one thing that affects his ability to actually get instructions done in time. Now, Vidomir is actually desiring for a reward, and we do have the ring, so we're just going to go ahead and go do that, so his mood doesn't drop, and his loyalty also doesn't drop. Dwar has his loyalty dropping as well. I don't like that. I really don't like that, but we have plenty of rings, so we're going to go ahead and reward him as well. Okay, and it looks like these bandits are heading our way right now. They have 27 people. 27. 24 of them have daggers, so that's definitely going to be kind of funny. Now, it looks to me like Vidomir is actually not a terrible commander. Dwar's better, but the fact that Vidomir is this young and could actually be a good commander is pretty cool, actually. I'm wondering, are we even able to send Philippe away? I don't think we are, right? I think he is stuck with us because he's a commander. It seems like he is. Okay, we can't get rid of him, so we have to keep him. But part of me really wants to make Vidomir be our commander, because he can actually level up. And if he can get past level 5, then he's better than Philippe. And then Philippe can just be one of our mercenaries. So I'm going to do that. I think we're going to do that. Vidomir can do this. Technically, it is breaking our rule that anything that somebody's better at, that one of our lords is better at than Sadibor, he can't actually do. But we've pretty much thrown that out the window because it just didn't really mean anything past a certain point in this series. So we are going to have Sadibor, or Vidomir, take care of this from now on. And we'll put Philippe into the army. And we'll put everybody else into the army. But we're going to wait. We'll wait about 20 more minutes. Alright, we'll do it now. So, go to our army. Vidomir. Philippe in. And everybody else in as well. Now, how does this do? Wow, we have more shields than I realized, I suppose. And we'll throw these crossbows in as well. And we also, of course, want all the spears. And plenty of maces as well. And we will have these guys. We could have 2 squads, just to try to surround them. I would actually love to do that a little more often, is surround 2 squads. I think I've done it a few times, where you surround a squad with 2 different squads, and it actually catches them off guard, which I really like. But we're just going to go ahead. There's no real reason to do anything crazy here. Just have Vidomir stay in the back. For some reason, they're really not wanting to get close. I don't know what's going on here. Alright, get a little closer. Alright, stay in the back. Oh no, Vidomir, he got himself caught. Ah, you idiot, Vidomir. Alright, well, hopefully he doesn't die. Vidomir's already command 5, that's good. Keep going, come on guys, you got this. They have definitely got this. And I think what we're going to do, we're going to add another person into our alliance as soon as possible. And what we're going to do, so Sadibor's eating, he has one of his buildings need instructions. We'll put that over to Vidomir. And we will, let's say, is that the only, I mean, there's those 4, but I think he should make it back in time. So we'll send him over to Gorno now. Ultimatum on neutrality. Go ahead, Sadibor. Oh, dog merchant. Oh, the dog merchant's here. Oh, I love the dog. We lost our last dog. Okay. Stay in the city just for a minute. I want to buy this dog. I love dog. Buy dog. 10 rings. Should we have Dewar do it? Because I don't know what happens to the dog if Sadibor dies. Maybe we should just have Dewar take the dog. Does Dewar, do you want a dog? You're always sad anyways. You're always super sad. You're actually more sad than Sadibor, which is, you know, that's kind of, that's just sad. I'm gonna name you Sadwar. Sadwar. That's your new name. We're just gonna do it. Sadwar. Wait, Sadwar? Sadwar. There we go. You're always sad, so get yourself a dog, and we will go ahead and go back to neutrality. There you go. Now, we are basically at the point of the series where we are just going to be taking city after city as we get enough of an army to actually take care of it. Now, we have a couple more of these loyalists that we can go ahead and hire, and we don't really have anyone else of our culture that we can hire. However, we could probably hire a few more Taneas. I don't see much of an issue with that, so we'll hire this guy. And we only really want people with at least 10 combat skill other than the loyalists that we're hiring. And just to explain, basically at this point, I've tried everything and it just does not seem like we can increase the amount of peasants. Now I think we're going to go ahead and do what I talked about, which is move this over here, and we're going to move it so that it's at least as close as possible to the hall, because they will have to bring the goods over from the hall over to here, and we'll let everybody just buy meat or whatever they want, and we'll go ahead and we're going to place another tavern here. And basically, if you do not have, it seems as many taverns as you have temples, It seems that you don't actually have enough to service everybody. Now, it doesn't really matter too much because we haven't been holding enough moonshine. But just in case, look how swarmed this is. And there are plenty of people that are just kind of walking around and not hanging out at the tavern. So I think this is kind of the max. And it looks like there's probably, I don't know how many people. Maybe it's even less than 50. I'm not too sure. But anyways, this is going to probably finish us up for how much in-city stuff that I'm going to show you. Just know that I'm basically, I'm taking care of knowledge still. I am taking care of our instructions and learning, and, you know, if I need to, I'll build some more peasant houses, but I doubt I'm going to need to. And otherwise, I will just be updating you guys as we are actually taking control of the rest of the foreseeable map. So we are obviously going to take out Gorno and put them into our alliance, hopefully. Although I think they're going to refuse this neutrality, and then we're going to have to try to actually attack them. And looking at it right now, we have a 6 combat skill, but we have 42 men. Siva has 44 men and a 9 combat skill. And Kriege has 29 people with also a 9 in combat. So, as it stands right now, we need more people. I mean, that's pretty much where it comes to. And are any of these guys, they all have serious wounds. They're all probably going to die. We'll just use them as the labor for now then. And I will let you guys know if there is anything major, but basically we are just kind of on the end game here, and Sadibor may not even make it to the end. I have a feeling that he's going to die soon. Yeah, so I will update you guys if there is anything else major to discuss. Okay, now Gorno has refused our offer to become neutral. So we are going to need to attack him, but we are going to attack this camp of forest bandits first. Mainly because I want to get Vitamir's command skill up just that little bit higher. So we are going to throw Philid, Vitamir, and yeah, just everybody else, and we're going to go ahead and take care of this bandit camp. And that way, we can hopefully, oh, we have an axe now. And hopefully we can level Vitamir up just a little bit higher, and we'll take out probably this one as well. This one's not worth doing because it's only got 1 man, and there is no other one, so that is going to hopefully get us another command skill. Okay, here we are at the bandit camp, and we are just going to go into this. We have overwhelming numbers, but I don't want to really risk the chance that that they will somehow manage to kill some of us. And we'll just go right for these guys, and then we'll probably go for the tower next. Take care of that, because what I've found is that they cause themselves to get burnt. So I'm going to try something, and we'll see if it helps. It seems like they all got pulled in anyways. That's okay though. Okay, go ahead and take this down. Alright, so hit that, and now come over here. Oh, well, they're already doing it themselves. This time they're staying away from the tower, so hopefully the burns don't get to them, and we'll just we'll kind of let them get pulled in, and there we go, just like that. And hopefully nobody got burned now. I don't see any burns anyways. Some people have some injuries, but that is something I'm going to be trying a little bit more because I do not want to risk the burns. I don't think it's super likely that it gets them killed, but it's still not really worth the risk of all the injuries and everything. Okay, now we'll go into this other bandit camp. There's only 7 people here, so this isn't going to even be worth talking about. And unsurprisingly, we lost nobody, captured 2. And of course that gives us a little bit more of a benefit to our relations with everybody in the area. And we get a 500 gold total, nothing really too substantial, 2 prisoners. And we did lose some prisoners, but that's just, they're escaping, so. Okay, so we got home, did some work, let everybody just kind of heal their injuries. A few of them had infected wounds or whatever, and so they had to use their medical salves, and now we are basically ready to go and attack Gorno. Now they do have a total of 17 reinforcements. It's only Siva. Kriege has not sent them any reinforcements. So overall I think we should be plenty okay here. Yeah, we're actually, wow. One of their strongest units, actually their strongest unit, has just a crossbow, so that's actually looking pretty good for us. Now, unfortunately, we haven't been able to get a lot of mercenaries today. For some reason, they haven't replenished. I think it's every 2 or 3 days. So either way, we're going to have to just live with that for the moment. But we'll send Philid, of course, and we're going to leave a few people back. This guy's actually got an infected wound still. He must not have had an extra medical salve. Hopefully he'll take care of that soon. We'll send some of these fodder people back because we want them to be able to deal with any flesh wolf activity, so we don't want to actually leave us with nobody. And we also want just enough that can take care of the prisoners as well. I think that's about the only ones we really need to keep back. Alright, and so that's 36. Maybe I'll add a few more back into the army. Like this guy, he's happy enough. Alright, so maybe, yeah, leave about 8. That should overpower the prisoners pretty easily. And this leaves us with 40. Hopefully this is enough. Add those 3 maces in. It's saying 62%. I'm not loving that, but we will see. Okay, and actually I did forget to put Sadibor in. I think we're going to go ahead and just do that because, I mean, if he ends up dying, as long as one of Sadibor or Vidomir survive, should be okay. So we'll do Vidomir here, throw Philid in, Sadibor, and that is 41 now. That is a lot better. We'll go with this. 68%. Now here we are at Gorno, and we are just going to jump right on in and take a look at what we've got going on here. Okay. Where is our... Hold on. 17, what is that, 22? That seems like a lot less than what it claimed. Alright, this will be a lot easier if this is actually correct. We'll see. Okay, it looks like that's 18, 26, 30? I'm counting 30. This may be a little more difficult now, but that is still a lot easier than I was actually expecting. Enemy squad commander is already unconscious, and now we are up to our 6th command. Yeah, this is looking like it's going pretty well our way. Looking good, okay, yeah. And Laronda passed away. I don't know who that is. Not something I'm worried about. Sadibor and Vidomir are doing just fine. Let's go ahead and burn this down, and now go over to this one so hopefully nobody gets caught on fire. No. Oh, why are they not listening? No. Oh, they're not listening. Hopefully nobody gets burned. Why aren't you guys listening? Yeah, somebody's... Oh, they're getting burnt, I think. Alright. Oh, no. I don't know why they wouldn't listen there. No, stop doing that. We're losing people because of it, too, I think. I think several people got burnt. No, they're bleeding. Let's see. Yep, this guy got a couple of burns. It says only slight pains. Maybe it wasn't the most crucial aspect. But yeah, it looks like these guys are just walking in the fire. I have no idea why. Well, Sadibor and Vidomir seem to have lived. We only actually lost 4. Okay, that's not as bad as it looked like. It looked like we were losing close to a dozen. So, okay. Gorno is now forced into neutrality. Let us invite them to our alliance. We might send a messenger this time. We don't... Do we need another trade route? I don't think we're going to. We still, of course, have the Gorno trade route that lasts for 6 more days. This one lasts for 11 more days. So that should be more than enough for our purposes. But, I mean, Sadibor is basically done with... He just has a couple of inspections, and then I can just send him. Now, some good news for us is Gorno immediately decided to join our alliance. And as well, that gives us our kingly ambition here, which is going to probably make Sadibor quite happy, I would think. And the next one on our list then... Wow, look at this. We have all this opened up, but nobody is buying meat. Nobody's buying meat. Well, so much for that, right? What we could do is use the paper to maybe buy something. Buy something good. Is there anything that we can buy? No, it looks like everybody's buying armor. Nobody's selling anything really interesting. There are more camps that we could try to take out. But I think what we're going to do, let's see how Kenna is. Wow, they are actually pretty strong. So that might be our last goal here then. Hildemar is one of the people we captured from Gorno, and he's actually trying to escape. How's he doing with that? It looks like he's fighting somebody relatively strong. They're already injured. And now they're unconscious. Is he gonna make it out? No, nope, he did not. Alright, well, let's see, who else is strong? These guys are, wow, they have a really strong army, even though there's not as many of them. So, I think we can try to make it over to Kenna. We need to take out Siva. Well, they're actually pretty weak already. I don't think there's really much of a need to take care of them. Oh, Hildemar is actually from Siva, so we can actually try to send him. Wow, a total of 1,000. Will they give us that full 1,000? They will give us 729 so far. I'm going to wait a little bit, and then we will do that. But yeah, this alliance really isn't very strong anymore, and they can't really do anything, so I'm not going to even worry about them. They don't even hate us as strongly anymore either. So I think the next goal then is to get over to Kenna and take them out, because they are way too strong. I do not like that. So we're going to go ahead and try to force Lacria into neutrality now. This may be difficult though. If we do this, then we have this entire kingdom trying to attack us. Most of their vassals are actually really weak. Okay, yeah, I'm not worried about it then. We just basically only need to worry about Kenna. They're going to be difficult. Okay, somewhat surprisingly, these guys actually accepted our ultimatum to become peaceful, or become neutrals. Now, Lacria is completely neutral, and Sadibor is still right here, so we're going to try and force them into our alliance now. It doesn't let us. They do not regard us highly enough. Okay, they need a +5 relation. That's easy enough. At least we can just have Sadibor go in and spend time. Now, as well, apparently Siva is coming to attack Wormwood over here. They are sending a full army of 7. Oh my god, you guys. Let's just, Vidamir is a little bit sad right now, so we're gonna let him stay home, and we'll just have Sadibor. Or, now, funny enough, Lacria actually just accepted our, neutralization order, and we are going to go ahead. We need a little bit stronger of a relationship with them to invite them to our alliance. We are going to have Sadibor spend some time with them. And as you can see, Siva is actually sending an army to attack Wormwood. A full army of 7, which is hilarious to me. Just checking this ransom again, and we will actually get the full ransom now. Since we do not have any trade routes that we're probably going to be able to start, we're just going to send a messenger on this. And that will get us another 1,000 gold, which we can use on even more mercenaries. And what we're going to do here, I think, is send an army to just attack it on the road so it can't even make it to our village. And we're going to send, of course, Vidamir and Sadibor. And 36 is probably way too much here. We don't really want to risk our lower tier warriors on this. We like to use them as meat shields on the more important fights, so... Is there anybody else who is too weak for this? Now we have 26. I would like around 3 times their number. So this looks pretty good. And we will send as many armors as possible, and we will send as many weapons as we need. And there we go. 72%, of course, that will be no issue. Okay, so unfortunately, spending time with them did not actually affect their relationship with us. I think what we could do, offering to King, we can send them some paper. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of this, and we'll just have Sadibor take care of that when he is over there. And offering to King, and we'll have Sadibor do this. This should improve their relation with us by 7, which we need so that we can go and attack these guys. Kenna, I think their name was. And they accepted that. Okay, that's good. Now, refuses to join an alliance in which his enemy Gorno is already a member. Okay, so he hates Gorno now. How badly? Wow. Minus 36. Okay, that is not good. Praise a neighbor? Relation between your kings is 11. but it must be at least 25. Okay. What are our options then? I guess we will just have to wait. I guess we'll just have to wait, and we'll go over to Siva in the meantime, and hopefully we can just pass the time, and we'll just have to keep coming over here and improving our relations with them until we can get them to be convinced that Gorno is actually their friend. Now, of course, they have the xenophobia, and that's one of the big reasons here why they hate each other. But now we do have this battle here with Siva, and let's go ahead and just run right on in. There's not too much to say here. They're quite weak. Look at all those swords. They're all swordsmen. Huh. I hope we get some of their swords. That would be amazing. Just run on in, take them all out. Oh yeah, they collapsed. Kranika is dead. Yep, they're done. Please give us some of those swords. That would make this all completely worth it. Okay, so one thing I didn't think of is that we can actually go to Gorno and praise the neighbor Tihana, and hopefully this will actually improve their relation together. Now, as well, we do have this bandit camp over here, and we can actually go and attack this to further improve our relationship with Lakria, and hopefully that gives us the opportunity to actually mend this relationship here. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and try to attack this, and we'll just send, let's see, we'll send Vidamir to attack it. We don't really need that many people for this, of course, because it is a really, really small camp. So we'll just send our absolute best who are very unlikely to die in this conflict. Just like that. So that's, what is that, 9 people? That should be more than enough, I think. And we will send just spears, armors. That looks good to me. We could also send Fleet and Sadibor, but we're just going to send only Vidamir on this one. And that's 80%, so we'll do that. And as well, we are trying to force Siva into neutrality, which will break up this alliance even more. Okay, so Siva did refuse, so we're going to have to attack them, but we'll do that once this other army gets back. Okay, so apparently the praise of the neighbor was actually successful, and now Gorno and Lakria should have a slightly higher relationship. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough, and I guess their relationship to Gorno is actually not better here in Lakria, which is unfortunate. Is that going to be enough then? It seems not. Invite? Nope. Okay. We could do this peace treaty. Okay, so we're gonna send Sadibor to do this, and then by the time he gets there to do the peace treaty, he'll be able to spend a little more time with them, and he should be able to convince them to actually like Gorno. What's going on here? Oh, they joined back to Kenna. And as you can see, we did pass a little bit of time. Basically, I just wanted to see if we couldn't force Lakria back into neutrality to get us back to where we were in the last episode. We'll also go ahead and up this moonshine order at the same time. And so basically they refused, and now they want us to attack them. The issue is they got their reinforcements from Kenna, and they are powerful. I don't think we can take this. So what I've actually decided, I think what we're going to do, we're going to try to take control of the rest of our little region here on our side of the mountains. So that would include Siva and Kriege, and then we're going to probably call it there. We may try to, instead of doing any more map dominance, maybe just see if anybody goes ahead and attacks us. And in the meanwhile, maybe we'll try to increase the amount of peasants that we have, or just the total population, and see how high we can actually push that. So what we're going to do, actually, is we're going to free these prisoners. They're not going to be super useful. However, I want to try and get this attack off on Siva, so that they don't think we're a coward, and so that we can try to add them into our alliance. Same with Kriege, we're going to try to add them as well. But the first thing is that we need to attack Siva. And we're going to go ahead and have Vidamir, Sadwar, and Valid join into this battle. And we'll just add every single other person. Now, as you can see, that is 66 people. We do not have enough weapons for this. We have 43 weapons. So some of these people, I think, hopefully they have daggers. But it is saying we still have good odds. What I want to see, though, is how many of these people do a lot of... Yeah, so they do have daggers, the ones that don't have normal weapons. So this should be okay. We'll have to see just how poorly this goes. I think we can win it. Whether or not we lose a bunch of people is going to be the question here. Now, as well, the trader is going to be here, but Sadibor is not home, so I don't think we're going to be able to get this off in time. Now, we'll just have to see what goes on here. We're going to keep trying with Gorno and Lucria and see if we can't make their relation a little bit better. But I don't think that there's any way that we can take Lucria. I don't think we really need to. Basically, we've done enough map dominating and other saves and everything like that, so I think on this campaign it's totally fine if we just focus on doing more Varn-like things. Make a good alliance and just make it strong enough that we can't get invaded. I think that's totally fine. Okay, so here we are at Siva, and we're just gonna hop right on in. This may be kind of a difficult battle, but I think we can do it. I think we can do it. So let's go ahead and go after this little squad here first. I would like to take out Nabortev first, but that's not going to really work. So we're going to get close, and then we're going to hit this stay in the back. We don't want Vitamir dying if we can help it, and now just run on in. Okay, enemy commander has already surrendered, that is good. One squad down. Now we need to take out Nabortev. He only has a mace. He does have good armor, but he only has the mace. Oh, I didn't even realize Vitamir only has a spear. That's not good. Alright. Going good. There is still a swordsman there. And Nabortev is still going, and now he died. He died, okay. Nabortev is dead. We still have 50 people. I'm just hoping that we don't actually... I'm just trying to get him to stay in the back. He might end up getting himself killed from all these burns. Hopefully not, but it seems like it's a possibility. Alright, Ymir is still going. Good stuff. We don't want him to get killed or to get lost. Sometimes they go missing. Still going. This is, what is this? 23 down, it seems like. It's not too bad, all things considered. This is a relatively strong defense, and it looks like we're going to do pretty well on this. 40 people left is doing pretty good, I think. And we lost 12. Considering we had, what was it, 24 or so that had just daggers, we only had 13 total losses. It's pretty good. So what we're going to do now is I've been keeping Sadibor out in the area, and we're just going to cancel this praise of the neighbor. We don't need that. And what we're going to do is we are going to... Oh, we can't. Okay, so we have to spend time. Bring him over to spend time, and then we're also going to want to force these guys to join. Oh, okay, we can already do that. Alright, so we'll have... Should we have Siva try to join us first? Because they were forced into neutrality. So we'll try to have Siva join us first, and then we'll have Krish, because they do have a little bit of a stronger army, and we don't really want them... to consider... Well, actually, it looks like Krieg and Siva don't like each other, so it may actually be possible to just force Krieg into our alliance right away. Okay, and it seems that Sadibor is actually about to die. He does have approaching death, and he's actually... It says he's unable to move, but of course he can still move on the map, which I find hilarious. We'll see if that actually takes after he does this next action. But now there's going to be a struggle for the throne, apparently. So we're not going to do anything. It says they both desire the crown. I think Sadibor will just get it if Sadibor dies, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Maybe some kind of rebellion will happen. I'm not totally sure there. Alright, so we are trying to force Krieg now into vassalization. Did it? Oh, it took immediately. Okay. Cool. And now we just need to go over to Siva. He's unable to walk. They cannot be sent to... Okay, well, that's interesting. Okay, so we will have to finish this off once Sadibor gets back home. Now, as you can see, I have done a little bit of rearranging here in the village, and basically I put down another temple and another tavern, because with the amount of people we have, 145, we need at minimum 3 temples, but I'm going to want a 4th because we're going to try to push this population up as much as possible, and we will need probably a minimum of 3 taverns, although I'm not sure if we necessarily have enough moonshine for all of it, but we'll just have to see. Now, another thing I did was I made this path, really ugly one, all the way down to this mine. I was too lazy to make anything that looks nice. It's something. It is something. And this way they can produce a little bit of iron, so that we can use that mostly for the temple, and we are trying to make another barracks as well. And otherwise, we are going to probably try to make some extra peasant houses. I'm not sure how many we will need, but we'll just start the building on this now. Looks good. And another thing we're going to do, we're going to move this lumber mill out here. And we're going to build probably like 2 or 3 more, because we're going to need more wood while we're doing these new constructions. I will move this out as well. Looks good. And we will make a path to it, because we're going to need this wood if we are going to try to push our population up. Because we're going to need to build more houses, we're going to need to build this temple, which is 150 wood, we're going to need the tavern, and so because of all of that, we're also going to need more wood for our mine. Not this one, but this one. And I did also put workers back on this, because I don't want anybody to be unemployed at all, just in case. Because that will probably lower the amount of migration we get. So we're going to see just how high we can push this population now, and that is probably going to be the way that we end this series, since, I mean, I was hoping to at least take out Kenna, just because they're so strong, but I actually think that if they decided to attack us, they would attack us with just enough force that we would actually be able to defend against it, and honestly, I think they would probably just give up. And Callan is just... They're pretty strong, but they don't have enough warriors to really attack us. And looking at everything else, I mean, this is a pretty strong kingdom here, but I'm not too worried about it. And then, of course, these guys, they're separated by 2 abandoned cities, apparently. So I think ending this series off on a place where we just have a really strong alliance and just try to see how high we can push our population as Varns makes a lot more sense than trying to take everything over. Now, another thing we're going to do, because everybody seems to be just buying rutabaga and not the meat, we're going to actually raise everybody's wages just a little bit. Hopefully this will make it so that they can buy meat a little more regularly. We don't want them even really buying rutabaga, if I'm honest. It's just, I'd rather use the rutabaga on more moonshine, or, of course, on the pig farms. So we're going to try that, see how that works. And at the same time, Sadibor is back home, but he can't move, so I'm pretty sure I can't actually pass the crown even if I wanted to. And this also means that he can't really manage anything. Luckily, we don't have him managing anything right now, but I'm just kind of... Oh, we're having a warrior abandon the city. Oh, that's because he was... Okay, he was one of the former bandits, so that's actually fine. He would have eventually abandoned anyways. We'll go ahead and add these guys in. Hopefully they don't try to abandon, but we will just have to see. And yeah, so far we're doing okay on the people. 153. Moods are mostly okay. Could be better. Mostly could be better on the warrior side, but that's just because they're in pain. So we'll just have to see how this goes over the next day or so. Now as well, I don't know if I mentioned this, but Grimulus actually had another child. I think Vitamir is his, right? I don't remember. Is there a way to actually look? Yeah, Grimulus. Yeah, okay, Vitamir and Osiramir are actually brothers, which is quite funny. So Grimulus, he's been getting around in this village. Now, there's no one who can really teach him. I guess we could just have Vitamir do it. But there's obviously not really much of a point. He's not going to grow up during the series. Now we also have forest bandits in the area. We could go take that out. It'd be pretty easy. Is there any other forest bandits around? There does not seem to be. So we are just kind of waiting for Sadibor to die, as sad and kind of grotesque as that is. We are just waiting for him to finally die. 72 years old, that is pretty old. I don't know if I've seen a character get much older than this. Let's say 56, 61. Yeah, I think most people die before they... Oh, you can actually just see it right here. Okay, 62, 63. Yeah, I think 60s is pretty normal, but to be able to get to 70 is a little less likely, so we got pretty lucky. I don't know how this happened exactly. At the least, there doesn't seem to be any rulers who have gotten that old in this game so far. Either way, I think that's a pretty good age, and he managed to make it all the way through the series and everything, so we are probably going to attack this bandit camp, but we are going to wait, let everybody get well rested and everything, and we will do that shortly. Okay, I did just want to check out the trader just to see if this was actually accurate, and as you can see, 5,100. Even if we sell all of our medicals, even if we sell everything, let's just look how far away we would be. And we actually lost weapons, unless everybody's just carrying them. Yeah, look at this. This is just terrible. 3,400 we would still have to give. Wow. And even if we sell these books as well, that'll only really be another 1,000. So we'd still owe 2,400. It's actually possible, if we sold every single thing, it would actually be possible to pay off this tax. And then I guess what we could do is send all of our loyalists back to peasantry, and then I guess we could get rid of some of our I don't see any way to do this to where we wouldn't lose all of our defense capabilities, and then we would probably end up collapsing. Oh, and there it is. Sadibor's died. He has died. He was inspired. He died inspired. That actually, that both makes sense, and it also doesn't. He was so sad his whole life, and then he just dies inspired. He has hope for the future and everything, and Sadibor has risen to power. So I think this is probably getting close to the end for us. We are managing to gain some peasants, though, so I'm just going to keep going until we stop having enough migration, and we'll just see how long that lasts for us. Okay, so now since we do have our new king, we'll go ahead and send him... Oh, we have a really terrible... Wow, that is a absolutely terrible relation here. I guess we could start a peace treaty. That will cost us 700, and we'll increase our relation by 20. Okay. That's an option. Restore relations would cost 16 rings. Why do we not have more rings? Sadibor had a ton of rings, I thought. Maybe they got stolen? Or maybe you don't inherit those. That is really weird. Okay. Well, we just have the 16 rings that we can give then. No actor... Oh, that's right, you need the diplomat trait. Yes, of course. Okay, we'll just pay them for a peace treaty, I suppose. I think that'll work because we basically surround them. So we'll send Sadibor to do that. And then we will try to spend time with them and see how long it takes to add them into our alliance. So here we finally have the grave for Sadibor. We're just going to place this right outside the hall so people can come and mourn his passing at any moment. Look at him, he looks glorious. May he rest in peace as a true ruler who fought for honor and justice. That is so true. He discovered a strong desire within himself. That was his last historic achievement. He was also, of course, known as the Wake Up, because he would wake up at the earliest hours of the day, and he would just focus on bringing Zeroville to greatness, and that is, I believe that is what he did. I don't know about you guys, I think he achieved his dream, and this is the fruits of all of his labor. I mean, look at it, it's amazing, it's glorious, and good job to Sadibor for making it happen. Okay, and as you can see, this peace treaty went through. Now, I don't think we can invite them to our alliance now because of it. Maybe we can, I'm not totally sure. We'll offer to the king, and we can give them 7 medical cells, apparently. Now, we are going to go with the fertile king's ambitions. I doubt we can get to 187 people, but I think It looks like this counts our army as well. 84%. Okay. So we are currently at 159, so I think we might be able to do it. Okay, so by giving them that gift, and by also spending some time with them, I was able to up our relationship a good amount. So now, it appears you can invite them to an alliance if you have a peace treaty. You just can't force them into vassalage, even though they are both offers. I mean, I guess the offer vassalage is kind of considered an aggressive action, but you can just be like, hey, do you want to join? And I think what they should do for vassalage is make it so that you can actually decide on the contract, so you can decide, you know, do they need to give you a certain amount of tribute? Do they need to maybe send you some soldiers to your royal army, perhaps? Something kind of like that I think would be a lot better. They could take some inspiration from like Crusader Kings, but in general, I think that you should be able to actually decide the terms, so that you can offer them favorable terms that they would actually be happy about. They can join into a nice kingdom that that values them and everything. Now apparently we got an army tax increase, but either way, now Siva is with us, so we have as big of a alliance as I can think to actually create. We could try to add Locria in at some point, but I don't think that there's really any point to try again. Kenna is still quite powerful. Yeah, unless they ended up getting into a war, which I don't see happening because they're not bordering with anybody at the moment. This is probably as big as we can get. Okay, so due to our entry into the greater political arena and increased influence, the loving family believes you should contribute more for the security of roads. So the church is increasing our tax, which will now be 5 per unit of combat skill for each warrior, which was previously 3. Wow, that is incredible. So, hold on. 10,000 taxes. Wow, that is incredible. Now another thing we're going to do, since our warriors are basically doing nothing else, we're just going to increase the amount of patrols. We're going to increase it to 35, 40? We'll just go 40. So there'll be just a ton. This is like a huge military presence. It's a military city now. And we will put the rest of them over here, I guess. So what, like 25? Probably fine. And a couple of them will... Actually, let's go down to 20. And then one person gets to have a day off. That's how it'll work. Now, unfortunately, we do have 8 unemployed, and it appears to be from these rutabaga fields that need to be repaired. So we'll go ahead and actually take these off a build first for the moment. We want these rutabaga fields to be working. Okay, hopefully they'll repair those, because that should fix our jobs, hopefully. Come to think of it, there is a lot of wolves over here. So we're probably going to take this down by about 5 now, and we'll go army, make another day patrol, and we'll put it right about here, just so that any wolf activity that gets too close, there will be guards against that. Okay, so this camp has actually grown a little bit. We're going to go ahead and just go attack it now. Apparently, now that we have Sadibor, he has a good command skill, so he can bring... Okay, hold on. Maybe I should understand how this works. The number of units you can summon depends on your king's command skill. So for every 3 levels, you can summon one of these Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. I wonder if we could actually... So, hold on. We would probably want to bring these 2. Not for this, but just in general. Maybe we could still take out Kenna. Maybe it would be possible. That would be what? Wait, is this... This is a mount, right? And this is their average combat skill, right? So that would be an extra 15 soldiers with about a 10 average combat skill. I don't think that would be enough still. It might be enough to at least take out Locria. But yes, I don't think there's any way we could actually take control of Kenna. So we'll just leave it alone. We'll go ahead and go attack this. We don't even really need their help. We'll send Vitamir. And we'll send... We don't need these guys to go. They can just stay on patrols. Now, of course, we lost a lot of weapons. We actually lost a lot of weapons. Which is super unfortunate. I was hoping that we would gain weapons, but maybe we'll gain some from this bandit camp at least. Okay, so let's go into what may be our last actual battle. After this, I'll probably just auto-resolve. And we do have a tower we have to probably take out there. Yep. Okay. We'll just let Vitamir go in. If he dies, then it is probably fated to happen. Looks like he'll be alright then. Yep. Okay, take out this tower. There we go. And that is that. We didn't really lose. We lost one person, okay. We'll see if that gets us any additional weapons, and there is another camp over here we could go take out. Okay, so it seems we did get a few extra weapons, not very many though. So we'll just go ahead and send them to attack this bandit camp, and we'll just auto-resolve that, so there's really no need to actually show you guys. This one has 2. Wow, a whole 2 bandits. Wonderful. So it seems we're actually just getting more unemployed. I don't know. Maybe he didn't inspect the hall? Is that what he's doing right now? Yes, looks like it. Okay, so we'll wait one more day, and if we don't see any improvement on this unemployment number, then we will probably just... Oh, we're being attacked by marauders as well. Interesting. Where are they coming from? Do we know? Probably from this mountain. Okay, so we'll take care of that, and we'll see what happens with our unemployment numbers as well. Now, while we wait for all of that, I figure we'll just talk about the future. And so, the next series, I don't want to spoil too much, but we have kind of talked about doing this in previous... Oh, hey, this was that prisoner that we ransomed, but they did not pay us or anything, so they just prayed for us. How nice of them. And we have a conflict with an ally. Serious disagreements with your ruler. Oh, okay. Let's say restore relations. Peace treaty? We could do a peace treaty with them. There's no real need not to. Okay, we'll do that. And so the next series will probably start, I'm going to say, expected at the beginning of next week, so maybe Monday or Tuesday of next week. And yeah, so it will be something that we have talked about a little bit in the past. So maybe you know, but I don't want to actually spoil what it actually is. However, it will also contain a little bit of a throwback to one of our previous series. If you have been watching for a while, then you may know what I'm talking about, but at the same time, you may not. So, yes, I do not want to actually spoil it, but it will be, I think, a very fun series and something that I have been looking forward to since I started playing the game. Otherwise... Yes, that's pretty much the plan, and after that series, I think I will be taking a short break from Norland. I have been playing this for now about 5 months straight, and of course, only, you know, a couple of hours every other day or so, something like that. So it's nothing too crazy, but at the same time, that is a lot of time to spend on one game. I don't know if I will go and play something else on the channel, or if I will just maybe do some more first impressions kinds of videos, or what. If you have any suggestions, please let me know. But otherwise, you can expect the compilation of this entire series in case you want to go and watch the whole series back, just for nostalgia, or if you missed some episodes, maybe you want to watch the entire series from start to finish. But otherwise, we are just waiting still for this army to actually make it on over to this bandit camp, and for these marauders to actually get here as well. And actually, come to think of it, since it's right here, why don't we just attack them on the road? Let's do it. Okay, and so this will be our last actual battle, for reals this time. We'll go ahead and just run right on in. There's nothing special here. Wow, they do have those 4 axemen, but that's about it. Otherwise, it's mostly just bows. These guys are probably not going to be much of a challenge. There we go. Get over here. There we go. That is all she wrote. So I think that is where we're going to call. Like I said, you can expect the next series in about a week. And you can expect the compilation series in the next day or two, probably 2 days. We still have all this unemployment, and honestly, I don't feel like dealing with it anymore. Yeah, they don't seem to be fixing all these rutabaga fields, and it will just take forever. Let's see, what is it saying our total population is? Yeah, we didn't barely increase it at all in this entire episode. I'm sure that I could just keep forcing it, keep making peasant houses and all those things, and focus more on just getting meat and more moonshine. Maybe if we had a better source of moonshine, which would require even more rutabaga fields. It just seems like a lot of hassle at this point, so that's where we're going to call it. So, as always, I thank you guys very much for watching, and I will see you in the next series. All hail Sadibor.